Okay, so now you want me to explain something. I'm just wondering if you can tell me what's in this document that you linked as proof.
It's a 300-word document. I can read it. Do you?
Okay, so it'd be no problem to read it and then just tell me what your own source says. Yeah.
So you want me to summarize it, but you don't want me to read 300 words?
Well, it's kind of rude for you to do your homework on the air with us right now, don't you think? Sort of wastes our time.
It's 300 words.
It's 300 words that you should have read before you linked it as
a minute and 30 seconds. You're not down for a minute and 30 seconds?
Okay, fine. We'll give you a minute and 30 seconds to come up to speed on your own claim and read the source that you posted.
Yeah, no, I sent it to you.
Okay, so go ahead and read your source.
Paraphrasing, it's been proven since the ancient Greeks, since 500 BC. And that's pretty much it.
Okay, you've already said it about 17 times, and that is the
350 BC. Aristotle declared the Earth was a sphere, and it has been since.
Again.
There you
go. Typically, when someone asks,
claim again.
So typically, when someone asks for a source, right, and someone provides the source, the person who's asking for the source reads the source to vet it.
Oh, okay. So the person who provides the source,
it's a super simple source.
They don't read the source to find the evidence that backs their claim. It's the other person who's asking for the claim to be backed who has to go and do the investigation.
Well, if you ask for a source, he gave you his claim. He gave you his claim, and he says you asked for a source to support it. He gave you a source, so you should read that paragraph.
No. You got this backwards. He gave me his claim about, I don't know, 5 dozen times already, and not once does it seem that he actually even read the source to support his own claim.
So you read the source?
Did you read the source?
No, but I already know what it is. It's Eratosthenes, and I know all about it.
Yeah, he knows. It's about measuring shadows. He knows.
It's his claim. You would think he would have read his own material supporting.
Well, maybe he doesn't. He just doesn't feel like you just. I don't know.
No, Dr. Kindergarten knows. Dr. Kindergarten knows. It's about measuring shadows across the globe. Basically, he knows.
Right. So why would I be responding to that before you've even read and understood it? Because I would just be having a conversation with somebody who wouldn't get it.
So I tried, and then whenever I tried, I was like, okay, I'll read it. It's about 300 words. You said, so you don't even know your own source.
Well, right. We've already thoroughly demonstrated that. So let's just move on to what's in it. It's Eratosthenes. So Eratosthenes is measuring differential shadow angles over the surface of the Earth. So what you're telling me is if shadows diverge, a surface must be curved?
Yes. So if at the same time of day, so let's say, you understand, if I'm in the United States and it's at the exact same time, I measure the shadow of a stick in the U.S., and at the exact same time, I measure the shadow of a stick in China, the shadows will be different, and usually the flat Earth theory for that is, well, the sun is, I think this is the new flat Earth model. Is it the flat Earth model? Is that what it's called still?
I have no idea, dude.
Okay, so typically the flat Earth model now is that it's flat, but there is also a crystal-like dome over it. So whenever you move it, so
you're watching too much YouTube videos.
So you got to refocus. We're not talking about a flat Earth model. You were going to tell me how 2 sticks in the ground proves a globe.
Right. And so to understand this from the flat Earth perspective, I have to explain this to people that may not be so adverse to understanding the flat Earth model. Right?
Flat Earth model. No. Can I explain you flat Earth?
Okay.
Can I explain?
Okay, so I'll let you explain it. So they're
only one sentence to explain flat Earth model.
The size of the shadow is different depending on the exact time of day. Okay, so you can explain that.
Okay, so 2 different angles to the sun, right? That's all we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that necessitates a curved surface. How?
And so that doesn't necessitate the curve. How?
Correct.
Go ahead. So how does it not necessitate it?
All we have are 2 different angles to the sun. That's it. That doesn't tell me I'm on a ball.
That does not prove a flat Earth whatsoever.
How do you explain 2 different angles?
What do you mean 2 different angles? You have 2 different angles to it. You're in 2 different locations.
The whole idea
that doesn't prove a flat Earth. But
I thought the whole idea.
No, I didn't say it does.
That,
but we already agreed it doesn't prove
the
a
sun
globe.
and all that is not stationary. We move in an orbit, and
the sun's not stationary. We move. But think about what you're saying, please. Again,
yeah, but what would cause it to move?
Into the conversation to say something completely irrelevant. And
how is it irrelevant? You're an idiot if you think that's irrelevant. I'm talking about what we're specifically discussing.
The sun isn't stationary. We move. It's gibberish.
The point is that the shadow changes size based relative to where the sun is. That's what we're discussing. That's not irrelevant.
Yeah, that's what I said. Different angles.
Why would the sun move? That all these points tie into the globe Earth idea. It tells you about gravity.
About the sun moving. The shadow angles are measured simultaneously. So the sun moving doesn't become a part of this claim.
You can add it into though.
No, it's supposed to be done simultaneously.
Yes, you can because we observe it.
He's willfully ignoring the fact that it's a comprehensive argument for the idea of basically physics in and of itself, and just the description of gravity.
Comprehensive. Okay.
Okay.
Are you done mixing up your word salad?
Hold on. What Google says, if the sun were traveling from east to west over a flat Earth,
no one's mixing any words
meridian lines would always be the same distance apart.
You just have to throw words out really quick before you go on a man-baby rage.
What else can we use? Science, thousands of years. If I just say those words, tis globe. Sorry, what was that the other guy was saying?
Sorry, I was just reading what Google says.
Yeah, as opposed to just saying the word mundane and just like, oh yeah, doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's mundane.
Can anybody tell me why 2 angles to a light source means that I'm on a ball?
Okay, I'm good. I think you're in a vault. Like, you don't even live in a home at this point. I'm not.
So he can't tell me why 2 different angles to a light source means I'm on a ball. Next.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So we were talking earlier about how earlier we were talking about how 11.2 miles in that picture.
So you can't tell me how 2 different light sources means I'm on a ball.
You can't tell me how 2 different light sources means we're on a flat Earth.
No, okay, riddle me this. Where does the sun go? Where does the sun go?
He didn't brought up the sun. You brought it up, the sun, and you said there is the shadows, and you said
let's forget about the shadows. Where does the sun go?
Why you brought it up then? I mean, why you brought it up?
That's what I'm getting to about the sun.
Why you brought it up 5 minutes ago?
Yeah, you brought it up. It's your proof, see, not mine.
No, Dr. Kindergarten. Where would the sun?
Why you brought it up if it's not now proof for the globe?
Okay, again, I'm asking
is it my turn to describe it now?
If the Earth is flat, you'd still be able to see the sun, correct? There would be no nighttime, technically.
No,
that's not what the argument is. He knows what the argument is. Can I explain it now?
Let's see if you can.
Okay, so the key insight comes from the fact that if the Earth were flat, the angles at location A and location B would be the same. However, because the Earth is curved, the angles are different between the sticks. Yes, Kindergarten. Wrong. Yes. No, you're wrong. Tell me why I'm wrong.
That means that surface will curve in reality.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Tell me why I'm wrong.
Is that correct?
Tell me then.
That's not what I said at all. At all.
Now you're gaslighting me, strawmanning me some more. Oh, man. You're misrepresenting my argument on purpose.
I haven't even said anything yet, and I'm misrepresenting his argument. Wow. All I did was I asked, how do 2 different angles to a light source prove that I'm on a ball? Okay?
And
go ahead.
The response to that, I would say, is how does that prove that you're on a flat Earth?
Okay, so Chad,
since it is generally known that the Earth is a sphere, the burden of proof is on you for that. The burden of proof is on you.
Okay, so you're claiming that 2 different angles to a light source proves I'm on a ball. You can't back that assertion up, but the burden of proof is on me.
Because I don't have to back that up. It's been proven.
By what?
I personally don't have to back this up in a Discord call. It is on you to prove otherwise. The burden of proof is on you.
If you don't verify the validity in what we're saying, that's willful ignorance.
If I were to say that there is the correct God is a spaghetti monster.
Okay, this is too stupid. I'm going to go.
I'll bring up an example. Okay, so if I claim I'm rich, if I claim I'm a millionaire, who has to prove it? You or me?
That's dumb too. Chad Daddy, are you going to be the one who can tell me why two different angles to a light source proves I'm on a ball?
Didn't I just tell you that? I told you that it was. Yeah, you said because of the. It was because of the angle of the shadows relative to the stick.
Yeah, you said that they would be the same on a flat Earth, which is kind of ridiculous because if you're in two different locations with a light source in one position, and you're going to have two different angles to that light source on a surface, it's flat, curved, whatever.
The Earth. And the fact and the factors that come into play because of that.
What factors?
Like the fact that the Earth can, the sun moves, so like the shadows at certain points, whenever it reaches the same angle above whatever it's representing, it would be the same angle, but it's not.
That's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. You know the definition of irrelevant.
Hold on. The sun moving is irrelevant to this because these observations, these angle measurements are done at the same time. So the sun hasn't moved. The angles are measured at the same time. Yeah. Okay. So the sun moving is completely irrelevant to what we're discussing here. So the angles are measured at the same time. You're in two different locations. You therefore have two different angles to the celestial body in the sky. That proves that the ground is curving. Why?
Because the distance between the sticks.
That does what?
That tells you that the Earth is curved because the distance between the sticks relative to the formula you use to calculate the angles and the distance from where the sun is, that's what tells you that. It's the angles of the sticks.
The angles of
the angles at location A and B would be same if the Earth were flat. But because the Earth is curved, the angles are distance. You find this by measuring the angles and knowing the distance between the sticks.
The angles are curved, and we're talking about angles of sticks. No, we're supposed to be getting shadow angles here. Man, you are really, really lost.
I said by measuring the angles and knowing the distance between the sticks. That is not being lost.
Measuring the angles of what? The sticks?
That's the premise that the whole theory is based on.
Yeah, so shadow angles. You're going to need a flat baseline, straight lines to do all of this, and this necessitates a curve. How?
Why don't you tell me how it doesn't necessitate a curve? You keep strawmanning my argument and gaslighting me. Why don't you explain why I'm wrong? Instead of just gaslighting me and expecting the burden of proof to be on me.
Okay, I
provided you with the information that you asked for.
I have a ceiling light. Okay, I'm going to take two beer bottles and put them in different locations in the room. With the ceiling light, I'm going to have two different angles from those beer bottles to the ceiling light. I'm going to measure two different length shadows due to those differential angles. You'll notice that the room I'm in has a flat surface as a floor. No curve was involved. I have two different angles to the light source and the ceiling. What is the problem?
The problem would be the fact that it's flat and not curved.
But how's that a problem?
How is that not a problem?
That's a problem that my floor is not curved?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Are these poles, when you stick them in the ground, are they completely vertical? Are they completely straight up in the ground?
Bottles. I'm going to use beer bottles. They're both the same height. I have a longer shadow from the one that's further away from the light source in the ceiling than the one that's closer. What's the problem?
I'm just curious because, like, if it was a curved Earth and you did the same thing with these bottles, depending on the distance, like where the sun was from them, there would also be different sized or different length shadows, would there not?
Yeah, that depends where the sun is and how big it is.
Yeah, it sure does, doesn't it? Oh my god. It's crazy, right?
Well, it's pretty stupid.
It's not pretty stupid.
So what shape is the sun?
Because what you've done is you've taken two different length shadows and gone, that means I'm on a ball. It's completely insane.
No, that's what you just used to describe a flat Earth. Was that completely fucking insane?
No, it's not. You guys keep wanting to.
You just want to keep ignoring the
Chad Daddy. No, I never brought this up as a proof for any kind of so-called.
No, he did, and I'm arguing his own argument for him right now, and I'm still proving you wrong. Fact is if you had, let's pretend that your fucking floor was a globe, right? Kindergarten, your floor is a globe. If you had a ceiling fan right above it, and you had these two beer bottles sitting on your globe floor, but one was closer to the light source than the other, they would be different size shadows.
Yeah. So I guess
by using that, you can defer the difference in the angles between them.
So maybe what you've been missing this whole time is that my point is that his proof, so-called, is inconclusive. It doesn't tell you anything about the surface. All it tells you is you had two different length shadows, and then he has to use some assumptions to interpret a ball from that. That's it. He didn't prove anything. It's not conclusive because shadows will diverge on a curved or a flat surface. So how did he know which one it was? Now we're back to the beginning.
Probably by the size of the divergence or whatever the fuck you just said.
No.
Yeah, I would
imagine. You know the size and the location of the sun to use that for that.
Wait, hold on. Do you think the NASA photos are fake?
Of course they're fake. Water doesn't curve like that.
Okay, but they're the most credible.
Oh my goodness.
So credibility out the toilet?
Okay,
so you're going to trust somebody with a PhD, but
water
not
doesn't
from
curve
NASA?
like that.
Hold on. Right. Let's take that. NASA's the most credible. I'm going to post a video for you of Robert Simon, the artist who made the 20.
Why is it always videos?
Quiet. Telling you that it's Photoshop because it has to be. They're the most credible, so we're going to trust them, right? When they tell you that their blue marble is Photoshop, those so-called photographs you just brought up, we're going to trust NASA who tells us they're Photoshopped, right? Because they're credible.
I think
PhDs.
There's a
Maybe that's why
that actually went to space.
They're PhDs though, guys. So that's why.
So we're jumping off of the so-called photographs now. That didn't work out. Now we're going to talk about guys who have gone to space. Is that
Can I ask a question?
No, I wasn't done talking about the shadows yet. I was just going to tell you the reason why you get the information that you do is because the angle of the sun's rays is different at each location, leading to different shadow lengths.
Yeah, no shit. You're in a different location. You have a different angle to the light source. Everybody already knows this, and it has nothing to do with the ground being curved.
It can tell you that it's curved. It can still give you that information, though, right?
How?
And did I not just explain that, though?
Explain it with specificity.
I did.
You didn't.
And it
How?
Specificity, is that even a word? Isn't it just specifics?
Yeah, don't get sidetracked. So walk me through the process. You've got angle A, angle B. Tell me what those angles are and how they show this surface is curved, not flat, or whatever it is you're trying to show.
Okay, so here's how you can do the experiment that he did. You can place a stick on the ground at location A, and then you can place another one at location B, some distance away, but within eyesight of stick A. You place another stick vertically in the ground. Here's what you do. When you measure the shadows at a specific time, for example, noon, you're going to measure the length of the shadow cast by each stick. The angle of the sun's rays is different at each location.
Okay.
So give you different shadow lengths, and then you can calculate the angle by using. You can use the shadow lengths to calculate the distance between the two sticks, and calculate the angle between the sun and each stick using trigonometry.
No,
that's what tells you the Earth.
Yes. No,
yes.
You're not going to be using the shadow lengths to calculate the distance between the sticks. You already know that. You're just going to be using the shadow angles to imagine that the sun's light is parallel and that the Earth's surface curves.
Okay. here's what you need to understand though. Like if let's say you had them at that perfectly same, the light source was directly in the middle. This was a flat surface, right? The light source was directly in the middle. The two sticks were equally distant away from each other, right? And they're both sticking straight up. We can infer that the probable angle that it would create would be like what, a 45-degree angle, depending on the height of depending on the height of the ceiling fan, of course. But like, we can infer it'd probably be about a 45-degree
straight lines.
I'm guessing.
A bunch of straight lines here.
Yeah,
and this is proving your curve. How?
Okay, because based on the distance that we are from the sun, if they were angled slightly outward because we are on a curve, the angles would be smaller.
The angles would be smaller than what?
It would be smaller than what the actual 45 degrees were if it was on a flat surface.
Eratosthenes didn't measure 45-degree shadow.
I don't give a fuck what he said. I'm telling you how you can use that to infer that it's a curved Earth.
You're making stuff up. So he brought Eratosthenes.
I'm making up science and math. That's literally what you're asked me to do. You wanted me to
science. When you make up
you
science,
wanted me to explain in my own words. It's not made up science.
Calm down. So Eratosthenes is what we were brought. He didn't measure any 45-degree shadow angles. He measured a 0 degree and a 7.2.
Well, he also didn't have a ceiling fan. I was bringing that up for
I know you're making up pseudoscience. You already told me that. So
no. That was me visualizing it for you.
So what do two different angles to the sun do to prove that water curves? Go ahead, try again, because you struck out. Well, I've only said it about 17 times, but
I was reading the text shot. What'd you say?
What do two different angles to the sun do to prove that the surface is curving? Because every time I ask you this question, I get a bunch of waffling and pseudoscience.
No, I literally explained it like 20 fucking times. Because based on that, we can determine what if it was a flat surface, we could. I'm going to explain it. You want to explain
it? Chad Daddy, you're going to loop the same thing again. So here's what I need you to do: find out what the angles are. Give me the exact methodology. You're going to measure this angle, angle A. It is whatever it is. Angle B.
I just did that.
No, you didn't.
I read out the experiment step for step.
No, you didn't. You didn't read it out. Eratosthenes.
Let me read it again.
You didn't measure any 45-degree angles. You did not read anything out. You just made stuff
He
up.
didn't, but this is how people used his experiment to determine that we are on a curved Earth.
Who?
He may have not have said. I don't know. He may not have specifically.
So I
don't even know if he specifically said. Because I'm telling you the math on why people use this as an argument to determine why the Earth is curved.
Chad Daddy, you don't know the math, so you need to slow down. Okay, so go and read that paper and find out the shadow angles you actually measured, and then you tell me what in that methodology conclusively proves that the Earth's a ball.
All right, I'm going to say completely separate from what he's saying. I want you to tell me one thing. I'm going to say one thing, and you're going to tell me if it's wrong, okay?
It's wrong.
Okay, if you had two poles, and they were in a ground on a curved Earth, and they were completely vertical to the surface, right? If they went out at a V shape because they were on a curved surface, would the shadow angle be smaller on a curved surface than it would be on a flat surface? Because we know the distance between the object that is providing those sun rays.
No, the answer is no, not necessarily.
Yes, no, not necessarily. No. Yeah, that's a nice.
The answer is no, not necessarily.
You should make a video of this.
It's going to depend on the distance and the size.
I told you the distance is the factor in deciding this.
No, what the distance of
yes, it depends on the fucking distance. That's what tells you the angle.
Hold on. Spaz, hold on. The distance of what? Before you blow a gasket, the distance of what? Are you sure you even know what I was talking about? The distance.
Yes, the distance between the poles and the sun.
Nope, not what I was talking about.
The distance between the poles actually doesn't even matter. You don't even need two
exactly.
Poles. You don't even need two poles. You just need to know the distance.
Sounds like you're assuming the surface is curved, not flat.
He is, yeah.
That would be a fallacious assumption.
Yeah.
Well, you don't see that. You only observe a shadow on a flat surface.
If you have $100 fucking dollars, bro, all you need is $100, a helium balloon, and a GoPro, and you can fly your GoPro up to the fucking as far into the stratosphere as you want, and then whenever the helium balloon pops, it'll fall back down. You'll have your footage, and you'll see the Earth's curvature yourself. You'll see the globe yourself.
Does a GoPro have
There's footage of this on YouTube, even though it's all CGI apparently, but you can do it yourself if you'd like.
Take your okay. You'll be okay. You sound quite pressed.
Oh yeah, now we're gonna go into character.
You could not be cheap and send a D800 with like a 30 mil if you want.
Yeah, don't be brokey.
So I mean, I'm just
going to ask you. Yeah. Wait, kindergarten, would you be willing to do that experiment?
With the you guys don't know what an experiment is. You guys need to find out what an experiment is and come back to me with a
He just told you what it was.
No, it's not. That would be following the scientific method. It's not an experiment.
So now it's not Eratosthenes, it's send up a GoPro.
Did Eratosthenes have a GoPro?
If you don't trust anybody, kindergarten, you're so paranoid.
You probably think so.
Who's this idiot that keeps talking, bro? There's no way that you're... Yeah, okay, whatever. I've basically told you why his argument confirms I've told you why his argument confirms a curved Earth, and then I even told you how to conduct your own experiment, and you still disagreed with the idea of how to.
You agreed that he assumed a curved Earth, silly.
Yeah, he assumed it.
I didn't have a GoPro, did he? He didn't send
the balloon up with a GoPro.
I told you how you could use his experiment to determine that the Earth was curved.
So why did he assume? So why did he assume it was curved? Since he didn't have a GoPro.
I don't know what he assumed. I didn't even read his experiment. I was telling you how the science and the math, and trigonometry. Listen, idiot. Listen, Strawman. That's not the point. Hey, Strawman. That's not the point.
Okay, you need to be control because you can't control yourself.
This experiment proves it. What experiment? I don't know. I didn't read it. Well,
yeah, I mean, he's just been making it up as he goes along. Instead of actually telling me what he found in the Eratosthenes paper, he started making stuff up off the top of his head about having 2 sticks and a light source right in between them, and they're both casting 45-degree shadows, and therefore, the Earth's surface is curved. Just some stuff he made up.
So I have a question. What shape is the sun?
2,000 years ago.
So, Chad Daddy, did you read the Eratosthenes paper to find out the shadow?
This wasn't your talking to the guy that didn't even.
Okay, all right. Take a breath, calm down, take your Valium, whatever you need to do, man, because you're really not doing well at the moment. All right, did you find out what Eratosthenes actually did with the 2 shadow angles that he measured to conclusively show that the Earth's a ball?
Am I unmuted now?
Yeah.
What am I supposed to find within this experiment? What is this going to do? Is this just a distraction to...
Okay, well, he doesn't even know what he's looking for in terms of his own proof. So I guess we'll go to the next guy.
Would that be me?
Yeah.
Who are you choosing this time?
Are you the guy with the globe proof?
So I have a question for you. What shape is the sun? What shape is the sun? To you. What shape is it?
What do you observe it to be?
I'm asking you. I'm asking both of you. Whoever believes in flat Earth, what shape is the sun? Is it a disc? Is it flat?
I see the same sun that you do.
But what shape is it? I'm asking you.
What do you mean by shape? Like 3D shape?
Okay, no. I'm asking you. What do you think the sun looks like? What do you interpret the sun to be?
Like a circle of light in the sky.
The sun is what?
The sun looks like a moving circle of light in the sky.
A moving circle of light, right?
Yeah.
So, does the sun generate heat? Okay, would you agree that the sun is a massive object in space? Would you agree?
How would you determine that?
What do you mean, how would I determine that? I don't understand what you mean.
Well, how would you determine its
size? Is it or is it not a
massive?
Well, I mean, just use basic logic. The sun reflects light.
Walk me through it. You see the sun in the sky. You see the sun in the sky. How do you know what size it is or what medium it's in?
How do I what?
How do you know what size it is or what medium it's in?
I'm not going to answer that question because it'll lead down into a rabbit hole.
So you'll ask me the question, but you won't answer the question.
I can answer the question, but it's not going to help anything.
Tell me how you figure it out.
So you asked me. So what's gonna happen is that I'm gonna lead into a rabbit hole of the sun. It's measured by scientists, and you're gonna reject that, and I'm gonna prove it to you.
All right. So you don't know how it's measured or anything, then. So you don't know.
What do you mean I don't know? The sun is objectively a gas, a ball of gas in space, where there is no medium that produces energy as heat.
Can you show me a ball of gas? Can you show me a ball of gas in a vacuum?
Can you? So what? Okay, what is the sun? Is what I'm asking you. I have to show it to you. What?
Well, you just made a claim. I haven't made a claim. I just said what we observed. You said it's a ball of gas in a vacuum,
and you're trying to flip the script. I'm asking you the question.
Well, because you just made a claim. I didn't make a claim about it being a ball of gas.
Yeah, but it's a factual claim.
I'm asking you the question.
Show me a factual ball of gas in a vacuum?
What do you want me to show you? Do you want me to show you an image? What do you want me to show you? Because you'll just reject.
No, show me a demonstration, like a vacuum chamber with a ball of gas in it.
A vacuum chamber. So is space not a vacuum?
Well, that's what you believe, right?
I believe that space has no medium.
That's what science backs up.
Right. So show me a ball of gas in no medium. That's what you're claiming, right?
how do I? Okay, let me ask you a question then. How do I show
wait.
you?
Okay,
How do I show you? No, I can, but the thing is, I don't want to lead into a rabbit hole that will.
Well, you said you can show me. So what is it? You show me, or you can't show me?
Okay, but what do you want to see? Do you want to see an image? Do you want to see a peer-reviewed study?
Vacuum, so
like, what do you?
A ball of gas in a vacuum.
Show you a ball of gas. How can I physically show you a ball of gas?
Oh, so you can't. So you can't.
Just like how can you physically show me that the Earth is flat, right? I don't understand your point.
The horizon is flat. That's pretty obvious.
The horizon is flat. What does that mean?
It's a horizontal line, isn't it? So okay. So we confirming you can't show us a ball
lines
of gas
don't exist. You realize that, right? Lines are human constructs.
Okay, so are we moving on because you can't? So you can't show us a ball of gas in a vacuum. Are you moving on from that?
What are you? I don't understand what you're
doing here. That's what you claim the sun is. Remember, you claim the sun's a ball of gas in a vacuum. Yeah.
You're trying to make me seem like I'm making a claim when I'm trying to ask you questions.
You did make a claim. You said it's obvious. You said it's literally a ball of gas.
I did make the claim, yes, but you're not answering my question.
Okay, so are you going to show us that that's possible? A ball of gas in a vacuum?
I can give you information. I can give you many.
No,
I can give you many. But do you want calculations? What do you want?
No. I want you to show me the ball of gas in a vacuum. It's very clear.
Then why don't you show me the flat Earth? I don't understand. Can you show that to me? I'll do the same thing. I will show you. I will show you the ball of gas, right?
Okay,
but then you have to show me the flat Earth.
Okay, show me the ball of gas in a vacuum.
Oh, sorry.
No, don't jump in. He's about to show us the ball of gas in a vacuum.
Okay.
You gonna post that in the chat?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Wait, I have a quick question.
You can wait. This guy's getting his ball of gas in a vacuum. Do.
Ball of gas in a vacuum.
On my sources.
Amazing.
Can't wait to see it.
All right, give me 1 second.
I love flat Earth so much.
Oh, they're all charlatans, so it's fine.
It's okay, bro. Just find your ball of gas in a vacuum to prove your religion about the sun.
Are you assuming
there is no religion about science is not a religion, but okay.
Okay, yeah. Well, we'll decide that when you show us the science. That's not just an imaginary belief in your head.
Wait. I have a really good question.
All right. No. Here's my information.
No. Demonstration, right?
Prove your religion, bro. Just let him go ahead. You want him to do that, don't you? It's the first ever proof of the globe religion, so let him take this.
I can't even post images. How do I don't have permissions.
Why does it get so heated? I don't understand.
Who's getting heated? I'm calm.
Globe cucks are very emotional about their religion.
No one's emotional.
I wonder why everybody gets angry about this.
When you post the picture,
I can't even post the picture because I don't have permissions to.
But when you post the picture, we will recognize the vacuum in the picture, and we will recognize everything. Okay. In the picture, we will see the ball of the gas and the vacuum. Is that correct?
You look like your profile picture.
In the picture, we will see the vacuum. Are you telling that? When you we will see the vacuum. We will feel the vacuum when you post the picture of the vacuum. We will know this is the vacuum.
I don't understand what you're saying. Okay, I can use the same logic for every picture that you post about flat Earth.
Excuse me. Where's this demonstration of a ball of gas?
I just said I don't have permission. I can't.
Okay, and I said DM it. DM it. So
DM it. I didn't hear.
You guys are talking about that ball of plasma. Yeah.
In a vacuum, yeah. Let's see it.
You guys really believe you can have a ball of gas in a vacuum?
Wait, I have a question though.
Oh yes, we've all got many questions.
Here's the structure of the sun. Right? And this is why it's in a vacuum.
Wait, so are you showing us a ball of gas in a vacuum?
I just did. I showed it to you because I can't show everyone because I don't have permissions.
Can somebody post it?
Oh my goodness. Let me see this. This looks like a CGI cartoon.
It's a representation. Oh, it's a.
Oh, so it's a representation made in what?
Okay. Cut the nonsense for a second.
Yeah,
I've done what you've asked. I've done what you asked. I've done what you asked. Whether I'm wrong or not.
This is a cartoon.
Now, hold on a second.
Bro.
Hold on a second. I have done what you asked. Whether you think I'm wrong or not.
No, you haven't.
I have done what you've asked.
We have to show us a ball of gas in a vacuum.
You asked me to show you a ball of gas in a vacuum. I attempted to. Okay.
Okay. So
whether I failed or not in your worldview.
Okay, so you're agreeing you couldn't show us a ball of gas in a vacuum. So you agree you couldn't show us a ball of gas in a vacuum?
No, I don't agree, but that's what you think.
Oh, well, where in your link? Where in your
Well, I mean,
link?
Google Earth, it's a globe.
Enough of this. Show me why the Earth is flat.
No, you're not agreeing. You say you think you have shown us a ball of gas in a vacuum. So whereabouts in your link is that?
No, I'm not answering that until you answer what I'm saying because I'm done answering your stuff.
No.
You have.
Okay, so you agree you haven't provided a ball of gas.
Cyclone, you're really crappy.
Should I?
The other guy was so much better. The other guy was so much better.
It's okay, bro. I know it's painful.
No, you can actually come up with like top.
There's nothing painful. There's nothing painful.
We're just dealing with one point.
You're deflecting everything that I asked you. Can you show me how the Earth is a pizza disc? Can you show that to me? Can you
hold on? I can prove that the Earth is round.
Okay, what do you claim?
Well, I didn't make any claims. I'm just listening to your claim.
Okay, but what do you believe? Why are you asking for my claim?
What do I believe? I'm not talking about what I believe. What are you talking about?
Oh my goodness!
That's why we're having this discussion.
But this is why we're having the discussion. If you cannot tell me what you believe, then why are you having the discussion?
No, I'm speaking about what we observed, not what I believe.
So you're being arguing
about what you believe.
For what purpose?
The argument is reality. Go outside. Yeah?
What is reality then? What is reality?
It's when you go outside and you experience.
When you go outside. So the limits of human perception is reality, right? That's what reality is.
Well, human perception is what you experience, yeah?
Yes, and experience is subjective, is it
what
not?
you don't experience, what you don't experience is not
doesn't
reality.
Mean it's untrue or true. What? No.
But is that reality? Is that reality, what you don't experience?
So I don't experience the millions and trillions of cells that I'm made up of, and yet so they don't exist. Is that what you're saying? Come on, bro. Like, you don't make any sense.
You can. It was an impressive spiral. Okay, we can agree. We can agree that there's no ball of gas in a vacuum. So there goes your sun.
No, we're not agreeing on that.
No,
I'm trying to ask you a question, and you keep deflecting. Stop deflecting.
You're the one deflecting, actually, because you were on proving that a ball of gas in a vacuum is possible.
I am deflecting because I said, yes, you want me to say, oh, I can't show you a vacuum. I can't physically show you. I can't put a vacuum in my hand and show you that the sun is in a vacuum. But neither can you with anything that you have.
I didn't make the claim. You did. So
I did make the claim, and now I'm asking for what is your claim
to demonstrate it.
So why? I don't understand. Why are you being argumentative?
I know you don't understand. So we dismiss your claim that the Earth or the sun is a ball of gas in a vacuum. We dismiss that because you've got no evidence. So what else have you got?
I don't have evidence. So because I can't physically hold the sun in my hand and show you that it's in a vacuum and that space is a vacuum, that means that it's not true.
You can't show us a ball of gas in a vacuum at all. Not hold it in your hand.
Can you show me that the Earth is flat? Can you physically hold the Earth in your hand? Can you physically show me that the Earth is flat? What can you show me that proves the Earth is flat? Just like you said that I can't.
What do you mean by
prove that the sun is? What do you mean? What do I mean by flat?
Cyclone. It's in your thing. Flat Earth mod. So that's what you're fighting for. The flat Earth. Right?
He's just trolling.
Fighting? No, I'm not fighting. I'm listening.
And you're such a crappy troll too. The other guy was so much better.
You're not listening. You're being argumentative. First of all. Secondly.
Argumentative. Just asked you for evidence of your claim. You failed to provide it.
How are you not being argumentative when you're saying, "Oh, you're deflecting"? you're deflecting because
that's what you said, bro.
Because you can't prove to me that the sun is in a vacuum. How is that deflecting?
So we just debunked your claim, yeah.
Who's we? See, that's what I'm saying. You're being argumentative.
That's a tribal aspect.
Listen to you fail to provide a gas ball in a vacuum.
What?
It's all right. I mean, you make silly claims based on stories you were told. You have no evidence for it. You move on. You grow up.
Okay.
I don't think any of us are ever going to
wait. Cyclone. Do you know what the sun is?
I'll do this for a second, right? Let's just say that I'm wrong, okay? So that everyone, or at least everyone that disagrees with me, is happy. Now, let me ask the question: can you do the same thing with flat Earth? Can you show me that the Earth is flat? Can you do that?
Well, in the sense that it has no curvature, you can just go outside and observe.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
We can do that.
He basically just said the same thing, like go outside.
I can do that for you. Yeah. I can do that for you if you want.
What did you? I didn't hear what you said.
Do that, Papa.
I said I can show you flat Earth if you want.
No. I'm not. I'm talking about Cyclone. I didn't hear his response to my question.
But you ask for everyone,
he said,
or
just go outside and look at the. I don't know what the fuck he said after that.
So go outside and look at the Earth and see that it's flat. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's not moving.
No.
It's not moving, and the horizon is horizontal. Yeah, that's what you observe.
The horizon is horizontal. Can you explain why objects from a fixed? Okay, so if you're standing somewhere and an object is moving past you
Let's just
at a specific velocity.
Let's just make sure you agree with what you observe. You observe. Let's just confirm what we observe. Yeah. So we observe a horizontal horizon.
What horizontal horizon?
Observe a horizontal horizon.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Words.
Are you asking me? Do we observe a horizontal horizon? Is that what you're asking me? Hello?
Is your internet cutting out, Cyclone?
I don't know what happened to him. The definition of horizon means that where the sea meets the sky. So I don't understand what he's saying.
I think
he's gone.
The sky apparently meets the sea. I think Cyclone's back.
He's back.
All right. So yeah, we observe a horizontal line that we call the horizon, and we observe that the surface is motionless. You understand that? You've noticed?
What? What are you? The surface is motionless. That's what you're claiming.
Well, that's what we experience. Yeah,
that's what we experience. So
that's
then,
what we experience. Yeah.
So if the surface is motionless and we don't feel it, according to you, then how can we calculate that the Earth
everyone. Oh wait. Do you feel
who's
the
everyone?
Earth moving? Do you feel the Earth moving?
You're talking about relative motion.
No,
you don't. Okay, so you experience it as motionless.
It's the same as traveling 70
just because you experience something is motionless doesn't mean that it's not in motion.
It is motionless, but you believe it's in motion. Yeah.
With that logic, I could say that the millions of cells that are in motion in my body right now, I don't experience it, but yet they're moving.
No. Right. Okay, but without deflecting to the human body, you're agreeing that you experience a motionless Earth, but you believe it's in motion. Yeah?
No, I agree that because of our perception, we don't feel the motion of the Earth moving, as you claim.
Yeah. Yes. So you experience,
but that doesn't mean that but that doesn't mean that it's motionless.
You believe it's in motion. Exactly what I said.
Why you will exclude that? Exclude that possibility?
May I chime in here? What we're talking about is relative motion. If you're traveling 70 miles an hour in a car,
yeah, that's not analogous.
You don't experience.
He's trolling.
It's the same as if you're traveling 70 miles an hour.
It's not the same as being in a car. No, it's not the same as traveling in a linear path in a car.
So it is.
No, do you not know the globe is going in elliptical orbits and spinning in circular motion? Is that what the car does?
Let me I guess fully explain it a little bit. So when you're
it's
traveling,
okay. No, we know the story. We know the religion. We know your belief. We're talking about direct experience.
So can I explain it?
We're talking about direct
experience is absolute.
We don't care about you telling us the story that we were already told. We care about proof.
Right, and so I'm trying to explain that. If I could explain it without being interrupted.
How theoretically you wouldn't feel some motion. Therefore, the Earth is a ball that is in motion. That's not logical.
Well, so can I explain it without being interrupted?
No, okay, because we understand that we don't detect any motion. So skip to how we don't detect any motion, but you know there's motion. Explain that.
If you're in constant motion, you don't feel the constant motion. That's how it
Well,
works.
The globe
it's called relative motion.
He's trolling.
Relative motion.
He's trolling.
It's not claimed to be in constant motion.
So if you're in constant motion, you don't feel the
right, but the globe
motion.
isn't. The globe isn't. The globe is an elliptical orbit.
It is in constant motion.
Prove it.
It is in constant motion.
Circular motion is acceleration. So there's acceleration and deceleration.
Prove it.
According to the globe religion.
Right.
Yeah, that's your globe religion. If you don't understand
globe religion. My globe religion. So what? So
yes,
what?
Your globe religion,
what
bro.
religion do you subscribe to that?
I'm not preaching a religion. I'm not preaching a religion.
You're not, but you're definitely disagreeable.
We're talking. If you disagree with observable reality, maybe I'm just talking about observable reality.
I disagree with that. Experiences are not absolute, like you're claiming indirectly.
Yeah, you don't believe your experience. You believe what you've been told.
No. That's
yeah, because you've never experienced a spinning ball Earth. Bro.
So mathematics. So mathematics, and science are all liars. Everything is a lie, right?
That's a nonsense statement.
All of it.
No, that's a nonsense statement. No, your experience of reality, that's not a lie. That's just your experience of reality.
It's not what I asked you.
Can you find one mathematician or scientist which proved the Earth rotation? Because you're claiming them. There is a mathematician. Why would they lie? Blah, blah, blah. Can you point it and say, this one proved the rotation of the Earth? It was John Smith, 1978. Can you do like this? Can you do like this, please?
Yeah,
please.
Name the person and the scientific experiment that proved the Earth is in motion. Let's go.
Okay. Could you name a scientist that prove it?
No. Don't flip it. Don't flip it.
No, the burden of proof is on you. The burden of proof is on you.
This is his
the burden of proof is on you.
You just said science and maths, right? So show us the maths and the scientist and the experiment that proved it.
Can you show the opposite?
No. Because you made the claim. Scientists
you're
are lying.
making the claim. You're making the claim that it's not true.
You've jumped in.
I will give you a scientific experiment.
Can't prove
right
negative.
Now.
Yeah, that's the scientific experiment. The scientist. Let's go.
So experiments are wrong. Is that what you're saying?
Well, which one? Which scientist? Which experiment?
Foucault experiment.
Okay, what did he do?
I'm about to send it right now.
Well,
put it in channel chat. Put it in channel chat, please.
Yeah. You can tell us all about it.
Yep. Give me 1 second.
Is it about Foucault pendulum, maybe?
Yeah, he's about to explain to us the Foucault's pendulum and how that proves that he's moving and spinning a million miles an hour.
That thing attached.
We're not moving at a million miles an hour, but okay.
Oh, are you not? Okay, so you don't believe in the globe religion. Welcome to flat Earth, I guess.
But that's not. That's nobody claims that we move at a million miles an hour. There's
they don't claim that we're facing the sun, and the sun is going around the center of the galaxy, which is moving over a million miles an hour.
I don't know what you're saying. I couldn't
hear you. Yeah, I know you don't, because you guys don't understand.
No. I literally couldn't hear you. I didn't hear what you said. Something about galaxy.
To be more specific,
of the Earth include a million miles an hour.
Can you please speak up? I cannot understand what you're saying.
To be more specific, it's we're
the globe religion claims that the Earth is moving at over miles an hour. So, I mean, if you don't know that,
we don't.
You need to research your own globe religion.
No, what? No, we don't.
To be more specific, old Hoss Rockborn posted
It's not a million miles an hour.
But he posted a GIF in chat about more specifically what.
It's not a million miles an hour. Okay, let's hear exactly how fast
the sun
you're
is
going.
moving, rotating around it.
Because the Earth is traveling through the galaxy, right? And the galaxy is supposed to be moving, isn't it?
Or GIF, not me.
The Earth. We're talking about the rotation of the Earth. That's what we're talking about.
No, we're talking about the motion of the Earth.
The motion of the Earth.
It's not just one motion, is it?
So then you think that the Earth is fixed in some, and I don't know what you think that is
so
beyond
have you
Earth.
guys given up on proving the motion? Then have you guys given up on that?
No, Cyclone.
Well, I can't prove you wrong if you just keep
you
just using
you
were
my own logic.
going to provide us a scientific experiment and all the proofs.
I mean, I can give it to you, but it's not going to do anything because you're just going to deny it.
Well, why don't you just explain it to us?
Observing is absolute.
Explain it to us if you understand it.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want me to go in detail, or do you want me to summarize
stop jumping in. This guy's trying to explain how the pendulum proves that he's moving at thousands of miles an hour.
That's not what my okay.
Well, that's what you said. You said the scientists proved the motion, so that's what you're trying to prove.
I want one second.
No, stop interrupting. Stop interrupting. Zone,
it's a clarifying question.
This guy is trying to prove his scientific proof of the motion of the Earth. Stop jumping in.
I apologize. Don't mute me. I apologize.
Let me send my sources before I explain it.
Yep. But I'm going to listen to your explanation because this is something that you've claimed.
Mm-hmm.
If you're just going to send a link that you haven't read and don't understand, I wouldn't waste your time. Just say you don't know.
Or
I'm going to pop on mute for a minute, and when I come back, I'll check in.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Then I can ask Shinny Yuko, I think.
Going on.
Is he, to clarify, is he talking about the rotational velocity of Earth? Or
to be honest with you, I have no idea what he's talking about. It seems like he's just deflecting everything I claim and says that personal experience is absolute.
You can pick and choose whichever motion you want. Prove any of the motion.
Well, I could ask you, Cyclone. Are we speaking about rotational velocity of Earth? It's spinning. Or are we talking about it rotating around the sun? Which one were we talking about? Just to clarify, I'm not arguing.
We were talking about just the motion in general. You can pick whichever one you want.
Okay, pick. Okay.
But you'd need to prove all of them for it to be true. But you can't prove any of them, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that's all I was asking. I apologize for interrupting earlier. I was just trying to clarify that.
Let's see how focal pendulum proved the rotation. Let's see that.
Is Cyclone still here? Oh yeah, he is. My bad. Nope, he's there.
Same link? No, it's not.
So it sounds like the main globe proof is explain this. Explain seasons. Prove a flat Earth. That it?
I'll answer you once I finish writing my summary of it, because I like to be prepared over these things.
Maybe because the sphere is a fact, and other things you need to prove.
Just have patience.
Well, whatever you're preparing, it's not proof because we already checked. It's not a sphere. But
how do you check? By subjective experience?
This was the very first thing that I talked about with you, which was the surface properties of water. You know, the natural behavior of water, the physics.
The surface properties of water encompass. They obey anything it encompasses. Water has volume. It becomes any volume.
Word salad. I'm talking about the surface. I'm not talking about it taking the shape of a container. I'm talking about the horizontal surface it takes when it's
water is not, but it doesn't have a fixed horizontal surface. That's what you don't understand.
Oh, really?
Water yes, it doesn't.
Oh, really?
It becomes the shape of anything that it's within.
Okay, you're once again not talking about the surface. The body of water will take the shape of its container. Its surface will be flat. Yeah.
So sure. So what does that mean then?
Well,
it means the surface is flat.
Yeah, balls don't have flat.
So because water is flat.
Yes.
Then the Earth is flat.
Well, it's not a globe. It's not a globe because a globe would have a
How much of water we have on the Earth?
Hold on, a globe would have a curved surface. Yeah. not a horizontal flat one like the water that's said to cover 71% of this ball, right? So that's completely nonsensical. Balls have curved surfaces, yet they're saying this ball is 71% covered in water, which takes a flat horizontal surface. You can't have both.
Wait.
Got it?
Wait.
Why does it take a flat horizontal surface? Does something hold it? Like,
doesn't matter why. All that matters is that it's
like, for instance, gravity, maybe?
It doesn't matter.
What holds it in there?
Your argument is that gravity makes the Earth flat. All right, whatever you want to go with.
Yeah, we can accept that. If you want to believe that it's gravity that makes Earth flat, that's okay. Welcome to flat
Earth. Kindergarten. Before I mute again, do you not believe that 71% of the Earth is covered in water? I'm curious. I'm not trying to argue. I'm just curious if you believe it.
That's the claim. That's the mainstream claim.
I'm sure if he believes it.
You have a 71% flat globe, basically. Yeah. Make that make sense.
I'm just asking if you believe
it wasn't his claim. I mean, it doesn't matter. We're talking about how we know the globe model is obviously incorrect, and the globe model says it's about 70% water.
Let's say that it's 48%. That is not 71.
Yeah. You got a half flat ball, half ball now? Come on, guys. This is remedial. This is childish. Can we get an actual attempt to prove that the Earth is a ball that spins?
I'm attempting it right now. I'm just writing it down.
Can you give me an actual attempt that it's a flying saucer just floating throughout space with no physical properties, no physics, no identification?
No one's claiming that. Calm down.
Is it any
Think about your
possibility that
idea.
water?
What is beyond? Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Is it any possibility that water, when it's a 6 level, when it's how to say? Sorry, because of English, it's not so easy. Is it possible that could be flat? Because if it's curving, if you believe that it's curving, that's what we are observing, what it's doing. And now we realize that water doesn't curve. What we know, everybody knows that. And what we will do now? Now we'll discuss about gravity, and we know that water it doesn't curve.
Okay, I've sent my summary. Would you like me to read it out loud?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. The Foucault pendulum experiment demonstrates the Earth's rotation. A freely swinging pendulum's plane of oscillation appears to rotate over time due to the Earth's rotation underneath it. This effect is more pronounced near the poles and is absent at the equator. The Foucault pendulum provides evidence against the flat Earth. Hold on a second.
Just very quickly, are you assuming the Earth's rotation in this?
Yes, that's the whole claim that I'm making.
If you're assuming it, how are you proving it?
But let me finish what I wrote down.
Okay.
The Foucault pendulum provides evidence against the flat Earth because its observed rotation aligns with the Earth's rotation. The changing orientation of the pendulum over time is consistent with the spherical Earth's rotation, supporting the scientific understanding of the Earth's shape. If the Earth were flat, the pendulum's behavior would differ, but its observed rotation matches the expectations based on a rotating spherical Earth. Now, this next paragraph is the most important one. The Foucault pendulum aligns with the Earth's rotation due to the conservation of angular momentum. As the Earth rotates, the plane of oscillation of the pendulum remains fixed in space while the Earth rotates beneath it. Near the poles, this is the main sentence right here. Near the poles, where the rotation is more apparent, the pendulum's plane appears to rotate clockwise or counterclockwise, depending on the hemisphere. This effect is absent at the equator, where the rotation is perpendicular to the pendulum swing. The observed rotation corresponds to the expected behavior on a spherical Earth, supporting the idea that the Earth is not flat.
Oh.
Does that make sense to you?
Listen.
Right.
I agree with you.
I posted an example of this as well.
Wait, guys.
So let him say his nonsense.
So we need to address the fact that you just said you assume the Earth's rotation in this.
It's not assumed.
Yes, because that's what the experiment proposes. So it is assumed.
Right. Yeah,
so
it
doesn't assume it.
Different.
So it is assumed.
Before even all that, man, like So obviously, you're gonna come in here with a bias. Obviously, yeah, the Earth is a sphere. Everything that I read, everything that I Google, everything that I see is the standard, obvious, no dub position, right? But you didn't even think about the fact that you've never actually witnessed anything maintain angular acceleration without actually being attached. You know what
You
that's
witnessed a
like.
flat Earth.
So
You know what that's.
Have you
You
witnessed
know
a
what
flat
that's like.
Earth?
subjectivity.
No,
So
but here's
subjectivity is
listen.
absolute.
Exactly.
All of
Shut
a
up. The
sudden,
argument's
all of a
stupid.
sudden, I challenge a premise, something that you parroted that you believe, and instead of
You're
addressing
parroting flat
me,
Earth theories that have no basis and no support.
see what I'm saying? Instead of addressing me, which I took the time to address what you believe right now, because we can talk about the flat Earth. I guarantee you don't want to, but right now we're talking about
How would we be
angular
here if we wouldn't want to?
momentum and conserving it. And I'm like, how the fuck do you do that? No one's ever witnessed that, because what you're essentially describing is like something like a yo-yo with a string, and you have the string and you're swinging the yo-yo and you snip the string, but the yo-yo continues to remain in rotation. You've never seen anything like that in your entire life, but you believe it because you have an image in your mind that that's what's happening.
But yet the experiment itself proves it. Like that's an observation itself. So I don't understand what you're saying. Read the sentence, the paragraph I just posted.
Yeah, I read it all. There's no experiment.
There's no experiment. Are you out of your mind? That's not an experiment.
They said we go to another location and we do something. I mean, that's not
Yeah,
proving to you that what you believe in totality is what's actually happening. So you go to some other location on Earth, and because you went to that location and witnessed something, therefore you're on a globe that happens to have other things that maintain angular acceleration. So you have to make the inference instead of actually experiencing it and witnessing it. That's what we call a belief system.
So
Yeah, he already said it's an assumption.
because it's not subjective, and so let's just say that
Well,
I'll make it.
that's
I'll
exactly
dumb
what
it down.
is.
I'll dumb it down. Okay, let's say that we had one scientist on the opposite because on the opposite poles, right? And they did this experiment. One has a walkie-talkie telling the other scientist. I'm just giving you a
Has anyone done that?
oversimplified. I'm giving you an oversimplified example. I don't know if anyone's
But if
done
no
it.
one's done that, how could you say that?
Oh my goodness. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Look,
So
bro,
let's
it's
say
just like you asking me if I were to go to space and see the Earth as a globe, would I accept it? You're saying, okay, well, if you have somebody at one pole and another pole, first of all, you're assuming that there are two poles. But anyway, you have one pole and another pole, and you're like, well, if there was a scientist on one end of the globe and the other end of the globe, doesn't that mean it's a globe? No shit. But how do you validate your argument?
I don't understand what you're trying to get at here.
Well, you're begging the question, bro. Ultimately, and I'm trying to get you to understand that without like. Because
So what if a scientist witnessed okay, let me ask you this. So if a scientist goes into space and they see that the Earth is a globe with their own eyes, are they liars?
Isn't that the first example I gave?
I understand that. That's why I'm bringing it up.
That's an argument from imagination.
Right?
It's imagination. So then that.
But you did hear my answer, right? Because I did answer that question, right?
What is your point?
That I answered that question. At
which one?
That's my point. You repeated something that I already answered.
Because I have not physically observed the Earth being a globe.
My point is that you just tried to give me an example. I gave you the example that shows.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up. That's why I said that. I don't understand.
Yeah, but it's ridiculous because you don't know.
How is it ridiculous?
Because again, that's like me saying, well, you know what? If I brought you, see, it's crazy. I can't even make the example because everything
you
that
can
I would
make
be
Elijah.
describing.
I can help you.
Yeah, what I'm saying is everything that I would describe would actually be reality. So, for example, if I was to take you up like to a high mountain and show you that everywhere that you see is flat as far as you can see, you're gonna be like, yeah, well, duh, but you're not supposed to see curvature left to right. Okay, but that's what we see.
Well,
but I don't
it's like
understand. I
you're
don't
supposed to
understand your
accept that
point.
the Earth is flat because I said that, and because you see that,
uh,
and because
let
you see
So
what
then,
I'm
so then,
describing.
okay. So then,
It
since
goes
you
much
say that,
further than that, dog.
then what are you? So then, what? I don't understand what position you're arguing. Then, why are you even saying that?
You want to? Do you really want to know?
Yeah, I do, genuinely.
Separate from anything that you've said so far, or just
Okay. So then,
no,
what
I'm
is your
asking you.
position?
Do you want me to? Do you want to know my position against your point, or just in general?
Just in general.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a true dichotomy. Either it's a straight surface or it's a curved surface.
So the Earth, the Earth is either a straight or curved surface. That's what you're telling me.
That's a dichotomy, isn't it?
It cannot be spherical. That's what you're saying.
Listen. What I'm saying is, it's either some sort of geometric shape with a horizontal plane, or it's a globe with no horizontal plane.
Let's.
Well, that excludes gravity, then, wouldn't it? If for the latter,
Again, what is my argument? My argument is either the Earth is curving or
I
it's
said
not.
for the
I could give a fuck
latter.
about
For the
gravity.
latter. So then, okay.
Why you don't listening to his position?
Yeah, that's the thing. You asked me, and and I'm telling you. So instead of offering
what?
up a non sequitur, is a point that has nothing to do with the premise. My premise.
I was just asking you another
My
question. I
premise
wasn't making any
being.
other points.
My premise being. My premise being either it's a curving surface or it's not a curving surface. That's as simple and as rudimentary as I can make it. So we would have to then come up with some sort of epistemology to figure out whether it's curving or it's not. You have tons of straight standards, lasers, for example. Then you can take the assumptions of the globe and try to validate that, like 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height will give you the obstruction known as the horizon. They'll give you that distance. So they say. You can Google that just like you Googled the article that you read to me. But guess what? When you actually go to validate that that's the case, it's not the case. And the only way you'll know that is if you actually challenge what I'm saying versus responding with non sequiturs like, what about space? What about underneath? What about gravity? What about
So,
this? What about
responding, questioning you is a non sequitur. That's what you're telling me. I'm just questioning you. That's all I'm doing.
You know what a non sequitur is?
You just told me.
Okay, so if I'm saying my argument is either the surface is flat or it's not, and you say something outside of that, and that's a non sequitur, you're taking that to mean that I'm telling you that you can't ask me questions?
He's telling you it's a globe. It's not outside of the parameters.
Oh, they're trying to save him now. Oof.
No, the Earth is.
I don't need to be saved. I don't know what you're saying.
Okay, so just answer. So then just let's continue the conversation. So is it a
we're
true
having
dichotomy? Is it a true dichotomy, yes or no?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Oh, okay.
How would I know?
Yes, it's either flat.
You're making the claim. You're making the claim, or that's what you believe, right? It's either a true dichotomy.
I'm not making a claim. I'm telling you that there's only two options. You live on the globe, and you have and there are geometric consequences to that, or it's just a plane. Because we already observed nobody.
What I asked you is, how is there geometrical consequences?
Okay, I just told you 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height will give you the distance to what they call the geometric obstruction known as the horizon. I just told you.
Okay. I will look into that because I have to validate what you're saying.
We already argued about this earlier. It doesn't take into the curvature of the Earth.
Look, your boy is not helping you out because now I'm feeling.
I don't know him, so I don't know what your point is.
Okay, my bad.
I don't know any of these people.
I feel like you're genuine, and whenever somebody comes across information and they're actually, I don't know what the fuck you just said. I'm not about to be like, oh, you don't know. This is important shit. The reason that I'm here in this room is because someone told me what I'm telling you. All yous need to go and do is just verify what I'm talking about. Either I'm lying or I'm telling the truth. Then you have to figure out how much significance what I told you holds.
So let me because I'm not going to do it right now, but let me say what you said again so I can write it down so I don't make any mistakes in what I research.
Are you going to write it down verbatim?
Yeah, verbatim, yeah.
Okay, here's my argument. Are you ready?
Go ahead.
It's a logical consistency argument. It's called modus tollens.
How do you spell that?
MODUS TOLLENS. So it's basically logic in the form of if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Very simple stuff. So here's the argument. Or do you need me to repeat that?
No. I heard you. You said it's a logical consistency argument, and that is called the modus tollens argument. That's what you said.
Great. Okay. So
go ahead.
If P, if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3950.
Wait, hold on. I missed that. I couldn't. You sounded quiet for a second. Say if P is what?
If P, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then Q, every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Not Q, every horizon distance isn't 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, not P. The Earth isn't a sphere. So that's the argument. But before you're even concerned with that and what all of that means, you should just validate that what I said is even true in the first place.
The modus tollens argument.
Well, modus tollens is solid. That's logical consistency. That's just that's just a method. It's a standard. The argument itself that I'm putting inside the modus tollens, you have to figure out whether there is a geometric horizon, whether there's a distance, because obviously people are saying boats are going beyond it. So what are they saying? What's the actual brass tacks claim with the math and the numbers behind it? I'm telling you. So when you get the numbers and then you get the estimations for, well, how far should I be seeing the horizon? And you go out and test that and you figure out, holy shit, the horizon is nowhere near where the fuck they claim it is. Because the horizon is supposed to be something like a building. You have a building, you don't see beyond it. The building is in front of your line of sight. It's obstructing whatever's beyond it. That's what the horizon on a globe is. You have a horizon, and the horizon symbolizes where the sky and the earth meet, except the earth is curving, and so beyond that horizon, the rest of the earth is curving away from you and wrapping back around to your feet on the other side. So it has to be at a specific distance. So the question is it? I'm telling you, no, it's not.
Okay.
Can I see New York from the Rockies if the Earth is flat?
Why would you?
Because the Earth's flat.
Why would you?
Because they're really giant skyscrapers. The Earth is flat, and I'm at like one of the highest peaks in America.
What does the topography or the orientation of the Earth have to do with your how far or your ability to resolve? Because you do know that your eyes have a resolvable limit, and you do know that every eyeglass equipment, binoculars, whatever it is, those also have.
Oh, so you say there's like a rendering distance for your eyeballs?
Limit. Not only do they have an optical limit, do you know that the meteorologist on the weather station tells you how far you can see that day because of the atmosphere, because of its opacity?
Because things getting in the way of it, cutting it shorter than what it actually normally is.
You can buy like a $300 telescope from like Walmart per se,
and see the fucking moon.
Saturn. You can see Saturn,
Okay, but you're
pretty
talking
large,
about Saturn.
but you can't see
Britain.
Okay, no, hang on, Zone. So okay, so what is? I need your honest.
No, do you agree with?
No, you said your point. Now let me refute it. Okay, so stop.
How the fuck are you gonna refute not being able to see through?
Because you said there's a distance that you can see things, so I'm gonna refute that, right? Because
what are you gonna refute? Repeat it.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you a question, right? I want you to answer.
No, what are you refuting? Don't ask me a question.
I'm refuting your point. I'm refuting what you said. You basically said that because we can't see that far, the Earth should be flat. That's essentially
what I said. Was you want a chance to respond to what I actually said? Because that would be the strongest argument.
Say it again so I can say the exact same thing I'm going to say. Go ahead.
A straw man is when someone else
misrepresent your argument. No, it's when they misrepresent your argument so they can not
I'm
get
not
the point.
misrepresenting you, though. I asked you if you wanted another shot to hear what I was saying.
I heard what you said loud and clear.
So then why did you say before you straw man me? Why'd you say that?
Is exactly what you're going to say. Okay, you're getting off topic. Just say what the fuck you're going to say, and then I'm going to respond to it.
Okay, so
just say it, please. Like, you're just gaslighting me.
All optical equipment has, wait for it, a resolvable limit, which means you can't see an infinite distance. That's not how optics works.
Okay, before you elaborate on any other nonsensical gibberish, let me respond to that specifically like I was going to. Mm-hmm. Right? We have an optical limit, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, what is further away, New York or Jupiter?
I don't know the distance to Jupiter. I don't have a space religion.
Well, you don't need the logical distance because we can infer
hold on.
In a normal logical sense that Saturn is further.
Just relax.
Can I speak? I don't interrupt you. I let you talk.
But so you just want to dump for the next.
He's making a point. He's making a point. So we're gonna shut him up.
What do I call you? Let's be real. Is that what your name is?
No, he's making a point about isn't Saturn farther than?
That's not my point. My point is that you're saying that there's a limit. You're saying that I can't. You're saying that you can't see New York from Mount Everest because there's a limit to how far you can see. In a flat Earth, if I was on the tallest peak of on planet Earth,
I was at the tallest peak.
I would not be within my visible optical limit because I can see objects that are farther than that.
I heard you the very first
time. So what is your point? You're just saying random shit.
I'm telling you. So okay. So now what you have to do is actually listen. Okay. So if I'm telling you that all optics have a limit of resolution, the first thing you should be saying instead of that's bullshit is validating or getting me to validate what I'm saying. Because it's true. You and I both know.
I don't deal in debate semantics. You and I both know. I'm dealing in logic. Okay, it's the difference between me and you.
Okay, great.
You're dealing in semantics and bullshit and wordplay. I'm dealing in logic.
First of all, semantics are the meaning of words, so that's very important. Second of all,
that's the why I said it.
Okay, great. Yeah. Second of all, I'm talking about logic too. Third, because I was talking about the logical syllogism that I just gave you, or
your main argument that you were just telling the other guy is a propositional argument. It's a propositional.
Okay.
I watched a guy on TikTok use that propositional argument to say atheism is child abuse. How fucking idiotic does that sound?
Okay.
It's a stupid argument.
Okay, but atheism is child abuse is obviously something very different than an objective claim.
Yeah, but he uses the same premises to reach the same. He uses the same premises.
Stop. Why are you? I don't want these guys to have to mute you. I don't want to tell the moderators to mute you because I'm hearing what you're saying and I'm trying to respond. So there's a very big difference between someone talking about something subjective like social studies and what people believe in, and somebody making a claim, a geometric claim specifically. I can't sit here and explain to you all day how big of a difference there is, because the only reason you said someone came up with this atheist logical syllogism, all you're doing is trying to delegitimize what a logical syllogism is. No, it's valid. Like I said, you can go check out the information that I gave you. Like I said, I don't understand why you're sitting here trying to argue against what a logical syllogism is by telling me that someone else used some dumbass subjective argument. You don't even know if they used it correctly or not. You just fucking Anyway,
they use it the same way.
Back to the main point. So you and I both know that you can't see a fly 5 blocks away, but you can see it right in front of your eyes. So let's take a brick. Let's take a row of bricks. You can see the row of bricks, right? Now, if I move the layer of bricks 5 blocks away, you might not be able to see it. I give you some binoculars, you're going to now be able to resolve the bricks. Now, if I move them out 2 miles, 10 miles, you're not going to be able to see those bricks. But if I build more bricks on top of them, you will be able to see those, but you won't be able to resolve the ones that you couldn't see initially. So all I'm saying to you is there is a resolution limit, and it has to do with distance, and it has to do with apparent sizes. So when I talk about the reason you can't see New York from Mount Everest, well, what's the distance? What's the apparent size? And would you be able to resolve it from that distance? This is all math that you can actually do versus just telling me I'm stupid.
Yeah, considering you can go and
what is your name, bro? Your name is Elijah? Is that what I should call you? Let's be real. For real?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Is this what you're saying? I'm gonna post it in chat. I think this is what you're talking about right here.
So since unless
is this what you're talking about right here?
Hang on, Shin, can I finish my point, please?
I'm not really looking. I'm just listening.
So unless mileage meters and cars are fake, if we can fly at a distance that's greater than the amount of distance it is from this mountain to this place, right? Why, if we can actually visually see that distance whenever we're in an airplane? Why can't we see it when we're on the mountain? That's what I'm really curious about. You know what I mean? Because we can already establish that. Since we already established that, like, okay, let's say, and I'm gonna use made up numbers here, but if you take it for what it is, it'll make sense. So try not to use the made up numbers as a reason to like deduce my argument into nothing.
All of this is inconsequential.
But let's say I'm flying 1,000 miles in the air, right? And I'm like relatively around the New York area, and I can see New York because I'm flying 1,000 miles in the air, right? But I'm 500 miles away on a mountain, right, which is obviously much lower than what an airplane would be, and I no longer can see New York City. Why would you say that is?
The angle of view is too limited. The higher
What's
you
the angle
go,
of view, and how does it limit there?
The higher you go, the more you can see. That's why.
Why though? But you're also already on a mountain, which is the tallest surface.
And started talking.
Okay, and before you go into it, well, I just feel like I'm being misunderstood, so I want to make sure before you go into it.
Understand what it is you truly want answered, and I'm trying to get you there, but you're not trying to go with me.
Hear me out before you go into that, though, because I feel like what I'm saying is being misunderstood.
It's not being misunderstood.
You're saying the angle of view.
You're at 1,000 feet, you can see. But at 500 feet, when you're on the mountain, you can't see.
Oh, no, see, you're misunderstanding. No, I'm saying 1,000 miles in the air, distance, equidistance, right?
That.
I'm 1,000 miles away. I'm not. Whenever I'm on a mountain, I'm not 500 miles in the air. I'm saying I'm 500 miles from the city. I'm not 500 miles in the air. When I'm on the mountain, I'm 500. That's why I say you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
No, I heard
elevation.
That part. What are you talking
elevation,
about?
We're not sure of the elevation
you're not
on the
500 miles in the air.
You would understand if you shut up.
On the mountain, I already understood that.
Oh my God!
If you're 500 miles on the mountain, I understand you're not talking about 500 miles in the air, right? Obviously, I heard what you said.
Why did you say it?
You said 1,000 miles.
You started saying when you're 500 miles on a mountain, like on top of the mountain or whatever. That's what you said.
That. You said
you did. That's why I cut you off and tried correcting you.
You said that.
Hey guys, can we get a poll in here? What did he say?
It doesn't matter. Let's just
it does matter. Crit, did he or did he not say you're either he
I know what I said. We already established that. We're saying
all I said was
I
repeated what you said, and I was going to answer your question, but you stopped me because you said I don't understand.
Yeah, because you said it wrong. Because you said you were 500 miles high on the mountain.
No, you thought I was talking about 500 feet high, and you were talking about the distance.
That's what you said. Those are the words that came out of your mouth.
I said what you said.
So watch. Just clarify it.
Okay, what's
Either
this?
way,
It
that's
is
what I'm trying to, but
clarified.
he keeps
He's at a mountain
under.
peak 500 miles away from New York City. It's not that fucking hard.
Okay, then why is the angle of view a factor here when you're already on the tallest
What do
peak
you
of
mean? Why is the
anything
angle
around?
of view a factor? Because
You're
you
already
have
on
an
the target.
angular resolution limit. I just like, but again,
What is an angular resolution limit?
Listen,
and how does it affect this?
That's not even. Listen, forget.
No, don't say something and then say, "Oh, I don't feel like explaining it."
That's irrelevant. It doesn't matter anyway.
It doesn't. Then why are you saying it? Why does it apply here?
You still have.
If it's irrelevant and doesn't matter, why are you saying it?
Does anybody else think it's weird that he's talking over me so much? It's
because
quiet.
You saying random shit, bro.
I'm not saying random shit. When I brought up modus tollens, that wasn't random. When I told you my argument about level or straight, level or curve, that wasn't. I'm not just saying random shit. Everything that I'm saying, I'm trying to respond to you to get you to understand, because I don't think you're a troll yet. So I'm being genuine and responding to you when I could have just stayed at, my dude, there's no curvature. Your entire argument is null and void because the radius is null and void. That's all I really have to say to you, but I'm trying to get you to understand.
The radius of what?
See what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. You're just throwing in fucking words that just sound funny.
Not. The other guy clearly understood. Okay, you gave me the argument. I wrote it down.
Fucking angular resolution's the field of view of a fucking optical instrument. You're saying it's why I can't see far away.
Can I interject?
Bro, you have 2 points of light, right? Okay, which is how we see things because the light reaches our eye, right? So you have 2 points of light that at some unspecified distance for the sake of the argument is unresolvable, so they look like one. It just looks like one light, but it's really 2 points of light.
So why wouldn't I see a blob? I'm not saying I should be able to see the bitch on the 42nd floor of the fucking Empire State Building showering.
That's what the horizon is.
What causes horizon? Why can't I see the end of the Earth if we're on a flat Earth? If I'm on the highest point around,
it's the maximum distance.
When we're talking about really short distances, if we're talking about really short distances, what can you see when you stand
why do we
on
keep
the tallest
moving
peak
away
around
from the main? First of all,
the main point is what we're seeing when we're at different levels of elevation. That's what we're talking about, and we're not moving away from anything. We're speaking explicitly on elevation and how it affects what you can see. That's not moving away.
So you don't. You don't think that's so. So first of all, it's not a 5-hour conversation or a 5-minute conversation. Let me ask you a question. If you're at a crosswalk, apparently, does the spaces between the rectangles seem to shrink the further, like on the other side of on the other side of the crosswalk, right? If you're on one side of the street, you have the other side of the street.
Aren't you just giving me shit about shifting?
Excuse me?
Why are we talking about sidewalks now? Weren't you just giving me shit about
because
shifting
because I'm trying to get you to understand that your angle of view will change your perspective, obviously.
As it gets smaller.
With distance.
Yeah.
Angularly.
How far away can you see before something is reduced to an angular resolution that is no longer visible?
There's a mathematical equation for that. I mean,
what about when it's the size?
Arguing me down about how that's not the case. So
what about when it's the size of an entire building? How far away do you think I can see that before it's reduced?
Why do you think that a fly that's in front of your face, but if you push it to like 5 blocks away, you can't see it? But when we're talking about a massive building, you're like, I should just see that forever. So, but listen,
so you're saying that? So basically, your argument is that it's there. I can see it, but it's so small that it doesn't exist.
Let me tell you what you're missing.
Okay,
so
gotcha.
When we talk about long distance photography, we're talking about all of the Earth that you do see that you wouldn't expect to see if all the Earth was curving away from you. There's a specific number to that. There's specific formulas for that. It's not just me just saying, well, look, you can see this, you can't see. No. The point is, you're sitting here saying, why can't we see forever? And I'm just saying, well, if it was a globe with the dimensions of 3,959 miles, then I know for sure what I wouldn't expect to see with that claim.
That's a very interesting point. Do you believe that number is dynamic?
And what you don't know is that there are tons of things that we do see beyond the supposed physical limit of obstruction that should be known as the Earth curve. So now, in response to that, you're saying, why can't we see forever? How about I just say, I don't know, but it has fuck all to do with
I never said, why can't we see forever? You're completely misrepresenting what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, you're asking me, why can't you see a building from whatever indiscriminate distance?
500 miles. Pretty simple. It wasn't indiscriminate.
Because it's an angular size that you might not be able to resolve.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, so how big do you think the moon is compared to that? Why can I see craters that are on the moon?
I don't think about how big the things in the sky are because I don't have that religious belief.
You can see a fucking moon, can't you? Do you need to be religious to believe in a moon?
But it's derived from the radius of the Earth in the first instance. So I'm not focused on that because if I presumed and I beg the question and assume that the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959
there would be
miles, then I can tell
the flat Earth, then, right?
The size. See what I'm saying? It's like I'm actually responding directly to you, and it's like everything is like water off your back.
So wait, can I ask a question?
Bro, these people in this chat are like delusional as fuck. This shit
no,
is like,
it's okay. I mean, they can be. I was just asking.
I'm sorry. All I said was there's an angular limit to things. All I said was the elevation of your angle.
You're using that to completely ignore everything I asked you. The angular resolution wasn't even a factor here.
That's not
because
true.
I've already explained to you that you can visibly see this.
And I said would have to do with two factors. Probably more. One factor would be your angle of view. Another factor would be the fact that the fucking meteorologist told you can't see beyond 4 miles that day anyway, horizontally.
So
we'll take weather out of the equation. We'll take weather out of the equation. Let's pretend weather doesn't exist.
You see how he had to step on the conclusion to what I was saying again?
Because you're talking meteorology doesn't mean the Earth is flat, bro. Like you're misrepresenting my argument to make your seem factual.
That was a complete straw man right there. Because I didn't say.
Oh, you're straw manning, bro. You're gaslighting
the fuck out of me. That was a straw man because I'm not straw manning your arguments at all. You just said that I said, not even. You just responded to something that some supposition that I never made, that the meteorologist proves that the Earth is flat.
May I ask?
Hold on. Let me make the conclusion one more time about the meteorologist because he clearly missed it, thinking that I'm delusional. No, the meteorologist. All I'm saying is facts. The meteorologist is going to tell you your fucking visibility of the day because of the atmosphere, and it's not opaque.
Can I ask a question?
I just want to know what's wrong with what I just said. What's delusional about what I just said?
He's not going to be able to tell you because he was typing in the chat instead of listening to you.
No, I was listening.
So if the meteorologist tells you can't see, you
he's saying my argument about distances and altitudes is inaccurate because the weatherman said it's going to rain today. That's what he said. That's what you said.
I asked him a question.
I'm summarizing it because you.
Can somebody do something?
Yeah, we got it.
So I asked him a question. Because he keeps saying, why can't I see this from here? He made the example of being 1,000 feet in the air. He's like, but forget that. What if I'm just on a mountain 500 feet away? Well, now we're talking about looking across the Earth horizontally. So I told him, well, one factor would be the fucking air between you and New York City. And he said, no, somebody else said, well, no, he made the example of, he asked me about the distance to Saturn versus the distance to New York, insinuating that, well, if we can see however the fuck far Saturn is, shouldn't we be able to see New York? No, because you have an atmosphere that you're looking through horizontally, bro.
Okay, so basically you don't understand what I'm saying. I wasn't saying, 1,000 miles, and then I changed it to 500 miles. 1,000 miles was example A. 500 miles was example B. 1,000 miles was when I was in the airplane, 1,000 miles above the Earth's surface, and could see the object very clearly. What? Example B was when I was on a really high mountaintop, 500 miles away, but couldn't see because I was less elevated. And I was asking you why I couldn't see it, and you started going into angular resolution. That is not a factor. We're not talking about angular resolution. I don't even know if you can even see 500 miles. I'm not talking about the air. We're not talking about.
He's not gonna listen. Why do you want us to have a meaningless argument? You heard me answer your question. Don't be a woman. The air.
Yeah, at this point, it just sounds like he's trying to win an argument to actually have.
There's nothing to win. He asked the question. I keep the air.
You guys are delusional if you guys think this guy's making.
So I'm delusional because you can't see through 5 towns because I don't know. I live in New York City and New Jersey is raining, but I can see through all of that horizontally because I'm delusional. Okay.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to tell if he's making sense because every time he's talking, you're talking through him or typing in the chat. You're not even listening. So this is a you problem. You got to fix it.
There's another guy who had a question. What was?
Yeah, let's go to him because this guy's just impossible. Let's go to the other
fucking joke.
I want to go back to what Elijah told me on the modus tollus argument.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to repeat it back to you just to make sure that I'm not incorrect from what I have down here. So what you said was that the modus tollens, if P, then Q, not Q, thus not P. If Earth is a sphere,
P, then Q?
Yeah, if P, then Q, not Q, thus P. Is that right?
If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Yeah.
Okay. So then you said if Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, every physical geometric horizon can be no more than 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which is Q, correct?
Right, yep.
Okay. Horizons are more than 1.22 times the square root of the horizon, Q. Thus, not P, Earth is not a sphere. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
Okay, so then that proposes that we see the horizon way past 9.4 miles with a foot of the observer's height when the Earth, being a globe, has a radius of 3,959 miles. The max geometric horizon would only be 1.22 miles, and then we can observe that it is it's about like 7 times farther than that. Is that right? Something like that.
It's just not obstructing the distance that it's supposed to be obstructing. Yes,
but I'm correct, right?
I don't know where the horizon is specifically, but we can go with for the sake of whatever.
Okay, well, it seems that would imply, with the assumption that light functions in straight lines and it doesn't refract.
Well, light does travel in straight lines until
what?
I guess it changes angle because of something
because of refraction. That's what refraction is.
Well, of course,
is it not?
Yeah. Because refraction is when you have two mediums and light passes from one medium to another through that boundary between the two mediums. So I understand.
The point what I'm about to bring up is that
I understand that there's rhetoric online that would say, well, actually light bends through the atmosphere, but that's got nothing. Okay, so let me propose this to you before you go off on the tangent.
I'm not going to go off on any tangent, but okay.
All right, well then I'll give you a chance because I won't forget what I'm going to say. Go on.
So here's what I've seen. So so since you made that claim, you can't see where the geometric horizon is because of the light refraction. Saying that the apparent horizon isn't where the geometric horizon is makes the Earth, quote unquote, flat, or the other options that you said doesn't make sense. Also,
well, it means that the Earth is not a sphere specifically.
Yeah, the argument assumes that light always travels in perfectly straight lines, though. That's what the argument assumes.
No, it assumes the geometry of the Earth the geometric nature of the Earth.
But it's apparent to the observer though. That's what it says.
Not everything is apparent to the observer, bro.
Right.
So do you want me to go into my little preamble before you? Because I understand what you're reading, and I get it. Give me a chance to make an example that will show you.
I just want to say one more thing, and then I'll let you go. Just one more thing. So that equation doesn't account for the hidden height, nor does it have a variable target for height. It only approximates the distance to the horizon based on the observer height. Is that not true?
Yeah.
That's where the fatal flaw is.
No, there's no flaw there, because
How so?
a hidden height is going to be with respect to the distance to the horizon. So the distance horizon is always going to be the first, foremost, and primary concern, because everything else is in relation to that. Do you disagree?
Yeah, one more time, just so I'm 100% clear.
If something is hidden beyond the horizon, then that has to do with where the horizon is for you to say, well, this much is obstructed by the horizon. It's this low from your angle of view.
But doesn't that still imply that light travels in straight lines if you can see where the horizon is, the proposed distance of the horizon?
Listen,
that would imply that light
argument
is straight.
about light bending or going in straight line. That's not a real
But
argument.
the statement that you made basically assumes that light travels in straight lines.
No, the statement that I made is the geometric argument that is made, that I didn't make. It's just a claim. Now, if you want to throw the claim out, then there's no globe argument. Like, because basically what you're offering me right now is an ad hoc. So basically, because what you don't know is that prior to 2020, everybody said that the horizon was geometric. No one was saying, well, the reason that it's not really where it is because of, do you know of refraction? Like, no one was saying that. They were slam dunking us with the horizon being geometric and these things being hidden because the horizon distance is this far. They said, look, it doesn't bend left to right. You can't see left to right, but it does bend, forwards and back, for lack of better words right now. And that bending, the crest of that hill, that's Sagitta, or the top of that sphere that you're supposed to see, is a physical distance. That has nothing to do with light bending
But
or not
my
bending.
question is, can you see the geometric horizon? That's what I'm asking, because the apparent horizon and the geometric horizon would be separate if light refracts. Would it not?
If you
How
look
so?
if you look up National Geographic, the apparent horizon is the geometric horizon. Everybody knows that the
Can you send me a source?
Horizon.
How is the apparent horizon the same as geometric? I've never heard of that.
Because everything is apparent. You can't separate it. But
what do you mean everything is apparent? That doesn't make any sense.
On the globe. Okay, tell me what's not apparent when your eyes are open.
No. So okay.
So that's what I mean.
What I'm saying is perception is limited,
so they're trying to make a distinction.
Like you said, optical resolution. Like you said before, optical resolution is limited. Is it not?
Yeah, but what
human eyes can be wrong. So the apparent horizon
just stop
is not the geometric horizon.
Just stop.
Because of refraction.
Let me tell you how ridiculous this sounds.
Go ahead.
I'm looking at my neighbor's house. It's a specific distance.
Correct.
That's it. There's nothing about light that's going to change the way. So there's a tree behind that house that I can't see the base of because the house is in front of it. Do you
understand?
Why don't you understand that?
Because what does that have to do with a horizon where the sea meets the sky?
Okay,
that's what I'm asking you.
Can things be beyond the horizon? Behind the horizon? That's what you believe, right?
The horizon is not a quantifiable thing. It is a. It's just a term.
That's actually the claim. But you're fighting that claim right now. That's what we're trying to figure out. That's fine because you're trying to figure out, well, what's this other argument about light and all of that, yada yada yada. Believe me, I know the argument about refraction and Andrew Thomas Young very well, because that's where all these other parroters on YouTube get it from. You can actually call the man yourself, have a good conversation with him, all right? But I'm telling you what you think. You listen. What
I'm
you
just trying to
have,
understand. That's all
you
I'm
have the
doing.
horizon, and you have Glober saying that boats disappear beyond the horizon. Yes or no?
Because yes, yeah.
Okay, so the other guy was
Phoebe,
insane. I can't see New York from the mountain because why? Because Earth curve, right? Because beyond the horizon, New York is probably curved at an angle that I can't see. Yes or no? This is what we're talking about ultimately, right?
So okay, if I say
No,
yes, are you?
no,
Hold on,
no,
hold on, hold on,
no,
hold on.
no,
Let me
no.
say something real quick.
We can't go forward. Either you understand what I said or you don't.
No, I understand. Oh no,
Okay, so let me.
I thought you were
So
asking
now
if
let
I
me
agree
tie
with
in.
you.
So let me
Yeah, I
tie in
understand
my
what you said.
example then. So let me tie my example into that. So you have the house, which is a specific geometric distance, and then you
Right.
have the tree behind it. That is also a geometric distance that happens to be beyond where the house is. You understand that?
Yes. So what is
Okay.
your point?
So 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will give you the distance to the house. My bad. The horizon. And then the hidden would be everything like the tree that is beyond that. Do you understand? Do you
Somewhat, but I don't
understand?
understand how that applies to.
Well, so is 1.2 miles a very far distance?
Depends on your perspective, I suppose.
What do
Honestly,
you mean your perspective? If you have a
depends
pair
on
of
how.
binoculars at the beach, you can
It
see a boat
depends on
3 miles.
Well, it depends
Excuse
on
me.
what you
Don't make it
consider
harder
far.
than say depends bullshit. Listen, if you're at the beach and you pull out a pair of binoculars, you can see a boat at the distance of 3 miles. Can you or can you not?
Sure.
Because it's physically there, right?
Sure.
Okay, so it's safe to say that if you're 1 foot above the surface at the beach, then you should be able to see the horizon at 1.2 miles because it's physically there,
Okay.
like the boat would be at 3 miles. The problem is with that claim is that it's actually not true. And you're saying, well, the distance to the horizon is indiscriminate. Well, no, it's not supposed to be. The claim is that it's a geometric distance, like this house
No,
that
I
I'm
didn't
looking
say it
at
was
right now.
indiscriminate. I'm saying that from what you observe, the geometric and the apparent horizon are different because, like you said before, optical resolution, right?
No, bro,
And
it
the
has nothing to
reflection
do
of
with
light.
no, bro, no,
That's
bro, no,
okay. Then
no.
I don't understand what you're.
But listen,
Why is that wrong?
at 1.2 miles, you're nowhere near the resolution limit. So that's not what we're talking. We're just talking about seeing obstruction, seeing
Okay.
something in the distance.
Fine.
That's all we're talking about. So
Okay.
what you don't see in the distance is obstruction. That's the problem. That's it. It's not
I mean
complicated.
that's true, but what does that have to do with the Earth not being a sphere? Can you tie that back in?
The geometry. So if you Google distance to horizon formula, or if you go to YouTube and type in distance to horizon formula, you can watch the little fifth grade videos of all the math professors telling you exactly what I'm telling you.
Okay.
Because this argument about light bending, like that's just a way to try to get around the fact that they made this claim in the first place. Well, you can just go on YouTube and look at them make the claim over and over and over again. Look, when you're at the beach and let's say you're a 6 foot observer, then the horizon is going to be 3 miles out. That's going to be your that's going to be the maximum distance that you can see the horizon. That's what they say over and over and over. So I'm not getting the claim confused. You're just saying, what if the claim that I'm trying to tie down is not actually what the claim is, but it is. It's not like we can rewrite history. Do you want me to play a few clips?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Let's see. Matter of fact, actually, this is perfect. This is what I'll do. I'm gonna it takes about 7 minutes. Okay, you'll follow.
All right. Yep.
Okay. Yo, trusted installer. Matter of fact, it probably doesn't matter that he's also sharing. How about shoot? Share my screen. Okay. Sharing my screen now. Going to YouTube. Distance to horizon formula. Matter of fact, not even just distance to horizon. Where are we at? Brain stuff. Are you ready?
Yep.
Sorry, I don't have YouTube unlimited anymore. Fucking ads.
Well, this is the relevant advert. That's great.
What?
That advert was bang on.
Like, right? I know. I just seen it. So, if they can't determine the distance to the horizon, that makes his question null and void, right? Just so we're right.
Yeah.
There's no way he should be talking about any distances if because of light we can't figure this thing out, right?
Yes. Yeah.
You agree? Because there's no way to because at the end of all, there's no way to factor in refraction. Well, actually, if you do, it's instead of 1.2 miles, you get like 1.34 miles. That doesn't really help you. You understand that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But he's talking about a distance. So if we're going to claim that we can't really say there's a distance, then the argument stands.
Okay.
Right? So, okay. That's the claim, not a flat earth's claim, just the geometric claim.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not done.
But see, what I wanted to
Hold on. I asked you for 7 minutes, bro. You gotta stay on this train. You gotta stay on this train. Let's see. Are we gonna go with San Diego State or Washington? Doesn't matter, really. Because I already have this. So this is all I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You see that that line R right there on the right side?
The right one? The radius on the right side?
Yeah, on the right side. Yeah.
Okay.
That's where the obstruction is. That you can't you shouldn't see beyond that. That's just it. Because and the point is because there's something physically there. So you can see it. That's what the claim is supposed to be. Like this house that I'm looking at, it's physically there. It's in my line of sight. That's why I can see it. Well, that right there, where the line meets the circle is a tangent to the tangent point of the sphere. That's what they call it. That point is where you see the obstruction, like I see the obstruction of the house, because it is in your line of sight. Mathematically, that's a specific distance.
Okay. Essentially, Elijah's saying it's the sagitta, what you said before. So it's the physical intersection in between on the circle.
So let's just read a little bit of this because I didn't burn through like 2 minutes. When we stand on the shore with our feet just at sea level and look out to sea, sea level, that already explains it. But we may ask, how far away is the horizon? We start by making the simplifying assumption that the Earth is a sphere with radius r. Then the line from our eye to the horizon is tangent to a circle of radius r representing the Earth as shown. You can see everything here, blah, 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 blah. You can look all that shit up later. Look at you can see where they say now if you include refraction, blah, 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 blah. You see that, right? For example, if our eye is 5, then the horizon distance is about 2.7 miles away. 5 foot, blah, blah, blah. They got horizon stuff in here, but it's very inconsequential. And second of all, any amount of refraction just undoes the argument that you're looking at something at a distance that is obstructing you. Because if something's not obstructing you, then you don't have a claim of obstruction.
Okay.
It's not that, All right, last thing. Back to YouTube. Now I want to show you them specifically making the argument and completely missing where their argument failed. CFI investigators worked with National Geographic or partnered with National Geographic. I guess they were on like I guess they had a little segment, a little TV show or whatever. And so one of the things that they did was go to this lake here to basically tell flat earthers using the horizon we can see how much hidden there is. So I'm going to let the man explain it. Okay. This other guy says I'm incoherent. I'm full of shit. I'm just saying shit that's true. I'm not even making any. I'm not even giving any hypotheticals. Like I'm just. You know what I mean? I'm just sharing information. Like that's what truth really is. So check. Listen. Listen closely to what this guy says because it's gonna be exactly what I told you.
Okay.
Why? Because that's the claim, not what other people claim isn't the claim. Like, oh, what about refract? They're not saying none of this shit. Why? Because we didn't start taking apart that argument until 2020. Even this 4 years, 4 years ago, 2020. And then we said, wait a minute. But okay. Let me run that back a little more.
Victor
Disappear because it will be a certain amount of hidden beyond the geometric horizon. That's obviously what they're saying. Like there's no obviously we're speaking English here.
Victor.
So he's basically saying that the boat is at 1.2 miles right there already. Let's keep going. See that?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna let him make his conclusion. So you have CFI investigators. I'm assuming they have editors. Then there's National Geographic. They have editors, right? So if there's no, deception going on, if everything is on the up and up, why didn't any of them catch the fact that the horizon is not at 1.2 miles? All they did was see what they wanted to see because they already believe what they believe, which is kind of what the other guy, that was his problem, because he can't get beyond what he sees in his mind. He can't hear what I'm telling him. And all I'm telling him is, bro, just listen to what I'm saying, because what I'm saying is not bullshit. So clearly they took them here to this location to prove that the horizon was going to obstruct the stripes of the boat. Now, you can't see the stripes of the boat, maybe because my argument about angular resolution between two things stands. Because it can't be the horizon. Why? Because the horizon's not at 1.2 miles. Did you see the horizon? Was it in front of that boat?
Pardon me, Elijah. Pardon me, guys. Moo, can you just mute up? We're getting a lot of background noise from your hot micing.
So
can I get it? Can I ask a question?
Who said yeah it was?
You said what?
Who said yeah it was?
I just agreed with you, so that I think it was me.
No, because it was like another guy coming in there. Like, so yeah, obviously where I got it paused at right now.
Yeah, no, you can still see the horizon. Yeah.
Yeah, and the horizon is not in front of the boat.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and that's the point, because the claim is that the horizon is at 1.2 miles. Clearly, it's not. If I told you I had a Ferrari in my garage and you came to my garage and you didn't see it, and I'm like, oh no, my bad. It's like in another garage. You're gonna be like, nigga, bullshit.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying now, and I agree with you, like about the limits of angular resolution and how it's simply just obstruction. I do agree with you, but what? So I forget exactly what you said, but my question is, how does this apply to the concept that the Earth isn't just a true sphere? Put it that way. Why?
Because there's no obstruction. Like, okay, so, all right. Look, what's hard for people to understand about this conversation is actually everything that you experience is what you experience. It's just people have this layer of belief on top of what they experience. So I can say the Earth is flat, stationary, and non-rotating, right? Now, that's what we all experience. But if I say it's not moving or rotating, you're going to say, yeah, it is. And I'm going to say, well, how do you know? And you're going to say, well, because of how the things in the sky move. And
well, like, no, it's just things we calculate.
No, because if you're talking about the calculation, then they use a plane of reference and how long the sun goes from one side of the horizon to the other. So you have a plane of reference with a non-rotating, non-moving Earth, and then you have how long it takes for the sun that you're looking at go from point A to point B. See, so what I said was exactly what you experience, but then there's a layer of belief. So you're looking at the sun move, but the layer of belief is I'm looking at the sun move because it's actually that the earth is moving. Every one of the claims is exactly like that.
So are you saying that, how do I put this in? So the whole, I'll just start with this. The whole, I guess I'll even entertain this. The whole our global worldview, as you call it, goes with the idea that we have night and day because Earth spins on an axis, right? So are you saying that the Earth is moving away? I don't understand how. Okay, let me just ask that then. How do we get night and day? Let me just ask that so that I can understand. How do you think that we get night and day?
Well, I mean, that's pretty inconsequential, don't you think?
What do you mean?
I mean, it's a legitimate question, but I mean, the conclusion.
So you're saying we don't know?
Because I guess the point that I was trying to make before was that everyone already accepts that it looks flat from our position. So they say, yeah, it looks that way. However, this is how we know it's not. And I'm like, well, how do you justify how you know it's not? We just went through one of the arguments for justifying how you know it is and it's not. So if it's not that, then I don't have to make any of the other inferences. I don't have to make any of the other assumptions. Like, why would I make any other ancillary like assumptions if the first premise isn't true?
But that's kind of, don't you think? Well, at least from what I heard from you, doesn't that sound kind of philosophical to say that what we observe, like, so we observe it being flat from our perspective, but yet everyone, like, from the other people that study these things, say that that's not how it is, right? Mm-hmm. So to say that
what's philosophical about what I'm saying? I'm just saying what I'm experiencing.
Well, I'm saying it's philosophical because it can basically lead into the nature of reality itself and how like what we observe it could be true or untrue. That's my point.
Wait, say that again.
So I'm basically saying that the reason why is because what you're basically like indirectly saying is that how do we know the nature of reality? How do we know things to be true or untrue?
What I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I accept reality for what it is, and
for your subjective experience.
Exactly. I'm just describing. Okay. I'm describing to you my objective experience, and everyone else is saying, "How do you know that it's not what I'm saying?" And I'm like, "Well, that's not what I'm experiencing." And they're like, "Well, yeah, that's because insert argument."
So you're basically saying because you don't philosophy, right? So basically you're saying because we don't physically experience a spherical Earth, or we can't subjectively quantify it with our own eyes.
Well, no, that's not this argument, is it? I'm
asking you.
Well, my argument was because it's not physically measured as the sphere of the size they claim, then it's not that, and I don't have to make any inferences beyond that.
What do you mean it's not measured? I don't understand. What's not measured?
We just talked about the measure of that's what
the horizon
means. Geometric means Earth measured, Earth distance. Well, in this particular context, that's what that means. It's a measurement. So what I just showed you is there is no measurement, so there is no globe, because all of their other, like the guy talked about, well, how big is the moon? You know that we know how big the moon is because of the assumption of the radius of the Earth in the first place. Did you know that?
Yeah.
It's a calculation based on that. So instead of looking at everything else, all I need to do is look at the premise. Is it true or not? No. Okay, so I can't make any, so I'm not going to make any other philosophical or any other arguments based on an assumption that I know is not true. That's all I'm saying. There's no philosophy in that.
But but then wouldn't the problem be that remember how I said before that the horizon isn't quantifiable? You remember how I said that before?
Then everyone who look, because this is a
because that's visual. That's visual interpretation.
It's a very niche thing for people to say. What if the horizon isn't geometric? Because if you were to go to a math professor or somebody they have no idea what you're talking about.
It's a theoretical line in relation to the curvature of the Earth.
No, it's not. It is. No, it's not theoretical. It's supposed to. The claim is that it's physically there and it's at a specific measurable distance based on the size of the Earth. That's as simple as it gets. And all I'm showing you is that that's not the case. So why would we argue for someone who makes a claim that is unjustified and falsified?
So you should be on my side. Planets flat?
You should be on my side, bro. Like at this point, not with anything. You don't have to say the Earth.
Well, I'm just asking questions. I'm just trying to understand. Like I'm not.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Sides. Like when I got into this conversation, my questions were levied at the people who made claims.
Mm-hmm.
Because all I had to do was look at those claims and validate if they were true myself.
Right.
That's pretty much the end. That's the beginning and end of it. But obviously there are other conversations, like you just asked, like, how is there night and day? Well, Well, the claim is that the Earth is a sphere, so it's night and day because we only see, give or take. Okay, I know it's more in the model; it could be 50, 60% with twilight and all of that, but ultimately, you have a terminator line. One end of the sphere is dark, one end of the sphere is light. So when you take that away, naturally the question becomes, well, how the fuck is it day and night? Well, I don't know. On Earth, all I've experienced is light
Wait, can you
having
repeat that? When you said terminal line, what did you say?
like a Terminator, like the
I did
Terminator
what?
line, like where the dark meets the light. Like if you were to
Okay.
Google it, like you would, you know, yeah. So when you take that assumption away, the question becomes, well, how is it day and night? And my question is, why is that really even a question? Because what we experience is that all light sources have a limit. Light has an extinction limit, and it also, what's the word?
What do you mean by extinction limit? Can you clarify?
Where you can no longer resolve light from the
Resolve
light source.
as in like see it?
As in it's not resolvable. Yeah, see it. Measure
Okay.
means measure, see means see, experience means experience. I'm saying everything other than assume or believe, right? So yeah, that's what it is. Every time you see a light source, it doesn't light up everything. It just lights up what it can. Then you have light extinction and you have the attenuation of light. So the attenuation of light would be the like how the light I guess fuck how much light you can see through a given medium. For example, you can't see at the bottom of the ocean. Why? Not because of Earth curve, because the light doesn't reach through all that water.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Okay, so the air does the same thing because again, it's opaque given a certain distance.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is not that hard to like go, okay, that's not a retarded answer. Actually, that makes sense. In lieu of the fact that there's no God.
Well, if I was disagreeing with you, I would be adamant about it. I'm just trying to ask questions to
No, I love it.
solidify
I love
what
it,
you're
bro.
saying.
I love it. Like it's not common that we get genuine interlocutors in here.
Well, you're not. Well, the thing is that you're making. I've asked you like what your claim is. You told me objectively, which I respect, and you've provided me evidence for it, which I also respect.
So
But
do you want to know? So do you want to know my positive argument for why it's flat? Then is that where we're at, or what?
yeah, exactly. That's exactly where I was
Elevation
leading.
angles.
Can you
Elevation
elaborate?
angles. Say again.
I was just going to ask you to explain, but I think you were going to.
Wait, just Google it and tell me what you see.
Well, I know what elevation angle is, but I don't understand. Like, I'm saying, like, how does that
Well,
mean that the Earth is
what is
flat?
an angle? What is just an angle? Forget elevation angle. What is just an angle?
How do I explain it? I would say probably just. Well, I mean, I can give you the mathematical definition, but I don't.
No,
I don't
fam.
know how
Come
to.
on, dude. Two lines meeting at a vertex.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, so I can do a YMCA sign in my living room right now, and it's like, okay, that's just an angle. In relation to what? Nothing. But an elevation angle is the elevation above the horizontal plane. That's as obvious as it gets. I mean, I got mad citations that are, I mean, they're, you know what? Let me do this. Because your elevation angles to Polaris have literally built our coordinate system and what people interpret as a globe when it's actually just two to apparent hemispheres.
Okay.
Like the arc in a protractor. It's not really an arc, it's just an angle, but if you were to try to, yeah, it's just like that. But again, underneath that is a horizontal plane of reference. That's my argument. I mean, it's really, that's as simple as it gets. Water is level. I mean, most people don't like that, but when you look up the definition of level, I mean, having no part higher or lower than another, that's pretty much a horizontal line. So when people say it's equidistant with the center of a sphere, that's what brings the practicality of the definition of level into what would I call it? Contradiction. Because you can't have both a level surface and one where, from your point of view, the Earth is dropping at all points. Can't have both.
So okay, so just to be clear, right? So you said that the Earth could be flat, but it could also have curvature, but have geometrical inconsistencies. Is that what you said?
No.
Okay, then I forgot what you said. My bad.
It's a
You said it
horizontal
had two
surface.
options.
It's a horizontal surface.
So the Earth is a horizontal surface. Okay.
Which is not a shape claim, by the way. But if we were to examine a shape, one thing that doesn't have a horizontal surface on it is a sphere.
But I don't.
What? You can't just accept words that sound
No. I understand what you're saying, but like, it's illogical depending on the distance of the horizon, like you said.
No, it
like
has nothing to do with.
if
No, it has nothing
the
to do with
greater.
that.
How
No, it has
so?
nothing to do with that. Elevation angles have nothing to do with that. The horizon in this instance has nothing to do with the claim that it's geometric. The horizon is just a tool that you use to get a level horizontal plane of reference so that you can then take a proper angle. Two different things. Damn, I need more eggs. No, I still got like 3 packs of eggs. And okay, so let me send you a couple of things to.
I think you've already elucidated on this before, but this is what I searched up
not
when
really.
I searched up.
Not really. I haven't really sent much
No.
material.
I was leading into just a question. I wasn't talking about what you were saying. Just a question.
So you don't want to put the nail in the coffin of my actual flat Earth argument. Like you don't want me to
I just want you to respond to this. So because I'm trying to understand what you're saying with absolute clarity. I'm skeptic with everything, right? So I just want to be absolute sure.
I wish you were more skeptical about your belief in the first place, but go on.
Okay. So from what I looked up about elevation angles, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the support for the spherical Earth model, right?
Mm-hmm.
It says, as an observer looks at celestial objects or distant landmarks, the change in elevation angle above the horizon corresponds to the line of sight curving along the Earth's curvature. If the Earth were flat, you would expect a different pattern in these angles. That's what it says.
I don't know. You know what? Post that because I don't get what that means.
Okay. You want the link or do you want the
cite it within the
link?
Give me like screenshot it or something.
Give me a second.
That doesn't. Maybe I didn't hear what you said, or I don't understand where they're trying to go with that. But can't have horizontals on a sphere. That's why you got to create a horizontal on top of a sphere. But that doesn't really work when you delve into the rest of the argument. It's just a baseless assertion on the face of it all. Which I mean, again, I got mad material to send you, bro. If you want to go there.
I have to find it in Page again because, oh my goodness. Give me a second.
Baggy jeans. That dance is fire.
Why is it making it a PDF file? I don't. Why is it doing this? I don't want. Spherical. Yeah.
I guess while you're sending that, I can send mine. Hold up.
Yeah, go ahead because I don't know what's going on. It's like making this a PDF file and then. Yeah, give me a second.
Oh, I'm still shitting. I could have fucking put on porn or some shit. Stop sharing. Stop sharing.
Behavior.
All albums. Images. Skype.
I don't understand what's going on because like, so I read it from like the bottom, like the summarization part of the website. You know how like when a browser indexes, they have the summarization at the bottom before you click on the website. That's where I read it from. But when you click on it, it becomes a PDF, and I try to search in the PDF, and there's no information on it, so I don't know what's going on.
Sometimes they provide broken links and shit. Like they'll cite
Yeah,
something, like somebody will have like
I can give you what it says from the thing, but I can't, and I can give you the PDF, but it doesn't say that in the PDF for some reason. So I don't know what this PDF
it's like
is, but it seems
where's
to
the
be
source step? You know what I mean?
it seems to be
I don't even care about the
going
source
into the
at this
math.
point. It's okay. Just try to screenshot what you see.
I can just copy and paste the text.
Yeah. That's fine.
Okay.
Before. Damn, I might
This
have to break
is what it says. This is what it says.
Yeah, so that first sentence is a baseless assertion.
Okay.
Yeah, they're just saying this. Like, what's the justification for this? Like, how this doesn't even make sense. Like, you know what the other guy was claiming? Like, oh, I'm delusional. Imagine I said a string of words that didn't make sense. That's what this is.
Okay.
Let me show you why. Instead of just asserting it. Right. So you have this, this. We can add this because why not? This, 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 and this. How do I send it all? Select. Okay.
I actually found this is actually interesting. Hold on. This PDF that I found actually goes into the details of the analysis that they do to calculate all of the what's it called? I guess the quote unquote justification for spherical Earth.
Well, you mean after you take a flat plane measurement, of course, right? Then you'll do some sort of math to
Hold on a second. Let me.
Because ultimately,
they're proposing all of like a bunch of different measurements that they can use.
yeah, but an elevation angle measurement is only one specific type of measurement.
Okay,
and when you're doing celestial navigation, for example, all horizontals have to be parallel, which is again,
This
do you disagree
this
that there are
PDF goes over
horizontals?
the elevation angles, but it has a bunch of math, so I don't really understand what's going on.
All
honestly.
you need to know is what an elevation angle is, because that's the problem. Like I showed you the math that discounts what people believe about the spirit. You're like, I'm skeptical. Now I'm telling you about the angles, and you're like, well, there's a lot of math that's like, well, I know that they're basically providing some kind of argument, but I don't understand it. No, they're really not providing any kind of argument. The first thing you need in the first instance is a measurement off of a horizontal plane. That doesn't exist on a sphere. Now look at everything.
But the thing is, okay, you say that though, right? You say that.
Remember,
you say that doesn't exist on a sphere. But the distance, like, how do I explain this? Like,
let's say 1,000 miles. You need a horizontal plane for 1,000 miles. Are we going to argue about this? Like clearly,
but you realize that size is a factor in the curvature, right?
Yeah,
like
1,000 miles. How much curvature is in 1,000 miles?
I wouldn't know, honestly.
Too much.
Why would it be too much?
We don't even use the parabolic equation that we do use for 8 inches per mile squared doesn't even include distances beyond 100 miles, 200 miles. But what I'm telling you is that we take measurements that include distances of up to 1,000 miles. And that is a horizontal plane from you all the way out to that distance. Now, if you read what I posted, like you'll be able to picture. Well, you can see what I'm saying.
Oh, you know what I want to know? Has there ever been any real measurement showing any effects of the Earth's supposed movement that we can measure from Earth? Like us on Earth, can we measure any effects of its supposed movement through space or whatever?
After you infer that it is, when we don't experience that why we're at elevation angles right now, because Guy wanted the flat Earth argument versus like why it's not a globe. So I'm trying to give it to him.
Or how am I being fake if I'm just asking questions I don't understand? So being skeptical is being fake?
Can you see what I posted?
No, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to the dude in chat. I don't understand. He's saying I'm being fake for asking questions and being skeptical. I don't see how. Like I'm making an argument to further understand. I'm not like directly being dishonest by doing that.
Yeah, you're not. That's why the conversation is continuing.
Exactly.
Continuing. But now, do you see?
I'm just trying to better understand the images, right?
Yeah, I think you got to compare something that's not. I can't. So you see the first one?
Yeah. The one with the Is that a right triangle? No. Is that a right triangle?
Yes, all of them will be.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Now, so then you see that 90-degree right there, right? That angle.
Correct.
You see where you see that's adjacent to the observer.
Yeah.
Right. So here's the problem. If along that distance, what you're standing on is curving, you don't have an elevation angle to that point on the ground. Because there's no such thing as an angle with one straight line and one curved line. So that like you don't have a 90-degree angle. It needs to be. That's why I said you use the horizon to try to position your equipment as horizontally as possible to get a measurement in the vertical plane. That in because we're talking about two lines, not the Earth curving away. Because then guess what? Your 90-degree would be somewhere off in space, and that's no good for nobody. But keep looking through. You know what? Can you read the Earthly for me, Andrew Hill?
The what? The Earthly? What's that?
It basically it speaks to the whether the Earth is moving or not indirectly. So it's kind of interesting.
Can you send it to me?
You don't see it. It's you just click on the third one.
The third one.
The top column.
Oh, Andrew row. Hill.
Yeah, and then after that, swipe left to read the rest of it.
Okay.
It's crazy because this entire time that I've been talking, I didn't have to make any assumptions. I didn't have to use any well, everything is derived from philosophy, but I'm not making a purely philosophically based argument. All I've been talking about is geometry and elevation angles. Literally. Wonder what the conversation would be if you were in another server.
What do you mean?
Because their concern wouldn't be anything objective. They would be fully philosophical arguments like, well, let's just pretend that we were, say, at the ISS and you could see the Earth being a sphere. Would you accept it? Shit like that.
Okay.
So did you get a chance to read this article here?
Yeah, the key sentence that I highlighted, which is this is it's philosophical in a sense because it says the real world is as we perceive it to be, right?
Right.
So that is true, but that also doesn't it leads into the philosophical perspective because it's like saying, well, we have limitations on our subjectivity, right? But that doesn't mean that objectivity isn't already there. I'm not making any arguments against
it. You're missing it. And,
no.
If I'm wrong, stop me. But let me tell you what you're missing. If I'm wrong, stop me.
Go ahead.
This article is talking about celestial navigation. So they're talking about doing things practically and measuring things practically. So he's juxtaposing. He's not even the thing about whether the Earth moves or whether we're moving, blah 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 blah. What they said is inconsequential because he's saying things are as they seem. That is how we operate and practically move forward when we're taking our measurements and navigating. So this is what we do in reality, but people would suggest otherwise. How is that?
That's why I said it's philosophical because, like I said, everything that you can measure and observe is can only be consistent beyond reasonable doubt. It can never be 100% true because of subjectivity, right? So therefore, it leads into the philosophical. You don't agree with that?
No.
Why not?
Because if I measure something 8 inches, bro, it's 8 inches.
Okay, right, but again, like, but
Really
the thing
nothing
is, like, if
subjective about that.
it is 8 inches, right? Like that's
Yeah,
what you
it
observe.
is. Now it
But
could
it's 8 inch,
philosophically be something
like
else.
it's 8 inches beyond reasonable, consistent, like
Bro, no,
reasonably.
it's 8 inches based on the standard that we agreed to measure. So after we agree on a unit of measure,
I'm not disagreeing with you,
no, that's what I'm
but
saying. There's no subjectivity there because we've agreed on something physical. It's not subjective anymore. How big something is, once you've all decided this is the unit we're going with, that's not subjective.
it's a fair point.
So, because imagine me saying, well, the horizon is 1.2 miles away, and someone saying, well, that's really subjective because it could be like 10. It's like, no, it's only one distance. Yo, yeah.
So then, so then, so then, since you, I guess, abide by the
Let me
principle
make these eggs real
of
quick,
we
bro, and I'll
see.
get right back with you.
All
Hold
right,
on, I
my
gotta make some
go
eggs.
ahead.
My headphones. I'm listening, but go on, bro.
Oh
I
yeah.
just
So
gonna be a little busy.
so since you abide by the principle that we can only essentially we only know what we perceive, right? You're abiding by that principle, right? So
Well, perception. When I say perception, it include, like, I'm talking about reality, what I can see, taste, hear, touch, smell.
right. I understand.
So it's
Yeah.
like,
So like
if
you only
somebody
know
tells
what
me
you
something
perceive.
with
That's what you're saying,
outside of,
right?
go ahead.
So you're saying we as a collective, as a like individually, we only know what we perceive. That's what you're saying, and nothing more. Is that wrong?
Well, how do you know what you don't perceive? How would that happen? Like, if you have no objective, like you can't see it, taste it, smell it, touch, doesn't that then become something philosophical? See what I'm saying?
Yeah, that was my point before.
But that's your point, not my point. There's nothing
Well
philosophical
then,
about what I'm saying.
maybe I'm just like I'm not understanding exactly what you're like saying about perception then, or something. There's some sort of disconnect because I'm just trying to understand.
Well, I mean, I'm not just yeah, because you can't couple. I mean, when you say perception, there's no distinguishable difference between what you mean when you say perception and anyone else. Perception is just perception.
Right, but perception is subjective.
No,
Correct?
no.
It's
Like,
not.
that's what I'm saying. Like, we're not talking about the kind of perception that's objective. Like, I love oranges, and you're like, nah, it tastes like medicine to me. That's subjective.
Well, that's an opinion though.
If I tell you if I
Like
go
it's
to
like
the bank
here. Let
if
me
I
give you
go
an
to the
example real
bank
quick. Can I give
and
you
if
an
I go to the
example?
bank and I want to cash my check, there's nothing subjective. I'm not expecting the guy to be like, oh, well, this is subjective, so we don't really know what's in your account. No, there's a dollar amount
Can I give you an
in there.
example real quick of what so you can see
Yeah,
where I'm coming from? So
go on.
like, let's
After
say
you give
that.
the example, tie it to how it's relevant to the points that I've made about the physical measurements and
So
yada
you're.
yada.
I just wanted to ask this. So like, let's say I see the color red, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I interpret that color as red.
Mm-hmm.
How do I know that someone else is interpreting that color red the same way that I'm interpreting that color?
I know what you mean.
That's
I know
what
what
I'm
you mean.
saying.
But guess what?
Like
In
that is
reality,
it's
I know what you
objectively
mean.
red,
But
but it's
in
subjective to
reality,
someone else.
Listen, I know what you mean, but in reality, it doesn't make a difference, does it? Because when the teacher says, go get a red crayon, whatever you see and I see, we will both get the thing that we have all decided, like the measurement. But in this case, it's in a crayon box. That's red. It's labeled red. It looks red. So I'm going to pick that. Doesn't matter what you see red as and what I see red as in reality.
Okay.
So it's a meaningless endeavor.
Okay, that's all I was trying to get clarification on. That makes more sense to me.
Mhm. So a red crayon is still a red crayon. The house that I'm looking at that's obstructing my view of everything else is going to be the same. It's going to be for me.
Yeah.
It's going to be if I could put a 1,000 people in my footsteps right now, they will all experience the same exact thing when they look up to my yard. It's because it's not subjective. Like we know the difference between subjective and objective, but the problem is when you go to college, they make that very hard to distinguish for some reason. It's cool to talk about string theory and all of these other things that may be because, the possibilities are endless. Whatever. I'm not.
So then,
That's
can I
cool, but I don't care
ask?
about it.
Can I ask? I don't know. I don't. Why do you? How do I word this in the correct way? Like, what made you? Because so we're all raised to believe that the Earth is a sphere, correct?
Yep.
So what convinced you specifically that the Earth was not as such?
Because I know the difference between objective and subjective. So when I came across this argument, I was looking for purely objective things that I could know, or at least someone else knew, and I found out that type of shit doesn't exist.
So okay, then. So since you say that, so what?
So you mean
how do you
the
define?
Moment?
No. I'm going to ask how do you define for you? How do you define what is objective and subjective?
I just
for
gave you.
extra. I know you did. I'm just trying to be.
Objective, self-evident.
So what is self-evident is objective. That's what you're saying.
A tree is a tree.
Okay.
But that's an objective statement.
Right. And then what is subjective? Experience.
A black hole is a black hole. That's not objective because no one's experienced it.
So
flat earthers need to band together.
Sorry?
So you're saying a black hole is objective because it's never been experienced? That's what you're saying?
I mean, using mathematics, you can imagine what one is like. You can see the illustrations of what they look like on YouTube, but clearly we can't experience it.
So with that so then I'm gonna tie back in. So with that logic, then you're basically saying since we do not observe this like the Earth being a sphere, observe the Earth being a sphere. Therefore,
no, we observe and measure it flat. Stop saying that. I gave you the argument for why specifically it's not a sphere, and then I told you how it's flat. And when I told you how it's flat, I didn't say because I looked at it, did I?
You said based off of what like the geometry of the horizon.
Is that wrong? As to why the lack of geometry.
Yeah, okay, that's what you said, right?
Because it's a claim. So it's like, well, is it true? No. Okay. I can go home. That's it. Like, that's how that works. Like, because the thing is, like, everybody understand, like, how many times do you have to hear? Like, because we're in 2024 now, but back in 2015, it was like, well, it appears locally flat, but when you do all this math and all this other shit, and you take the horizon to be this, and then you do, then you know it's a sphere. And it's like, okay, well, so let's just justify the premise in the first instance. Oh, it's unjustifiable. Then I don't have to make any of those other leaps of logic. So I can just accept what we all experience as is. I'm not doing anything extra. I'm not believing in anything. I'm just everything I told you is.
So what you're saying is that even though that there are calculations for the spherical Earth, because I'm just trying to understand. So we do the calculations, but because we can't experience it, therefore, I'm just trying to understand.
This is how you understand it. If I told you I had a Ferrari in my garage and you said, okay, I'm coming to your house right now. I'm like, okay, bro, pull up. It's in my garage. We'll take a ride. And you get here and you don't see a Ferrari. You're going to call me a liar. But in this instance, let me step back. I don't know what's going on here. Let me try to understand what you're saying. No, you don't say that to people make claims that they've lied about. You just be like, that was bullshit, bro.
So I'm just being skeptical of what you're saying.
So that's my stance. There are claims. I've gone to validate those claims, and it's bullshit. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so you're saying that the claims of the sphere is bullshit based off of the other evidence that you gather. The claims that are made.
Yeah, about it. Like, they make claims. It's like, okay, is that true? Damn, it isn't even true.
Okay. So then so then you're saying that you don't subscribe to a particular position on how the Earth is. Is that right?
What does
You're
that
just
mean?
saying that, I'm just trying to understand.
Well, I told you it was horizontally level and flat. But
yeah. But you said it could be one or two things.
Worldview,
Yeah. I'm asking you for
true dichotomy. It's either that or it's the thing that I falsified already. So it's not the thing that I falsified. So it's just as we experience it then. Because the alternative is we experience this, but the reason it's not that is because XYZ. So when it comes to experience, we're talking about the same thing, except the opponents would take it a step further and say, but that's not what it is. It's actually something else. So if I go to justify the claim and it's not justifiable, it's like, okay, it's not something else. I just don't have to believe you because you didn't even have a claim in the first instance that I can validate. So you want me to go off of this assumption and then after that assumption, agree with all of the logic. Well, mathematically, the logic can follow all day long. But what's the point of that if I don't have the fucking horse in the first instance?
So you're basically so when you say true dichotomy, you're describing like the paradox, like the Schrodinger's cat, essentially. Is that what you're saying?
No. Okay. If something isn't curving, what is it?
It's not curved. That's true or false. That's Schrodinger's cat, right? True or false?
Schrodinger's cat is not really real. But
we
understand. We understand something can be like the damn. I can't even say because TVs they don't always be perfectly horizontal. You hang a picture, you hang it horizontal, right? Because my shit is tilted and all that. But you horizontally, you hang a photo, right? Yeah, that's it. No, honestly, I forgot what my point was supposed to be. What was I saying before?
We're talking about true dichotomy.
Let me ask you a question real quick, since you said that's a true or false. Okay, so we're gonna say.
Are you asking me or him?
Yeah, I'm asking you. There's a true or false. If a ball is curved, is it curved?
Yes. If a ball is curved, it's curved.
Yeah. If the ball is flat, is it curved?
No.
Okay.
I don't.
So if it's not curved, it's flat, right?
Well, how could it still be a ball if it's flat?
It's exactly. It's not. Exactly.
Okay.
It's not. That's the point. How could it be this? And they're like, well, no. Because we have all of these other arguments and all of these other things. Look at this observation. Look at this argument. Oh, whoa, why can't we see the sun? Nighttime, blah, 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 blah. But if it's not curving, then it's not that. It's as simple as that.
And then you say that the Earth doesn't curve because of the evidence and the things that you've debunked, right?
Yes.
I'm just trying to be okay.
Yes.
Now I'm understanding. Okay, got it. So, based off of the evidence that you provided, you would disagree that the Earth has curvature.
Well, I mean, these are the claims that would lend credence to the argument that it is. So, if I have evidence that, okay, well, this evidence is not that, but I'm going to believe it is, like, that doesn't make sense, does it?
Okay, I see your point.
Because remember, all of the claims that the first claim that I made was not mine. It was theirs. It was their premise. The premise we all grew up believing.
So then I'll ask you this: do you make claims about what the nature? Okay.
I told you it's a horizontal plane. And then I gave you all of the. Then I gave you, I mean, short of going out on a boat, I gave you all the literature, not all of it, but enough. I mean, if you read through it, I just want to see the moment that your questions begin to shift, like the burden of proof, is not focused on us, and now you're like asking questions that I asked when I first got into this conversation.
Well, I just want to be I'm a true skeptic, right? I gotta understand something completely before I make a decision on it. That's just how I am. I'm just trying to understand, everything about it.
That's how I got here. That's how I got here. I was trying to understand everything about my belief system already in place. So I was like, okay, well, what do I know about it? Let's go through it. There are these people that are fucking claiming some other shit. Forget them for now. Let me just validate why I know what I know. Now, why did I do that? Because I was an atheist, and I would no, I wasn't. I was agnostic. And I made claims to other people, specifically, maybe hurt them and their religion when it was not necessary, without any justifiable arguments. Because I would say shit like the Big Bang and all this other shit that I didn't know. So I was like, you know what? I say all this shit because on the surface I can Google it, and they say, let me dig into this, and that's when you realize everything is assumptions and nothing is actually validated. But you won't know that until you actually, you can't, you have to be a true skeptic, like you said. But your questions have to be levied at the right source, your belief system.
Hey, true skeptic.
Well, the reason why
I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, did you never question anything before?
Have I never I never questioned anything before?
Yeah, you've never questioned anything about.
I question everything.
So you believe that you live on a ball?
Through the scientific evidence.
So there is none of that. So you just believe in.
But listen, hold on a second before you interrupt me. So, I have never heard this argument before from anyone from a flat earther. I'm just trying to understand it. I'm not trying to do anything. I don't from all the scientific evidence that I've seen. It is very apparent in that evidence that the Earth is objectively a sphere. But now that I'm hearing this, I am just trying to understand.
So this is perfect. Usually I stop at my claim. Like I don't even talk about the sphere. My claim is this. It's not debunkable because it's actually how the world operates. So it is what it is, right? I'm not going to argue back and forth with someone, but when someone is genuinely curious, like I believe you are, I can go into. I'm like a kid in a candy store. I can go into all these arguments because we've had it for like 7 years talking about eclipses. I've had people observe, the sky from 5 different locations across the earth, from the EAU, from London, from all different points, right? Many things that we've done, but I don't go into that stuff because most people, they don't really give a fuck what we're talking about anyway, and they think that what we're saying is retarded. So why would
Well,
I
the
pour
reason
all of
why
my
is
energy?
because of the
The
I guess
stigma.
what you would refer to as the religion and the widely supported scientists that support this kind of thing. So I
So
have
what
an
if I
open
told you?
mind, but I'm also skeptical about everything. So I'm open to hear, and I've never heard anyone provide evidence like you have for flat Earth ever. It's always been, well, this thing is not this thing, therefore flat. Like that's kind of what I've heard. This is different, so I'm just trying to understand it. That's all
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
doing.
No, yeah. It's something that I am also. I'm upset about it because the media got the jump on us, and they've inundated people with questions. So they come here with those questions, and that can last for hours if they're not genuinely curious about what you're actually saying. Like if you weren't curious about what I'm saying, you'd be like, well, what about this? Well, what about that? And you would have
If
never
I
heard
wasn't
anything.
if I wasn't
Mhm.
curious, I'd be arguing with everything that you're saying. But I'm just
Exactly.
asking questions in the forms of arguments.
Exactly. So let's go to the next logical step. Scientific evidence. So in order for something to be scientifically evidence based, there would first have to be the method of the scientific method employed.
Well, not necessarily, but for the majority of cases,
That's
yes.
that's what people believe. Because when you say not necessarily, guess what you have to factor in?
Hmm.
The things that don't fit the scientific method. And you know what? There's actually a definition for that, and it's called pseudoscience. But for some reason, am I lying?
No, you're not.
Right.
Whoa, dude. Yeah. I didn't, unless somebody's tickling you, that's an actual thing.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just the realization of, oh, word, like that's pretty simple. So when you say, okay, well, not necessarily, you don't have to follow the scientific method, but you can call it scientific evidence, you're going to have to just ignore the fact that there's this thing called pseudoscience.
Correct.
So it's either the method is valid or it's not. Now, when people talk about scientific evidence, we're not talking about subjective things. We're talking about objective things. That's what I
All right.
thought. That's what I thought.
Really?
But okay, I gotta pop this in again. But the fact of the matter is, there's no objectivity in. Okay, can you can you so astrology and astronomy can't go through the scientific method, dog. Guess what else can't go through the scientific method? What is questions like the shape of the earth? What is the shape of the earth? No, the scientific method only deals with how and why, cause and effect relationships of natural phenomena or things that you can experience, things that are occurring, like we
Well,
discussed
how
earlier.
could you say that when science in itself is just the understanding of things?
Yeah, no. It's science means to know. Yes, that's the etymology. I get that. But I'm talking about the method and how it's employed.
Okay, you're
So,
talking about the scientific method?
yes, and when it comes to the
Okay.
scientific method, what shape something is doesn't qualify as a real scientific endeavor because you
Well, no,
measure
it's
shapes.
more so mathematical.
No, that's called a reification. So if you say something is real in lieu of showing it, then it becomes a reification fallacy. That's why I said, okay, sure, the math is cute. Show me in existence, like how it's really the case. You can't, the argument can't just be, well, here's the math, because that's a reification fallacy.
Uh-huh.
Then there are other fallacies like, oh, look, I experienced this thing and I'm going to attribute this thing to the thing that I believe. Well, that's just you affirming the consequent.
Right.
That's
Yeah,
also
yeah.
a fallacious argument.
Right. So then, so what? How does the scientific method tie into the fact that the Earth isn't a sphere?
It
Just in
doesn't.
terms of that,
It doesn't.
because of the fact that it doesn't account for shapes. Is that what you said?
Well, how are you going to science a shape?
You can't,
Like
because it can only be observed.
exactly. So, and we're not observing it either because we just spoke about that an hour ago. So, what are we left with? You know what I'm saying? Like, I know it's
So
hard because
then,
it's like
so
this shit sounds very
so then,
simple, but there has to be more to
no, no,
it.
no,
And
no,
I'm
no.
like, it really.
Well, like, I mean, if you think about it, like shapes, like they're quantifiable, but at the same time, they're not. Like, how do I explain this? Um, like we can observe a shape, we can observe a rectangle and say that it's a rectangle, but our perception of a rectangle or a sphere is only that perception, and it doesn't mean that it's actually like that. But at the same time, it is. It's both true
No, I
and
get
untrue
you.
in a
I get
sense.
you. You
You
can
understand what I'm
perceive a
saying?
rectangle and it'll be a box depending on what, like, where you're observing it from. Like, I get that, but that's like kind of
Or like
not
you can
related.
draw a rectangle in the sand, and
Yeah,
but
but
like is the
you know,
sand a rectangle? It's like that kind of thing.
I get what you're saying, but realize how it's not related or relevant to the inquiries we have to make.
The
Because
inquiries of
because when you say that, to what end does that help? Like, is it an argument or is it just something like
Well,
I
I'm
agree
saying
with
it
you, but
I'm saying it because then that would also mean that how could the Earth also be flat? Like, is it
well,
flat or is it not? Is it a sphere? Is it not? With
well,
that kind of logic.
well, no, you don't. You can't use. I'm not using purely logic to make these deductions. I'm not
Okay, then
making
maybe
any
I'm
deductions.
misunderstanding you.
Well, what have I deduced? Well,
Yeah, but well,
other
you
than
just said the
if
scientific
it's not.
method is has some flaws, which I will agree.
No, I did not. No, I
Well,
did not. It's only the
well, okay, you
people
said it can only explain a cause and effect
the
relationship.
people
That's what
who
you
want
said.
to misuse it and create these this world where there's pseudoscience in it. They
Misuse.
yeah, misuse.
So
They
you're
would
saying
have a
people
problem.
who
They have a
observed it.
problem with me saying what I'm saying because they'll be like, "That's not true. What about the behavioral sciences?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I get that stuff, but that has nothing to do with something objectively being there, like this house that I'm looking at.
Okay.
That's completely different. That's a category error. We're not talking about the same things at that point."
So how does this tie back into the Earth not being a sphere or the Earth being flat?
Well, that was just a geometric argument. What you brought up is completely non sequitur to it. It doesn't tie into it. But people believe that it does, and that's a problem because it's not true. Because you can't justify that statement. I'm going to ask you, well, scientifically, how? What does that mean? You're welcome. Yeah, albeit kind of lazily. Is it too rough? Because I put it in for twice, but if it's too rough, I can make it. You want some soda?
Glober, you got any questions about anything?
I'm just trying to think. I'm just trying to understand completely. That's all I'm doing.
But okay, so why don't you read more of the material that I sent?
Well, yeah. Well, I'm going to. Who said I wasn't?
It's right there. Let's just play with it now instead of
The image is
let's not.
right.
Yeah, let's not fuck around. We're here. Why
All
not?
right. So which one do you want to
Anyone.
go over?
Pick them all. Pick anyone. Just random. Oh, you know what? I got you. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I ate the sandwich and some nuggets.
I told you.
Okay, I have no clue what he was going to post.
Oh, did he leave?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
What did he post before?
He posted. I'll ping it. He posted images of like how it proves flat Earth.
Ooh. Well, that's every day. That's just reality. Is just the Earth is flat. If you go to the lake and shit,
I pinged it.
Swimming pools are flat. Ponds are flat. Lakes are flat. So oceans are flat. They can't be curving, and lakes and everything else be flat, right?
I mean, yes, but like the whole reason why I started listening to him is because he actually provided me evidence for it instead of just saying that this is flat, therefore there is no curvature. So
Yeah.
that's why I actually listened to him.
Yeah, it's flat, therefore there's no curvature. You can't have a curve straight.
Well, water can be curved if it moves in a certain direction.
You ever use a level before?
Have I used a level?
Yeah.
Yes. What's your point?
That's a water level, so that's how it uses that.
What you said? What a what? A what? A water level? Is that what you said?
Well, those are bubble levels, but they use liquid, so yeah, they're liquid level.
What does that have to do with?
Because liquids always rest horizontal.
So we're talking about over a large surface, the orientation, versus like because we're not talking about the quality of the surface. So that's where there's a lot of reasons why people don't understand this argument. One of them being is there's another category error happening when you talk about flat. Most people are like, well, there are mountains and water and stuff. And it's like, do y'all really, not you, but do people really think we're stupid that we don't know that? So maybe there's an aspect to the conversation that people are missing. Like, we're not talking about the quality of the surface like a table. We're talking about the orientation of the surface like a horizontally hung picture frame. The horizontal is flat.
The only way you can make sure that picture frame is horizontal is by using a level, which always rests in the center horizontally.
So then, what if I stand on a ball, and like, am I curved?
Then
or
you
if
don't
I'm
have
small?
one. You don't have one.
Hmm.
It's just not you. You already know that it doesn't.
Okay, so put it this way. So say if I stand on a basketball, and then I, shrink my size to extremely low degrees, like I'm really tiny now, and I'm significantly like I'm an ant, right?
We already have an example. We already have an example of that. It's called
where is it at?
1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet gives you the distance. Because like an ant on a basketball, it can only see as far as that hump, that sagittal that we were talking about.
Okay.
Which is exactly why I made that argument. Because I'm like, yeah, you can't see the whole thing, but you can see the limitation. And we don't see a limitation. So it's just like that.
Can you stop pinging me every 5 seconds, please? There's no need for it, bro. Like, if you want to say something, say something. No, not you. Stop the cut. He keeps pinging me every 5 seconds. Like, if you want to talk, just talk. I'm calm. All right, moving. So, I forgot what you said. So you talked about, observer's height. Okay. So where?
Read the last one if you don't
The last
mind
one
from the second paragraph. I mean, if you don't want to read it out loud, I'll read it out loud because
I can.
We do
my
have
Discord is bugging out actually, so I can't. I can't do anything actually.
Right, let's see. Yeah. Okay, not the last one. Did I even post it? Where is it at? Oh shit, I didn't. Okay, cool. I'm about to send it in a second. Oh, do I not have it in this folder? Shit. It's gotta be here. Not in Skype. It's in downloads. Yep, here we go. You read that?
Where am I looking? The screenshot?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh, my bad. No, you don't have to read it from the top either.
Is it even downloading? Well, my Discord is acting up.
It's not your Discord. It's the Discord servers.
Is it?
Things are not loading.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't understand why it didn't come up.
Yeah, something strange is going on. I can't download it.
I've got gray circles for people. I've got gray circles for servers, and I got images not loading for me, and it's not us.
Okay.
That's weird because it posted everything else.
I see the post, but I can't download it or interact with it.
It started getting bad probably 15 minutes ago. So I don't know if somebody wants to check the Discord stats, but the server might show yellow or something.
All right, hold on. Oh, there it is. You can read it from the second paragraph.
Wait, where is it? I don't.
It didn't load into the server yet.
Yeah, I don't see nothing.
Oh fuck! It went in Carl memes for whatever reason. Okay. Here we go. Doesn't work this time. I don't know. Do I have two of them? Not. Okay. That's corny. Not loading. I'm gonna send it to you, bro. I'm gonna send it to you. You heard?
Yeah.
Tell me if you get it.
DMs, right?
Discord's image server is not working. I clicked on what he posted, and it's
I got the message.
So you know what's crazy?
I still can't download it though. Actually,
I'll read it. But you know what's crazy? Like, people will come in here and they'll say the horizon proves that the Earth is a sphere. They'll say eclipses prove that the Earth is a sphere. They'll say NASA proves that the Earth is a sphere. When actually, all of these things utilize a flat plane.
flat plane of reference. Yeah.
Even like I said, to build the globe in the first instance, because if you think about Al-Biruni, what he did was measure the radius of the Earth using the horizon from the top of the mountain, but he had to use a right angle triangle to get the height of the mountain in the first place. NASA says we use a flat, non-rotating, stationary Earth. I mean, it's every fucking where. But then you have trolls that come out and say, "Well, that's what it said, but this motherfucker left out the important detail."
So I have a question. Do you think that they're lying to us? Is that what you think, or do you think that they're just mistaken?
You're not lying.
No. I'm talking about like the majority of the scientists.
I'm about to tell you who I can specifically make a claim to. The people that are pretending to be on the ISS floating, they're lying.
The what? You said what ISS?
Mm-hmm.
And do you have like how do you postulate that?
What do you mean?
Like how do you know? Is what I'm saying. I mean, despite like I know you went over the evidence, but like besides
that's how I know.
Oh, okay.
Like it's like when you know something,
So,
it's like finding out your girl cheated and then going.
Then my question is,
it's
why
like
would they
finding
lie?
out your girl cheated.
My question is,
and
why
then
would
you're
they
like,
lie?
They like lying.
I
They
don't know.
like lying.
But here,
I don't
look,
understand.
I don't know. No one in here does. You could speculate as good as anybody else in here. But seeing as that I'm not the person that lied, how would I know? How would any of us know?
Yeah, but the thing about that is like, why? There's no reason, and at least in my eyes, there's no reason for them to lie about it because of the fact that
they've always lied about the land. What are you talking about? Like from history up
But
until now.
what would it change if the Earth was flat? Then the Earth is flat. If the Earth is a sphere, the Earth is a sphere. How would it change things?
You haven't thought this through yet.
I haven't thought what through.
Okay, so all right, why would you? Okay, you said you were a skeptic, but you're not attempting to answer your own questions.
What do you mean I'm not attempting to answer my own question?
So one thing that it would change is the salary of an astronomer in a university making $200K. That's a change.
So you're saying that if the Earth was flat, the money would.
You asked what would it change? That I don't want to go. I don't want to go like it's really not that deep. Either obviously that's one thing that would change, right? So money motivations. You have school libraries. You have 500 years of information that's false. You don't think that would make a difference? Because it's not the information, it's the narrative behind it that we went to wars and did all the shit that we did. The narrative behind, not the information itself. What the Earth is inconsequential.
So essentially, what you are saying is that whoever proposed that the Earth was a sphere, now that they're peddling a narrative, and they're lying. That's what you're saying, and we do not know the nature of why they're lying. Right.
Right. I mean, because you know how many you know how many professors and people we've spoken to, and we've said the same things to them that we've said to you, and they've just like denied it. What do you do with that? There's nothing left to. I mean,
there's a difference between denying it and a difference between denying it and having counteractive evidence to deny it. So it depends on how they deny it.
How can the counter? Think about this. So there's a lack of evidence. So their counter to me would just be a justification for why we don't experience the evidence that they claim is there. Do you think that's a strong argument?
Say that one more time. Just like I missed what you said.
So we're showing that their claims are false. The only thing that a professor can do is say the reason that you haven't experienced the thing that I claim that you should is because XYZ. Is that a strong argument? That's like me telling you the reason that you don't see the Ferrari in my garage is because you're blind, motherfucker. Because that's as blatant as they get sometimes. Like, it's not just, well, I took it to the shop. No, they'll dead ass tell you, you just don't see it, but it's there. Like when they say the geometric horizon, you don't see it, but it's there. That's like saying this house is here, but I can't see it, but I can see the tree that was behind it, and then I can see the house behind it.
But see, that's like the same logic that I went to before.
Listen closely to the thought string that I'm putting together. Because you have the house and you have the tree that I was talking about earlier. So when they say refraction, They're explaining why the horizon is behind things that are geometrically there. Like for one of our observations, there's some oil rigs. I don't use that. I just use my observations of New Jersey from Brooklyn. So, but the bottom line is with these oil rigs, we know how far they are because they're stationary positions off the coast of Santa Barbara. Okay, so they're saying the horizon appears behind them because of some light phenomena that they can't even justify. That's like me saying, well, the reason that this house is behind this tree is because of some light phenomena, but it's actually in front of the tree.
Okay.
Different rhetoric, same logic, which is broken. It's broken logic.
But see, that's like saying that cells don't exist because we don't see them there.
No, it doesn't.
How so?
Because we
can you make the comparison?
Where you use a microscope. What are you talking about?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Fair enough. So then, then that's where it leads into the point of where astronauts go into space and they say that the Earth is a sphere. When they observe it, they're lying. That's essentially what's happening.
Well, nobody goes there. Only like what? Well, I guess these are things that you don't know either. But
are you gonna lead and just say people aren't in space? Is that what you're saying?
They're not. I'm not saying that. They're saying that. This is the shit I'm talking about. Like people just.
Who's they? Wait. You just confused me.
Who you?
Astronauts aren't in space.
Oh my god, dude! Who you think I'm talking about?
Huh?
It's obviously not me. So who are the they you think I'm talking about? Other flat earthers or what?
No, I'm asking you. Okay, I asked you. You said something about them not being in space, and I asked you. I said. So you think that astronauts aren't in space?
They don't say that they are. That's the point.
But that's confusing because what is the International Space Station? Let me tell you
why. But that's not in space.
It's not.
Just according to them. Now you have contradictions where the people you have Neil deGrasse Tyson saying no, they're not in space, and you have I don't know who you heard.
So are satellites in space? What are satellites like? You know what I mean?
Some of them supposedly are, and some of them aren't. This is the point that I'm trying to make. Mathematically, if you were to see the horizon from the height of the ISS, it would look flat. But they show you a curved horizon as if it's far enough to see some sort of curve anywhere. When not only does the geometry state that you wouldn't experience what they're trying to tell you you're looking at, but there are also professors who say the same thing. So they say, actually, that's low Earth orbit and it's not far enough to see the Earth. So they have these non-optical telescopes, these radio telescopes that take strips of data somewhere off in the distance that no one actually is. And those are the things that supposedly collect the data that they stitch together in the form of the thing that we think is a sphere. The only other time that they claim humans have actually been out of space is when we went to the moon, supposedly. But I don't believe in the second law of thermodynamics violation. That is the vacuum of space. That's a whole nother conversation. So,
okay.
But mathematically speaking, everything you've ever seen with the Earth appearing curved, even a little bit, mathematically is false. So what they're showing you is false. So just on the editor's note, it's deception right there. Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson said it. He said, I don't know why they want to give people this impression.
I don't want this to sound like a stupid question, but would that imply that curvature does not exist? I don't know. That's
no. The measurement does. The one that we spoke about in the first place.
The measurement of curvature exists, but curvature itself does not.
The lack of it is what we spoke about in the beginning.
The measurement for the lack of curvature.
You don't remember the beginning of our conversation?
Yeah, the beginning about the horizon and the.
So that's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. Don't fix your mouth to say "so you're saying," and then because I said
no. I didn't want to. I'm not saying that you are. I'm just trying to like.
No, I told you what answers your question. The first thing I told you. That's the answer to that question, not anything else.
Can you what's it called? Can you send me like sources, more sources on this? Oh yeah, actually, you sent me a screenshot, but I couldn't download it. Did we read that? I don't think we did. Did
No,
we?
I'll read it. I'll read it. Damn, I gotta go to this 10 o'clock.
Yeah, just read that real quick.
Really loading right now.
Call it a day.
Downloads. Where's downloads at? Now, remember, like, are you gonna be skeptical of?
Well, based off of what you're telling me, I'm now skeptical of both sides.
But I don't have a side. Everything that I've told you is just some type of observation or experience that you can also experience, right?
There's nothing on flat Earth to be skeptical of. You're the one. You're saying that totally wrong. Nothing leads you to believe you live on a ball. You can't be skeptical of it.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm saying. It's like there's no. You going in there? There's no there's no both sides. There's no such thing. There's no both sides. There's just what we experience. They've created this false dichotomy of it's this versus this. No, that's the lie. I just exposed it to you with you had to have heard this about this for years at this point on some level, like even in passing, and you didn't care, or you did care, or it's everywhere. So the fact that I'm the first person telling you this should be a problem.
The first person telling me that the Earth is not
the first person telling you everything that you out of your mouth said you've never heard anybody else say. Why? Because there's a load of stupid ass flat earthers out there that are inundated with the same bullshit that everybody else is inundated with, and nobody gets down to the brass tacks. And that's why I'm here.
I see.
But I'm not very popular. It is what it is. Truth is not very popular. It's not.
Okay. I'll look more into this. I don't know if I'll ever be back here because this is like the third time me being in the server for like years, just out of sheer boredom.
Let me read. Let me just read this to you. Oh yeah, because I was gonna ask when I read this. I wonder, are you gonna be skeptical of what I'm reading, or are you just gonna accept it and let the acceptance bring you skepticism to what you believe? Like,
Well, okay, I'll tell you my position right now. From what you're telling me, it's very interesting, but I can't pick a side, right?
You don't have to.
I have to remain.
For you to pick a side would mean that you're a believer and you are now once again indoctrinated. I'm telling you to free yourself by validating the things that I've said. Then you'll realize, that there isn't a side. But there is no side. That's the problem. There's only what we believe and reality. So once you have enough of reality, you'll be like, all right, well, I just don't believe that anymore. And you'll go on about your day. There is no this or that side. That's just a distraction piece that we've all in some way participated in, me included. Let me read this. To ensure that the object is at its lowest possible point, the sextant, which is the tool that we measure the elevation angle, is rotated along the axis of the telescope, and the time of measurement and the altitude are noted by measuring the angle theta of a known star from the horizon and using a book containing known reference values for the star in question at the time of measurement. It is possible to determine the distance r along the surface of the Earth to the point at which the star is exactly overhead. Now, let me read that again. It is possible to determine the distance r along the surface of the Earth to the point at which the star is exactly overhead, aka the right triangles that you're seeing. From this, a navigator knows he is on a specific circle, which is a 2D shape, right? So we're not talking about we're talking about angles and a bit of mathematics, but the measurements are real. So from this, a navigator knows he is on a specific circle, along the plane of the surface of the Earth of radius r, known as the line of position. He does not know his direction from this point, however. By examining a second star, a second radius can be deduced. The navigator now knows that he is at one of the points where both the circular functions meet. In the case that there is only one real route, he knows his position, although this is only possible if the radii are parallel, aka if the horizontals are parallel, because the radius that they're talking about is along the surface, which is a horizontal surface. I don't know how the fuck anybody can get that twisted. It is what it is, bro.
Interesting.
There's really no way to interpret that other than exactly what it said.
I mean, yeah, I have no rebuttal to it.
I mean, I appreciate you coming in here, man.
All right, bro. It's been an interesting conversation. The first person that I've ever talked to that actually has something to offer instead of just, claims or rejection of other people's claims. So I appreciate it for that. I'll catch you later, bro.
Did that guy like dip out of here or what? I walked away and he said, "See ya." Well, it got quiet in here quick. Sounds like we're on the space station in here, underwater.
Hello? Pretty quiet in here.
Yep, some Glober was in here. I don't know what happened to him. He must have heard the news and he dipped.
Some Glober?
Yeah, somebody who believes they live on a ball in a vacuum chamber flying around.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know about like vacuum chamber, but like it would be like a vacuum, right?
Yeah, so the universe would be an ever expanding vacuum that blew up from a single point, right?
A singularity? Potentially.
Yeah, so it's a big vacuum ever expanding, right?
Mm-hmm. But it wouldn't be like a chamber, like necessarily like what you're like trying to like.
Yeah, it would be just like a chamber.
Trying to like describe. Well, no, because like when you're saying like vacuum chamber, I feel like you're trying to like say something like then other than like what it is, right?
Yep. Well, then what is it? Since I'm wrong,
it would be like a vacuum.
Yeah, so a vacuum requires a container. We'll call it a chamber.
A container? Would you consider the universe as a whole as a container? I guess
No,
potentially,
I don't
but like no
consider
one else would like in like the scientific world would like call it that, right?
How do you create a vacuum without a container?
How do you create a vacuum without a container? I mean, there are methods that we can do here on Earth, but I don't know how you would.
Impossible! You just lied to me because I actually work in places that do this stuff, and we have to have a container for our vacuum chambers.
Well, I mean,
that is very correct.
I mean, damn shit. I mean, you destroyed me, honestly.
Well, you really don't have anything else to say to it.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like I don't know. I feel like you don't understand like how
your imagination versus my reality.
No, it's kind of like when you say like vacuum chamber, you kind of like bring it to like a man-made kind of thing when it could just be like a natural like kind of thing. Because like a chamber, like what is like a chamber to you?
It's a container, something you put things in.
It's just a container, really?
Yeah,
closed container.
Yeah, mine has one sealing surface. The cheap ones that you see people on YouTube.
So why do you say a vacuum chamber instead of just like a vacuum?
So the cheap ones that you see people on YouTube using that have 6 plexiglass sides, shit like that, those are bad ones. Those have leaks. Mine has one sealing surface. It's really a bell jar upside down.
Why do you add the word chamber onto that? That's what I'm like wondering. Like,
Okay, you want me to call it a vacuum container?
No, just vacuum.
Well, I have a vacuum next to me, and I can clean my carpet with that.
Well, okay. I understand where you're coming from now. Okay, I apologize.
Well, how many types of containers are there in physics?
I don't know, man. I'm not
3.
a physicist.
3.
3? There's 3
isolated,
types?
open, and closed.
Mm-hmm. Would those be vacuums, or would they just be like systems within like
Yeah, systems.
What are they called? So they wouldn't
Containers.
be vacuums. You said vacuum. Did you not say vacuums, or did you say containers?
The only one where you can achieve a vacuum is the closed container and the isolated.
You can only have a vacuum if it's not isolated.
And you need a container to create that vacuum.
Yeah.
So since the ever expanding universe,
I think hold on. Wait, let me just look this up.
Go
You're talking about
ahead.
like a closed like system within like with planets, right?
No. You added.
Wait, what are you talking about then?
You added planets. We're just talking about how vacuum chambers work.
Oh, sorry. Maybe you're talking about some. Are you talking about thermodynamics?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you explain to me everything about thermodynamics and how they work?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That's it. That's all I got.
So if you can't explain thermodynamics, sorry, I'm a little bit drunk. I feel like you shouldn't really like point to that towards like your evidence, right?
You're not going to be able to understand us if you're drunk.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like I'm able to keep up pretty well.
No,
even if I am
you argue. I'm sure you argue with people in bars.
No, because I have a hard time pronouncing some sort of word, like some like words. I have kind of like a lisp kind of thing.
Get their last word out.
Sir, can you let me finish? I have like a sort of like lisp, and it's hard for me to pronounce words that are like "th" kind of thing. So like I mispronounce those sometimes.
I didn't say anything
even though
about
I'm drinking a little bit.
You said I'm kind of drunk.
Yeah. Just okay. So when I'm trying to explain to you, like, what does like that drunkenness mean, right? So like when I try to pronounce words, like I mispronounce it because I pronounce thermodynamics. I feel like I pronounced it wrong. I could be incorrect. Maybe I pronounced it correct. Okay.
Listen.
So that's just like what I'm trying to.
This is the reason why we actually don't like to talk with drunk people, because they are asking questions and they start giving explanations,
and they repeat themselves, and they repeat themselves, and they repeat themselves.
Yeah, over and over. So
I feel like that's normal with like any sort of like individual, right? Like if they come into this like sort of like chat, they're gonna repeat themselves.
So when you go into class and you're drunk, do you repeat yourself over?
I don't go
to
class when I'm drunk.
Oh well, you're in class now.
I wouldn't consider this a class. No. How is it a class at all?
Would you consider
a class
this
is
a
like
bar?
where you're like you have like some sort of like head figure, like a teacher,
yeah,
and, like a bunch of like other students.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I just wouldn't consider you a teacher. Okay, maybe that's where like we differ now.
Well, how do you determine who a teacher is?
They have like some sort of like knowledge that they
have
like obtained through like research.
Yeah, I have that.
Reviewed like that data.
Yeah, that too.
Wait, you have peer reviewed data?
Yeah.
From who?
Peers.
People who?
Peers.
Wait, who though? Like specifically?
You want me to name the people?
Like specialists in the field that you're
engineers. How's that?
Engineers. What sort of engineers?
Mechanical engineers.
Mechanical engineers, and they can talk to they talk about like
somebody finish talking. Can you, drunk guy?
Well, no, because like you're finishing your sentence. I already know where you're trying to go. Like what sort of like what do they specialize in?
How can you know where he wants to go?
They specialize in air pressure.
And they specialize in air pressure?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what does the air pressure got to do with flat Earth?
That's how you achieve vacuum systems, chambers, you name it.
That's how you achieve 14.7 psi, the air that you breathe.
Yeah.
In a container.
How does that air pressure how does that work?
It presses down on you.
Well, what do you mean? Why does it press down on me?
It presses on you in all directions.
Why?
Because that's how air pressure works. It presses on things.
But why does it do that?
It presses on things. It's expanding air, so it has.
Why does it expand?
Somewhere? Because it doesn't stay in a ball, dummy.
But why does it have to go somewhere? Like, what is the mechanism behind that? I was asking what is the process behind it? Like you're just saying it does, but I feel like with any other sort of scientific
well, it's your
any sort of science person that would give you an explanation to that.
Listen, it's your burden of proof to demonstrate that you can have a vacuum adjacent to gas pressure without a barrier in between separating the medium. And don't interrupt me.
Hold on, retard. Okay, you're the one you're the.
Fuck off.
Sober up.
Well, retard.
I do not have the burden of proof. You're the one suggesting that there's like a flat earth. I'm just like asking questions.
No, you have the burden of proof.
No. You're the one that's positing
You're going to let me explain this, or I'm going to mute you.
The claim. I'm just asking you a question.
Your positive claim is that you live on a ball in an ever-expanding vacuum chamber. The end, dude.
Yeah.
I actually haven't posited that. If you haven't been keeping up with this conversation, that's quite sad for you, okay? Because I'm drunk.
Yeah, you're drunk, like you said, and you agreed to it when I asked you. So yes, you said it. We can replay it.
Yeah, so replay your retard religion
what I'm asking you,
contradiction and violation
let me speak, sir.
The laws.
I was asking you questions. That's what I was doing. I was probing. I wasn't saying like what I agree with. I was asking how you would justify these certain beliefs.
And I asked you, is the universe a vacuum?
You've never You've never asked me if there's been like if I believe in like a globe or.
I asked you if the universe is an ever
about thermodynamics. That is not a religion, you moron.
Explain to me what thermodynamics is. Like, go ahead, do it.
Physics.
What do you mean? It's just science. It's physics.
Yeah.
No. You can't. No, you can't claim like thermodynamics is science, but you don't agree with any other like scientific like understanding.
Beliefs,
bro. You're like a hypocrite. Like, how can you like point to thermodynamics? You won't point to like, any other like sort of like scientific like thing. Like, they're just like retarded.
Are you done now?
I'm done, sir. I apologize. I'm so sorry.
Okay, so when I asked you, is the universe a vacuum? You said yes. I said, is it ever expanding? You said yes. That means you believe that you live in an ever expanding vacuum, right?
Wait, did I say yes to the ever expanding vacuum? I don't think you asked that question. You're lying to me right now. You're lying.
Too drunk to remember.
No, now you can say that I'm too drunk because I've admitted that I am drunk. I feel like you don't.
Do you argue in bars?
Okay, sorry. I'm a flat earther, but you were retarded. Okay.
You're not a
All right, I'm ready. Sorry. Can you explain to me? I'm sorry. Who's the second guy that's speaking?
Yeah, me.
Not you. Not you. You're not speaking. You're too drunk to speak. Anybody else that's not too drunk to speak? Did you get your shit together yet?
I'm so sorry, sir. Can we just let's restart? I might have come off a little bit too heated, and I apologize.
Hold on, will you tell me about thermodynamics?
Yeah, can you just like explain to me like what thermodynamics is? Like, I just want to know like what does that mean?
I just want to do thermodynamics.
Am I speaking to you or?
I don't know what kind of answer you want from them, mate.
Because like you say that like thermo. Oh, I'm gonna have a stroke. Thermodynamics. You point towards that, but then when I ask you what does that mean, like, can you give me like a brief or like any sort of like explanation? Can you like explain that to me? Yeah.
I think I know where they're going with it, and it's regarding the container, okay, which limits volume. And as the trinity of thermodynamics is pressure, temperature, and volume, if you adjust any of them or change any of them, you influence the other two in any way. So that's kind of the theory, right? So.
I posted it for you.
Okay, so other than thermodynamics, do you guys have any other sort of like physics-based sort of thing, or like astronomy
we don't
kind of
need.
thing?
What's a
This is the fundamental
kind of
inner workings of reality. When you deny its working and the knowledge of this, you are a clown.
Hold on.
Because
what is this? What is a other physics based thing? Give us an example.
Like gravity or like some like other shit like that.
Gravity's a story you were told.
A story that I was told. Exactly. That's my point, right? Like
So
you don't
there's no
believe
fi-
in like
there's
how can you
no
point to like
experiments.
thermodynamics, but
There's
you can't
no
point to like
gravity
gravity?
experiments. There's no gravity experiments.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold up. Wait, you have a mouse next to you, right? Or like a ball or like anything? Pick that up and then drop it. Explain that to me.
It's heavier than air.
Why would they go towards your desk? Why wouldn't it go up?
Air's pushing on it.
Oh, he's pushing on it. Okay.
Okay, I'll give you the answer for what
how
they're
does
going
that work?
to get to. They're going to get to this answer in like 10 minutes, but I'll just make it short. It's about equilibrium and like like rising and falling, and it kind of equilibrates depending on where it lays in its density. In other words, or like anything that is denser than it has an obstacle.
Okay.
Notice he didn't mention gravity in that.
He's explaining
like a
your side.
okay.
I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. I might be wrong. He's
You
explaining
gave
your
us you
side.
gave
Are you
us the
retarded?
example with your mouse, with your stupid mouse, that you lift it and you drop it and it falls down to your desk. Now, what happens if I give you
Wait, why doesn't my mouse?
solid? Listen, I'm not finished. I give you a solid in your hand, which is 7 times lighter than the air. What will happen with it?
Oh, you're going over their heads right now. I'm telling you, this guy is drunk and he's not going to understand this.
Wait, why doesn't my mouse go left or right instead of just going straight towards what I perceive as down? Like towards my desk. Why doesn't it move in any other direction? Why does it only go down?
Things do go in other
It
directions.
should move
Things do go in all
other directions too, because you
One at a
live on a
time, yeah.
spinning ball, and you are also invoking. Your model is invoking Coriolis effect.
Whoa!
Sorry, if you're hold on. If you're on the back of a truck and you
So
jump,
how
you
fall
I'm sorry, do you
from above
Stop.
down in a straight line?
Stop! You took him to Coriolis when all we're talking about is things falling. Don't do that, because it's hard enough.
Yeah,
to
but
keep
he's
drunk
making the stupid question like when I drop something, why it goes in a straight line down and not sideways?
Yeah. Okay. So he's gonna have to deal with that for right now.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Okay,
He's
answer the
trying
simple
to
question.
complicate
When I'm on the back of a
sophisticate,
truck,
but
why is it when I jump, I don't just like pause mid-air and I like fall to the ground? I'm like moving with the truck. Like what is the sort of like mechanism behind that?
Yeah,
Not living on a globe. Not living on a globe.
It could work on a conveyor belt as well. It doesn't have to be like an orbital, like a rotary kind of movement. It could be a linear movement.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you live on a globe.
I'm just asking how you guys like count.
Well, what are you asking that for? We're talking about, do you live on a globe or not?
I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions.
So you're asking questions.
Am I not allowed to ask questions? I'm sorry, I didn't realize we're not allowed to ask questions here.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir. I will be quiet. Sorry, I'm not allowed to ask.
Hey, Jesus Christ. Drunk people just don't stop. Once they get going, they talk and talk and talk. They don't listen to anything and they just stay drunk.
I cracked open another one just for you, whoever the nice lad ever, just for you, okay, buddy?
To be fair, most of the issue is when you move on to another subject or try and come to a conclusion by asking a question rather than like affirming the question, the answer that you were given. Just taking that in rather than trying to pose out another question or what about this or what about that, trying to stick on one subject. So don't
Are you saying I'm not
rails.
doing that? I feel like I'm I'm asking questions and then I'm trying to like think of like situations where that might not like be like the case, and I'm like asking like why does it do it in this situation but not in this?
Well, to be fair, mate, you're not getting the best of answers, really. You're just getting a better way of doing this.
Okay. I feel like I'm just asking like normal questions.
But you're not listening to the answers. You're talking through them and you're being drunk and ignoring things.
Okay. What sort of proof are you asking for when you talk about like a globe Like when you're talking
Prove
to someone
you live on a
who
ball.
lives in like a global Earth.
Prove you live on a ball. Think that through. How would you prove that you live on a ball? And then let's hear those steps.
Okay. Let me think about that for a second.
Geppy, mute your microphone.
Let's say I have a really powerful laser that can, it's like really powerful. If I shoot that across like an open field, I'm going to notice it dips down, right?
Oh,
like
yeah.
this is an experiment that like you can like if you have like the equipment, you'll be able to replicate replicate it. What is the reason why the laser dips?
It doesn't.
What do you mean it doesn't?
Why does a laser dip?
Why would we use lasers for marking straight level lines if they dip around and do all kinds of crazy shit that you say they do?
Because if you point a line in a certain direction, there's no such thing as like gravity or like a curve. Then it'll just keep going forward forever.
You think you can see forever? You think you can see forever?
No, I can't.
So
no, I think what the issue is you're trying to think that the flat Earth is like denying gravity. Where like the effect of it, the cause, like the initial effect or the initial cause of the effect is what's up for question. And from one layer of it is the mass of Earth, right? And the center of gravity is the center of the Earth, and everybody's plumb bob that you hold up and a piece of string is not parallel to each other. That's one theory. And the other theory is that all these plumb bobs that people are holding, wherever they are parallel to each other. And those are two modalities. But it's
just to be clear, flat earthers absolutely deny like gravity. Because like gravity for like the rest of the world, it is the curvature of space and time. With
so
like massive
fine. So it's the curvature of space time. So then things don't get pulled to the center of a ball.
No.
Wow.
No, the effect's still the same, right? That's the idea. The effect's still the same, but the
sort
theory
of
it is different.
the problem is that like you're trying to like put it into like layman's term. I don't know if you know what layman's is. Like you're trying to put it to like a term that like everyone like would know and kind of like be able to conceptualize. You instead of like pull, it's kind of like you fall towards. But obviously the Earth or like massive objects are there to like they apply a support force that pushes you up. But like you're actively like you're on a fuck, what's the word? I've forgotten the word.
It's difficult for you to come up with how this shit works.
No, I mean I feel like that makes perfect sense.
So you think space,
it depends how long
3D. You think space, which is 3D, and time, which is the fourth dimension of it. So that's 4D. You think
no? It's not the fourth dimension. It's not the same as like a spatial dimension. Time is just like
different now. So you're making up your own definition.
No. Time is not a spatial dimension. A spatial meaning like I can go left, right, forward and back, up and down. Time is just a thing that you can never go back in from what we understand currently.
Perfect. So both are just concepts, right?
You're on the border of being right there. Exactly.
It's kind of like a weird concept to wrap your head around.
Yeah,
basically,
so
with the new space-time... Hang on, mate, hang on. With the new space-time theory, time can fluctuate and stretch and shrink, and places can get together and be closer to each other.
But we can never go back.
Not actually. Not like geometrically. Like warp holes, black holes, whatever you want to call it, the wormhole kind of theory. You bend in the space-time to make the fabric of the space-time closer, and there's less of a distance, because it's the difference between Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry, where the straightest path isn't always the quickest path in this new model of space-time. Like gravity is just things that are orbiting are technically traveling in a straight line, but they're just conforming to this space-time and it's curving them. But it's all about the planes of perspective and the reference frame. which is moving or not. That's the debate.
That is true. When you have like a massive object that has like for example, like a black hole, we all like we know what a black hole is, right? It has like infinite density. Like when you get closer towards that, instead of space stretching or like being there, time instead swaps with space and it begins to stretch out.
A better way of visualizing this than just words like that is to turn space-time into a graph where all 3D space is compressed into like
now we have two drunks.
A space dimension and then a time dimension, like a distance over time graph, you know?
Is it something about being a Saturday morning that people just gotta wake up and get wasted?
No, dude, it makes sense, right? So it's like you changing the integer between the time scale on the chart, and you're just stretching and warping that.
Well,
essentially,
I'm just trying to build up a visual piece by piece. So basically, we have the space or distance y value on the chart, and you have the x value, which would be time. And normally this chart would be a grid, basically square by square by square by square. And it's completely straight. But when you add mass to the equation, those straight lines start to curve. So as you're moving along the time, it's curving down towards space, right? So as you're traveling through time, you actually begin to travel through space as you get closer and closer to this piece of mass.
And then essentially them square grids, and you induce the mass onto that grid. Then wherever the grids that are around that mass in the vicinity are going to dilate or like contract. Obviously, they become smaller than the grid that they originally started as. Therefore, time is being compressed around the gravity, and that's kind of how black holes work, right? Time dilation and this and that.
A good way to think of it is pull out a single piece of the grid where it's angled at a certain point. Black holes, the event horizon, is where the grid is angled so far to, I guess, like to the right, a good way of putting it, that light, it can't
90 degrees or so.
90 degrees for our purposes. But if we do the space, the y-axis of the graph, if each tick mark there was the speed of light, then at 45 degrees angle, then that means no matter where the light goes, it's always going to be destined to travel towards the center of the black hole once it reaches the event horizon.
Can you explain a spatial dimension as opposed to like a temporal dimension? Because I feel like that's a pretty
Please God, no.
That's a pretty like out there kind of thing to understand.
That's kind of what we're discussing, right? That's kind of it, and we haven't really got it's hypothetical, right? With this
yeah, but like even like a
distance.
Yeah, but would someone like Nice Flat Earth would they like be willing to accept that, or I guess they're muted. Okay, never mind. You guys continue on. Sorry.
I don't know. I think he'll just say that time is a man-made concept, and we just set like color or frequency. We've just set like a distinct like division between one and the other, or musical notes and such. It's just man-made concept.
I feel like there's more. I feel like there's more evidence. Obviously, I'm fucking retarded. I'm mentally retarded. Unironically,
you're kidding.
I feel like I feel like there is more evidence pointing towards like a globe kind of Earth with like math and like sort of thing like this. Nice Flat Earth. Unironically, I would need to like research this like more in depth. But like
you're here already. You made it. This is the
I'm
top
here already, dude. I'm sorry. Did I need to take like a college kind of like test to like get into this VC?
Yeah, so hold on. I'm a mod. So check it out. You just reached the top research facility. So where are you going to go from here?
Sorry, I'm going to go to like peer-reviewed data as well as like actual like specialists within the field of like these sort of things.
We are the specialists
as opposed to you
field.
On some random dumb fuck on Discord.
We are the specialists.
I'm going to talk to like the professionals.
Yeah, we're professionals. I get paid.
I'm sorry. Why does the majority disagree with you? Go ahead.
So are we going to say if most people believe that Santa Claus is real, I'm stupid for not believing in Santa Claus?
How are you a flat Earth expert? I want to know.
Oh, no. Yeah, what is a flat Earth expert? 99% of people who specialize in this sort of field, they disagree with you. Go ahead.
So they disagree that because they believe in Santa Claus, I don't believe in Santa Claus.
They don't believe in Santa Claus. They have peer-reviewed data that explains to them why they're like correct in their belief. Go ahead.
Peer-reviewed data proves Santa exists.
Okay, how about this? How about this?
Sorry, give me the peer-reviewed data that Santa exists. Go ahead.
You said Santa exists.
I don't say Santa exists.
Most of the world
data points towards us living on a globe.
Most of the world believes in Santa Claus, therefore it was peer-reviewed.
No,
and therefore
are you
I'm
fucking
wrong.
serious? I'm sorry. What sort of like kid over the age of like 15, maybe, I'm gonna give you that, 15, believes in Santa?
Why don't they believe in Santa anymore?
It's just Santa is just like a little belief that kids have for like just a little bit of fun. I don't think they should
I
have
can
that
give
belief.
you a good way of thinking about this.
They don't but like Santa there's no like data or like a study on Santa actually existing. Do you understand that?
Bullshit. I can leave cookies out and they'll disappear.
Yeah. Do you live with your dad still? That would explain a lot.
No, I can explain this here. Okay, so
go ahead.
What piece of evidence do you have that the Earth is flat? Just give me any piece of evidence. Water. Okay, water falls flat.
You were saying Earth could be any shape and you could just zoom out.
Every single piece of evidence.
Lines could be anything.
I'm gonna get to that, but every piece of evidence.
You're a fucking waste of time, man. Fuck off.
Thank you.
Fucking drunk asshole.
Yeah. So go to the other drunk.
Hold on, I'm drunk. I don't know about this asshole.
Yeah, he gets drunk
that
too.
Asshole, he
the only way
drunk.
people can handle us is coming to here drunk.
It's absolutely cringe that you're like holding on, like you're pulling at straws. You're like, he's drunk. That must mean he's wrong.
Dude, you
like
said
that must actually.
I'm drunk.
That must unironically hurt your ego so fucking much. Because if I was like a moderator, of this
dude, I am a moderator. You said I'm drunk, and you also said I'm retarded. So I'm just going by what you said.
Obviously, sorry. I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. Sorry. I didn't realize you were autistic as well. Sorry. My bad, okay? Obviously, when I'm saying these things, I'm joking. I'm drinking a little, and obviously when I say I'm retarded, sorry, I know you have autism. When I'm saying I'm retarded, I'm saying I'm not knowledgeable in this sort of field, and I don't have any, like, expertise behind it.
I agree.
And I'm just kind of like in here.
I agree. You're a retard. So
what is it? Wait, define retard.
I'm allowed to call you that now.
Define retard. Go ahead.
You just said it. You don't have any knowledge in the field.
Define retard. Can you not define it?
You used it.
Define retard. Go ahead.
You used it already.
Retard.
It means to be slow.
Person
slow, not
to achieve knowledge.
To be slow, not advanced. To use it in engineering.
Sorry, I thought you wouldn't be able to.
Retard cams.
Sorry, I took you a little bit to look that up. Okay, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, so you retard cams to change their timing. You advance cams to change their timing. You want to know what retard means?
Okay.
Can we not mention intellectual skill, whatever achievements and jobs and how drunk people are? Just get on with the topic.
Retard bad? I feel like you're like if you're like mentally.
No, just get on with the topic.
Like
man.
I'm mentally incapable.
You don't bring that up, you won't bring the drunk up, all right?
How does water prove the Earth is flat?
Can I say mentally incapable? Because I'm not smart. I don't think I'm smart. I'm probably like average, maybe. And I'm not like well versed in this like sort of thing. So maybe I'll just say like
just
mentally.
Carry on,
I'm a little
dude.
dumb. I'm a little dumb. Okay, go ahead.
It's like everybody is, man. Just carry on, dude.
Sorry, I like to poke fun at myself or be self-deprecating. Yeah, flat Earth. Yeah. How does the water prove that the Earth is flat? Okay, well, it's kind of quiet. Oh, I got added. Hold on.
So sorry, Tim. I'll put in there, seeing as nobody said anything. They're going to say it is on a local scale, and just hoping it is on the greater scale. Because if the physics of water and displacement and this and that, and how water finds its level, and all these rules of water and hydrodynamics and stuff, on a local scale, it seems to adhere to that. But as a populace, we can't really test on the greater scale, can we? So that's what we're stuck with.
Okay. I feel like is it just like you can't trust like government type thing, or like people who like are part of like a wider community, like scientifically, like for like literal like scientists, like are you just like not able to like trust them for like because I'm like trying to think like
chamber.
Like,
I don't need to trust other people.
Sorry, like when I consume like a product, I'm trusting that like this has been like through like a like some sort of system that like protects me.
I don't.
So I'm. What do you mean I don't? Wait, what?
I don't. I make sure I know what I'm eating first.
Okay.
I know.
Because like even when I set up my car, I'm like fully brought into like this has been through like some sort of like rigorous like system check. Like I'm gonna be safe. Like it's not.
Yeah, they don't do that unless you ask them for that extra.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Well, so when did you time out then? Time out. When did you use product Globe Earth?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, you said when I use a product, I trust that it's A-OK. So when are you using this product, Globe Earth?
Yeah,
For
in
Globe
reality,
Earth?
when do you account for the curvature in your life? When do you adjust for it? When do you make a difference than if it was just on a flat plane that's motionless and everything's measured level and you just base off that?
God, I love in science we can make all these assumptions. It makes life a whole lot easier to calculate.
Can I respond or
Yes, you may. Permission granted.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that so much. Just like when I go to like in my daily life, like I'm like whenever I like interact with the world, I'm assuming like whenever I have like a product like my keyboard, my mouse, my monitor, the food I eat, the car that I drive, the gas that I'm using, I'm assuming that like it's gone through some sort of
yeah, I get that. So when is it that you've used Globe Earth?
And
I get that.
And when I'm getting like certain like understandings of people who from people who have dedicated their entire lives to the
now you're talking about like, stories that you believe. If you're talking about people's understanding.
Wait, hold on. Is it not the story that I believe that like when I pump my gas that it's like actually gas, like gasoline, and like it's like
Lord,
dude. My engine?
What? Okay, you're grandstanding, dude. Make your point. Let's go.
10%. Oh, grandstanding.
You are. You're talking about. You're doing this like Martin Luther King, like I have a dream speech instead of like addressing point.
Like how am I not addressing the point?
Because you're saying the car I drive, the gas I pump. Like, dude, stop talking grandstanding.
Yeah, I'm trusting that these things actually fucking exist and work the way they do.
Make your
like,
point.
For like a scientist, I'm assuming.
Thank you.
Okay, so here's how this goes.
We're gonna try this again. We're gonna try this again. Okay.
Stop.
We're gonna try this again.
Here's how this goes. He mentioned everything that he can actually touch.
Yes.
Sorry. I forgot I'm dealing with toddlers and you guys are fucking retarded.
No, you just gotta stop being Dr. Seuss and make your.
So whenever like I come into contact with something that I'm new to, I appeal to the specialists within the field that have dedicated their entire fucking lives to.
Me.
Okay. That's what I do. Okay.
Me, I'm your teacher.
They know
now.
better than me because I know absolutely fucking nothing. You cannot tell me you know anything about the physics. Oh, okay.
May I respond?
Anything of like physics as a whole, you cannot tell me.
Dude, are you drunk?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah. Okay. So can I ask you? Listen. I'm not. Regardless of what your background is, right? I don't want to dive necessarily into it, but can you just to establish a foundation? Do you have any background in any scientific discipline?
No, I do not. No.
Okay, I do.
You?
Right? So yes, I do.
What scientific background? Please.
I have a degree in atmospheric science and environmental science. I have a double major.
Sorry, atmospheric science and
environmental
meteorologist.
Chemistry. Oh, that's pretty good. Double major? Wait, really?
Yes. So I've actually.
Wait, are you a flat earther?
No, I'm a globetard. But let me tell you why I support their argument. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
What I support
maybe. Okay. I might be retarded. Sorry. I might be like.
You might be. Let's find out.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
here's the thing. Okay. Do you understand the scientific process of essentially? Well, not scientific method. I'm not talking about that. What is the scientific process? If I'm trying to make a scientific argument, what are the steps that I have to take?
I think you have like some sort of like observation, and then you have like a hypothesis.
I'm not talking scientific method. I'm not talking.
What do you mean then?
I'm talking about the process. Okay, skip the scientific method. I know what you're saying, right? So I establish a scientific method. Okay, I test it. I establish results. What do I do after that?
I think you publish that sort of like data, and then there's like some sort of like peer review of other specialists within the field that like can point out to whether or not like this is like this is like something like really good, like some sort of like new finding, or they can point out to you like what you did wrong within the study, or they challenge that. Like that's my
bingo right there. You're exactly correct, right? It's about scrutiny. You're scrutinized. You're challenged based on your evidence,
criticism,
and results that you produce. Right. That is the whole. That is the whole point of science. And so my question to you is, because the experience that I've had here with these gentlemen, despite the fact that I'm an oblate spiritard, is that they challenge my thoughts, regardless of my educational background. Wouldn't you agree that that's good for science to be challenged on the thoughts and the ideas that you have?
Okay, what sort of like experiments do these guys actively partake in?
Oh, no. Let me clarify again, not to interrupt. I said, wouldn't you?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we're not. I'm not talking about them experimenting. I'm talking about the idea that if I bring forth an idea about why the globe is a globetard, right? And I lay out all the foundational evidence, and then they scrutinize me for it, and they cherry pick it, right? Wouldn't you agree that process is wonderful?
Not necessarily.
Not
necessarily.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Wait. Sorry. It's wonderful for like people to be able to like challenge your ideals, or like what you like your is ideals the right word, or your hypothesis? Dude, I can't pronounce that fucking word.
Let's just say ideals. Let's go with ideals.
Okay, ideals. I think that is beautiful. I think that's a beautiful thing. You're able to like challenge people who like who have like a oh fuck! I think that's a good thing to be able to challenge people who have like high standing than you. But I feel like when it comes to like things that have like overwhelming data, or however you pronounce it, I feel like you should be willing to like relinquish like, okay, maybe this is like a thing that actually like exists, or like it explains as to why, like from our general knowledge that we know now, or like the knowledge that we have now, like that makes the most sense, sort of thing. Did I answer your question, or did I?
You know what, you made my case. Thank you.
All right, because like when I'm in here, like I'll be honest, it's for like fun. I enjoy talking to people who like disagree with me. Like that's what I enjoy. And like I could be wrong. I could be actively wrong. I agree with that. But it's just interesting hearing how other people think.
So do you prefer to be wrong and then being told you're wrong and still argue that point?
I prefer to be right in every single circumstance, but I'm willing to like ask questions and kind of like fight for what I believe is right. But like if I come across evidence that is like pardon me, sorry. Oh, pardon me, sorry.
Wow.
If I come across like things that like make more sense, or like come across as like better evidence, then yeah, I'm willing to incorporate that into my mind. But I feel like you have to give me I feel like you have to give me some sort of chance, because like I feel like actively, not just me, like everyone, like if you're like arguing with someone, you are unlikely to like say that you're wrong.
Here, I'll give you something we can't argue. Here, I'll give you something we can't argue about.
Right? Yeah.
I'll give you something we can't argue about. Is a pool flat when it's just at rest? You know, swimming pool.
Is a pool flat?
Yeah, when it's at rest, indoor swimming pool.
I mean, from the human point of view, yeah, I would guess so. But like, if you were able to like measure it with like,
no, even if you measure it, it's still the same. It's still level. When you measure it, it's still level.
Sorry, if I zoom in like really highly onto a ball,
I'm not talking about molecules.
No, I'm just talking about like a basketball, like a basketball. I'm sorry.
I said a motherfucking swimming
pool. Hold on. This is where I know you're living in delusion.
Can I only interrupt you? You said from the human point of view. Can I have the B point of view or the end point of view or the human point of view?
Are you asking me? Sorry. Hold on.
Yeah, Tim Tam. You ready? Oh man, Tim Tam. Tim Tam, an indoor swimming pool. Nobody's in it. It's been sitting there for 3 days. No waves.
Sorry. Can I ask you a question?
I've
answered.
Yeah, let's just say
it is level enough from your point of view, like your eye, like your human eye. It is level, but if you were to measure it accurately, it would not be perfectly level. There's
so
no
if
such
I had
thing as like
if I had an indoor swimming, if I had an indoor swimming pool 100 miles long, would it be level?
No.
No.
Can I ask you a question? If you were to zoom in on a basketball, would that be level?
Jesus. Yeah, we already have that picture somewhere. Somebody's gonna post it because you want to zoom in on basketballs. We've already zoomed in on a basketball. It's curved. What about that?
It's curved? Wait, what was the measurement behind that though?
Can I just say that? Can I just mention that you don't see level? That's a dumb thing to say. If we saw level, we wouldn't need leveling tools.
I feel like the problem is that
the problem is that you think there's a false dichotomy between seeing level and telling us even though it looks level, it's not. Yeah, no, you're I don't know.
No, because you're not able to. You're not able to. I'm sorry. Are you telling me every? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Go on.
My bad. The problem is that it is not. Yeah. You are not able to measure the accuracy because of how big the Earth is.
The accuracy of what? How level it is?
Yeah, how level it is because like the motion of the Earth.
You don't level. You don't measure level either.
What do you mean you don't measure level? What do you mean by that?
Well, you establish level or horizontal to measure in the vertical plane.
You establish level? How is it different to measuring level?
Because it's not like a standard of measurement. Like this amount of it is level. Like as in, I have a 6 inches of level. Like that's
Wouldn't like a 0 degree like flat plane? Wouldn't that be level everywhere?
Yeah, that's not a. I mean, yeah, that's a measurement, but that's not a measurement of. You don't measure level. You establish level for your measurements.
What is establishment? What do you mean by establish?
What do you mean?
There must be some sort of like. There must be some sort of like reference that you're like talking about.
For example, when people are hanging their picture frames, they establish a level.
There's an established level, but what is that level?
He doesn't even understand what you're saying to him, dude.
2 points of equal elevation.
Alright, my bad. Sorry, I'm sorry. I forget. Sorry, I'm retarded. Sorry, my bad. I don't
Dude,
understand.
You're fucking mumbling now. You're getting so drunk live on the air.
I'm not drunk. Perfectly fine.
I'm fucking drunk.
Yeah, that guy's drunk.
What for you will be flat surface?
He's not even in the right frame of mind. He keeps thinking,
I don't think there is like a true flatness to anything.
What for you will be flat surface?
But you gotta.
Flat is like relative to like what you find as like flat.
Either he's gonna get in the right frame of mind, or he's not. I mean, because we could show him a million measurements, and he'll be like, "Well,
guys, I've actually just been chugging
his
water
premise will still be the same. Yeah,
straight.
Locally it'll look that way, but is it really? Like that's gonna.
I want to know what is locally, Elijah.
Well, he already
It's
said
everything that you would possibly postulate to him because he doesn't understand. So the question really is, does he want to understand?
I'm sorry, if you can look at the atomical level of like my disc, are you saying it's perfectly flat?
You see what I'm saying? He's not trying to understand. So it's like you can't force blood out of a stone. Like you best talking to
when I
someone
asked him
because you
when I
can
asked
tell him the same thing in 1,000 different ways, but the conversation will go nowhere because his initial premise is still the same thing he's trying to put forth to us. That's why he keeps asking. So on the atomic level, like ask him whatever you want, guys. I don't know.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here's what he said. We're gonna sum it up. When we were asked if a pool lies level, he said, "Well, no, the Earth's motion."
Wow.
That's not what I said at all. Are you fucking retarded?
Well, the fact that you said no is dumb.
As a pool level from your human, from your perspective,
First of all,
you'll see it as flat because it's not like that large of a distance. But
first
if
of
you were
all,
to
a pool is
measure
not
it
level. Stupid.
absolutely precisely,
Listen,
it would be
a pool is
curved.
not level just generally.
Oh my god, yes sir.
Hello,
Yes sir.
1
I
foot,
apologize, sir.
2
Sorry,
feet,
master.
5
Yes, master.
foot deep.
Yes,
That's
master.
a change in
Yes, sir.
elevation.
Yes, sir.
So,
Yes, sir.
well, mute him then,
Sorry.
guys. Because
Yeah,
I mean,
mute me. Honestly,
Yeah,
I'm just gonna be
because you're
cringe.
interrupting. You're
no,
interrupting
Sasha,
him.
don't just mute him, man. Like he's not being reasonable. He doesn't want to talk to us. He just wants to make noise on the microphone.
Yeah,
Any other Glober want to speak up?
But the best thing is to realize is this, Elijah. He will know your position. Then that means that he will repeat. Elijah, you think that Earth is flat because of this and this and this, and that's your position. He will repeat that, and then he will know your position.
No, he won't. Because I will talk and he won't respond to what I say. He's just going to repeat what he said when I first got here for the next 2 hours. Like,
3 hours.
This happens all the time. Like, no matter what we say, he's going to go back to, but on the microscopic scale, he's not listening.
I know.
On the microscopic, you can put this ball like 100 times bigger, and it still will have. And it still will have the mat where should to be that kind of sphericity. It doesn't matter which. You can put it here like an ant on this sphere, and the perspective of the ant will be, oh my God, it's more or less than the human being. Do you understand the perspective of the ant on this
Well,
world?
are you
The
speaking
ant.
to us or are you speaking to him?
Yeah, I'm speaking with you, Elijah. The perspective
Why
of
are
the
you
ant.
telling me this?
Yeah, for the audience, perspective
Oh,
of the ant, it's like a 1 meter maybe, But if you put the ant outside in the garden, he's on the air. But Earth has the radius of 3,959 miles. Whatever. If you put the ant, humor, or giant with the 100 meters height, it's the same math. It's not locally flat like a locally flat because it's big. It's big because it's big like that. It's big 24,000 miles. And you can be now whatever size you want. The locally flat is 1.22 miles with 1 foot observer height. That's all.
Yeah.
Because if you want to put like an ant,
we don't even need the ant because I kind of like when the other guy brought up the ant example earlier. I was like, well, technically that's what they're saying the Earth is. Like you don't even have to imagine the ant. I get it. The ant can only see but so much on the ball, right? Yeah, that's exactly what they're saying. We can only see but so much, and there's a tangent to the tangent point for that ant, just like the same would go for on Earth. Like if you're saying the Earth is like the ball, then there's a geometric distance for the ant, and there's a geometric distance for us, based on the size of the ball we live on.
Yep.
So we already have an example. We just need to validate whether it's true or not. We already talked about how it's not true. So I mean, I don't know if there are anybody who has any real questions out there still.
Yeah, there's Globers in here. They were speaking up when he was talking, speaking up for him, trying to clarify what everybody means. There was a few clarifying what flat earthers mean, what they're talking about for us.
Yeah.
Not counting Brandon or Brendan, whatever his name is. He kind of shutting that guy up.
More like Asperger's.
I saw Cartman's Asperger's were a real hit.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Why is it muted?
Why do you mean? Why is it muted?
Some people here are muted and other like they're serving.
Because it has to be spurging or the hot miking. That's why.
Oh, okay. So we're having a dialogue.
Dishes.
Yeah. What do you want to talk
Well,
about?
it depends. We're not going to play games. If you have something reasonable to say, we're going to listen. If you start talking over people like you just did, that wasn't too crazy. But if you keep doing it and it causes me, for example, to like call you out about it, eventually you're probably going to get muted. So just don't do that, and don't speak when someone else is speaking, and don't repeat points when people have already rebutted them.
Oh, if we're going to do like, oh, you're over talking me. If we're going to do like conversational etiquette.
Oh, you about to get muted for saying I'm over talking you. That was obviously a mistake. So you're not going to be a dick either.
But that's what I did too, a mistake, and you called me out on it. So I feel like if we're going to reply to each other,
you're not going to be a dick. I hope you understand that moving forward.
Okay,
because if you don't,
I don't want to engage with you. Never mind.
Okay, good.
Any other Globers got globe proof besides how we mute people?
But what about satellite systems?
Yeah, so what about them?
They utilize a flattened, stationary, non-rotating plane.
Yeah, how else would they know where? How else would you know where they're at?
Yep.
But I don't know. I guess I'm just confused in how like the flat Earth model works.
No, you ask a question. That was the answer to the question. Now, the crazy thing is, if what I said is true, it doesn't matter whether you understand or not. It just matters if there's value in what I said. So if I'm saying that if there are things up there, then they're utilizing a flat and non-rotating surface, you got to be like, well, that's obviously not true, because that's obviously not what we live on. And then I would have to get a citation from NASA, and then we'll go, oh, golly gee, that is what it says. But you know what? When you look at the more complex stuff, and I'd be like, okay, well, while we're here on NASA's website, show me the complicated stuff. If you can do that, which is something that hasn't been done ever, then that'd be swell. So we're not about to argue about satellites and this, that, and the third. We already have the literature. We already know what's up. When you're trying to figure out, the position of the satellite, you need to get your elevation angles correct. You can't have elevation angles with respect to the Earth if the Earth is a globe. Because then the elevation angle, the horizontal part of it, would be out in space. It had no relation to the Earth whatsoever. I mean, I would think that this shit is like amazing and awesome. You know what I mean? We never get the wow, this is fucking crazy. I mean, what you guys are saying, like it's crazy that doesn't happen more.
Yeah,
Y'all are a bunch
I
of
bet they do
ciphers.
say it's crazy, but not in the way you want them to
Yeah, I
mean
know,
it.
because y'all are a bunch of ciphers from like the Matrix. You don't actually. We can tell you, look at this literature. Here's NASA saying it's flat, and you're gonna be like, yeah, well, but they're not flat earthers, are they? And it's like, what is? Like you find out a girl is cheating, and well, she's a good Christian woman. She's not really a cheater, is she? She just made. No, she's a cheater.
Dumb nigger.
You know. Then you have the bigots.
Oh, dude.
With the subsetted low level racism.
I don't even call it out, but I understand. You know what I mean?
I can't even call that bigotry or racism. He was just being a troll.
Yeah,
he doesn't even know where
he didn't even know what he was doing. Yeah, he didn't know what he was even trying to do.
Yeah.
And you know it's so crazy because I never experienced that in life. Not saying that it doesn't happen, but somebody will say that for 9 times out of 10 legitimate feelings. They'll have feelings about something, and they'll have a disagreement with you of some type. They'll get mad at you, frustrated because you don't understand something, or they perceive you not to understand, and out of frustration they'll be like, "Dumb nigger," blah 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 blah. But it, like in the movies, like for no reason, look at you, dumb nigger. Like that shit just doesn't happen, fam.
No,
it's
it doesn't.
2024.
No, that's Hollywood.
I would say probably 70% of our workforce are black because of the area that the buildings are placed. You know what I mean? That's just where they are. That's where everybody lives on that side of town. On this side of town where I live, I actually work on the other side of town, but on this side of town we have plants. It's mostly white. You don't see any of that shit happening. You don't even hear people talking like that when you're friends with them. They're like, that shit don't happen, dude. So everything you see on TV is scripted. I don't care what anybody says.
Because at best, you'll be a bigot towards a certain demographic because you saw something on TV or because like social media, or maybe you had an experience and then that experience was like over. Where are my words? Bottom line is you had one experience and then you confirmed your bias probably by the way the world on the internet, speaks. And that's the only real way to be as dumb as that last guy. Because I can't really see any other.
Any other Globers with proof of living on a spinning ball in a giant vacuum chamber that's ever expanding, except for that but like the last guy's proof, that wasn't really proof either. He just yelled out words. Yeah, so it looks like DMs is the new thing for Globers to be hitting up to flat earthers and this and that. I mean, and it's spiking up. They must have had a meeting about it.
Yeah.
So just be aware of this. That is why people have to ask me to let them be added as a friend or vice versa, because I keep all my shit closed. Because some of us do have like people that just love to, one day I stopped when I had 700 unread messages, and that was the end of it.
Oh. So they message you too much, eh?
Yeah, that's a bit extreme, isn't it?
Yeah, imagine like he's in my DMs, and I'll read it too. I'll read it out loud. This is what he told me. This guy, he's just desperate, man. It's funny. He says, "Are you interested in understanding why I know the flat Earth movement has scammed you? Would you like me to prove it to you? Look, I understand that you probably like the idea of belonging to a renegade group, but don't pretend that's why they say is fact. Airplanes that have flown the equator have proved that the distance is 24,901.461 miles, plus or minus 1.0 yards. Get the fuck out of here. This figure has been confirmed by geodetic surveys. This figure is confirmed by GPS. This figure is confirmed by mapping satellites. This figure is confirmed by calculations. Must I go on?" And then I replied to him what I put in that fucking message right there. These guys, man, they're
Ask them how planes can know how fast they're flying to measure distance.
Right?
Nobody likes to answer that. Amish likes when people get into that one. He likes to take them on, but no Glober in here will bring that one up.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
Yeah. These guys watching McToon too much.
Okay, so what about like satellite imagery that like shows like a curvature of the Earth or something?
So camera picture from a camera.
Like I'm looking at a live stream from the International Space Station.
That's not live, dude.
Can I post one from an International Space Station? And can you
Hold
explain
on,
it?
Sasha. Yeah, go ahead. Just post stuff. Let me deal with this guy. What makes you think it's live? Does it got a live sticker on it?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Just was live stream on the YouTube video.
You don't even read the fine print. Post the link.
I mean, I just typed ISS live stream on YouTube.
Yeah,
I posted.
Yeah,
I
did you even read it?
The description says this is an ISS live Earth view happening right now from space. It says the ISS is 260 miles above the planet in low Earth orbit. It takes 90 minutes for ISS to complete one orbit around the Earth.
90 minutes?
That's what it said. I don't know if that's true.
Can you
You'd
draw
have to be
on
going
the
like
paper?
1,000 to 3,000 miles an hour.
Can you draw on the paper now 8,000 of diameter surface and 250 miles height above that surface?
Did I post the right one?
Let me see.
You watch Flat Earth debate, Sasha?
Oh.
You watch Nathan's?
Dude, I love Flat Earth.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I'm loving the cause the thing
I think it says it's
I
from
don't
NASA.
think I'm gonna ask Glover's questions I know that there's no answer to.
Yeah, that's the same one.
Because he said someone said or believes or the whatever Google or wherever it says is that the ISS is orbiting the Earth every 90 minutes. Now that time frame is based on a horizontal plane.
That's fucking
Like,
crazy.
the end of the conversation. There's no orbit. Can't prove that. It's not like unless you beg the question of the radius of a sphere. Well, then you're already assuming your outcome, and based on those assumptions, you can get that time. But even then, again, it starts and is derived from a plane. So it's like, what are we even doing, man? Like, I wish that we were taking this fight to. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm just not happy talking to the trolls and the people that are like that get us nowhere.
I'm not trying to be a troll.
Do you want to know why Elijah thinks that Earth is not a globe?
He doesn't care.
Because it's not because of satellites, it's not because of moon, it's not because of eclipses, it's not because of seasons, it's not because of stars, it's not because of sun, it's not because of refraction, it's not because of Do you know because why he believe Earth is not a globe?
I mean, I've heard the water argument.
Do you know? Because you were speaking with him a lot of time. You must know. What is his position?
Okay, so the guy watching the live stream, I went ahead and went into your live stream, and this is what I found when I went back. This video. The video. Yeah, this thing is just, and it has a play button. Look at the sunrise. They put a commercial inside of it. That was not the picture that was coming up when that came up. They just flipped to that and then went back to whatever it was. So, and it's throughout the quote live video.
Yeah, on the other live stream description that I was just reading, it said that when it cuts out, they like periodically lose connection and it like reconnects or something.
Of course they're gonna. What else do you want them to say? That's a good story for you. Now you believe them. Now you believe them. You're easy to. You know what would be easy? If we met on the street and I was a con man, you would hand me over your wallet just by saying, "Man, you got to have this. You need this more than I do." That's how gullible you are.
Big yikes. The moon landing was fake, right? Like filmed in a Hollywood studio with cables and shit.
That's what I believe.
Filmed by Stanley Kubrick.
Yep.
In like what, Paramount or Warner Brothers or something?
Well, the real question is when Joe Rogan asked Neil deGrasse Tyson to basically prove that we went to the moon, the dude said he responded with a logical fallacy. He was like, "Well, we're not taking that fuel and going to the Piggly Wiggly." And it's like, if you don't think, that's like somebody asking me if I went to, I don't know, if it's like somebody asking me if I went to an event and I said, "Come on, fam, I didn't fill up my gas tank for nothing," but I really didn't go there. I went, to see my sneaky link. Like, why isn't it ever just straight up and down? Here's the evidence. Second of all, we know that they didn't go to the moon because it's a second law of thermodynamics violation, which requires the plane of the Earth to create the rhetoric that you could even get there. I would expect a genuine person to say, "What the fuck does that mean?" Because I don't believe that shit. There's no fucking way. And then I would, go about showing you how that's way. Like, I don't know, but it's like this corny shit about, "Oh, what do you think about the moon landing? You think it was Paramount?" That shit is corny. Do you want to know that the Earth is flat or not? It's 2024. Like, step your awareness game up. Make something of yourself.
Yeah, well, video games tend to occupy a lot of people's time, and they don't do anything else but that. So a lot of people don't learn shit anymore.
There's no definitive proof the Earth's flat.
The Earth is measured and practically used as a stationary, non-rotating plane. It's literally all of the proof. But again, everything that I said, I'm pretty sure you didn't understand. Because despite me saying that you need a plane of reference for the elevation angle of the satellite to read where it is in location in respect to you on the plane, then I told you, well, if we're going to talk about orbits, again, you're going to need a plane of reference to create that. So, which part of that did you miss where you're like, yeah, but there's no actual evidence?
I mean, I don't understand it. I don't understand how that proves the Earth is flat.
Because nobody's using it like it actually is a globe. The only part of that is utilized is the entertainment portion where you can YouTube shit where people are saying it's a globe. It's the only practical use for it. It's people's imaginations. But when it comes to engineering, when it comes to technology, when it comes to observations and traveling across the plane of the earth, that's exactly what it's utilized as. The plane of the earth is flat, non-rotating, and stationary.
Manufactotum, why don't you just speak up and tell us how orbital mechanics work on a globe? Since you're the professional, I forgot about that.
Not a professional. I have to leave in like 15 minutes. Also, I don't understand how that works, that you need a plane for orbital mechanics.
Did somebody say you needed a plane for orbital mechanics?
Well, let's be for real, said measurements that get us into space.
Yeah, you have the initial measurements that give you the radius of the Earth that then you use to formulate some sort of argument about orbital mechanics. Because you would need the radius from the center point of the Earth to wherever the fuck you think things are that are orbiting around this body that you think it's the size that it is. So yeah, all things lead back to needing a plane.
I'm not sure I followed that.
They never understand a thing.
No, it sounds like at the end you got a. If I understand correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that we need a plane to get measurements that then tell us it's a sphere for us to do orbital mechanics. Is that more or less?
Well, right? I mean, all you're using is a circle, and then the radius of the circle. You're not really using the Earth itself.
Well,
just
we're using,
just a reification. Because the actual measurements to things in the sky are elevation angle measurements, which require a plane.
But that plane, the plane that we're taking those elevation measurements from, is not the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, it's in relation to the surface of the Earth. That's the horizontal plane part, because it's in reference to the Earth. No. How high something is angularly above the plane of the Earth. That's why when you see GP, geographic location, it's underneath that plane because it's in reference to a place on the Earth. What are you talking about?
Right. So it's not the plane of the Earth. It's a plane horizontal that we establish to take those.
We established that you couldn't establish if the ground was curving away from that horizontal plane. Yes.
You absolutely could.
No, you absolutely could. Well, if you need a 90 degree for a GP and the ground is curving, you'll never attain that. So yeah, you most absolutely do. I'm not jacking you lying and saying no, I don't need it. Because that's bullshit.
I don't think you're lying. I think you're
no. I'm saying I'm not jacking you lying.
Sure. So one way to do it is to establish a horizontal and get a 90 degree from
the horizontal is parallel to the plane of the Earth. That's why
the horizon.
That's why if you're doing celestial navigation and you're sighting more than one star, each and every radii that extends from you to the GP of the location on Earth is going to be in parallel to each other in a horizontal plane.
That's backwards. You're assuming the parallel.
Look, I listen. You're saying that's backwards, but I literally spent half my morning explaining and sharing citations and sources about this very thing. So I guess I'm not. I guess I'm not in the mood to argue with you. So instead of stopping you from talking, I guess I'll just mute and you can believe whatever you want to believe. Because
hey, let's be for real. Texting and the graphs are coming back up. The images are starting again.
Yeah, but somebody to say, well, no, that's not the case is like it obviously is the case. Like obviously you're going to establish a plane of reference that is directly related to the ground. Because if the ground Because if the ground was if the ground was deviating from that horizontal plane, you don't have an angle to
That's why you
establish.
no, that's why you establish it. You can do this off the top of a mountain, and a mountain is not going to be
Bro, I
flat.
just told you that if you have 3 radii, they have to be parallel to each other. You said that's backwards. That's not.
Right.
What do you mean by backwards? That's not.
It's 'cause-
No, it's not. It's not backwards. That's exactly how you get a fix in
No.
your line of position.
That's
Yes.
incorrect.
All right, well, all right, whatever. I'm going on mute.
Well, I just want to
Everybody saw in the chat. You can see what I provided. So get this guy saying no, I'm incorrect. I hope that you guys are smart enough to have him explain that to you and share literature that would validate what he's saying, thus invalidating what I've already shared. Because if he's not doing that, then he's blowing smoke.
He doesn't do that because he's like the number 3 or 4 top anti-flat earther that we have right now. So
I'm not an anti-flat earther.
do that.
Well,
but I am curious. You said there were things in the chat. I might have gotten erased. If you could like repost them, I'd like to see them.
I like to throw out there though, like in regards to what Elijah was saying, like so when you consider where they're launching from, like from Florida or from California, like there's like even they themselves say that because of the difference of elevation, like all their math is different. So because they have like in California, it's a higher shelf. I think it's like 750 feet or something like that above sea level. But on Florida, they're like almost to sea level. I think it's only like 10 or 15 feet. And in their map, like they have said that because they're different elevations of which they're shooting from, like that does change the way their trajectories and all that stuff is. So I'm just saying, even in their own paradigm, they do say there's a difference in their orbital mechanics of how they have to calculate it because of where they're launching it from. So, but the fact of the matter though is they're still establishing a elevation to a baseline, and that's the whole point that Elijah's trying to point out to you. Whether you want to believe him or not, I don't know. But
I don't disagree with anything you just said.
Okay,
I think
just
what's in contention is whether that baseline A is horizontal and B is the Earth itself.
Well, again, their all their math is derived.
The baseline is horizontal.
Exactly,
Yes.
exactly. All their math
is. And number 2, is it the Earth? Obviously, no, that's not the Earth. But if it wasn't directly related to the Earth, then we wouldn't be doing the things that we're doing with it.
Right, like that even goes into like oops. That even goes into like ballistics.
Look, I made a line. Now I'm walking again. Like that's so stupid.
Yeah, that even. Okay.
Like we don't live on it. We don't live on a flat plane in which we're gonna take a literal straight, like I don't know, meter stick that's as long as fucking God knows how long, and oh look, the actual ground is completely the quality of the surface is going to change. That's what an elevation change is. The change plus or minus towards the horizontal standard, which is mean sea level.
Well, okay, so it is the mean sea level, but I don't think mean sea level need be horizontal. That has not been established.
No, that is established. That's the whole
exactly
point of it.
why this room exists. That's what's in contention here.
No, this room doesn't exist because of that. That's not in contention.
The question of flat Earth versus globe Earth is mean sea level curved or flat?
No, that's not my question, because I already know that level is level. Mean sea level is level,
yeah.
whether you use the mean with it, level is level,
I agree.
regardless. So the question is it equidistant from the center of a sphere? Well,
Right.
guess what? When I'm creating a plane, I don't have to take any additional extra assumptional steps. I think assumptional is a word I just created. So what?
That's a good one.
But I'm not thinking it's a plane. However, this is all in relation to a globe. Somehow, like no. The question is not whether or not level is curved or straight. Level is most definitely straight, like the synonym page suggests, because that's exactly what it is.
That has not
Equidistant
been
from the
established.
equidistant from the center of a circle would be the only way, or a perfect sphere would be the only way that the definition for level equidistance of the center of a sphere would even make sense. They don't even propose we live on something like that.
Yeah, it's not even a perfect ball. It's all even in your guys' own paradigm. It looks like a crazy potato pear, something like that. It's not even a perfect ball. And here's the point.
That's fine.
Here's the point. Here's another thing that, like, when I was first looking into flat Earth and stuff, this fucking struck a chord in me. This like helped me put globe to rest. One thing about orbital mechanics is that you're dealing with numbers. And numbers are they can be very, very specific. You have to be very specific when you're trying to calculate something. The second that so if you did all the math based upon a perfect sphere, because that's the way you would have done it, then all of a sudden you realize that the land, the topography on the continents, and even the shape of the Earth in itself, that would disrupt all the gravity swells and all the densities of gravity. Everything gets thrown off. That means all their math wouldn't have worked way back in the 60s when they were launching to the moon to find out the trajectory and how much force needed to be, because, like, for instance, they say that from Florida they have less of a gravitational pull than the West Coast. Like, all these things would have been affected because it's not a perfect sphere. Yet all their math was based upon a perfect sphere. So that's if that doesn't raise a red flag to you, bro, you might be a little too far in the indoctrination and you can't let go. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I'm going to take what you said as true, and I'm going to be suspicious of one of two things. That either they didn't base their calculations on a perfect sphere, or that they don't need that variation that you're describing to be that specific. So I'm guessing that if they use the perfect sphere, it was for something that could be done on a perfect sphere, and not the stuff that needs to take into consideration the difference in gravity between Florida and California.
No, but you don't understand then orbital mechanics. Then you don't understand that 1 degree off, one slight degree off, over thousands and thousands of miles, dude, they would have missed the moon on the slingshot. Because if you're one tiny, a slither, a 1/16th off of a projection, over time that will increase and increase and increase, because all of a sudden they could just like steer like they're driving a car.
All that required a flat stationary plane. There's no way all of that works with all of the other assumptions about all the different motions.
Right.
They don't even include that stuff because they're like, it's irrelevant. Now,
right, exactly.
I'm not lying.
It makes it
That's
difficult
just
for
what it
them.
is.
All I'm saying is that I suspect they understand orbital mechanics better than you or I.
Well, again, all their calculations are based upon a circle, a sphere, if you will, and that because that's how they're dealing with their numbers in this orbital mechanics. But just like Elijah says, the reason why they don't use the sphere as this for the calculations is because they just put it over a flat horizontal line. They create a baseline because then the math is easier and then they can get it that way. It's fucking retarded. It's like backwards.
My reason that orbital mechanics is bullshit is because it's not because of that. It's because, well, they have an assumption of a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, which we've debunked geometrically.
Right.
That's why it's bullshit.
Right.
How did we debunk that?
Through observations.
And mine is, and my debunk is,
claim that's not true.
And my debunk is, where's the 0 point for that satellite so it knows how to measure things?
Exactly.
That's it, Radman. And that point of origin, where you're tracking elevation angles.
That's the biggest one of them all.
So when you see a rotation in the sky, you confuse it for a curvature of the Earth.
Right.
So the math works, but conceptually it's wrong.
Yeah, because all they're doing is they have a curve, if you will, but no different than like being on an Olympic racetrack. You're going around in circles. That works out. And again, they're going over a baseline. So it works out in that sense because it's going around and around and around. But once you start trying to say that they're like slingshotting and going around the earth and flinging onto the moon, that all is total bullshit, bro, because their math wouldn't have jived up because the calculations that they have today aren't the same of what they had yesterday. And so if you look back in the 1950s and 60s when they were actually doing the calculations, those aren't even the same measurements of today because we got better equipment, right? Science is better for us now, and we're more accurate. We got it down to the 0.461. Okay, but if you're calculating it with the 0.9, that means all your shit would have been off. So, dude, that's got to be a fucking red flag for people to realize they're just fucking pulling your leg and stop it.
Right. I wanted to go back for a second to that we debunked the geometric curve. Like you said, through observations?
Peter did yesterday, actually. Peter did. Remember when he called it geometric and then he said it's not, but then it is, but it's not?
That's
Was that the 200 miles of missing curvature that wasn't missing?
Yo, it's because of measurement. That's what geometric is in this context. Is Earth measured? So any idea that you have a geometric blockage known as the horizon based on the radius that they gave us is debunked, obviously.
I don't know that that's obvious.
Well, I mean, it's not obvious to you. Maybe you haven't done anything.
So what has been done?
What do you mean? There's a method, there's a claim all over YouTube, 4 years and beyond, 4 years, 5 years, 10 years. The claim is pretty obvious. Here's the horizon based on your elevation, funny enough, above the surface. And each and every time they've stated that, it's been incorrect because there's no way to justify the statement that the horizon is geometric and here's where it is. I'm sure you would agree with me. I don't care why, but the bottom line is that's true. Now, for me, that debunks the claim. For you, maybe there's a justification for why the claim can't be evidenced.
I'm not sure I followed all that.
I don't know why. It's pretty simple.
Well,
We just went over it. We just
measurement.
went over it earlier, like in 7 minutes, right, boys? I pulled up a YouTube video, and then I pulled up. Did I go with San Diego State or Washington.edu? And then I went back to another YouTube video showing a hostile witness. So it's actually pretty simple. So I mean, other than actually going through it with you, I don't know. I don't know what's confusing about. There'd be a measurable distance to the obstruction that they call the curve of the Earth, known as the horizon.
Sure. Well, I would love to delve into that, and maybe when I get back, we can do that. I don't think you said what you think you said.
No, don't do that.
No,
Don't do that. I said what I said.
Yeah. So what you said
and
is
not only that, everyone
going
here
through all that.
saw. Everyone here saw me cite everything I just said. Everyone saw me do in real time. So
Okay,
for
not
you
with
to
me.
tell them,
Not with me, correct?
So if you're saying out loud where the audience can hear that you don't think that I'm saying what I'm saying, that's just an absurd statement for everyone here who heard what I said and saw me demonstrate that I know what I'm talking about from earlier.
You said short of going through that with you, which means you didn't go through that with me, right?
I'm pretty sure I just made that clear in my former statement.
That's what I'm saying. So if you say then,
But
so
you
I don't know
said
why
you
that's
don't
not obvious
think
to you.
that
It's
I
because you
said
didn't go through that with me.
You said you
So
don't think that I said what I said. I didn't go through shit with
when you
you. So you
said,
don't listen,
I don't
bro.
know why
Listen.
it's
Let
not
me get to the
obvious
end
to
of
you,
my
it's because you
sentence
didn't
so
go
that
through
you
it with
can
me.
say what you're saying.
All right, I gotta go. If you're around later, I'd love to talk more about it.
It's such a weird flex to say you're not. I don't think you're saying what you think you're saying when you don't fucking know what I'm saying, which you just admitted. You know what I mean, guys?
I didn't admit
Like,
that. No, I didn't admit that. I repeated what you said and you agreed. All right. If you say, I don't know why
Fair
it's not
enough.
obvious to you, it's because you didn't go through it with me. But that's fine. We'll talk about it later, maybe.
Okay. It's so sad, man. It's
Yeah, we know how the radius was derived. We should ask them what they think the radius was derived from.
Sticks and shadows. All they got.
Hey, Hamish. So if I'm floating above the ground, a ball from a satellite, how do I know where the right angle directly below me is from a satellite?
Well, you got to use an angle measurement, and you have to establish plumb to horizontal.
So in the picture I posted, now there's a dotted line pointing up to the satellite, and then there's another right angle when it's obviously that antenna is a right angle on a ball. So what does it do there to determine shit? I don't even know what it's trying to determine.
Well, it's determining the ground position of the satellite using elevation angles and assuming a flat Earth.
So they drew a curve in there for no reason.
That's exactly right.
Oh, thank you.
The curve is a code.
That would piss me the fuck off. Cause I'm like, what kind of deception? You know what I mean? Because people come in here mad at us for whatever, you know. But it's like, once you see that, it's like, how do you not? I don't know. I never see it like ignite a fire in people the way it did for a lot of us. You know what I mean? It's like, hold up. Are you telling me? Obviously, I know what an angle is and I know what an elevation is. And so this little line here that's drawn here is inconsequential to that angle, obviously, because you can't have a straight line and a curved line. That's not an angle. Like,
yeah,
so
that's the kind of thing that pissed me off too. It's like a coping mechanism, and then you see enough of this, and it really starts to get you wondering what's going on.
Or what's going on with the people around me? It's like, yeah, because at first I was wondering, whoa, what the fuck is going on? But when you try to share this information with people and they kind of like don't give a fuck, like they don't even want to hit. Like, here's the phenomenon that happens with my friends. They won't allow me to make a point. It's not that they'll hear me and it's like, okay, that's cool. They'll be like, I don't even want to go through it. Like, whatever. It's just like I was in 24/7 our actual server, and there was a girl in there. She was asking questions, and I said, you know, she was doing regular stuff, like I don't think she was being disingenuous, but she was just asking them, what's the bottom, and you know, what's over there, you know, how do you know? And it's like, I was like, well, in 5 minutes I can show you definitively, because I told her the same thing I told that guy, and he said, well, I don't really understand. And I was like, bullshit. But I'm not going to say it's bullshit, because we can just figure it out in the next 5 minutes. And I told her, I said, I'm going to pull up a citation, not from a flat earther, but from someone just talking about geometry and distance to the horizon. Then I'm going to go to washington.edu and I'm going to show you blah, 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 blah. Then I'm going to go back to CFI Investigator. And then you'll know for a fact, and it'll be blatantly obvious to everyone, that if you say you didn't understand this rudimentary shit I just showed you in 5 minutes, you're a bullshitter. And she said, no, I don't want to know the information. And that's how most of my friends respond.
Well, at least with your friend group, have you previously like talked to them about this, and now it's just a recurring thing, or did they always?
I guess I'm just speaking to people that I haven't gone back to. Like, yeah, my friends, they know what it is, and they're like, it's crazy that he's right. I don't understand none of this shit, nor do I care. But they do listen to me, and they're like, I can't see how what you're saying is wrong. Because I'm just describing to you what's already there, not making anything up. That's not my style, never been.
I think the people around us, when they hear what we have to say, are calculating the social cost of accepting what we have to say. And that's what's leading to their rejection of it.
I think that's your explanation for it, but I think most of the time they actually try to. Well, not most of the time, but there's a bunch of times where they would probably try and actually hear you out, but it gets to the point where they just stop listening because they think it's so absurd.
Well, no, what it is they think they have the ability to have the conversation. But see, one thing that people discount that I never discount is the media. And just like when I was trying to go to people and talk to them about my independent journalism and how I found out, look, Fox News is lying. Look, CNN is lying. Look, it's, the CB, all of these look, you see what they said right here? Now look at this article. This is the article they were reading from. Let me scroll to the bottom. Look what the bottom says. Oh, that is completely and directly in contradiction with what that news anchor is just saying.
Are you comparing that to Flat Earth, or is this in reference to Flat Earth?
I'm comparing, I'm comparing that to Flat Earth because at the same time, I can tell my friends, look, I can show you. They're not interested in that. They've already been inundated by the media, which is the segue, which is the point. Because people will say, oh, I don't watch politics or I'm not into politics, but they can regurgitate to you what's in the news cycle because it's a part of their social what's the word, social economic social this is part of their
I
social
understand what you're saying.
norm to know certain things. And it's like those things that they know, those premises that they think are true because they were too lazy to, they just have this idea that, oh, nah, I'm not into news. However, they have an opinion about it. So they're not into Flat Earth. However, they have an opinion about how, like, they'll be like, I'm not into Flat Earth, but just tell me what's underneath. I'm not into Flat Earth, but just tell me what's at the edge. I'm not into Flat Earth, but if Flat Earth is real, tell me why they would be lying. And I'm like, how about me just show you the measurement of how it's flat and how it's not a globe? And they're like, I'm good.
Well, we've had a president acknowledge Flat Earth, the Flat Earth Society, or something like that. So, I mean, it's like pretty mainstream.
It's not a good comparison to compare it to the news either, because it's logical why the news is a bunch of bullshit. They're trying to make money.
It is because literally, they put pressure on YouTube to censor the topic. It is definitely partly a political conversation. And I don't mean in the sense that this is a political argument. I mean in the sense that they're using the media to inundate people with the questions that bog us down to the point where they don't actually ask or desire. They don't ask the real questions or desire answers from us. They're not hearing us. The media turned them into bigots. So they already think they know what they know. Basically.
Yeah, the questions they're asking isn't coming from a place of honest curiosity. They are gotcha flat earther questions that the media put together that they bring in here and they try them out.
Oh, well, first off, I don't think that they get these questions from the media. They just come up with them themselves.
No. Also, USA Today keeps posting like dozens of questions to ask flat earthers to trip them up on.
Everybody in here, matter of fact, people in my, listen, the indoctrination has been happening since we were babies. So the media,
there's a part where it makes sense and a part where it doesn't make sense. The media, it makes sense why they say what they do. But for all of them to say that the Earth is flat.
You're not trying to hear what we're saying. So at this point, I'm not going to force you. I'm going to ask you what's happening here, bro. Do you want to?
But you're not hearing what I'm saying because you're interrupting me. I mean,
well, I made the point, and you're responding in a non sequitur fashion while telling me that my point is
what
not.
What does non sequitur mean?
It has nothing to do with my point, and you're also telling me my point is not valid by offering up something that's actually not related at all. That's what a non sequitur is.
Well, it absolutely has to do with it.
No, the it in question is my premise that the media is doing something. So your answer can't be it has something to do with it when you were just telling me it doesn't. So that's what I mean by responding with a non sequitur, because you're not even responding to me. Like, so the bottom line is the media inundates the public. It's not just looking at the news because it gets onto social media, it gets onto Facebook, it gets onto YouTube comment sections, it gets everywhere people have conversation, and that is how the conversation and that's how the information gets in. So because there's no my friends ask me what's underneath the earth because T-Pain has said that, because other famous people have said that. So it's not just that's also media, bro. Like
I don't
they've been
think that
pushing
they
this shit.
got that
Like
question
when
from
when
T-Pain.
yes, they did get them
Can
from
you say
them.
that factually? Because that's a idea I can come up with on my own, a question I can come up with
No,
on
you
my own.
can't, because at the end of the day, people don't understand that they were watching Sports Center or whatever the fuck, and they heard Shaq argue about it, and then somewhere down the line, somebody was like, "Shaq's stupid. What's underneath?"
Well,
And then Shaq was like, "Well, okay, forget it." But that sentiment is still shared. What's
yeah,
underneath?
but
Because
how
someone
would you
asked
respond
it.
to a person like me that doesn't watch the news or media or like NFL?
Okay, well then I would challenge you, because guess what? If you don't watch any of that stuff, I wouldn't expect you to respond with answers that are tactical.
Yeah, but the thing is,
So we
there's
can
always
not,
somebody that
but
created
we
those
can
ideas,
expose it.
and they're not
But we
that
can
crazy. It's not like
listen.
discovering the area under a curve for yourself. It's not too hard to come up with these ideas. The people that came up with these
So your
questions are
question is an
completely
idea?
average.
No, they're not. Like you just don't understand.
What?
Not even that you don't understand. You don't believe that there can be a mass message sent out that people will then pick up on without without knowing it. It's it's covertly instilled within them, and they don't know that, so they just think it's their idea. Like people think it's their idea to be. I'm not even going to give you another example because I don't think you give a fuck, to be honest.
I do give a fuck. I'm aware that nobody is immune to propaganda, and that's exactly what it is. It's instilling
could give you an
subconscious
example.
messages into you, but this is
Okay,
not the
now
same
we're
thing.
talking. Now we're
So
talking.
you're
No, it
sitting
is
in
propaganda.
24/7
That's
lobby,
what we're
right? You're
talking.
seeing
It is
newcomers come in
Hold
and
on,
cycle
hold
in. They're
on,
all
everybody.
asking the same questions, just like your friends do around you in real life. The same questions. Where are they hearing that from?
Well, not exactly the same questions. I don't ask the same questions. I started in this server by asking the same questions to get
So
like a general
what do you
idea.
think? So do you think it's reasonable for everyone to ask the same? I would say 12, and I think that's too
Well,
much. But shut up.
you're
Shut up. I'm not done, because we're still at a reasonable point, and I need you to fucking hear the end of my sentences before you start talking.
yeah, but you do the same thing to me.
Yeah, because you're responding to me, and I hear you not responding to what I'm saying. I'm not doing that to you. Obviously, you're going to cut someone off if you're like, well, I'm going to go to Walmart and pick up this, that, and the third, and they're like, okay, great. Can you can you get me something? Can you get me something that obviously Walmart doesn't have? And you're like, bro, I'm not going there. I'm going to Walmart, and you just continue. It's like you're gonna stop that person. So yes, I'm saying something, and your response to me has nothing to do with what I said. Even though you're saying, well, I disagree,
It
but
does
then you're
have
responding
to
in a way
do
that's non
with you
sequitur.
say.
You just said, I understand propaganda, but this isn't that. When my premise is that it is that. So you're
Well,
just like
what?
shooting it down without even. I presented. I didn't just say, well, it's propaganda. I'm telling you, I'm trying to tell you how it's propaganda. And you're like, no. But not only are you saying no, but you're responding in a non sequitur fashion.
But I'm giving you evidence of why it's not. I'm saying that the reason why it isn't propaganda is because all of these questions that are being asked are pulled up from basic assumptions about the world that haven't been instilled onto people through the media.
Are you trying? So are you? Well, I mean, okay. Let me try to ask this in a way that. Are you trying to say that? Okay, because of the globe propaganda, there are natural questions that arise when someone brings up flat Earth.
this is kind of backwards. You're saying that it's not possible for a person to come up with these own questions themselves because of
Well,
globe
that's why I'm fucking
propaganda.
asking you now, bro. Like, okay, I said fine. Let me fucking forget what I'm saying, and just to be on one accord, talk about what you're talking about, and you're still trying to argue. Meaning you're still trying to find disagreement. All I said was the same. I'm asking you if what you're saying is okay. It's not like it's, technically propaganda, like they got it from a source, and we do know for a fact that most of the people we spoke to have, because they'll come in and they'll read off of the website that we were talking about, like the how to disprove flat earthers, or they'll share a video from Simon Dan or another anti-flat earther. So that's how the fuck we know that it comes from media, because that's what they do when they share
Yeah,
their
but you're
link.
pointing out specifically those people and not people like me, which don't
Yeah,
watch
yeah. I'm not
Simon
talking
Dan.
about. Nobody's talking about people we don't know. We're talking about people that we have come across.
Yeah, but
That's
does
what
that
the
apply to
that's
absolutely
what
everybody?
it
Again, you've come
applies
across
to the
me.
people that we have come across.
Yeah, but you came across me as well. You're applying this.
You don't apply because we haven't had a conversation other than this one. You wouldn't be in the pool of experiences of people who have asked me questions off of a website, would you? Because
Yeah,
I
but
don't fucking know you.
you're just
Okay, check it
avoiding
out.
the people that.
Check it out. I didn't make an argument that everybody on the earth got this from some sort of Google
No,
search.
you're arguing that every single person you've run
No, I'm
into
not.
thus
No, I'm
far.
not.
You've been excluded
No, I'm not.
specifically,
No, I'm
so
not.
get off of it.
Okay, yeah, me excluded. You're arguing that everybody aside from me has
No, I'm not.
made these
No, I'm
talking
not.
points.
No,
What
I'm
is your
not.
point then? What is your point
My
then?
point is that everyone that we have experienced have proven by sharing links to the propagandists.
And my point is that I'm saying that you probably ran into people that that are like me. It just they're rarer than those other people. So you're like denying
Okay.
that they exist.
No, I'm not denying that you or they exist. I frankly don't care, because before you got here, we
Okay,
were
but
talking
you're
about
saying
how.
I don't care, but you're having a problem with people saying that they don't care.
You might be a unicorn, dude.
No, that's not. Why do you?
What was the
keep
point of
on-
that? What was
why
the
do
point of you
keep
just
on-
saying you are a unicorn?
Why do you keep putting words in my mouth? Because you join couples and you probably have bang sessions with girls and guys. I don't know. That's what a unicorn is. But check this out. He said it, not me. I don't want to keep getting hung up on shit that is so simple. You were called a unicorn. He's saying you fucking swing and bang guys and girls. It's not that big a deal.
What? What? You're just rambling. I can't even catch what you're saying.
Is that true?
All I
Man? You
did
do
was
that?
define what a unicorn was. How is that a ramble?
No, this guy said to me randomly out of the blue, "So you're a unicorn then?" And I was like, "What the hell does that have
I'm
to do
just
with the
saying you might be
conversation?"
unique because we see thousands of people coming in, copying and pasting stuff, even unwittingly, from anti-flat Earth sources that just reflect genuine dishonesty.
Those
Well,
people
I'm
are-
saying that I'm not a unicorn.
He's a troll.
and
He's a
Okay,
troll.
you're
He's a
you're
troll.
unique.
He's a
Most
troll.
saying I'm
No,
not unique.
He's not unique. He's not unique. I've determined that he's a troll at this point.
I'm
Because
saying
he's
I'm not unique. You're
every
just
point
avoiding
that
the
every
people
point that I've brought up, he's been in opposition to. Even when
That's the point of debate. You
even
make a
when-
claim and I oppose it because I believe in something else.
So all right. Everybody just chill out and relax. I'll start the conversation over. Okay, people like you exist. Not everyone has been propagandized. Some people have their own genuine questions that didn't come from the media. Okay. And
I'm
so
just
what?
saying, and then I'm saying it's likely that you've ran into people that are unpropagandized, but you just
I
don't
just
realize
said
it.
the same thing. I just said the same thing.
Yeah, you just made it sound like previously that every single person you talk to here that
Okay,
you run into
previously, but
always.
just now I said let's start over, and I said the same thing you just said. So, are we in agreement, or are you going to
Sure.
argue with me about everything like I said you would?
Sure, we are in agreement, but I was just looking at
You're
your
just
previous
pointing out
points.
what happened before. I said let's move on. You're not going to
Uh,
move on. Is that what you're saying? Because you're trying to say that my point was, even if it was, I don't really care. Because let's say I made a mistake and made a generalization fallacy. Let's say I did do that. Okay, I apologize. I was wrong.
Okay, I'm
Moving
sorry
on.
then. I thought we were still talking about that. I thought we were just like
moving on.
Okay.
I'm not gonna ask you to move on again. You're gonna get muted.
No. I wasn't trying to argue. I'm just saying
If you repeat yourself again, you're gonna get muted. I heard you the
this is
first
completely new. I was assuming that when you said we're resetting to 0.
What the conversation was about.
No, I'm saying what conversation now is about.
You keep saying you said.
I'm saying it's my bad because we reset the conversation to 0. I was assuming that was the discourse between us, not the actual topic. I didn't realize we were resetting the topic back to 0.
Moving on.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my bad. I thought we were.
Well, we were already having a conversation when you stepped in. So do you have a point, or can I finish talking to my Amish friend?
That was so long ago. I don't even remember what was going on there.
Okay, so can you pop yourself on mute if you don't have anything to say?
That was the purpose of the derailment.
I didn't.
So can you pop yourself on mute while we continue talking if you don't have anything of substance to say?
I would say, through my own opinion, that what I was saying has substance from my point of view.
Do you have any substance now, seeing as that was in the past?
Well, seeing as we reset to 0, I'll listen and I'll add substance if I find something that I disagree or agree with.
All right. Earth is measured and practically used as a horizontal plane of reference that is non-rotating and stationary.
Also, remember, you don't have any propaganda influencing you anymore, so you wouldn't know the difference.
What? You're saying that if I don't have propaganda influencing me, then I don't know what's propaganda and what's not?
No. I'm just telling you, he said Earth is flat, stationary, basically used as that way. I mean, that's how planes are designed. You have no reason. You told us that you don't watch the news, you don't watch shit, but walk the dog and eat cereal bowls. So you don't know what's going on anywhere. So you wouldn't know that you live on a globe at all. So you have no arguments.
Hey, I do have an argument.
As a matter of fact, here it is. Look, no. You have a brain. You have a brain that, for the sake and for the context of the conversation that is about to be, is irrelevant.
You're saying all points that I'm about to make are irrelevant, therefore you're not going to listen to them?
Well, I mean, because we're here for a reason. So if you're about to explain why we're here for a reason,
I'm not going to. I wasn't trying to say that at all. I was just adding.
If you're not, then you don't have. You can only respond to what my argument is.
So
right?
I mean, okay. I'm sorry. I've been listening. I've been listening for a while. Are you arguing for or against relativity?
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't do what?
Okay.
Derail the conversation and go into some other direction.
You're not making an argument, okay? Because there's no. I'm gonna make a point, and either you're gonna use propaganda to try to defend it, or you're gonna say, "Yeah, that makes sense," because I don't really see any. I mean, we'll see how you get on.
Yeah, that's what my point was. That's my whole point.
It depends on what you consider propaganda, but I have points that aren't propaganda.
Yeah,
They're
I'm not
just
asking
basic.
you about your points. I don't. If I have to tell you, I'm not asking you again. Again, you're gonna get muted.
Well, what is the point of conversation
I'm not stupid, and you just keep on talking.
What is the point of conversation then?
No. I just told you I don't want to talk to you because we were talking about something of substance before you butt in. And I gave you the opportunity to provide a new point. And you
want me to just not talk?
You said you would just listen. That's what you said. You said I'll not talk until you say something, and then I'll put input. So I said something.
I heard stuff and I put input in. That's what I said I would do.
Great. So you don't. You're no longer. You've never heard of Globe Earth. I'm glad that you're a flat earther and you are here to learn.
You're gonna make him play this game longer. No, stop saying that. Like, you're taking it to the extreme. The logical outcome. I would say, which is there's nothing wrong with that. But this guy is off the fucking rails. So if
Yeah,
we
he
do
always
that,
is. I'm surprised he hasn't spiraled out already. This is the same thing he does over and over.
because there's enough confusion that he's lasted this long. But again, like if I lived on a geometric surface that was curving away from me, then that geometric cutoff would be apparent and it would be measurable. But there
You
is
talking
no
about the
measurable.
horizon?
Yeah, like marked with an X in the math,
Yeah.
labeled horizon, because it's the line of sight from the observer above this sphere to the tangent point on the sphere, being the distance to the horizon. Yeah, there's no such thing. It's purely mathematical. It doesn't exist in reality. What do you say about that?
I
Or
say
do you
that you
not
can
have
see
any?
a phenomenon about things disappearing from the bottom up and is explained by a globe, but by nothing else.
No, that's not true.
Well, what else is it explained by?
Well, it's not that it's an explanation. I literally just showed a video of how the stripes on a flag have disappeared bottom up, but the horizon was behind the boat. So it wasn't the horizon, which is assumed to be Earth curve, measurably at a specific distance, which it wasn't at in that video that I showed earlier. So apparently things can disappear from the bottom up. And Earth curve has nothing to do with it, because seeing as that was the premise, no, the horizon wasn't the thing that was obstructing the flag. No, the horizon isn't the thing that's obstructing any of my observations when I'm in Brooklyn and I'm looking at Jersey.
National Geographic basically showed that things can be obstructed on a flat surface.
Basically.
Well, what else explains things disappear from bottom up?
Oh, we're not propagandists. We don't like to explain things that are without our realm of just detailing. So I just detailed to you.
What do you mean?
That
You're saying you won't
I'm
argue
giving you an
against it because you
example.
don't
I'm
have any
giving you an
explanation?
example. I'm giving you an example. I just gave you. I'm going to give it to you again. For example, I described seeing something disappearing bottom up, but there's a claim that goes with it that the horizon is the reason that happens, but I experienced that happening and it not being due to the horizon, which is assumedly Earth curve. So it's not that.
Well, clearly this piece of evidence is edited. It's using.
Why would National Geographic, who's trying to prove the flat Earth wrong by using the horizon, edit it in favor of the flat Earth?
No, clearly there was a flat earther that edited it.
No, it wasn't clearly a flat earther. This is a clip from National Geographic.
Mute him. He's bullshitting.
I think he was being ironic or something.
Mute him.
Me being ironic? What? I'm just using your argument.
Mute him, because he's going to, like, my idea, guys, and you guys don't have to agree with me. And I know it's probably annoying when I'm like, mute him and this, that, and the third. Probably sounds like I'm crying. But my idea is that the longer we spend talking to, like, we could talk to him, and there'll be
it's going in circles.
There will be genuine people who will come in, hear the conversation, and leave, because nobody's bringing it to a conclusion. Nobody knows what the fuck is going on. So what I'm saying is, yeah, it might be slow, it might be a little dead to not talk to the trolls, but that will allow genuine people to actually come in here, like the guy from earlier. I'd love to have a 2-hour conversation with somebody who's being genuine, but I don't want to risk missing out on talking to people who are genuine because we're talking to scumbags like this dude. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. I mean, people who don't realize the information that has been given to them is not clicking, then what's the point? Just move on and let them sleep over it.
Okay, so the whole flat Earth quote unquote conspiracy revolves around it being some kind of secretive idea that large organizations like NASA and stuff are actively deceiving the public into believing that the Earth is round, right?
You have that wrong a little bit.
Yeah, it's
So
not a conspiracy.
Yeah, you guys came up with that it's a conspiracy that
Well, I
you
don't
guys
mean to
came up with that part.
denigrate you by calling it a conspiracy, but
We did not come up with that. You guys came up with that part.
right. But what I'm
We don't really
saying
do
is, like,
conspiracies here in this panel.
it's considered like a big secret, right? And like,
It's
I
not a
feel
secret.
like, well,
It's
I
not a
feel like
secret.
with technology
Bro, are you gonna get
advancing,
muted too, bro? Because I'm really feeling like you're not being genuine. You're
dude, I'm not
making
trolling you.
okay, but in a real situation with real people and everybody else, you can tell me I'm wrong. If you're having a conversation with someone and there's like four people saying, "No, bro, you got that wrong," they're gonna look around and go, "Oh, my bad. What were you saying?" Like they're not gonna just ignore all four people and continue going, well, yeah, see, so I heard it's like exactly what you're saying. It's not the case. I'm gonna just go with that and say, yeah, so it's like some sort of there's some sort of psyop or something where no, we're telling you stop that bullshit right now because we don't want to engage in that. We've never said it. Maybe that you know what, there are people out there that want to go after NASA and this, that, and the third, but we're not saying that the Earth is flat because of that. We're saying it's flat because that's how it's measured and practically used. Not only flat, but a non-rotating stationary Earth. That's what we're saying. So if you want to deal with what we're saying,
Well,
you
what
have
I
to deal with
wanted to
that.
say was,
And before you continue, Zero,
why couldn't like any random citizen just like take imagery themselves from like high up in space? Like, is there like some government that would stop them from
Why is
sending like their
why is
own
that a real
personal
why is that a
company
real
into it?
question? Why is that a real question?
Well, I mean, because in the future, give it like
It's
50
possible
years,
though, right?
there will
In the
be
future,
privatized companies that have the
See,
technology
he's
to
still
just
doing it.
view
He's on a narrative right now. How
Earth
can
from
we
y'all say
space.
already
that
have the
it's not
technology
propaganda?
for it.
How
Okay,
can
but
y'all
it'll be here in the
How
near
can y'all
future. I
tell us
guarantee it.
that this is not propaganda when he literally hears me and will still continue talking? How? How is it not propaganda? He
I
hasn't heard
apologize. I'm not
anything.
trying to talk over
He
you.
didn't hear not a modicum of anything I just said. Not a drop.
I'm
You
just
have
saying,
you
like,
have more
wouldn't that
resources than
not
anybody.
prove or
You have
disprove the theory outright if you could just like any random citizen could have like that view of Earth from so
any
high up?
random citizen can look after their claim that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, which means that every horizon distance must be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's what every citizen can do. And all of us that have done that have realized, oh, that claim is bullshit. So it's not a sphere then. That's what we've done. Whatever you think people should do, we don't give a fuck about.
What I'm hearing you say is it's not proven to be a globe right now, but it might be in the future.
Yeah,
Right.
by
I'm
which
saying like it
means?
would be verifiably
No, it can't. It can't be in the future.
proven
It has to be. It has
either
to
flat
have
or a
been
globe
already
by
for
like the
all
average
the.
private
It has to be a prerequisite.
available.
It can't be in the future because all of the shit that all of the assumptions that are made, all the mathematical reifications that are made are based on the fact that it is already. It can't be, oh well, maybe it's not now, but in the future it is. You can't be serious. This can't be. You can't be a serious, genuine interlocutor.
It's like asking for a girlfriend, but you don't make any steps towards it to make her your girlfriend. Or, it's like you're expecting something that doesn't come true in any way because you have not approached the step first. It's the same thing. So cut the bullshit.
Dude, I'm not bullshitting you, man. I'm not trying to troll.
Fucking liar on top of that. You're like one of those people that I see on YouTube where the guy like investigates these like child psychopathic killers that like have no empathy and respond exactly like you do and straight up lie and say, no, I'm being genuine, blah 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 blah. If
Dude,
you
I'm
were
not lying, man.
if you were genuine, we would have known by now. I've given you multiple chances. And you heard the conversation with the guy prior.
Look,
And you're acting
personally,
like
I identify as like a conspiracy theorist. I think the moon landing was faked. I mean, there's like the Challenger disaster where they
At
faked
the
the
end of
deaths
the
of all those
day,
people.
I don't
I feel
really
like there's a
care
lot of mystery
about what
surrounding this topic, but I
I
don't
don't
know,
care
what to
about.
believe exactly.
I don't care about any of that. Anybody else care about any of that?
I'm saying
Not
like
really.
there are actual psyops and conspiracies I believe in, and like it's not, like believing the Earth is flat isn't out of the realm of,
Because if he's like, he'll literally take
possibility.
seconds to make a point, and then I'll say, okay, that's inconsequential, and then he'll go, no, I'm saying, and then state the same exact thing for the next 60 seconds. Like, that is the only time that I say, just mute him.
Maybe I can make it clear for him. So there is no flat earth conspiracy. Do you get it? You said it's a globe conspiracy that these people are doing this. We never said any of that. So why do you bring it up? So you don't have to anymore. We already confirmed that that's not what's going on. Okay, so nobody has anything. So I'm going to post this picture and we're going to look at it real quick. Everybody look at the picture I posted and notice the satellite going over the Earth, okay? Now let's look at the ground track. That's a perfectly straight drawn line with a right angle and all that shit just from an isometric view. And then we look at the other one where the antenna is. That's a right angle. But they bent the ground, but they have straight ground tracks. So somebody's trying to deceive you with this picture. This is called propaganda.
Look, I'm just gonna say, I feel like you guys are a little bit too dismissive of anybody with like a dissenting opinion. Like, I'm not trying to troll you guys, but you guys are like saying like, "Oh, this guy's an idiot." Like,
No reply to what I posted.
Just saying, man. You guys need to be more open-minded or something.
What did I say though? I am open-minded.
We're open-minded. We're open-minded to your thoughts on what he just said.
I mean, I don't know where this picture. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel I'm a conspiracy theorist. I understand the concept of propaganda and how.
Theorize how you feel about this image. Because to you, it shouldn't matter where it came from. Just deal with the image. What do you think about it and everything that he just said? Specifically,
So you're saying
what
the curve in the curve in the ground is propaganda?
Yeah, because they're showing you actually how a satellite works, but they're showing you a straight path, but then a curved ground. How can the straight path go above a curved ground?
Right, because that's not a true right angle. I mean, I get it. It doesn't make sense.
No. If you draw the ground flat, everything makes sense in the picture. And I'm not sure if I can tell you where it came from. That's up to Amish.
I mean, we could start at the point where you mentioned that the moon landing was fake. I mean, what evidence have you gotten and researched that confirmed your view?
Okay, so it was posted for you by Dr. Cunning Druger, where that picture came from, so you can go ahead and read it. That propaganda.
So you're asking about the moon landing?
Not you, real, but Zero.
Who's Zero?
Jay.
I mean, the moon landing was faked, right?
Yeah, you're asking a question now, so you're not sure?
No, I mean, I'm pretty sure moon landing was fake.
Okay,
Why?
so
my bad.
Where do you want to go from that?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, there's, like, I want to believe flat Earth theory, right? But
you can't accept reality.
I mean,
because the
there's not.
propaganda is too strong.
Your
I don't
friends
know. Like,
don't like
doesn't
it.
seem like there's that much evidence.
Your
Because
friends
that
don't
curve,
like it.
because that curve line on that 90-degree angle, which I know you understand because I did hear you, even though you were told no. But yeah, that was a valid point. It is that curved line is just too strong of a propaganda tool for you to overcome it, right? That curved line with that 90-degree angle box, that too strong for you to overcome. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
You don't know? I know you know what a 90-degree angle is. You just told him. Well, obviously, it can't be a curved line because there's a 90-degree angle right there.
Right. So it's false. So
Okay. So then, what are we talking about? You said it was hard, but you just accepted it. It's quite
right.
easy.
I mean, I can agree that image is depicting like a false depiction of what it's trying to say, and
All right, but the
I
real
guess by that
depiction is
standard, you could call it propaganda.
yeah, but at the same time, like we utilize 90-degree angles all the time. Like, so it's like, what what's so hard to understand that you have a horizontal plane that you can get angles from that'll help you navigate and tell time and know when certain seasons and things are happening and when. Like that all requires angles, specifically elevation angles where you would have a 90-degree from you, the observer, to some geographic location to directly 90 degrees up above whatever it is. Say a satellite, say a star. What's so if everything that I just said is reasonable, what's so hard about accepting it?
Well, because everybody else, 99% of the people on Earth will tell you otherwise.
Well, but would you agree with 99% of the people on Earth that you can have a curved line?
No, I mean, not on a lot of topics. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not asking about a lot of topics. I'm asking you about the one we're talking about. If 99% of people disagreed that you need two straight lines to get a 90-degree angle, would you go with them because 99% of people believed it?
No,
That's
not if I
basically
really
what you're
believed what I
saying.
was saying.
That's basically what you're telling me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just like you know how many bad things have happened in history because of the fallacy of consensus,
Yeah.
appeal to majority. He's burnt out, bros. I think he's trying to maintain his, but he's burnt out, yo.
Nah, I'm just driving right now.
No, you're burnt out.
If you were driving, how were you looking at that picture? You shouldn't be doing that.
Dude, come on. I can multitask.
Yeah.
No, you're burnt
Better
out
don't do
because you
that.
don't really have any reasonable responses up until now, and you agree with what I'm saying, so you don't have any rebuttals. So we're just in agreement right now. So
I
that's
think
it.
he's trying to say that his race has evolved into being able to look at a phone at the same time while driving. Crazy. They always lie about anything.
By the way, multitasking is not a thing at all. It's just a way of managing your short time memory in which you focus on something real quick and then switch to another.
That's correct. Any Glovers want to explain that satellite picture? Manufact Totem, I know you want to explain that.
And this has been the same thing for the last 6-7 years, right? Like, once the dust clears, we'll go back to asking our very pertinent question, and it's like everybody's silent until somebody figures out a way to try to segue away from it, and then we'll talk about some other shit for like another hour, and then you'll ask, okay, so back to the original question that nobody fucking answered, blah blah blah, and then everyone will be quiet and wait for their moment to kind of just like change the subject. Isn't that crazy? Like, if the Earth is a globe, like, why is all that happening? Why y'all being so weird?
If the Earth is a globe, why do you shout into rooms and then leave? Why do you shout in the room relativity in the middle of some conversation about propaganda? That's insane.
Relativity. What about it?
Relativity.
It's purely mathematical based. Whatever you would derive from that.
He left. He couldn't handle it. He comes in, says shit and leaves, hangs out, goes into text, says that we're afraid of him, blah, blah, blah. It's the same thing every day with that one.
I want to see if I can get Talon to somehow diffuse. What do you think, guys? Is it worth a shot?
Yeah, do it. Yes. Do it.
You there, Talon?
Yeah, I'm here.
Is the topic people or is the topic the Earth?
Is the topic people or the topic the Earth? What you guys are talking about now?
No, just this channel. In this channel, if a person comes in talking about people, TMZ, BuzzFeed, top 10, number 1 will surprise you, rumor mill. Is that on topic or is that like a disqualification?
Oh no, that sounds off topic. I mean, this is a flat Earth channel. I mean,
okay. Do you think you can try to stay on topic from now on?
Sure. What my topics? What are you talking about? Me personally, or just in general?
Yeah, you.
Oh, well, when was I off topic?
Yeah, when you start talking about how dumb you think flat earthers are and how broken their logic is, and all this shit that you always constantly bring up about who can't listen and who can't.
Sounds on topic.
That's your problem, Crait. You're the one who's always talking about people. You're never talking about the facts.
Oh, there we go. Disqualified.
J0 got some support. Did you hear that? He chimed in with the Glober.
Yeah, he cheerleaded. I'm gonna let it go because he maybe didn't realize what's going on.
I mean, I guess
J0. Yeah, J0. If the topic is flat Earth, is the topic talking about people?
No.
Okay, then you agreed with him for no reason.
I mean, you can attack the basis of their arguments, like
no, you have no way to attack it.
You can say, like, in general, like, oh, flat earthers are stupid. I mean, if that's your opinion, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to voice it here. It's just flat Earth.
I mean, there's a reason and difference between opinion and facts we are spitting out.
That's a bigoted statement.
I mean, I get it. And you don't want somebody to come in here and say, like, oh, flat earthers are stupid.
Oh, my God. Here we go with your incessant fucking talking.
Sorry, man. I'm not trying to talk over people.
Okay, so when you hear me speaking, just don't talk. I started, like, literally a second before you did.
I mean,
and actually, I think I cut somebody else off, to be honest.
I mean, look at it this way. If you go to the university or high school or wherever, and you talk to your teacher, and you interrupt him and say, no, it is otherwise, what do you think will going to happen?
Yeah, they're going to toss you out. The same thing, too. Like, if you were to walk into a classroom and the teacher is explaining something to you, and then suddenly, if you don't get it, you think the teacher's like, oh, that's just because you've got mixed parents. Or that's just because you are on the wrong side of the tracks.
Yeah, exactly. He's not going to go with this. You either follow the topic of the current flow of the class, or you don't. And if you're going personal or even physical, then you're out.
See, that's the main problem, is that a lot of people have run out of targets. Okay, in the past, they could walk around and make fun of trans people. They could make fun of other political identities. They found a scapegoat, someone they could openly mock and have cover for it, because they're just like this sort of white Christian evangelical. They're part of the majority,
Yeah,
so they're
exactly.
able to walk around and just mock people. Now,
mockery is a scapegoat for them to confirm their premises and biases.
So as the world is becoming more and more inclusive, more and more spaces are open to more and more people, more and more public spaces. It's like a revitalization of identity, and kind of like people who want to be who they want to be and feel comfortable that way. It's there. These people like Talon are running out of targets and running out of spaces where they can harass people. But for some reason, Flat Earth is still one of those identities that it's kind of like it's openly okay to mock. So that's the only reason why he comes here. He doesn't come here for any sort of conversation. He comes here so he can mock someone, feel better about himself, fluff his ego, and then fuck off. And then come back the next day and do exactly the same thing. No clue what the topic is. Couldn't even tell you what the word flat or earth means. Couldn't even tell you any talking points we talk about. Couldn't tell you any discussions. All he knows is that he wants to tell you how stupid you are for thinking the earth is flat. That's his whole shtick. And nothing will change that. Nothing new under the sun.
I mean,
it doesn't matter.
I don't know if you're talking about me, but that's not what I'm doing.
No, I said Talon.
We weren't talking about you.
Sorry.
It gets tedious just trying to get someone to say, "Can you present some kind of argument?" And they can't. They won't. They never will. Because their whole shtick is that they think minority opinions are stupid, and they want you to know that they think that what they think about you, and no one cares. I don't give a shit what he has to say. He hasn't even given me a reason to care to begin with. It's like, care about what you got to say, and you've got nothing to say at all. It's a broken worldview that is not even able to do some sort of internal critique of.
I think that comes from like the propaganda angle you guys are saying, because like I think Obama addressed like the Flat Earth Society, and he's like was really like dismissive of it. And like when
Not only that, but it's also a moral issue. Like something is wrong with someone who tries to attack someone, and not going into a constructive conversation with them.
I would like to
This is
point
the
out
issue.
how the propaganda of that, okay, because there is a site called the Flat Earth Society, which is a Glober-run site making fun of flat earthers. So he directed people to
Right.
that for
Yeah,
the
controlled
ideas of
opposition.
flat Earth.
I've heard that argument. That
That's
you know,
why
it's
he
like
said it. His
it's like
speeches
controlled
were written.
opposition.
He didn't say that shit off the top of his head. That's what the little clear angled glass pieces are all over the place.
See, the thing too is that in that speech, it was a no time speech. You guys look it up. I can't remember the exact date now. I used to have the date memorized, but the speech was called "We've Got No Time," and he was talking about getting rid of fossil fuels and going to green energy sources. He said, but he'll talk to anybody, literally anybody. He said, "I'll talk to anybody." But flat. He said, "I'll talk to Republicans. I'll talk to oil barons. You'll talk to people who won't listen." There's some people who are dead set that they will not get off oil. They'll get off oil when they've harvested the last drop from the earth. Then they'll say, "Okay, time for something new." He said he'll talk to them, but he won't talk to one group of people, flat earthers. And at the time, I wasn't a flat earther. I'm like, that's really fucking odd. Like, why wouldn't you talk to flat earthers? What they're concerned about greenhouse gases. I go, from my understanding at the time was, they believe they live in a greenhouse. Why the fuck wouldn't you talk to them about greenhouse gases? And then I put it together because after ClimateGate, they showed that NASA was faking climate data, and it got exposed by an internet hacker who was able to get into emails that said describing how they were fudging the climate data. That's why he won't talk to flat earthers, because they're calling out NASA as a bunch of propaganda artists. It had nothing to do with global warming or climate change or greenhouse gases or oil. It had to do with people who are rejecting a government narrative. And that was a problem with climate change, is that they made it, they politicized it. They politicized it on purpose so nothing ever changes. And they just keep the oil money flowing. And they keep the wars going in the Middle East. All because the real thing is they can't shut off the oil. Ron Paul said it best. America is addicted to oil. That's the issue. And talking to flat earthers would fix that. But he doesn't want to talk to flat earthers because he doesn't want to fix it. He wants to perpetuate it, make it seem like something's changing, but it never does. No change.
And the reason why, if you talk to a flat earther about it, it's because the oil's always going to be there. We don't give a shit. Keep making cars. How's that?
Isn't it ironic? It's called the greenhouse effect, which consists of an enclosure, for that to be.
I want there to be greenhouse gases. Our trees and plants will grow real big, like when they blacked out Canada. Was that last year? No, the year before.
Yeah,
no, last year. It was last year.
Yeah.
So all that smoke was in my yard. All that shit. My plants. I've never seen so many fucking fruits coming off tomato plants and peppers ever. I had one pepper plant, and we're still eating off of it.
Okay, so
how about that?
Do you guys believe in weather modification?
No. I mean, we know they do it, but it doesn't show any or bring any fruit in that sense.
The technology has been there for
say yes
decades.
and some of us say no. That's the answer. I say no.
Pin that, okay? Because that's a good topic for tomorrow. I don't know if you're aware, but
we'll pin it for tomorrow because I can tell you that's an effect of something else.
What do you mean tomorrow?
I'll tell you why.
Is there
tomorrow? I'll tell you what it's an effect from. Okay, tomorrow. Remind me.
Yeah, Zodiac.
No, I'm just saying, like, is today
listen, Zodiac, listen, okay? Every day of the week except Sunday, we work at the really is level. Exact cause and effect, claims require evidence. On Sunday, we drop back to a little more laid back, and we call it Speculation Sunday. We can come up and brainstorm different ideas and come up with other ideas, like weather modification, for example.
I'm confused. So wait, you can't ask questions any other day except Sunday, or
no? Sunday is where you can deal in the realm of speculation. Every other day of the week is the really is level. No speculation. It is or it is not.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's speculation. There's like literally thousands of registered weather modification patents.
Yeah, you can look up like the actual footage of one of them.
Like, I don't think. I mean, you're talking about speculation. I don't think chemtrails is speculation. I think that's kind of fact.
I don't. SRM and all the geoengineering is straight fact. You know, it's just all the
but weather modification
country
is
kind of
still
thought that leads to.
Yeah, and Vietnam, they created monsoons. That's a.
But anyway, all of that is speculation. Oh, yay! So the people that are also willing to put a straight line with a 90-degree angle over a curved street in an image are the same people that'll tell you they have patents for this, that, and the third. So just because somebody has a patent for something doesn't mean it exists. I could have a patent for the God Killer. You know what I mean? Like, but do I really?
Well, yeah. I mean, to be fair to you, Elijah, you're right. Like, if you want to say like
but anyway, it's speculation. So he tried to suggest we're not talking about it. So
why did you just interrupt me? I'm confused.
Because it's like he's trying to move on. And
Okay, but you
like, I don't get it.
I'm fine with moving on. You didn't even know what I was going to say. I just think it was a little bit rude for you to interrupt me right there.
Okay. So you're moving on how so?
I agree. Yeah, so we can move on.
Oh, so what were you going to say? That was different?
I'm not feeling a vibe to converse with you based on like your behavior so far.
Crick, can you ask him?
No, don't go there. Don't go there.
Yeah, we'll just move on. All right, let's just drop it and go on to the next topic.
You can talk to me. I'm nice. Look at my name, Nice Flat Earther.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to talk to anybody, except for that guy.
Well, he's not a nice flat earther, is he?
Evidently not.
No, Elijah will flat smack you sober.
You don't want to. You don't want to speak with.
Drink more.
You don't want to speak with Elijah.
No, because he wants to talk about how he's a flat earther and he speculates about all these things that flat earthers don't actually care about.
Okay, so why are you making up assumptions about me? I never said
Why
any
the
of
fuck
that.
are you talking to me, dog? I'm talking to my friends.
I know,
You
but
just
why?
said you didn't want to talk to me.
If you didn't want to talk, let's be for real.
Right?
So
if you're gonna say things about me, Elijah, then you can't be surprised if I'm gonna refute your claims.
Okay, but when I was talking to you, you said you don't want to talk to me. So that was when you felt this way, because I was responding to you. So
right.
either you're going to
So
respond to me or you're not.
wanting to converse with you about something is different than speaking out to you when you're gonna make false assumptions about me. So
Did I make a false assumption?
Yes, you just said a bunch of different things like, "Oh, he's one of those flat earthers that wants to speculate and believes all this bullshit."
That
I
was your
literally asked
opening
questions.
gambit. You said I like
asked,
to
what do you guys
speculate.
think? I asked, what do you guys think
Can I
about
respond to
weather
him, guys, or
modification? All I
no?
said.
Can I respond to him? So he said I made up all these lies.
No, you don't have to
But
bother
he
responding to me. I'm
specifically
gonna mute
started
you.
the
I'm gonna mute you, Elijah. Okay, Elijah's
All right,
muted.
but you're gonna get server
Yeah,
muted
so
though.
Chris gonna step in and tell you how that works.
Yep, server muted. So the bottom line is, guys, you heard his opening statements that the word wasn't speculation. What was it? Which is completely synonymous with speculation. Conspiracy theorize, aka speculation. And he said he liked that stuff. So I just repeated that.
You can't. Don't tell me that I said things I didn't say. I literally all I said is
No, that was probably me talking about.
I said, "Do you believe in weather modification?" That's all I said. I said, "Do you believe?"
Well, then why the fuck are you butthurt, bro? I didn't even know you was somebody new.
I'm not butthurt at all. I'm butthurt because you were playing disrespectful, regardless of
I'm
what
not
you believe and what you don't
at
believe.
all, but I'm
Okay,
butthurt.
reset. We're gonna reset. Yeah, we're gonna
Yes,
reset.
I don't like when
No,
someone is
no.
disrespectful to me, Elijah.
I said,
It's
no, I don't
pretty
believe in it. And I'm gonna tell you why tomorrow. Remember?
Like, you could be a great guy, Elijah, but like you interrupted me in a disrespectful way. So that's why I said I don't appreciate.
I'm sorry. Now what?
Right. So all it takes a man to do is say, "Okay, I'm sorry that I interrupted you." End of story. We can move on.
I'm sorry.
We can move on. We can move on.
Okay, we can move on now. Sunday, remember? That's when we'll deal with your belief on that.
Okay, cool. I'll tune in tomorrow if I remember.
Don't wring your brain out.
They be having so much fire for not saying a lot. Isn't that crazy? I'm not really saying much. I'll be here tomorrow. Or the other guy, I was just saying that. Like, it'd be saying so much to not say anything.
Are you still going, Elijah?
Well, did anyone have anything to add?
Yeah, I actually.
think
Where
That's what I thought. I know I can keep going.
where was he going with it at all?
No. They said
climate,
move on. I can talk about
engineering.
something new. Like, that's no problem.
Yeah, it's fine. So where would we go from there if we would talk about that? There's no ground in further explaining how flat Earth works, just from geoengineering point and what they do.
I thought I explained like how flat Earth works.
No,
Really?
not you, Elijah.
Oh.
Okay, then let's continue. So he doesn't want
See
to
what I'm
talk about
saying?
it.
Unless there's beef, they don't actually have shit to say. I know I seem like an asshole at first, but shit, I've been doing this for years. I know when I see a genuine person and when. You know what I mean?
No, it's like QE, you know. At some point, people are fed up and go straight to the point. What it is actually.
Yeah, well, he's a bit much, don't you think? Sometimes just going right to the point and then just muting people. That's a
Yeah, I
bit
mean,
more.
there's no grace at all. But besides that, he's a great man.
I listen
you
to
sure
him.
about
I'm
that?
just saying hey, I have no issues with him. I'm just saying, just a bit harsh.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember yesterday we were talking about the Socratic method with QE, and he said, "What's the Socratic method?" I said, "Oh, I know, basically asking questions." And he said, "Oh, what kind of question or something along those lines?" I said, "Well, it depends." And he said, "No, it's a clarifying question." I was like, "Oh no, I mean." There are several good questions in the Socratic method that aren't just clarifying. He muted me. I was like, "Oh my lord!" It's he just doesn't like a conversation at all. He wants to lecture people, and that's a very bad personality trait.
Yeah, I
Well,
guess so.
you
I
like
mean,
colorful conversations, and I don't like colorful conversations either.
yeah.
I
I
don't
mean,
know. He seems to be able to. Who cares?
Yeah, let's move
Yeah.
on.
Can look? You know what's crazy? Like, we could talk about like how reasonable people are or how reasonable they're not. Everyone that I've known for 4+ years has seen me decide, okay, you know what? I'm not going to do the yelly thing or the cutting you off thing. I'm just going to stay like this. I'm mad chill, guys. And it's like, when I'm like that, that's when they'll call me a nigger. That's when they'll say, oh, shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. Like, when I am just being super chill, I'm not being passive aggressive. I'm responding to what they're saying. It's like, if you don't stop them from talking their bullshit from the beginning, they're gonna get mad at you for waiting for them to finish. And then it's like, if you say, well, here's why it's wrong, and obviously you've given them so much room that they have to let you get your point out clearly. And so it's like, once that happens, they're just like, well, fuck you. That has am I have you guys heard me very calm and people just fucking wild out on me?
Yeah.
Because they don't seem to
Yeah,
wild out when I'm
90%.
wilding out.
Yeah.
When I'm like this, they're pretty chill. Oh, why are you doing that? But when I'm like, oh, well, you know. Anyway, I don't think, again, talking about people is like kind of irrelevant. Because ultimately all we're saying is, oh, we're mad at a person for overreacting at the fact that somebody wasn't responding to what they took the time out to respond to. I'd be fucking mad too. Everybody would be upset. Here's a diagram. Here's like 10 citations. And here's my argument. Yeah, but so let's talk about the Rockets. So you're saying that all of them are lying. Like, that's going to get anyone would get upset after that.
Yeah, based on missing skills and being able to argue about this, it's going to be a rebuttal fight.
Can any Globers explain this picture to me? I'm just curious on how this works.
Still talking about the satellite?
Yeah, but they're in here. I see them. Nobody wants to touch it now.
Damn, that's crazy. They could be like, yeah, that's just one picture. And then I'll go get the video where the guy, the mathematician or whatever he is specifically explaining how satellite signals are sending the speed of light and blah, 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 blah. And how there's a section in that video where he's like, it's like labeled ground. And he's like, obviously it's flat here for the sake of, but it's not really.
I
It's
mean,
like, oh, but you have to show us that angle, though, don't you? Yeah. So it has to be flat, doesn't it? Yeah. Uh-huh.
yeah, I mean, MS Paint is a great tool. You know, I think people had too much time playing with it.
So you know, for every satellite that's overhead, it's directly 90 degrees above the Earth. No, nobody's gonna take that bait, huh?
Of course not.
Well, it is true. It's absolutely true. Hang anything over a flat surface and it's 90 degrees to it.
90 degrees to the
The ground,
tangent of a sphere as well.
the ground point below it.
It doesn't matter what object it is.
Yes, 90 degrees to the tangent as well of a sphere.
You can't have 90 degrees on a ball.
If you use a tangent, yes, you can.
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, if you attach a camera, I mean, the camera just swings with the rotation from the ball. But even then, you could determine and reverse engineer the angle it was pointing
Well,
on.
how do you apply 90 degrees to a tangent? You can only apply a vertical to a horizontal tangent. At that point, you're just trying not to say that you have a flat baseline. That's all. That's really all you're trying not to say.
Wait, you only apply a horizontal to a vertical. Wait, what? Can you just repeat what you said?
Hell no, bro. Is the third thing that I said that it was absolutely clear that you don't understand. I'm sorry, I can't help you.
Okay. You were complaining earlier about you offering up evidence to your friends and then them just like saying nah, and then I'm asking for you to offer up the evidence and then you are like,
Dude, I said you don't have 90 degrees to a ball from the sky. Prove me wrong.
And he said, you have a tangent. And everyone knows that a tangent is just a line. So really what you're saying is you have a vertical line to a perpendicular line, which is horizontal. So this is just a really funny way of trying not to say that you're utilizing a flat plane.
Okay, so here's an example. I have a basketball in my hand and I have something dangling over it on a string. Is it pointing at the center of the ball?
If it's floating and floating, then yes, but otherwise, no.
Is it floating over the center of the ball?
No.
Oh, he left.
Wow.
Yeah. As soon as you have to put it in reality, they just don't like it.
Yeah, it's so easy. It's like a short circuit in their brain. It's like, I'm out.
Just take a basketball, hold it in your hand, take something hanging from a string, hold it over the ball, and tell me when you're on the center of it. And then tell me where the right angle is, and I'll become a globe earther.
Weren't you showing that yesterday?
No, that's how I defeated Peter yesterday and had him after that point when I asked him that and everybody went like that. Peter lost his mind and could no longer focus on his attempt to prove globe Earth.
Emotional damage.
That's the sound of globe proof.
No, that's the sound of an echo chamber.
We should all start quacking then, shouldn't we? Because apparently ducks, quacks don't echo. So
Yeah, and
you
by
guys have
that I meant you guys run out any opposition.
yeah, that's
I
why you just
mean,
have to bring
you're
up
not
things like.
asking any questions, so where's the opposition?
What did we run out? You can't say there's right angles on balls. So now what? That just took out 90% of the people?
I mean, I wasn't like 100% serious, but it feels like you guys are a bit like antagonizing to like people on the other side.
No, we're not.
I am, but not everybody.
By the way, are you still
I would say that I'm
driving
not.
or
I
are
just
you
don't.
parking right now?
I mean, I'm doing both, man.
Yeah, I would say that when a person comes to me, when they come into my Discord, this is an extension of the Discord that we actually run. When they come there looking for answers, like I just expect them to hear what we have to say, not tell us what we have to say. And so after 5 minutes of realizing that a person is not interested in hearing what we have to say, yeah, they're gonna get treated like an asshole.
Yep.
And all I do is just show pictures and ask questions, and that makes people so mad you would not believe. They will make a message, DMs will go out, and you'll see people start coming in the room. The brigade is sent out for damage control. Like last night, Peter was given a demonstration, and he totally fucked it up because I flabbergasted him with asking him how you get a right angle to a ball from hanging a string, and at that point, he couldn't take it anymore. And Scott Mackey had to come in, was called from his ski trip into a ski lodge, got on his phone to say, you have to stop, you're wrong. And he still went on. So if you talk about that there isn't people out there performing damage control, that was recorded.
Oh, that's some funny shit.
Right. So if this is just a silly topic with absolutely no point whatsoever, why are all these people behaving like this?
Yeah, I mean we have the stream going, and we know they're not in here, right? So they're listening to it on YouTube and freaking out.
Yeah. So are we the insane ones or are they?
I show a picture of when I remove air from the top of water, how the water turns into gas. I do it live. Fucking people go absolutely bananas. That's not possible. It turns to ice. The whole 9 yards.
Someone thought you were faking something.
Yeah, well, I have a hard time lying to people, so it's best if I just keep my mouth shut. People prefer to hear lies than the truth. The one day when my wife asked me a question, I won't tell you what it was. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter. I said, "Do you want my actual answer, or do you want an answer?" She said, "No," and she knew exactly what I was talking about because of this. And I gave her the real answer.
30 trolls, 1 glober. Who wins?
I did.
Yeah, just remember, they're always listening. The globalists are always listening, just waiting.
Nobody finds that weird?
Keeping Toms.
Like you could do just bring up a topic and just go to their server and just type in a few keywords. They'll say they'll completely straw man you. Like, oh, look at Crit said X, Y, and Z today. And then they'll just freak out over it. Even though, like, you've got the recording, they can go back and listen, for fuck's sake. They won't bother to do that. They're just looking for a reason to trigger and then blame you for what they do. They don't even have very much personal agency to begin with. And you're like, how do you fix that? How do you say, hey, okay, that's not what I said. They don't care to listen. They're listening without hearing. Listening and not listening at the same time.
Kind of like J0 does.
There are these people that come in with their 20 questions for flat earthers from USA Today.
I mean, some of the math behind like the stuff you're trying to like explain, it's kind of hard to follow. At least like in like a pure like verbal format.
Oh, you missed the demonstration last night on how the globe works, but except nobody could explain how you get a right angle to a ball, and the presentation went. That was the end of it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, where you get that too, that one you're talking about, like the USA Today. They'll come up with questions inside their worldview. They'll say, flat earthers cannot answer. Here's 20 questions that flat earthers cannot answer. Then they'll go on to ask you. Like, wait a minute, you just said I can't answer that, so why would you ask if you think I can't answer?
Here's a question. Here's a question Crit can't answer. Crit, what's the Mars surface made of?
No clue. I wouldn't even say I can't even say it has a surface.
I told you so. I told you he couldn't answer it.
We don't have 12
What is
questions. We just have one. One question is, where the fuck is the curve?
Yeah. Or rotation.
I was asking a USA Today question to Crit.
It's like, how is that even a topic? It's like, I'm describing the surface of this object as flat. What's Mars? Like, what the fuck?
They always, and I keep telling these goobers, if you go back to 2019, it exists on YouTube. You can see that all they used to talk about was long distance observations. After 2020, that shit stopped. You got a couple of dumbasses who aren't up to date with the debate, and they'll mention it, and then they won't understand. Like, oh, what do you mean? This is the hidden height of this, and blah blah blah. Assuming that a horizon is geometric, but you know that the horizon not geometric. Blah blah blah. We do all of that, but majority. When's the last time a glober came in and said, "Yo, I was at the beach. I just straight up debunked the flat Earth. Here's the horizon. Here's the drop off." Because they used to provide at least half of the information, aka, okay, here is this thing. This thing is this tall. Here's where it is. The only thing that was always missing is, well, where the fuck are you? How do I know the distance between you and? That's the only pedigree information that was usually missing. But yeah, if you YouTube it, you can find all that shit. Pre-2020, everybody was talking, all the globers were trying to debunk flat earth with observations of the ground. Post-2020, they don't want to fucking touch it. You people
Isn't that because they already finished debunking?
Oh god.
No.
I was just under assumption that's because they were just going to repeat what they said previously after
No,
that.
what they say now is that the Earth
He
is
didn't
observable.
he didn't respond, Craig. He didn't
Okay.
respond. He responded with the assumption that they actually had valid arguments. But the bottom line is they were putting to us arguments that they thought we were valid until 2020, where we pointed out, remember all of those arguments you made? Well, they assumed that you had a geometric horizon.
Well, such as what? How are you debunking the argument? Can you walk me through this?
Yeah, so National Geographic took powered CFI investigators powered by National Geographic.
Wait, CSI investigators? I'm just gonna like see this.
CFI. You might want to just pay
CFI.
attention first and then get the information later, because I'm not. So basically, these guys said, "Hey, look, exactly the same shit that we say, because the formula is 1.2 times 1.22 times really 1.225. Anyway, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Every distance to the horizon will be every distance to the. I just said that. I just any
Are you
the
sure that's what
distance to
they
the
said?
horizon
Because
is
that's just wrong.
1.2 times. Well, that's what they said. I don't know. National Geographic is a propaganda
You're
machine,
probably
I guess.
quoting them slightly
Uh-oh.
wrong.
No,
Because
there's a video I played today,
is
and
that exactly what they said? Because it's not the
only takes
distance
two.
to the
It only
horizon.
yes, it is. Yes, yes. That's
No, it's
exactly what they
not.
said. How the
Well,
fuck?
Yes, it is. We can post the derivation from
No, I
university
was
websites
okay.
as a
Sorry.
citation. You interested?
That might be what they said, but they didn't
See,
say correctly.
this is what I'm talking about. So you wanted to ask me what it was, but you just keep talking.
What? No. I heard what you said. I'm gonna say that
I didn't get to finish what I was saying because you just keep talking.
No, okay, wait. I
You
was
don't
just trying
get
to answer
determine
one
when I'm
part of the
done
thing.
talking and done giving a valid point. Or do you? Do you determine when I'm done with my point?
No, but I found a part that I just wanted to clarify first before moving on to the next part.
What is it you want clarified?
So they said.
Are you telling me that they didn't say what they said in the video? Because
No.
I'm going to continue. Okay, so
They
if you
said
have,
that, but I want to clarify what they meant by it.
how you didn't even see the video, bro.
What do you mean? No, I just want to clarify what they meant by that.
How
If
you
you're
gonna
quoting them
clarify?
exactly, then I don't need to look at the
Okay,
video.
so let me quote them exactly, and then you're gonna explain what they meant.
Yes.
So we're gonna get the camera to as close as possible to the level of the water, so that the horizon is 1.2 miles away.
The
1.22
geometric
miles away.
horizon, not the actual horizon.
And then he said, okay, the boat is at 1.22 miles, so we should begin to see the stripes disappear. So they can't disappear behind something that's not apparent, is it? No.
So you're
right?
arguing that measurement is not always exact, right?
No, I'm asking you a question, and I expect you to respond to it.
What is the answer? What is the question?
The question was, okay, the guy said that the horizon was at 1.2 miles. Based on
that scenario.
Based on the height of the except it wasn't. That's it.
Oh, okay, and it can explain why it wasn't.
Okay, well, I mean, so what?
Hold on. Did you say that the geometric horizon is not the real horizon?
You explaining why it isn't is just proves that there's no evidence of their claim in the first place. So they're saying they're saying we live on this. They're saying we live on this earth. There's a line of sight based on how high we are above this circle, that if you look out into the distance, your obstruction will begin here. Now,
I didn't Google anything. I had my buddy explain to me. He knows a lot about refraction.
No, he's doing it again. He's here again, and it's like, if you guys want to do this, I'll probably just leave. Like, because we already stopped him from derailing the conversation the first time. So
Derailing.
I didn't even
That's what you
get
call
to
it when I
I
put up
didn't
a
even
valid
get
point that you
to
don't like.
so I'm talking to the other guys though. What do you guys want to do? Let me know, because I'm not about to have a headache over this guy.
Do you want to continue talking to this guy or move on to someone else?
I mean, that's not because I've realized maybe you guys want to talk to him, so I can't. I don't want to talk to him.
We are
Basically,
live streaming, but I agree to also get some other Globers on here.
if you guys want to talk to him, that's totally fine. I don't give a shit. I'm not a mod.
So I just want to say to him, you can unmute him, that so you just listened to a story from your friend, and that's your information now. It's just propaganda.
It was
then,
not a
something he
story. It
read.
was mathematical proof.
No, that's not mathematical proof.
He worked it out how at a certain temperature, the temperature that it was, I don't know what date it was, but it was in California. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
And
the water was 60 degrees and the air was 63 degrees.
Not 63 degrees, it was higher than that. But working it out, it turned out that the light would have refracted at about 1,403 arc seconds, which means for every second that the light travels, it would have arced that many degrees. So over the course of it traveling,
So light travels in an arc?
Within the atmosphere when light is refracting.
Did you say light
where the
travels
temperature
in an arc?
gradient took place?
What?
You know
And
what's silly
where the
about that?
temperature gradient was?
Wait,
That's a tall tale right there. Who'd believe that?
Entertain me
He
for
looked
a second,
it up
guys.
for-
When you talk about this, the light arcing, keep in mind. Remember what I was talking about earlier about my house? Well, because the light is arcing has nothing to do with there not being obstruction at 1.2 miles. I don't even get what that's about. Like, either I see something or I don't. How you gonna tell me because light is bending, I don't see something that's in front of my face? Because basically, you're telling me the light is bending, thus allowing me to see something. But the problem is, the something that should be obstructing should be at a specific distance as obstruction. Like, so all the extra shit you talking about is like kind of irrelevant.
No, it is very relevant because what you're seeing is a perspective that's based on light entering your eyes. So if the
Right,
light
like I'm
that's entering
looking
your
at this
eyes is
house.
curving,
I'm looking at this house and it's in my line of sight. Now, in the diagram, you have a tangent to a tangent point, which is in your line of sight. The problem is that tangent point is not in our line of sight because there is no geometric horizon there. I don't understand like how everyone gets caught up in this completely non sequitur idea about how light what the fuck. Okay,
it
light's
is
bending. What the fuck
completely
does that have to
sequitur.
do with? Because again, if I have a tree and a house behind that tree, there's no world in which I would say, well, that house is actually geometrically in front of the tree, but because of the way light bends, it's actually behind the tree. That's stupid.
Okay, here, let me explain the light refraction. So everything that you perceive around you through your eyes is light entering your eyes, correct?
I just want to know where the presumed curvature is.
Presumed curvature.
Yeah, for it to be
Presumed-
arcing, it has to be arcing over a curvature, doesn't it?
Presumed meaning what you perceive?
No, you presume that the light is arcing over a ball.
Yes.
So where's that geometric horizon proof?
Okay. Once again, where the horizon would be if there was no atmosphere is the formula you gave at the very beginning. That would be it. However, the light is arcing. So all the...
How do you know it's arcing in the first
Can you
instance?
let me finish my explanation?
I did cut him off. Good. Hurry up.
Okay. So the light coming from where the horizon would be, because the light is bending, is actually ending up below your line of sight. So where the horizon would be is multiple feet down below where you are, depending on how much the light is refracting. And the new horizon, because it's perceived from the light that's curving to enter your eye, is over where the horizon would be if there's no atmosphere, if there wasn't any light refraction.
Okay, so Andrew Thomas Young. Well, first of all, what is it? 6 times
7
the
for 6
radius
R.
of the
Yeah.
6 times the radius. Well, yeah, I guess I should say over 6 times the radius of the Earth. Is there terrestrial refraction or air that bends? And no, it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't do anything because if it goes from, if you do the math, it goes from 1.2 miles. You're still you're not you don't get to 2 miles, much less 10 miles, 15 miles, whatever it is.
Wait, what is
Like
that equation you were
that's
saying?
where, so everything that you're talking about, I hear what you're saying, but when you said you had the math for this, like I would challenge that because specifically straight up for all of this refraction magic that you guys are talking about, like not real refraction like through glasses or something real, but like this terrestrial mathematic refraction that you guys have created doesn't even it doesn't help you as far
What was
as
that
any of
equation
our
you put up?
observations are concerned, specifically because you said, well, okay, the horizon is lower, so you're talking about sinking. I don't even know why that would be happening, but okay, so
Because
you
the
can
light
then
is
see a
bending down.
new horizon, so there's nothing going on. You see a new horizon, but the problem is, again, like, that's not the rhetoric. The rhetoric is the horizon extends from 1.2 miles to like 1.34 miles.
For
Not
the
beyond
horizon.
10 miles. Not beyond 10 miles for the example of the oil rigs off the coast of Santa Barbara.
If there wouldn't be any refraction. But again,
That's not what no, that's you're not see what like you're not listening to what I'm saying, dog.
but you're ignoring the refraction.
I just I mean, what? How am I supposed to? Did you guys just hear what I just said?
Yeah.
Everybody else other than him.
Yeah, if you go to metabunk.com or .org, whatever it is, you're going to see a derivation for adding terrestrial refraction on top of the geometric horizon distance. And it brings it from 1.225 to around 1.32. And I posted the source in text chat.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll look at the source. Because if the math is different, then...
Listen, Andrew Thomas Young came up with it. So everybody else that you've seen that maybe I don't listen. If you claim that there's some math out there that actually works it out perfectly, that's what we want to see because it's not this. I don't believe you have that math. There's no way. It's not possible.
Metabunk.org. Okay, let me just look this up.
So what I'm hearing is that you're going to a debunk site, a propaganda site for your information. That's awesome.
What? You gave me this source.
Yeah, the source is that it's a hostile witness, Radwin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to make sure that he knows.
Yeah, this isn't the Flat Earthers website, not at all.
Because I'm looking at this, and the only thing it's asking for is height. How can you possibly make a calculation of refraction if you're not even putting in the atmospheric values?
Oh, dude.
What do you mean?
There's a standard. Without an atmosphere, there is no values. Then there's a standard set. It's called 7/6, the radius of the Earth, because they increase the radius of the Earth to basically tell you that you can see further, when actually it's just a bigger Earth, mathematically speaking. But you don't even have the mathematics required to explain or to describe what's happening with the black swan.
This website here is a pile of hogwash because it's not even asking you for the temperature of the day.
Okay, so again, show us the math that you were talking about that would bring the horizon from 1.2 miles to beyond 10 miles. I'd like to see that, how it's done. So you can just go to your boy's, whatever he had, and just share with us whatever the fuck you saw from your boy. That's not a problem, right?
Yeah. I just need to find it because it was a while ago when he did this. I've been here.
Is he still your boy? I mean, maybe he can
Yeah,
send it.
of course.
All right, do that, and we'll talk about it when you get that, because we don't really have anything else to say at this point.
And if you want, bring your boy in.
He's offline right now. I'm pretty sure he's flying right now.
Even better.
I suppose
Pilots are our friend. All pilots. They're all our hostile witnesses.
Well, I just contacted him, and when he gets back to me, he'll send over the mathematical proof. So, I guess we'll leave that there for now.
Maybe
When I
somebody
stick a
should let Peter
straw,
know that there's some competition coming.
when I stick a straw in a glass of water, is it allowing me to see that I couldn't see before? Straw. Stick a straw in a glass of water. What is it allowing me to see that I couldn't see before?
Well, the water is clear, so you can see it always. But hear about this. So you look at the edge of the table, which the glass is sitting on. You can't see below that edge of the table. But you put the glass of water in front of you. Depending on the shape of the glass, you'll be able to see slightly below where that where the edge of the table is. So from my angle of where I'm standing right now, there's like a bunch of weights on the ground, and I can't see some of them. If I put a glass in front of it of a certain shape, water curving or whatever, then I'll be able to see further down and see more of the weights.
Hello?
Hello. How's it going?
All right. Nothing new under the sun, as Crow would say. I thought you were debating someone, Hugmungus.
Yeah, they got to the end of it.
Nothing
Yeah.
under the sun.
Someone in chat is asking for a picture of multiple horizons, and I'll draw a diagram. For them.
You're drawing a diagram of multiple horizons.
Yeah, one with light not refracting, and one with it is refracting.
How curious.
Just a nice little visualizer of what I'm talking about.
How would you know what it would look like not refracting if you're saying that the Atmo causes refraction unless you could remove the Atmo?
How do I know where the horizon would be without refraction?
How do you know what a refractionless day would look like if you can never have a refractionless day, according to you?
Simply through mathematics and nothing else is the formula you guys were talking about.
Mathematics doesn't tell you what something looks like in the abstract, does it?
Mathematics explains reality. It's explanation of reality.
So you can imagine a different reality and use math to imagine it.
Can you? How about describe? What if you said instead of explain? How about describe? Does that seem like it better would fit?
It would fit because it's our human description of reality through math.
Description of reality would be the one with refractions. You're saying something that you don't experience. You're going to draw.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is you'll never see the true horizon because you can only describe it through
So how
mathematics.
would you know where it? How would you know where it is if you've never seen it and if you can't see it?
You only know where the refracted horizon is. That's my point. That's why it's never in the same place. It depends on the atmospheric conditions.
So how do you know there is a geometric one and where it would be if you could never see it?
Well, you just get the tangent of the sphere.
All right, so you just assume it.
You don't assume it. You mathematically use. Here, let me pull up exactly what the formula is that you were talking about. Horizon.
Yeah, I mean, what you're going to pull up is probably right, but despite that, you don't see through the medium that causes a refraction. You're actually seeing through gas and not through water. So,
yeah, and gas causes refraction as well.
Need your math
No,
to
it
be
doesn't.
based upon something in reality. So what's it based on?
What's what based on? Sorry, I was talking to Arga.
Math. You need the math to be based on something. That's what Cyclone's pointing out.
Oh, it's based on trigonometry.
It's based on the assumption of a globe. You already just said it.
There's no reason to talk to these people.
Well, besides entertainment.
Soothe yourself, bro.
Oh,
I mean, for us, it's entertainment nonetheless, but for
I
you,
thought I
it's,
was muted. Fuck. I mean, it is entertaining, but
this is what you're saying.
For everybody here, it's entertainment because nobody's changing anybody's mind here. Flat Earthers would rather believe something is unexplainable than have an explanation, and Globers, well,
what you mean, bro?
Pretend they know it. Yeah,
The
Globers would
globalists
rather
will
make
deny-
shit up, repeat stories that they've already heard, and pretend that they know it just because they've heard the story. That's what
Okay.
the Globers would like to do.
How about this? Why do things fall down?
Use your explanation for it. Don't
no,
deny
I'm
it.
asking you because this is
Yeah,
the point.
don't
You would rather
deny
believe.
your own explanation. If you
My
have an explanation for downity, use it.
My
Write
explanation
it down
is
and
gravity.
use that motherfucker.
What is your
Use
explanation?
that motherfucker,
He
dude.
hasn't said anything about explanation. He
No,
asked you to provide your information for your explanation.
Here,
why
let me
are we
go
on
back to the.
Why are we on to? Why have we gone on to why things fall? You were supposed to be trying to prove that the Earth is a ball.
Okay. So I said my point was flat earthers would rather believe something is unexplainable than have an explanation.
What
My
do you
explanation
imagine
is
about
gravity. What is your explanation?
No, but that doesn't
Explain gravity.
that the Earth is a ball.
Well,
No.
gravity is unexplainable.
Talk about
Can
gravity.
you
Talk about gravity. Don't
disprove?
care about what you think. Why things fall? We were
Can you
talking about the Earth's
disprove?
surface
Can
being
you
a ball. Jesus
Why
Christ.
do things fall down?
Why are you asking? You're supposed to be proving the Earth's a ball.
No, I
Why
just
does
want to
cement
ask
dry?
you because I'm trying to prove that you would rather believe something is unexplainable.
Why did you jump away from the claimed curvature?
Oh, because I made a new claim that a flat earther would rather believe something is
Right.
unexplainable
Well, we
than have
haven't
an
dealt with the
explanation.
curvature. We haven't dealt with the curvature claim.
Well,
yet.
I concede that point. We're moving on to the next part. We're moving on to another
Okay,
topic.
but you concede that, then you can't use your next part, which is gravity, because that assumes the curvature that you just gave up on. So GG.
No. I am not assuming curvature. I'm
Yeah.
assuming that
Yeah,
mass
you
attracts
said
mass.
gravity. You said
Yeah, gravity. I'm assuming that mass
which
attracts
assumes
mass.
the globe. That would assume the globe.
Well, it could
But you just gave up
claim
on
that there's a globe, but it doesn't. It's
Oh,
not.
You just gave up on that. You just
Sure,
gave up
I
on
gave up on there's a globe. I didn't give up on there's gravity.
All right. Well, I agree with you. The Earth is not a globe. Why do things fall? I don't really care. Anything else?
Okay, exactly. You would rather believe that there's no explanation than
Well,
have an explanation.
I'm happy that we agree that Earth isn't a globe. There's a lot of questions that not globe Earth. Is there anyone else who does believe that the Earth's a globe?
Anyway, that was just my point. You would rather believe that there's no explanation than accept
You
the
don't know what I
explanation I have.
believe. Listen, you making claims about what strangers believe is not an argument, bro. But I agree with you.
Okay,
the Earth
what is
not
your
a globe.
explanation? What is your explanation for things falling down?
I'm not offering an explanation as to why things fall. That's irrelevant.
Irrelevant to
I'm
what?
interested
This is the
in
conversation I'm
to
talking
the
about.
Earth to what the Earth is.
I'm not talking
but
about
we
what the Earth
agree.
is.
Yeah,
I'm not
I know. We
talking.
agree. It's not a globe. I know. We agree. It's not a globe. But we're here to talk to the
Okay,
people who do
I'm going
believe
to
it's a globe.
explain what I'm talking about right now. What I'm talking
We
about.
know what you're talking about. Why my phone fall down? Earth must be ball. No, you already agreed it's not a
No,
ball.
that's not what I'm talking about.
Well, no one cares why things fall. We want to know about the Earth and why people.
Nobody cares why things fall. That's what I'm asking about. Okay, here, let me run this back.
But that's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking
That's
to
what
people who
I'm
believe
talking
that the
about.
Earth is
I made a
ball.
claim and you're
but you don't
derailing.
believe that the Earth is a ball. You don't believe the Earth is a ball, though. So we need to go on to the next lost soul. Who does?
Yeah, but no, aren't we talking to each other here? I was making a claim. It's time for you to debunk my claim.
Well, we already did because your claim assumes the curvature, which you just agreed you don't actually believe anymore.
No, that's backwards.
There you go.
My claim is that flat earthers would rather believe there's no explanation.
Oh, right. Yeah, but your claim about what strangers believe is just a baseless claim. You don't know what anyone else believes except for yourself, so that's not an argument.
So let me ask you a question then. Why?
Then disprove it.
I don't need to disprove it. You made a baseless claim.
Okay,
You don't know
then
what
it
other
should be
people
easy
believe.
to disprove.
You believe that pixies are holding down things, which is why we don't float off in the air. See, I can say you believe that. That doesn't mean you believe it. So that's retarded.
Let's reset here. Let's
I
reset
need
here.
to jump. So someone else take over. Someone else take over with this guy. Keep on topic. Good chat.
So okay, let's go into gravity and
Okay,
I ask
why
you
do
a
things
question.
fall down?
Let me ask you a question based on yours. Why do you think it's important? And secondly, why do you think there's an average about every element that has been observed based on falling on 9.8 feet per second falling?
Meters per second squared.
Oh, meters, yeah.
All right, your first question is why is it important?
Yeah.
It's important to my first claim. My claim, which I'm substantiating with evidence right now, is that a flat earther would generally rather believe that something is ultimately unexplainable than to believe the
Correct.
explanation that I give them, right?
We do not
And
claim that.
No one asked
I
you
can
for the
speak for
explanation.
everyone.
yeah,
That's
but
your
I'm
first problem.
proving
Did
my
anyone
claim.
ask you?
Nobody asked me, but we're in a...
Okay, so no one asked you for an explanation that you're offering that you also will not take questions on or even try to explain, then blame somebody else for something they didn't even do.
Are we
Your
just gonna
logic
be...
is just broken, dude.
Are you just flipping the...
Who asked you?
Who asked me? Nobody asked.
Okay, no one asked
I
you.
ask you something right now.
Okay,
Can you remember the question?
Rip's got something for you. See if you can answer anything at all.
Yeah,
I
but
predict using the flat Earth model, you will not be able to answer. You don't even know. The best he'll get is a very poor read of a Google it. That's the best he'll get. Let's see what happens. Go ahead, Rip. Floor's yours.
So you answered already why it is important. I get that. I can follow your point. So why do you think there's an average, or why it is claimed to be an average and not an exact point? Why do different elements fall at different speeds, and therefore just they make the claim for an average? That's where everything is based on gravity, and this is called
think-
gravity.
Everything falls at the same speed because...
Yeah, but it doesn't, because they themselves claim and say in their own writings that it is an average, which is not an exact description about why something is happening.
But the reason why it's an average is because the speed changes based on your altitude and also based on the
No, it
drag
doesn't.
that objects have. Yeah, well,
Hold on. The speed does change, but the gravitational constant does not.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
that's two things. Like the altitude, yes, because every second that pass, the speed will increase by the gravitational constant. So let's say if the constant is 9.5, the first 1 second, the object will reach 9.5 meters per second as speed, as velocity. The next second, the speed will be 19. Do you follow me?
It's not
Meters
based
per
on
second.
time, though. It's based on radius.
It's based on time. It's based
the
on
effect.
altitude and how much time that passes.
Here,
This
I
is
can give
something you
you...
can measure yourself.
I can give you
actually, as well.
the formula.
Yeah. Why are we
I know
going
the
into
formula.
the effect? All right.
It's not about the effect.
Question was
This is not about
why.
effect. This is about
Question was
speed
why.
No need.
and gravitational
No need.
constant
I
are two
already told you
distinct
how,
things.
how things fall at a different rate in a vacuum and where they did it, and that's the end of that.
I was just saying that the force of gravity on Earth is dependent on the gravitational constant of the universe times both masses, the masses of the object falling and the mass of the object pulling, divided by the radius squared, which is
So
why
what pulls the object?
gravity.
Can you
What is
put that
gravity?
formula
Is
into
this-
the text, please?
Yeah.
Can you put that formula into the text?
I can't put it into the text chat because I don't have permissions.
Can anyone put that formula into the chat?
Little g is equal to big G times m1 times m2 divided by r squared.
For your average show,
relevant to-
nobody knows what you're talking about.
No, I know this formula. This is a universal gravity constant.
Yeah, no, but
Which is not false. But I don't know. Do you believe in this? Are you a flat earthist or are you not?
I 100% believe in gravity.
Are you a flat earthist or?
I'm a glober.
What is this relevant to? Why are we discussing this?
Why things fall down.
Yeah, why is that relevant to a ball?
Oh, I wasn't talking about the Earth being flat.
So there's no
It is.
about things falling for then.
It doesn't have relevancy to the chat, but we got onto this conversation because I made a claim that other people wanted to talk about.
I don't care about your claim. Stupid.
Even
Well,
he doesn't
some people
care.
do.
So the gravity is actually different in, let's say, the northern hemisphere compared to the equator. This must be a challenge for flat earthers, actually. I didn't have many conversation with flat earthers, but I don't know how they go around this.
You saying this proves the sphere?
It can. If
It
if
can
the
or
yeah,
does.
it can.
It can or does. It does. It does or it
It
can.
does if you take enough measurements. Yeah, it actually does. Because the constant actually changes. The more you move towards equator, the more pull you get.
Well, constant isn't a good way to say it because it's variable. The constant is the big G, which is always.
But if you cannot measure it, it doesn't exist. So
But you can't measure it.
So yeah, let me bring up to par. You are missing something, and that is the gravitational field from the Earth. So you're not pulling this in the equation and say just as it's gravity that pulls it. So according to the Globers, they say it's a gravitational force which is magnetic, but you cannot magnetically induce it into something unless you have a controlled environment.
It's not magnetic.
Oh, okay. So why do behave then again the elements differently, and is an estimate average made out of it?
It affects all elements exactly the same, but we just disagree on this. I say
Wouldn't
that
you
everything is.
agree that if you let a steel ball fall, that it would be pulled down faster, exceptionally faster, if the gravitational field would actually have an effect on this element?
So when you watch that video I posted and you saw the elements drop at different rates, how come you didn't say? How come you just said everything falls at the same rate and that's in a vacuum?
No, I'm saying it again, not a perfect vacuum as you would like to say. You can't make a perfect vacuum, is that correct?
I posted where it was done too. You can get
So
all the
that means that
specs
there's
from
going to
it
be
from
air
that.
resistance, correct?
Yeah, but we are not calculating, and in the formula generally that is offered in gravity, there is no friction force calculation.
Yeah, for a perfect scenario, but in every
Yeah,
single
but this is
scenario.
not. Yeah, this is a point. It's not perfect. If they don't mention it in their formulas, then it's not in the equation. It doesn't matter, even for them. So
But
why
you
do?
can. I can write this out. I can give you the mathematical proof.
I don't care of the mathematical proof. You have to observe it and measure it.
I need to butt in here. There is a huge stupidity and some non-technical thing going on. So the video, I just watched it. Is it a video from Nice Flat Earther? Is that what you're talking about? Is that a silent yes?
Yeah,
so I guess
sure.
that's a silent yes. So what's happening in this video is the objects are different weight, and therefore the force that is being applied from bottom makes them jump into different heights. So some of them goes higher, others do not, because of they weigh
About
more.
jumping. You didn't
Sorry?
watch the second video.
Second video. Hold on. What's the point of the first video?
It's a camera shot inside the capsule that's falling. When it hits the ground, the things jump up because they're bouncing.
Yeah, so again, there's a force from bottom, but the objects have different
We
masses.
don't care about what it's doing at the bottom. We care about what it's doing while it's dropping.
No, you have to care about what it's doing
we
from the
don't. That's
bottom.
not what it was done
You have
for. It
to.
was done to see
No.
how things hit the
The thing
ground.
is, you don't measure gravity the way that you are actually showing in this video because they don't reach the same height. Do you understand that?
Does gravity pull water to the ground?
Yes, it does. It pulls everything to the ground.
Okay. So if I go out in my garage and I to my vacuum chamber and I put a cup of water in it and then I close the lid, there's a layer of air over my cup of water so it sits there flat, and as soon as I remove the water turns into gas and leaves. Can you tell me where gravity was working in there?
And that's another example. That's not the use case that we're talking about right now. The video
but
you have shown,
yes,
they
yes,
don't
it does.
reach the same height.
Yes, it does.
It does not. That's about change of like from solid to liquid or gas. So that's something else, and we have to. I don't know. It's not really
So
relevant
water
to this
droplet would
topic.
fall differently than any element you're saying.
Yeah, because of the.
No friction.
Hold on. So, what is the problem here is the density. So, if you have a low density, lower density than, say, oxygen in the air, then you can actually make an acceleration that is pushing and not pulling. Did you understand that? So oxygen,
So not gravity.
oxygen has
Water's pushed
has a
by the
density.
above it. I understand.
Anything that has lower density than oxygen, say helium,
Yes, I
will
understand.
actually not be pulled to the ground.
Yeah, I understand the
There's no
water is
mystery
being pushed
here.
down. I understand it's being pushed flat. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sorry, nice flat earther. I've just got to point out that he earlier stated that everything gets pulled down. He's going back on that now.
Oh,
Yeah.
because everything goes up in the air when you remove the air, so it doesn't go down.
You guys not understand that multiple forces could be acting on an object at the same time?
So multiple forces. So one's pushing up and one's pushing down, so it goes up or down then? Or
yeah, you sum the forces
or does
in one
it float
direction.
in the middle?
And then the sum tells you the acceleration.
Anyway, good luck with that air pressure over water thing, you guys.
No, in a vacuum, they would not float if there is gravity. So if you made a gravitational test in a vacuum, even helium would actually. I need to reconfirm this, but going by logics, helium should also be flattened if it's in a vacuum state. But yeah, I need to confirm that.
So
The thing
our
here
helium
is,
detectors
can
are
I finish
I'm
my
going to
experiment?
confirm for you. I'm going to give you the source. Our helium detectors are not mounted on the floor of our vacuum chambers. They're mounted on the wall, and that's when we can tell when there's so many parts per billion or whatever they do it in the lab. Because I don't work exactly in the lab because I don't like wearing the suit, but they're not mounted on the floor in a corner.
I don't really understand this guy. Are you sober? Are you drunk?
Does anybody else understand what I'm saying?
Anyone understand this guy? Please rephrase what he said, if anyone understood him. He's talking about a wall.
Yeah.
He's talking about pressure gauges.
Not being pulled to the ground, helium.
Nobody understands you, man. If anyone did, please rephrase. I don't want to be rude to him, actually.
You're talking about pressure gauges, right?
I
Nice
watched
flat
these
earther?
two videos. Einstein is wrong.
Well, we actually
And
have gauges that detect helium specifically, but yes.
So this one video is like really short. It's like 8 seconds long, and it has no commentary. Can somebody like tell me what these videos are supposed to show?
What video are you talking about?
The video is posted by Nice Flat Earther.
It's a stupid one. Like, I watched the first,
So
and they
yes,
don't
if
reach
you
the
wanna
same
explain it
height. So
the
I don't
right
know
way,
what he's
I'll
trying.
explain it to you. So the first one is the elements in a drop container. They're going to drop it in a vacuum chamber, so there's no air in that container either. They drop it, and they fall at different rates because you can see one, lithium is falling the slowest, ... And the second one is where they did it and how it's all constructed and what they were doing. So that actually can answer all your questions.
And these are in vacuum chambers.
I posted the second video. What's it called? Make sure
The
you
Bremen Drop Tower.
The Bremen Drop Tower. What's inside? So if you click on that and watch it, it'll tell you all about the vacuum chamber, how it was done, where it was done, how high it was done, what it looks like when it hits the ground. It's hitting these little tiny beads so it doesn't explode on impact, so it has something to cushion it. All kinds of fun things. The bottom is pointed like a point, so it just digs in first, slows down on impact. All that stuff. It tells you all the physics behind it. Anything else?
They both describe, the two videos are the same, both describing the same experiment. I mean, describe, there's no words, but okay.
Yeah, this is so silly.
Yeah,
I'm getting muted when I win a debate, and then everybody gets silent. This is so stupid.
Because you guys have nothing left to say.
Well, I literally obliterated your point, and then I get muted.
No, you didn't. You were trying to explain to that guy what I posted. So I muted you and explained to him what I posted. Then I unmuted you.
Nobody understood what you were talking about, the helium wall.
You just go ahead and...
Nobody could
what about
rephrase,
it?
not
That
even your
has
friends.
nothing to do with
What they
helium.
could resort to was muting me.
It
They
has nothing
didn't,
to do with
nobody,
helium.
not even your
How our
friends.
helium detectors are placed in our units.
Okay, keep over talking.
Told you.
20 flat earthers couldn't understand what you said, and they couldn't rephrase what you said.
I told you
Okay.
it's equivalent to, hey, the detectors on the walls at elevation, the floor.
So what was the example that he was trying to build up? Okay, you have detectors on the walls.
So guess helium doesn't get pulled down by gravity.
And this was a vacuum chamber?
Yes.
You have to
Be a
give
vacuum if there's gas.
you have to give the video footage as well.
That's a
Doesn't
negative.
have to do shit.
I'm not gonna give
I
any.
mean, I don't see any
information out.
helium
So you just
detectors
have a
mounted
claim.
on walls
No, I'm not gonna
in
give
either of
any
these
of our
two
work
videos.
information out. I signed an NDA.
Okay. This
We
guy
just
is
talk about
just full of
these two
bullshit.
videos.
He signed an NDA, yeah. He's a scientist.
The only thing I think is that
Actually, NDAs are more common on the work floor than you actually think.
I know how it works. I work with a couple of companies myself, leading a project myself, so we always
So
do
his statement is
NDA
not
before we
100%.
engage in any work. But this guy doesn't know the basics of science, and he's like talking as if he's doing science. What the
Well,
footage he's posting is something like you would not be using to
I'm not a
make a
machine
determination.
operator. That's who runs the lab. We just build the shit.
Yes, it's actually very limiting thinking that NDAs are only being signed by scientific stands. It's in a lot of fields common practice on all levels.
I thought it was just software.
No,
So
it doesn't have to be software. It's like non-disclosure agreement. So anything you don't want to be leaked out, it's important for any corporate. Actually, it doesn't have to be science, of course. I wasn't on about that, but it's more like he has a strong claim and he has no proof. It's like as if this is.
And
like,
then when we press him on it, he retreats to saying that he can't talk about it. Like how
yeah,
convenient.
it's
Yeah, that's
just
convenient argument.
propaganda.
If
What we're
he makes the
testing,
argument
and
only
I'll
based
tell you
at the
how we
end,
test
then I
things,
can
and I'll tell
understand.
you our secret.
It's like he has discovered a secret that 7 billion people has not. And we
what
have
was
to
the
believe in
statement?
him. Believe in me, bro. You know, we
What is
have
the
to believe in
statement?
him. That they made a closed
Slow
chamber.
Earthers believing in gravity.
They made a vacuum chamber and put some sensors to determine whether gravity is pulling helium down or it
No, we
stays
put
where
them
it
in
is.
there
So who
because
the fuck
gravity's
trying to
nothing to
play
do with the
conquer me,
helium.
nigga?
Yeah, you're
What
saying
was that?
that he says that helium is unaffected by gravity, right? That's your claim.
Yeah, like
Right.
this is what he says. In vacuum chamber.
In everywhere.
He rebutted your claim. Helium is pooling on the floor of a vacuum chamber.
I think our claim is that helium, like all other matter, is affected by gravity, right?
And I showed you that it's not. You can just take helium and pop it. You think it's going to up the helium balloon and pop it? It's going to just stay there?
There's air currents, right? And there's
Not the vacuum
you have
chamber.
Boyle's law that sort of describes how gas works, right?
Yeah, but there's no G in Boyle's law.
Right. There are different concerns, right?
There's no G in any of the ideal gas laws.
What happens if I fill a helium balloon with some helium? I fill a balloon with some helium, right? I've got a helium balloon.
So let me ask you,
why
is
shut
why
up for a minute. I was
why is it
trying to make a point. Okay, do you want to shut up for a minute and let me speak? Thank you. So I fill a balloon with some helium at air pressure, inside air pressure, right? I'm at about 14.7 psi, right? And put it inside a chamber, and I close it up, and I evacuate the air from the chamber. What does the helium balloon do?
It'll expand. It might pop. Okay?
It'll expand. Thank you.
Where's the contradiction?
So
with all
I
of
ju-
physics?
Why is it expanding? Why is it expanding?
I just posted a video, and any intelligent person can actually tell what's happening. So the balloon is getting larger, filled by helium, and it only raises up because there is no space to expand anymore. So yeah, in vacuum chamber, it actually, like, the gravity is pulling it down.
Wow.
That ends your entire career, nice flat earther. So you should probably stop spreading your propaganda in here.
That's not
or
in the
anywhere.
vacuum. There's a balloon in there with air in it. You got to keep pulling on. You got to keep pulling the vacuum, son.
That is a vacuum chamber, and that is a helium balloon.
I have a vacuum chamber.
Why is it expanding?
Because more and more helium is
Being produced inside the balloon.
Why is it expanding?
Yeah, why is it expanding?
Yeah, answer his question.
No, why do you think it is
physics of the flat
expanding?
earth.
Answer his question.
Why do you think it's expanding?
He is done. Now answer his question, Percival.
All right. The force on the
yeah,
inside of the balloon is greater than the force on the outside of the balloon. Right. So the latex will accelerate outward.
In all directions, right?
At every point on the balloon, right? There's the normal force, and the air pressure on the inside is greater than the air pressure on the outside, even though the inside's not air, right? And so when you have a difference in forces, you have an acceleration.
Is pressure the same as weight when it comes to gas?
No. Pressure is force over an area, and weight is the measured force of gravity, right?
But what happens if it expands to the point that it pops? What happens to
The
helium?
latex. There's so much force on the latex that what's it called? The opposite of tension, right?
Right. It no longer has the ability to in the gas which is pressing against it, right?
No. What I'm saying is that the latex gets stretched so much that it tears.
The answer to expansion is actually very easy and logical. So when you remove the air inside the vacuum chamber, which is gradually happening in this video, there is no oxygen atoms left in the chamber. So that means that the oxygen or helium, whatever is inside this balloon, is expanding because there is empty vacuum. So the atoms is pushing outward each other and make an expansion. And as Parzival was stating earlier, until of course the latex of the balloon is stretching so much that it will actually tear and explode.
And then does the helium fall to the ground?
Yeah, then what happens? What does the helium do after that?
So what is the lessons learned here is even in a vacuum chamber.
What does the helium do after the balloon pops? Does it stop expanding? Does it stop doing what it was trying to do in the balloon? Does suddenly that change? Doesn't want to do that anymore?
Why would you think that we would think it wouldn't?
I don't understand why I'm muted. Like, I'm being asked a question.
You're not muted, dumbass.
I just muted him, sorry.
Okay. Anyway,
Happens after the balloon
guy,
popping is critical to this
Okay.
discussion.
Yeah, you guys all said that helium goes down in a vacuum chamber because of gravity, and you were asked
Yeah, we
what
believe
happens
that the
when it
pressure
pops the
gradient
balloon.
at the
Does it
top is
keep
going to be
going in
different from the
that
bottom.
direction? Yeah. So why is helium go in all directions, but it goes in down? Is that because you said both? It goes in all directions and it goes down.
The pressure gradient at the top is
Can
lower than
I
at the bottom.
can I actually answer without getting muted? Are you guys for real? Like this
Yeah,
is
how
a
much does rubber
kindergarten.
weigh?
This is so stupid. So when it explodes, the vacuum is like still producing, right? So the any gas, whether it's oxygen, helium, or whatever it is also being pulled out of this chamber. So I don't know what you guys are
No,
expecting.
we've turned that off.
Then helium would stay at the bottom, or oxygen.
He's a retard. I'm sorry.
So the helium wouldn't expand to try and equalize pressure within the container on all sides?
Like it was doing in the balloon.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
he said if you take a balloon and fill it half with helium and you just let it sit there, the helium will settle on the bottom of the balloon.
The thing is, okay, this is just going rational on it. Maybe I might be wrong, but this is my opinion. So what would happen is why helium or whatever oxygen is inside the balloon would stick on the bottom is because of the gravitation that is working on it. But however, if you're expecting me to say, well, it has to like expand as the balloon is
What are you
expanding.
talking about?
So the thing is, the balloon is expanding on every corner, obviously, because this is the structure of the balloon. This is like it wants to expand, right? In all directions because there is no air left. So it's like the atoms are pushing on each side.
So they don't want to pool at the bottom, you're saying?
They do, like in a groupage, they do.
Okay, you just said all
That is-
directions. Which is it?
all directions because they are pushing. Each atom is actually pushing each other, just like magnets are pushing each other, like opposite magnets are. So, but at the same time, you have a pull downwards. You understand? It's not because there is only
No.
one pull or push.
Don't understand.
Both are happening simultaneously. There is a gravitational pull, but there is also a push between the atoms. So whatever outweighs will happen. There will be I would say there will be a groupage of atoms at the bottom and would try to be flat, but I don't know if it will be fully flat. It depends on how much oxygen or helium was inside that balloon. It could be a thicker layer with some altitude, some height. It could also be flattened fully, but that depends on whether the push between the atoms are greater or whether the pull of the gravity is greater.
Anyway, you sound retarded.
You're retarded if you didn't understand anything, but that's your problem, right?
I think you could have said it a little better, but essentially we're in agreement that
I could have said it
both
better,
forces-
but English is also my third language, so I'm trying to. And you guys are pushing me into conclusions. Like this is just a logical conclusion I'm making here, standing up. Like this is not a background research.
You're
that I did
contradicting yourself.
earlier.
That's the problem.
I didn't contradict
Yeah, he isn't.
myself. I said there are
Brownian
two
motion
different
isn't Brownian
forces.
motion. Downian isn't Brownian. Okay.
No, they are just two different forces. One is
But they're
gravity.
not.
The other
Gravity
is
isn't a
atoms.
force, and it's not in any of the ideal gas laws. Okay.
Why does it need to be in the ideal gas laws?
Well, they describe gas behavior, right?
They describe gas behavior
Of
and
ideal
only gas
gases.
behavior.
It's not a factor in the equation, so we use the equations to solve, one of the missing variables, right? In this situation, we have some information about, pressure, volume, amount of gas, temperature, right? All that. And if one's missing, we can use the others to solve it. And G's not in there.
Yo, Evangelical. Hey, Mr. Batman, why you beat your own kids, bro?
Gas is observably, measurably moving in all directions. You want to say it's being pulled down. No, it's not.
Why is the air
Otherwise, we wouldn't be
thinner
able to blow
at the top
things
of
up
mountains?
like balloons.
Why is the air thinner at the top of mountains?
Excuse me?
Or better yet, when sports teams that play at higher altitudes play a game at a lower altitude, why do the bookies say that they have an advantage?
No, you go ahead. Tell us.
It's because they can breathe more oxygen in their lungs, right? People can breathe more oxygen into their lungs at the lower altitudes because the air is thicker, right?
I know that.
Okay. So can you explain why?
Can I explain why what?
Why air is thicker at lower altitudes?
Don't know that that's the case.
That's where air starts
Right,
at
that's why I
anyway.
asked you.
Yeah, air starts at sea level and works its way up, thinner and thinner.
Yeah, well, no,
Yes, I'm asking
saying
you
that
to
it
explain
is.
why.
He's stating that air is thicker, lower altitudes. I don't know that that's the case.
Okay,
You're just saying it is. You're just saying it is.
Right. So the other guy, though, he seemed to concede that is the case, right?
No, I just told you where air starts at.
What do you mean air starts at, dude?
Air starts at the surface, man. Ever heard of trees?
But why is the surface a start?
Because there are trees on the surface.
Okay. All right. So my basic question to you guys is: Do you accept that there is, lower density of air up in the mountains or not? Right. And then if you accept that, then what is your alternate explanation for that?
Well, it's way colder up there, isn't it? So there's your gradient.
Okay.
Yeah. You're saying there's less pressure at greater altitudes?
Right. That's another question too. Is how do you infer the air density? Right. Okay.
Colder.
Does that necessarily equate to less air?
Does less air pressure equate to less air?
The thing is, it can get very cold
it?
in Siberia too, and the air pressure would stay at atmospheric air pressure still. So that's a fallacy just made there.
What if I have a volume of gas, right? Have an amount of gas particles inside a container, then it's cooled. What happens? The pressure stay the same, or does it change?
Sorry, what was the question? Can you walk us through again?
I have an amount of gas in a volume in a container, right? It's a fixed amount of gas. And
Okay.
that container gets cooled. Right? And so it's reading a pressure, and then it gets cooled. What happens to the pressure?
It decreases, right? They're linearly related.
There is a
Have you removed? Is there still the same amount of gas in there?
You
Did
said
you lose gas?
You said that as
Yeah.
as
Right.
the way you formulated the
Hmm?
question. What's it as a given, right?
So, have you removed any gas, or have you just changed the temperature?
You change the
Okay.
temperature, but it makes a difference in the
Pressure,
in the
right?
pressure. If you heat
No.
it, the pressure will increase
Thank you.
because
Thank
the
you. Thank you.
Where's the contradiction?
There's your concession. There you go. You guys have not mentioned gravity since we started talking about it.
I'm lost here. What was the point you were trying to make? What did he say that
This is
contradicted
funny.
your understanding of it? What did I say? Because I want to make sure that I was right. I'm googling gas laws and I can't get like a physics cheat sheet. Let's do gas.
I think they're on reset or something because you got one in chat asking why things fall. I think they might be mentally retarded, half these people in here.
Sorry, what's your
Where's the
problem again?
contradiction, dude?
I'm not following the chat. So who's talking and what is your question?
A Glober wanted to know why things fall.
If the Glober's asking a question, then we want the flat earthers to
Mm.
answer. Okay, we're doing something else.
I wanted a Glober to answer now.
Are you asking me why things fall?
Yeah.
Okay, it's because of gravity.
Why does my helium balloon fall?
Gravity acts on all matter.
So you just got done saying gases go in all directions, or no?
There's
Hold on, Parzival. So didn't you say that helium balloon do not fall in a
No, that
closed
was a trick
chamber?
question, dummy.
We already answered that one, dummy. And you didn't get
Fell
it through
for
your
it.
brain, dummy.
You fell for it.
Helium balloon does not fall in vacuum.
Who wants to be
So I guess I
destroyed
must
on
just
gravity?
imagine.
That's my favorite topic. Which flerf wants to get burned?
Peter, you can't make
I
a
just
right
woke up,
angle on a
so
ball.
this will be like my coffee cup.
Peter, you can't make a right angle on a ball, and you were told to stop presenting that dumb presentation by the top globe anti.
Yeah. Tell me why things fall.
No.
Oh,
But does a helium balloon fall in a vacuum? Anyone know that?
It
We don't
should.
agree on that.
It should, yeah. Going logically, it should.
Yeah, how much does
Oh.
rubber weigh?
It's not about weight, it's about density. So you have no idea. You're like
Yeah, but
Not
the
about
rubber
weight.
of the balloon
illiterate.
is
It's
falling.
not about weight. You heard that. It's not about weight.
It's about density. Weight and density is two different things. You guys
Hey
have
guys,
no
what is
idea about
density?
science.
What
But
is
if there's
density?
nothing in the chamber, then anything that's dense will go, because there's nothing. It's more dense than nothing, so it goes to the bottom of the chamber.
So that you're saying the rubber balloon is more dense than nothing? Something wrong with you?
What is
Well, the
density?
balloon would probably go down then, right? If there's nothing there, it's more dense than nothing.
It
What is
depends if
density?
there is a gravity or not. If the experiment is being conducted in like on planet Earth, then yeah, of course it would go to
We
the
might have
bottom.
to mute you. You're starting to talk about things in other places that you can do tests on and weird shit that nobody's ever done, Mr. Starman.
That is silly. What is density
I'm
on
already
Earth?
getting muted.
What is
Unlike
density, you guys? Can we define together what density is?
Go ahead.
Relative.
The
Okay,
square
I understand.
nanometer,
Relative, okay.
of atoms.
No, wait. So that is, you guys, you like density. What is it density of? The word density in English is not enough. It's density of something. So what is it density of?
Qubits and quarks per
Can I have the
nanometer.
Flair's? Well, that's not true, but can I have Flair's answer?
What's a flurf?
Flat earther. So, guys, whoever wants to explain what density is, now would be a good time.
You're asking them to explain a concept they don't necessarily agree with.
No, they agree with it. They said relative density is the reason why things fall. So I am asking them, what is density? Then we will talk about relative, what relative means. Let's first explain what density is.
Why? Why do we need to do this? Why are you trying to make people answer questions that lead to nothing?
It's
They lead to everything.
And that question would be useless.
If you shut up and let them answer,
I
you're going
agree.
to find out what it leads to.
Yeah, I'm going to be quiet and no one will answer your stupid question.
I think trying to learn physics from flat earthers is useless. Yes.
Okay, was that enough silence for you?
No, I muted him. He's not going to control the conversation. We're talking with new people. He has had his share of engagement in conversation with us. And he's not going to run this chat.
Nope.
Demand answers.
Yeah, dude, I thought he was the
Oh, come
owner
on.
asking for questions like that.
Like I'm done, and the other guy, the Muslim guy, he's done too. So come on, tell us what density is.
I understand it to be the distribution of matter within an area, within a volume, right? So, but that's okay. Whatever. I'm not going to allow him to dictate how this conversation is going to go. Understand?
Come on, get off the meta thing.
If
right?
you
Like,
have a fucking
let's
claim
talk
to
physics.
make, put it on the table.
I mean, you guys have claimed that density explains why things fall down, right? So we're just exploring that idea.
No, I haven't. And maybe someone else in here, you might be interpreting what they said as that. They might
Well,
be
I'm
just
glad that you're not
describing what we
flat
can
earther.
observe and measure in reality.
Yeah, does anyone know if a
by the way.
balloon would go down in a vacuum on Earth?
I think we have a video of that in the side chat, right?
Did someone send a video? I don't see a video.
Do you have a specific claim to make? Is there something you want to say?
Is it directed towards me?
Anybody? So we were talking about gravity, right? whatever that fuck
No, we're talking about
is.
density.
We're talking about density now. Why are we talking about density now? Was that related
Because
to the topic?
it's relative to gravity.
Because when we ask you guys why things fall down, you guys say density. I'm like, okay.
I haven't given a reason why things fall down. You guys? Who's you guys?
Flat earthers.
Right, okay. We can observe, measure in reality is that solids or liquids within a surrounding medium which is more or less dense will affect its vector of up and down, whether it remains in equilibrium and just remains still within that medium.
But you don't have like a causal explanation.
Explanation for what?
You said that different densities cause a vector. Right?
No. Yep. Well, actually, yeah,
Or
you
we
can do
noticed
that.
one, right?
It's observable and measurable, isn't it? That a solid or a liquid within a medium, right? Its
So can
motion
we-
or it remaining in equilibrium, remaining static, will depend on the state of the medium that surrounds it.
Okay. Can I ask you guys to unmute Peter? Because like he's this was his thread, right?
Is that correct?
No, it's not his thread. He's gonna sit on mute for a while because
His thread.
I'm tired of him acting like he owns the place.
Yeah, that shit's
Makes himself at
ridiculous.
home in his own place.
He came
smoked
in
last
and he asked
night.
you guys to
Yeah, he
define
got
density.
smoked last
Like,
night, dude.
Is that
And
like
now he's
owning the
trying to
place?
come in with something new.
Yeah, no, yeah, good misrepresentation of what's been going on. The guy's been hogging the floor for like the past 3 days.
Okay, but today he just got here, right?
Oh, okay. Well, today he can just get here and take a break.
Just get here and just listen.
Yeah, just get
But
here
yeah,
and listen.
apparently the balloon in the vacuum, it wouldn't work because the air in the balloon wants to get out so badly that it would pop the rubber or the latex or whatever.
That's the correct answer.
Is that how we describe physics? That stuff wants to do stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes physicists, teachers, lecturers will describe that way. Maybe they will that they're not, not actually meaning it is sentient.
Tongue in cheek, right?
Yeah, air is always trying to fill the container. So air will always fill the container. And the more of a lack of filling there is, the
Can you
more...
describe why?
I honestly don't know.
Mm.
This is just what Google said. Like, I tried to Google it, and balloons just pop in vacuums, so, like, it would never be able to fall down.
Why entropy occurs? Are you asking? Why does entropy occur?
Nope.
Okay.
What are you asking then?
One guy said that the air wants to expand, right? And I asked why.
Yeah, it'd be entropy occurring.
Mm,
And what is entropy?
yeah.
Or the cause of that
The cause, who
phenomenon?
knows? That's just the way it works. High pressure wants to move to low pressure. Why? I don't know. It's
But
just
we
the
have
way
an
it's always been.
We have an explanation, but you don't.
Is it
you
'cause of
rather believe that you
Brownian-
don't know.
Entropy? Wait.
I
Do you
think
have an
I know.
explanation for entropy?
You guys know what Brownian motion is? Like the constant moving of like
No.
molecules and stuff?
Humugus was in there first. You have an explanation for why higher energy states want to move towards lower energy states? Is that what you're saying?
I must have missed what you guys. Okay, well, I'll just let you guys go back to conversation. I'll stop
Okay,
interrupting.
thank you. All right. Sorry, who was that? That was just that I interrupted. Interrupted Humugus. Was that?
Was it me?
Yeah. Sorry, continue.
It can be that it was me. Yeah, it's fine. I think it may be because, like, you guys know what that is? Like the Brownian motion, like why hot air makes cold air hotter? They're all like bouncing around and shit. I think that it might be that, something to do with that.
So, is there a point somewhere in all of this?
Yeah, it's about figuring out why a balloon. Well, that. Yeah, there's not really a point to this anymore, I think. Or it's been lost.
It's been lost.
The original point was like things falling, right?
Oh, why do things fall? Yeah.
point?
Someone asked, why
Yeah.
do things fall?
Who cares?
Well, for the means of discussion, somebody probably wants to answer, right?
Why do you guys always use things falling down as a proof that the world's a ball? Doesn't really make sense.
It doesn't?
No. I drop something, now I know that the world's a ball. Make it make sense.
I remove the air above water. The water flies away into the air. So now what? How does that prove that's a ball?
Wait, can you wait, what? What did you say?
Yeah, I put water in a vacuum chamber. I remove the air. The water turns to gas and leaves the vacuum chamber. Also, it flies into the air and goes to the lid and goes out the exhaust.
Do you think that like airplanes violate the laws of the universe or what?
No.
Airplanes fly over a flat stationary plane through air pressure.
If it's physically demonstrable, then it's not violating any laws.
He left.
Weird question.
The guy left after saying that?
Yes. Realized it was retarded and didn't want him still to stay embarrassed. Peter, for some
Just
that's how
for
I know
the sake
Peter's getting paid to be here because of the damage control they had to do last night of other people. This is his job.
just for the sake of conversation, why do things fall? Anybody?
Why
Who's
does
got an
water
answer?
get pulled down to the ground by gravity?
Yeah, why do things fall?
Are you asking why gravity pulls water down?
Well, if you would consider gravity, then yeah. Well, why do things have a propensity to fall down?
Like water, you mean?
Sure.
Yeah, so I just got done explaining when I put it in a vacuum chamber and I remove the air, the water flies away too. So it flies when I remove the air.
Okay.
Water
Why
floats. Water floats, takes off like Superman.
Why do
Faster than
liquids
Superman.
and solids have a propensity to fall down?
One could argue they don't.
What do you mean? Have you ever seen liquids not fall down?
There's two motions. There's actually there's three states of what I guess you could say
no,
motion.
I'm talking about liquid and solids. Why do liquids and solids have a propensity to fall down?
I could argue that they don't because there's two motions involved here, up and down. So why are you focusing on the down only?
When does a liquid or a solid ever fall up?
And it's less dense than the surrounding medium, like we've been
So, can
talking
you
about for the
demonstrate that?
fucking last hour.
Can you
I'll
demonstrate that?
demonstrate. I'll demonstrate it for you. Jesus Christ.
Balloon.
Okay.
I'll drop an apple. I'll drop an apple in a bucket of water. It's gonna fall up.
Yeah, just being pushed by the apple.
Yeah, here I posted an anvil in liquid. Look, it floats.
Boats?
That's in Mercury, right?
If there's enough buoyant force, it's gonna rise instead of fall. Why are we talking about this again anyway? Doesn't prove the shape of what you live on.
Yeah, but like in the open atmosphere, why do liquids and solids fall?
What do you mean by open atmosphere?
Just if you take any object in the area you're moving through right now that is a liquid or a solid and then drop it, why does it fall?
Not enough buoyant force. Yeah.
Not enough buoyant force. So why does the buoyant force have a propensity to make those things go down instead of up?
The lack of buoyant force?
Yeah. Why does buoyant force make it so that more dense things want to go down?
Why does it make ones that are less want to go up?
Exactly, that's my question. Why does it want less dense things to go up and more dense things to go down?
Who knows? Who cares?
Who knows? Well, I would say it's gravity, but you say, who knows?
You'd be
Now, which
wrong.
one sounds like a better explanation to you?
Well, that's great. Just go ahead and show us gravity doing that then.
Yeah, remember, I'm going to have you explain how gravity holds the water in my vacuum chamber when I remove the air.
When you remove the air, and then it becomes not a liquid anymore, but we were talking about liquids and solids here, aren't we?
Does air form water? Is that how water is formed?
Well, judging by your gas chamber or whatever it's called example, then sure. That's not what we're talking about. This is derailing the situation.
Really?
Yeah, this removing the air from your
water
chamber.
is pulled to the ground by gravity, and I removed the air and it flew away.
Yeah, when it became a gas, but we're talking about liquids and solids. Don't derail. We're not talking about gas.
I wasn't turning the water into the gas. I just removed the air.
Oh, and the water just floats up in its liquid form?
Yeah, collected on the ceiling in droplets.
Oh, but it doesn't turn into a gas and then into a liquid, so it's a liquid the entire time?
Yeah, it turned into a gas, then it formed on the ceiling, back into droplets, and then it started drying out after. If you let it lie, I think it timed it should be 50 minutes. We'll dry that out.
Again, liquids, the gas, we're not talking about gas, is going every which direction. We don't care because we're talking about liquids and solids. When the water is a liquid, it always sticks to the roof and then like falls down. It has a propensity to go down.
It turned into gas and left the vacuum chamber. It
Okay.
just immediately, when it started turning into gas, went in all directions, and where they just started bumping into each other and forming on the ceiling because a bunch of them hit there at the same time, and then those started going away, etc., etc.
Once again, derailing the conversation. We're talking about liquids and solids, not what happens when we turn a liquid into a gas and it flies
I asked
away.
you if water is pulled to the ground by gravity. You said yes. I removed the air and the water flew away. Now, how is water
I'm
being
considering
pulled to the
water
ground
in
by
a liquid
gravity?
form. Again,
So
this
what
is
you're saying is air pressure is required to create water.
Yeah, can't have liquid water without air pressure.
okay. Well, you can have liquid other stuff. We're talking about things in their liquid form specifically. Why do more dense things than the medium have a propensity to go
you
down
always
instead
need
of up?
You always need air pressure for water or
Yeah,
liquid.
but when something is liquid or solid, why does it have a propensity to go down instead of up?
Stop saying propensity. You don't know what that word even means.
Okay, sure. It has a more likely. It's always going
You're
to.
just gonna loop. So you're just gonna loop on this, right? Because I asked you like 5 minutes ago, why are we even talking about it? And you're like, yeah, but why does this happen? And just over and over and over again.
They already answered.
is because
they already
I have an
answered. You said it
explanation.
yourself.
Hey, you
Listen,
have
dude,
an
you said it
explanation?
yourself. You said propensity. That means more likely to. They gave you examples of things going up. Like, shut the fuck up about this and move on to the next thing.
Anybody can give an explanation, though. Can you give a demonstration to back it?
I did. I gave a demonstration live on here. Was it yesterday or the day before? Whatever. I gave a demonstration. Everybody saw it.
Natural tendency to behave in a particular way. Propensity. I was using it correctly.
Great.
Naturally, liquids and solids fall through the medium that they are more dense than.
Round of applause.
Okay.
And what do we do with this information exactly? Like, what is
I
it
was
here?
wondering, how do you explain it?
What? Why? It doesn't matter. If there's a lack of buoyant force, something's going to fall to the ground. That's it. That's as far as I go.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I say air
Well, we
pressure.
need an
That's the
explanation.
rules.
Air pressure.
You don't
pressure
need an
is more than
explanation.
water.
You know why it happens. You know when it happens. Why do you need to know why?
Don't.
Yeah,
There's no
I say
fucking
air
You just
answer
said I
to
know
that.
why it
water
happens. Why
down,
does
not
it happen?
gravity pulling it down. Do you get it?
Why does that happen?
Because of the lack of buoyant force.
Okay, and why does the lack of buoyant force
Okay, you
cause
already
things to go
answered
down?
the question for us. We're going in circles. You say gravity, so what's that?
Well, you have no explanation. I have an explanation. That's
But
gravity.
You're saying that
Hey,
as if us not providing an explanation somehow lends yours validity. That would be
Exactly.
fallacious.
It does, because I have an explanation, you do not.
No, that's
Yeah, I
called
do.
an argument from silence fallacy.
And that's
Yeah,
also
I do.
incorrect. I gave you an argument of why water is pulled to the ground, and I said it's not. Air pressure is pushing it down, and I win.
So
Yeah,
why
invisible lawn
is-
gnomes push everything up. When there's buoyant force, it's actually lawn gnomes that are pushing everything up. See, I have an explanation. Anybody can come up with explanations. See, they're kind of worthless unless you can back them with demonstration, as I just demonstrated. Well, you say gravity. What even is that?
It's that mass attracts mass.
Okay, so you're not a
Oh, no.
heliocentrist. You're an Einstein denier, and you
Oh
don't believe
no.
in the system.
He
Okay,
doesn't even know his own model, dude.
Wait
I
a
do know
second.
my own
Wait a
model.
second. He told us he doesn't listen to propaganda, so he lied again.
What are you talking about?
This
How
is
do I
tragic
not
as
listen to
fuck, dude.
propaganda? How do I?
He told me specifically, and we can probably go back on the air here, that he doesn't watch TV, he doesn't do social media, he doesn't.
I do
he's
do social
propaganda
media.
proof.
I
You are
specifically said I don't
propaganda
watch the
proof.
news or NFL or anything like that.
Yeah, you're propaganda proof. Remember?
I don't watch that propaganda.
Yeah. Okay. You just said
Dude,
propaganda.
everyone's subject to propaganda.
Yeah. I'm aware of
You're a
that.
fucking propagandist yourself, and you're spreading your shit in here.
Wow.
No one will ever
I'm
fall for it in
a
here. but-
American patriot propagandist. I believe in American supremacy. Sure.
Fuck yeah.
I don't know what else I could have propaganda about. I mean, probably there's a ton because personalities are built off of the constructs that our civilization has
tell-
put in, upon us. But
I can tell you're a patriot from how you're out of breath right now.
no, it's because I've
You're
been walking
breathing
up
really
and
hard.
downstairs the entire time. Also, my mic picks up a lot of stuff, and also I've been doing pull-ups consistently through this entire thing.
Imagine that,
you
people
are
breathe.
the
If
man.
only-
You're like an
if only you did
American,
some reading.
all-American man.
If only I did some reading.
Yeah, instead of going to the gym, you should go to the library maybe and learn
But
some
I do
shit instead of
both.
being retarded.
I do
Well, I
both.
mean, yeah, because
I can give you algebraic proof of why denser things, denser elements fall faster than less dense
Do it.
elements. I actually did. Oh, really? You want me to do it? Here, let me just
Yeah, dance monkey.
screenshot all this stuff. Dance monkey. Is that
Why
supposed to
do
be
we want?
racially
Why do
charged
we
or
want?
something?
Why do we want algebraic proof for relative density exactly? Why are you still going?
To prove that I'm not a buffoon that only goes to the gym.
You're kind of a buffoon, even just offering to post that because nobody needs
Yeah,
it.
he's a little monkey. He's gonna do what we tell him to, because he's a little
You didn't tell me
he's
to
an
do
oaf.
this. I'm doing this of my own.
Yeah, I did. I told you to
volition.
do it. I said monkey dance, and you're gonna dance because you're a fucking monkey. You have no brain.
Okay, so you're just gonna imply that everything I do is monkey dancing? Okay, you monkey dance.
No, you best response I've ever heard, bro.
Oh wow,
Shut
you
the
just
fuck up.
said words. You're dancing for me, bro. That's your explanation. You're a fucking buffoon. Alright, anyway, I'm gonna
Yeah,
send
monkey
over this
dancing.
evidence that
Comedy
I
out of
don't.
you, actually. You are the center of our comedy.
You are the
Center
monkey
of
right now, bro.
Well,
Everyone
clearly
is
that is
laughing
the
at
case. The fool. The
You know,
perspective of the fool.
I mean,
Love
I asked
Cats.
you what the cause
Is
for buoyancy was,
Hug
and
getting
you said
Frank
mass
Castled right
attracting
now?
mass, and you said mass attracting mass. So I guess you're an Einstein denier, and you don't believe in the solar system. So I guess there's nothing really to argue about.
If the Earth was flat, these guys would think it was a globe.
Any proof it's a globe?
How am I an Einstein denier?
I'll tell you what, Twonger. I'll think it's a globe if you provide proof that it is.
Yeah, just look at other planets, buddy.
Okay, how about this?
You just beg the question.
The horizon. Things fall over the horizon. That's a phenomenon that can be explained by being a globe. What else can be explained by?
They fall down at 9.8 meters per second squared over the horizon.
No. It's a phenomenon that can only be explained by one thing. Therefore, it's conclusive to that one thing. Unless you give something else it could be conclusive to, what else could explain that phenomenon?
I don't know. I think maybe you're just on drugs and hallucinating. I've never seen anything fall down over the horizon.
No.
You don't know anything about conclusivity?
Yeah,
So
that's
I
what
have a phenomenon which I can apply a piece of reasoning to explain it. And it is conclusive to that unless you can give me another way to explain that phenomenon.
So your bare assertion
Unbelievable.
stands
Wow.
until I counter it with my own bare assertion. That's good logic right there.
Okay, sure.
So his
Counted
logic
your-
is
I
that
counted
there
your
is
logic.
no.
Go ahead, T-Dub.
Sorry. There is absolutely no other reason, in reality, why something should appear obstructed from view, except that it's being hidden by a sphere.
You're saying that things disappearing over the horizon would not be explained by it being a globe?
I'm saying that that's the only absolute reason. No other
Wait.
possible reason.
The globes are really
Yeah,
weak.
there aren't any other possible ways that
The
that
globe's a very
phenomenon can be explained.
poor explanation for that because that effect happens before something even gets to the horizon. We can show that. Yet the horizon would have to be the thing actually blocking it and causing that to happen if it's because it's a globe. So that's a very poor explanation, actually.
When things fall over the
actually going to
horizon,
that right
you
now.
perceive them as falling over the horizon. It is explained by it being a globe. What else is it explained
Yeah,
by?
look at hold on real quick. Just real
So
quick,
now
real quick.
he just reset. So we rebutted what he said, and then he just looped back to the beginning, just repeated his claim. Okay,
No,
go ahead.
because your rebuttal was bull.
Yeah, just real quick. The one thing that I was going to point out is exactly what Heretic said. But the problem that you have with this sphere, globe model that you believe in, and things are disappearing behind the horizon. The problem that you have, not us, like in your paradigm, the conditions depending on the time, date, as well as the month of the year, you can have something disappear at a mile away, and you could have something disappear at 10 miles away.
Yeah,
Now the
because of
problem
refraction.
the problem that you guys have is that there's a geometric horizon. There has to be,
You want me to
because
draw a diagram?
yeah, hold on though. There has to be a like a measurable calculated position where all the time this is the end. This is the horizon, right? As you know the math, the formula, it's 1.22 times the average height squared. So the problem though that you guys have is that when you're seeing something beyond that obstruction, now you're off in la la land. You're fantasizing because now you're saying that the other side of the hill, you can see it. And I actually drew a picture, and I could post it for you. I
I
drew a
just
picture
DM'd
representing
you.
that.
I just DM'd you a model of what light refraction
Yeah, I
looks
don't look at buddy. We know that model. We've come out of it. We know it better than you. You don't have to DM me nothing. I don't want to open up nothing from you. The
Well, clearly
problem
you
though
don't know it better than
is
me because whatever
I
you drew, if
guarantee
it
we
doesn't
know it
align
better
with
than you.
that, is
I
bullshit.
guarantee you we know it better. That's why we're on this side and position. Because when you know all the evidence and then you have the logic and understanding to break it down, you're then capable of explaining the nonsense of what you actually even know and have learned. So here's the picture that I posted. If you notice that there's like a curve with two oil platforms, and there's the bottom of an S. Okay. And the only way we know it's an S because on another day we can see the full S, because now we can see the bottom of that second platform, and then they're both there in view. So you guys, for some reason, Globers are brainwashed to where you think refraction extends how far you can see, but that is completely backwards. Refraction actually shortens what you can see. And I don't know why you guys are so lost in that, but it is what it is.
Okay, so refraction can work both ways depending on the atmosphere.
Refraction is never going to let you see the backside of a hill.
It allows you to make a light beam curve.
You're never going to see the backside of a hill. Do you understand? Can you grasp
Yes, you
that?
can. Okay, here's a little experiment you can
You
run
might have
yourself.
gone full-blown retard then.
Nope, I'm giving you an experiment.
Because he's now saying light bends around a ball.
Right. Yeah. And with that logic, he can see the back of his asshole from the East Coast. You know, he'll wrap around the ball and see his fucking sphincter. I don't want to
Okay.
deal with the fucking nonsense right there. That's retarded. He's gone full-blown retard. Once you say you can see the other side of a hill, once someone says that, just fucking
That's
I
for
just
real.
engage.
So
Okay,
you don't even see the curve that you said blocks things in the distance. So you're trying to have it both ways. You don't even see it, but it's there also blocking things at the same time.
I have
Dude, you gotta get
multiple
it together.
pieces of evidence.
Well, you have
Okay.
zero so far.
So,
That doesn't sound like multiple.
light refraction.
It's been weeks, and I've heard zero, but okay.
Light refraction happens through the atmosphere. So here's a test you can
But
run.
let's not focus on that. Let's focus on your claim that things are obstructed bottom up because Earth is.
No, let's focus on the claim
let's
about
focus
refraction.
on that claim.
Of refraction.
No, your claim that things are obstructed bottom up due to Earth being a sphere. So that would be physical obstruction.
Here's what happened. I was giving you evidence, you muted me, you moved where the topic was, and now that I'm unmuted, I'm going to give you that evidence now. So, here's an experiment you can run yourself. Put an object behind a flat table, right? Behind a table, where you can't see it, but it's right at the...
No, you're going to provide evidence for your claim that things at distance on the ocean are obstructed bottom up due to physical Earth curvature.
You have a table, and you have an object behind it that you'll be able to see if you go on your tiptoes, right? So that you can just see a little bit over it. Now you use a water glass, which can act as refraction.
Stop muting him,
We're
please.
not dealing with refraction. Dealing with your claim that objects at distance on the ocean are obstructed bottom up due to the physical curvature of the Earth. Thank you.
Well, this experiment explains that. Where the table is the physical thing obstructing the object behind it. It works the same way. You can do this on a very large bowl as well. Not Earth-sized bowl. Maybe like an exercise
You
bowl,
have to
right?
use a table. This is retarded, dude.
A table is something everyone has. That's why I'm giving you
The Earth
this.
is a ball, and I ask you, okay, let's see the proof of it, and then you go, okay, this table. You don't see.
Can you let him explain his point?
No, it's sort of a waste of time.
No, he proved his point. He said the table. We know a table's flat. Enough said. Fucking go next.
Why do you have to? I mean, why do you have to go to a table or anything else? Just show us
Okay.
the Earth.
I went to a table because everyone has a table. Then you
Because
can use a
it's flat.
water glass to...
It's not the Earth. It's not the thing you're trying to make the point about, which is the Earth. It's something
The
else.
table is
Yeah,
representing
dude, everyone
the
has
hill.
a globe beneath their feet, apparently, for views, so why don't
the
we just shut the
table
fuck up?
is representing the hill that is the horizon.
Why
blocking
would you
your
use a
view.
representation instead of the thing itself?
Because you're not going to accept any proof from the thing itself.
Because there is none.
Because you won't accept the proof.
No, because there is none. That's why you have to
Instead of
calculate
using a
cadence.
table, seeing as you have so much problem with that, let's use a sphere, an exercise ball.
No.
Let's move. Let's tape.
Use the Earth if that's a sphere. Use that sphere.
But if they're both spheres, then it should work exactly the same. Correct? They're similar. They'll work exactly the same. Correct?
Yeah, the Earth in a what was it, a ball or the same thing?
Exercise ball. No,
An
this
exercise ball
experiment
or the
that I'm
same
going to give
thing?
you is going to work exactly the same.
It's gonna work exactly the same. You're
I
gonna
can't
take
wait
an
to hear
exercise
this.
ball, and
I
that's
can't
gonna
wait
make
to hear this.
exactly the same as
Let's
the
hear how
light
you make
source.
them the same. I can't wait to hear this.
You put an exercise ball in front of you. You prop it up in a way where it's not going to rotate. Now you're going to tape an object to the back of it so it's just over the curve, the horizon of the ball. Now what you're going to do is to simulate the atmosphere, you're going to use water. And the water will refract the light over the curve and you'll see the object behind the curve.
Okay, so it won't be getting blocked by the curve anymore.
Yeah.
So
The light will be
is about things
refracted
getting
over.
blocked by the curve, and now you're going to show me that I'm not going to see it getting blocked by the curve on a ball even.
It will. Okay. How about this? We'll expand the experiment a bit more.
So what if there's just no curve and no need to lift anything up optically over the curve, and it's just not being blocked? How about that?
I'm going to continue with the experiment.
I'm going to
first,
demonstrate
right?
this with a table. How about I'll take a flat table where there's no curve, and I'm going to move something away from me, and so there's no curvature actually physically blocking it as it goes away from me because that's not there. So I could just apply that to the horizon and just use the same argument you did.
That's not how it works, though.
Experiment. You're going to move an object
Yeah, I could just do the exact same thing that you did. Because now you're just telling me, oh, it's not being blocked, and that works with there being a curvature obstruction, but the curvature obstruction being refracted, so I don't actually see it blocking anything. So I don't know what you're trying to say. You're telling me things are blocked, but we don't see them being blocked. It's just stupid, dude.
Your point is self-defeatist. It actually feeds my point. So
Really?
you take your table and you put an object on the table. No matter how far back on that table you push that object, it's never going to disappear from the bottom up. It's only going to become harder and harder to see.
Oh,
And
really?
you'll be able to put a optic in front of the
You've been here
camera
long
to be
enough
able to
to not
see.
be saying that, dude. You've been here long enough not to be saying that. We can show you coins and stuff vanishing bottom up over tables that are flat.
Well, first, okay. There's a lot to unpack there, but everything you say is complete bullshit because the horizon, no matter what optic you use, if it's being shrouded by the horizon, you will not be able to see the bottom of something. But if you put something on a flat surface and put it at the end of a hallway, you can put optics on the front of a camera and you'll be able to see it clearly.
Why are you still lost like this? We already showed you that things can disappear bottom up before they even get to the horizon. So this whole thing you're trying to do where you assert that the horizon is the only way that can
specifically when it gets to the horizon. Everything else, that's not part of our experiment. Specifically at the horizon and all variables that pertain to the horizon and nothing else.
Wow, good word salad. Okay, so you don't need a
Word
horizon.
salad, do you not understand what I just said?
It sounded like word salad to me. I don't think it addressed.
Okay, so you just stopped listening because you know it's the truth and you can't handle the fact that mine is irrefutable.
Really? Okay, so what was the irrefutable part?
That the phenomenon is that things disappear from the bottom up, and it is explained by global or spherical geometry.
So it's actually you who's not following very well, because I already told you many times that that's a very poor explanation, because things will appear to disappear bottom up before they even get to the horizon, which is what would be blocking them and causing them to disappear bottom up on a sphere, you see.
Things will not disappear from the bottom up.
Yes, they will.
Clown
That's
Earther.
no, they don't. This already. They will appear.
Okay, where do we go from here? You're going to say that they do, I'm going to say that they don't.
Okay.
I'll just show you that
So-
it's happening before it gets to the horizon, and then I guess you can deny reality some more. Go ahead, TW.
Just put an example in the side chat. Right, that's from, I think Bill Nye tried to use that as evidence of bottom-up obstruction due to Earth curvature. But you're saying that only happens after it goes beyond the horizon. So you'll see a horizon in front of the thing being obstructed. In the example that Bill Nye gives, there's a horizon behind it. So
This is where my expertise kinds of ends, but a way of explaining the reason why
I've been dealing with an expert this whole time.
I didn't say expert, I said expertise.
Oh yeah, there's a really meaningful distinction there.
Okay, well, I don't even know what to say to that.
Yeah.
Basically,
you kind of used
the way
word wrong.
that light refracts and loses definition can make it look as though things are disappearing over the horizon before or after they get to the horizon. So the sun disappears above where the horizon line is, and in this case it's disappearing below where the horizon line is, because the light is, as it gets closer to you, it scatters off all the atoms in the atmosphere and it loses image quality.
Okay, so refraction causes things to appear to disappear bottom up, not curvature necessarily. All right, thanks. Yeah, you just debunked your own assertion that the only way that can happen is on a globe.
Yeah, but it's due to the horizon. That wouldn't happen otherwise.
Okay, so something's disappearing bottom up before it gets. Yeah, this guy might be a robot. So it's disappearing bottom up due to refraction before it gets to the horizon, but that's due to the horizon. Uh-huh.
I don't know what else to say.
Yeah. Probably nothing would be your best bet.
Peter's leaving. The anti-flat earthers should be leaving now.
This guy says a lot of weird stuff. And every day it's the same stupid stuff. And we tell him why it's stupid, and he just comes back with it again.
They don't like it when things appear obstructed from view bottom up before they get to the horizon. And they
Well-
don't like it when things aren't obstructed from
Refraction works in a particular way
horizon.
based on height and atmospheric changes.
Okay.
And a good way of explaining it, I can draw a diagram for you of why
Why?
it looks like this.
Great,
Um,
that's great, but you already told us that refraction causes that effect, so we don't necessarily need Earth curve for it. So I'm good, thanks.
Well, you would not see that to begin with if there was no Earth curve.
Why?
I'll draw a diagram to explain.
Oh, so you can't explain.
Oh, I
No.
can explain. It's just like it will be hard for you to comprehend without a diagram.
Yeah, these guys lack imagination.
Yeah. Okay, so it's for my sake that you can't explain. Okay. It's not your, lack of ability to explain. It's my fault.
So you might want to be specific about what you're saying, right? Is it curvature, just curvature? Because you can have curvature and and not be on a sphere. You could also have some other shape where like some sort of polygon.
Here are the two diagrams.
Something
side
that
by
has
side.
gone where something has gone away from you in the distance can appear obstructed by physical, a physical obstruction, but it's not actually curvature. So why are you choosing curvature, and why specifically are you choosing sphere? Because it is not logical.
Is that a
to
serious
say
question?
That it's because it is not logical to say the only possible reason is that we are on a sphere.
Well,
it's very logical.
Well, what
could
else
be a
could it
beer
be?
bottle.
What else could explain the
Be a
phenomenon?
giant Coke bottle.
Right. What else? Saying what else could it be is two things. It's an argument from incredulity, and it's a burden of proof reversal.
This is not how it works, though, because you can propose an argument that is waterfall is flat. And my argument to that would be, okay, it is explained by the Earth being flat, but it's also explained by the Earth being a very large sphere.
That's just double speak, dude.
No, it's not. I have geometric proof as well of that.
Okay, so it's flat, but it's also a curve.
No. Do you know how the derivative of cosine was derived?
Oh, this again.
Spheres can measure flat.
Derivative cosine.
If you
therefore
zoom
flat.
in very close on a
Derivative
sphere,
cosine, therefore a straight line is actually curved. Just show
the
that it's
basics of it is that when you zoom very close in on a circle that's curved, it becomes basically
That's high level
completely
stuff,
resembling
Yeah,
of
when you zoom in really close,
a line.
yeah, derivation of cosine. I definitely need to say that in order to make the point.
Derivation?
When you zoom in very close.
The derivative of sine, cosine.
Yeah, derivative
How
of sine.
and how they derived it.
I definitely need to talk about how cosine was derived to say I'm an ant on a beach ball. I can't tell that this big ball is actually a ball. Right. Yeah, that was very, very a very useful addition to your point. Say it again.
Do you know how they derived cosine?
Oh, I need to know how they derived cosine in order to get
The mathematical proof?
In order to get your point about being an ant on a ball who can't tell he's on a ball when his whole claim is that he's on a ball. And the argument for it, I can't tell. Really good stuff. And then just to spice it up, throw in how they derived cosine. And hey, you got yourself a globe Earth proof.
No. I tell you that when you zoom in really close on a circle, right? It becomes basically a line.
Right. The
And I
ant
give
on
you
a
proof of that through
told me-
cosine.
You told me that about 5 or 6 times in this conversation, and maybe another couple dozen times yesterday in the last conversation. And you're just going to keep telling me, I guess, and that equals a proof.
Sorry, I forgot that you deny cosine. Cosine
right,
doesn't actually
yeah,
exist.
I forgot I denied cosine too. Yeah, thanks for reminding me.
And you also deny the geometric realities that when you zoom in close enough on a sphere, then it becomes basically a straight line.
Yeah, I've definitely been denying that this whole time.
Okay. Do you not deny that the water falling flat could also be explained by us being on a very large sphere?
I would say that there's no evidence that the flat water is actually conforming to a sphere.
You can't say that. You can't. Not. Okay. You can't say.
It measures
No.
flat
I'm not saying they
because
can't
it's
say
a
that.
sphere.
You can't say specifically that it cannot possibly be a sphere. You can't with 100% certainty say the Earth is flat based on that phenomenon.
You can say that it measures flat.
I can't with 100% certainty say it's not, let's see, a giant beer bottle.
Judging by the showing that when you zoom very
Or
close
a
in on
giant
the
disco
sphere,
ball.
Could be a giant pine cone. I just can't tell. It's such a
yeah,
big
but if you
pine cone,
zoom
but I can't-
very
I can't
close
look at
in
any
on any
curvature.
curve like that of a sphere, right?
Yeah,
it
that's
will
what I'm
look
saying.
like a straight line.
You know what, Hugmungus? I think you need to say that maybe 18 more times before anybody gets it. Yeah, maybe just
Well,
maybe
I think
22 more times.
does anybody in here understand that when you zoom in on a circle, it
Yeah,
looks like a line?
I think maybe everybody here is having a lot of trouble understanding that. So maybe about 38 more times you should just chant that. Go ahead.
Well, somebody in here understood it.
Tell us how it looks and measures flat because it's a sphere. Go on.
Very, very
No, I'm
large
saying
things
that
that
even though it
appear
measures flat, it's inconclusive because the result could be because of two different reasons.
I'm glad you concede that it yeah. I'm glad you concede that it measures flat.
This is a whole tangent to our original point. So our original point here was that for a phenomenon to be explained and be conclusive to one thing, inconclusive, you have to offer an alternative. So an
Like your
alternative
boat's going over the horizon?
Yeah. What is the alternative to the Earth being a globe?
That's just a really piss poor burden reversal attempt. So you're just going to make a baseless
no, that's how it
assertion,
works.
"'Tis globe." You're going to make the baseless assertion, "'tis globe," and then demand that you get an alternative explanation. And
He said
until then, your
baseless.
baseless assertion stands.
I posted a video 9 minutes after the hour, and it shows you that this guy put a camera on the floor, straight floor, and it's because of perspective. It's just clear that you don't understand how optics works because of the phenomenon that happens to where things that are on a flat ground, they will disappear only because of the distance away, and it's that angle of resolution because it's so small that it literally just disappears, and it appears to be behind something, but it's not behind anything. It's straight across on a floor. It's never hidden by anything other than the floor itself. Now, Globers can't grasp this, and that's okay. That's why we're here trying to
I
help
can
you guys.
100% grasp that as things get further away, they become harder to see until you can't see them at all, right? That's your point?
That's what this video showed. Did you see the video?
Okay. So at any point through that process, does it disappear from the bottom up, or does it just become too hard to see?
If you were to zoom in and play it really, really slow, you'll realize that as he's going down or going up, the object reappears once he's at a certain elevation above the floor.
Show me
And
that
it
on the
will-
globe, though.
What was that?
Okay, so
that on the globe?
what object was he using? What object was he using
It's
there?
just like a little white. I don't even know what it is. Honestly, it's just like a little.
Is it like a
white thing.
coin?
Looks like a bar of soap or something. I don't know what it is. Look at it. I don't know what it is.
Well, as you get higher up, you'll be able to see more of it than just the front. You'll be able to see more of an isometric view of it, thus having more area to see, and thus having it come into view better.
You're ignoring the fact that it's still disappearing on a flat floor, though, because that was
You're
your claim.
ignoring the fact that it's disappearing not from the bottom up, but just because the resolution
It
isn't good
does
enough.
disappear. Okay, look, dude. Okay, think of it this way. Okay, if I was to put a string on that little white thing and drag it away from the camera, it would get smaller and smaller, and it will look like it's disappearing from the bottom up. And I actually did a video of this as well, but I put bricks in front to show you an exaggeration of how things fall down the further the way they look to appear go down, as if they're going down, but it's across a flat patio. And you guys, I don't know what's wrong with you guys, but you guys will not.
Sorry. I've got to interject. I've got to interject because we have Globers making a positive claim that things at distance over the ocean appear obstructed bottom up due to Earth being a sphere. and having a specific rate of curvature, right? And a specific size and dimensions. And then they say to flat earthers, explain bottom up obstruction then. And now we have videos of people trying to demonstrate things on flat surfaces instead of just holding the globers to their fucking claim in the first place.
Well, you don't know how the
These
debate
videos
works.
exist because of people took the bait of the burden of reversal.
It's not a burden of reversal, though. It's just how debate works.
It's a reversal of the burden of proof.
Well,
Right? They
well,
took the
here's
bait.
the thing, though. Here's the thing, though. I hear what you're saying, but we've met them on that side of that coin, and we challenged them by providing the evidence on that side where they did. You're right, they did reverse it, but guess what? We were able to provide that truth, and they're still ignoring it. They said, "Give me the proof." We gave them the proof. They still want to ignore it. So at this point, we're not talking to this goon. We're talking to the audience listening in, saying, "Oh shit, some dumb fucking flat earther proved this glober wrong using the evidence that he asked for, and that glober couldn't provide the evidence that the flat earther was asking for." That's the point. Because in these arguments, these globers look like idiots, as they are, because they're stuck in the falsehoods, and that's okay. That's okay that they flip the burden of proof on us to prove to them what we are claiming and saying this is reality. That's all right. I show them reality all fucking day. And I got some screenshots here I'll post. Shows you that the fucking bottle disappears as it's behind the bricks, as it's appearing to go down. And there you go. I'm going to post them right here. There you go. Check those out. And suck it. Enough said.
So short of reversing the burden of proof, any actual evidence to support your claim, Hugmuggus?
Now, on a sphere, when things move over the edge, far edge.
Really? Okay, yeah, you're gonna have to walk me through this. This sounds complex. So, okay, over the edge, I've got my notepad out. Okay, go ahead. Things fall at 9.8 meters per second squared, you mean? Over the edge of a ball? Yeah, go on.
Is this your piece of evidence here? In the chat? This basically works the same way as a sphere. So, you have this bottle, and you're pulling it back, and due to the angle of the camera and the height of the thing in between it, it will disappear from the bottom up here.
Yeah, and the bricks are there only as an exaggeration because I don't have a 3-mile long flat level patio. This patio is completely flat and level, and I said this before. It's so flat and level that when it rains, we have to sweep out the water because the water, it just builds up. It floods back the patio because there's no drainage because it's completely flat. And the problem that you guys have is that you think that when you see this, it represents a globe Earth, but the patio is flat. A flat.
You're artificially adding a geometric horizon through the use of the
No,
two
no, no,
bricks
no, no,
there,
no.
and you're
You're
pulling
missing
stuff
the point
behind
if
it.
you no, you're missing the point if you think fucking it's representing a ball. The point of those bricks to be there is because if I had 3 miles of a patio, or not even 3 miles, if I just had like a 25-yard long patio that was completely flat, as that bottle
Yeah,
gets
the
away
bricks
from the
totally
camera,
ruined it, dude. The bricks don't make it not work.
the bricks are there to exaggerate so you can see the drop. That's all it is, to show you how through your perspective, from your perspective of through the camera lens right here, it's showing you how much it's dropping away from the as it's going away. That's all
You
it is.
realize that anything you put in between the object and the camera is in the place of a geometric horizon. Anything there
No,
is
holy
basically...
fuck! Are you on reset right now, bro? Let me say it one more time for you, okay? The bricks are there to exaggerate the effect, the optical effect. So if I didn't put those bricks there, it will still drop into the background, but you won't visually see it as much as if the bricks are there. You can still, matter of fact, I'm gonna fucking redo this just for dumb shits like you. I'm gonna redo this and then still say, look at the bottom of the fucking look at the top of that bottle and notice how it's getting closer to the horizon or to the ground the farther it gets away. I didn't realize how fucking retarded some people are that they couldn't grasp that the bricks are there to exaggerate so you can see how much
Dude,
it does drop behind.
Dude, this guy is on a loop just trying to help himself understand that when you're on a really big curve, it looks flat. The guy just chants and repeats the same trivial nonsense over and over again. Really big circle looks like a straight line because I'm like an ant. Okay, prove that it is the curve. Do you understand that if you're on a really big curve, it's going to look like an ant? And then 20 more times.
Well,
This guy
that is the
this guy
evidence.
is brick.
That is the evidence
No,
itself.
but it's just your claim that it's a really big curve.
It's not a claim, dude.
That's just the truth of reality. That if
dude,
you
it's
zoom
just
in on a
your-
circle, it'll
listen,
look
it's
flat.
It's just your
Okay,
claim that it is a big circle. Okay? You haven't shown that it is every single time we ask
it's
you.
just a claim. You're saying it's just a claim that when you zoom,
You just go back to we can't tell.
He doesn't understand how science works.
How does
so
science
you're
work?
saying no. You're saying it's just a claim that when you
I'm bored of you. How does science work? Twonger?
I'm not here to lecture you, bro.
So I guess if anybody doesn't know how science works, it's Twonger. You heard it here first, folks. It's demonstrated.
Definitely not you.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't know how
what-
science works. How does it work? I'm not here to tell you anything. Okay, well, sounds like you sure know how it works. Anyway, we'll go back to the other idiot.
I have a question. What would be the flat surface? What that mean, flat surface? What's that? Let's say in 10 miles. What would be flat surface in 10 miles? How that would look like?
The same.
The same what?
Look outside.
But I'm asking for I'm not speaking about Earth in this moment, but what would be on the Earth flat surface, let's say? If Earth is, let's say, if we find some flat surface, how we will call some flat surface? Let's say this 10 miles per 10 miles, it's flat. How we can know that it's flat?
Over a body of water.
Okay. We have that in reality.
Yep.
And why people disagreeing then with reality if we have that in reality?
Because they make arguments against why that's really what we're seeing. They say it's like
Can we-
optical
Can
illusions.
we call that flat surface curved surface?
Why would we call something that isn't?
You're not. The guy's not even a glober, dude.
I'm asking. Yeah, that means we cannot call that. That means there is no curved surface. We can show the flat surface, and that it's flat surface. I want to ask the Globers, like, what for them it's flat surface. How to present flat surface? What they mean? What the flat surface is? 2 miles per 2 miles, 10 meters per 10 meters, 100 miles per 100 miles. How much?
I think doesn't matter how big it is.
Regretfully, I don't think you'll ever hear an answer from a Glober of what a flat surface is.
Well, I mean,
I
was really impressed by Hugmagus, whose globe proof was you can't tell it's a globe. And then he just chanted it like maybe 30, 40, could have even been like 50 times in just this one session alone. He just kept telling us that you can't tell. So, I mean...
Yeah.
And then he kept waffling about conclusivity. So I guess somehow maybe there's a conclusive globe proof in not being able to tell it's a globe.
I have the answer for everybody on whether football fields have a curve of the earth. So no is the answer. They're made flat and the drains are underneath. And if you look at the picture I posted, how far down they are that they absorb the water. Then they drain it underneath the soil to the side, and that goes into a bigger pipe which goes out.
Because every football field has that drainage.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, every high school in the
Every
world
high school
has
built that,
drainage.
right? You dumbass.
Yeah. Come on, man.
There you
I
go.
don't know, but I know that football field in Europe, they are not curved because they are playing football. You know, the ball, if it's near the line, it will go over if it's the field is not flat, you know, and
We
level.
agree. We agree. But
they must
football
find
fields in
drains
America at high schools are curved.
drains underneath those, right, Scott
It
Mack?
can be flat and you
Not
see
in high
level.
schools, they're not.
Okay,
The
but also
professional
in
ones.
America,
Where points
football.
count and people bet on sports.
Also to say, in US, football fields maybe are curved, but I'm not sure if they're curved like a 2 feet in 50
They're not.
yards.
They're flat. I just posted it. They have drains underneath to drain the water. They don't need to do it off the top.
Oh my
No,
God.
because there is a GIF. There is a guy. He's walking the half like a half field. That means he's walking. You can see the feet, and then you see the knees. That means that it's curved like a 2 feet on the 50 yards.
Uh-huh.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it curved 2 feet from the center of the both side, or from another side to another side?
It's probably dome-like. Probably curved in all
Is it-
directions.
Is it's curved in all directions? That
Yes.
means that we have the football field like some kind of concave.
Yeah.
Okay, that means that we put it on the ground somewhere. It will if he doesn't need to if we use that field, and if we put the camera on the let's say 8-inch, we will not see on the middle. We will see on the top. Because if somebody standing in the middle, we will see from every direction on the top the same, the same elevation.
Okay, Kane, would we expect to see this on a sidewalk? If we did the same thing, why not on a sidewalk that we can look and see it's pretty flat, where we see the guy's feet disappear in the same way?
Yeah.
We would. You think so? You think so?
I think if you use, for example, the airport.
Go out and do it.
For
You have
example,
a sidewalk in front of your house, right?
I'm telling you, if you use the airport, that landing thing, I think it's flat.
Do you have a road out in front of your house?
Man, I will tell you something. If I go away on some flat road, I will disappear bottom up in one point.
But will you disappear in 50 yards, 2 feet, like in this picture?
Because of curvature, no.
Okay, so why do you think it's happening in this picture and doesn't happen on your street?
It is happening on my street also.
To the same effect. You're telling me if you go out in the street and you walk 50 yards away, you're not going to be able to see your
I don't
feet.
know I don't know which distance. I don't know which distance will be, but it will disappear. Maybe we 100 yards, maybe 300 yards.
Okay, so why do you think it's different on this field?
What is different?
Why does the person's so much of his feet disappear in such a short distance on this field? And why does that not happen
Not because
on the
of the
street?
curvature of the earth. Not because of the curvature of the earth.
No, we agree it's not because of the curvature of the earth.
Okay.
We believe it's intentionally. We believe
Then all of
it's
this
an
is for
intentionally
what?
built curve on the
This is
football field to
incredible.
assist with drainage.
Because there is no measurement of curved Earth, right? There isn't any measurement. Never been measured curved Earth, right? In other words, no curved Earth has ever been measured that we know of. So if you're on about telling us like how we can't tell if it's curved or not, I don't know who here still thinks it's curved.
Sonny,
Or
Sonny,
whatever,
have
it's
you
kinda
ever
hard to tell.
looked through a telescope
Yes.
and you see what shape are other planets?
Well, you have to be honest. You have to be honest about the way your eye sees. You don't see in stereoscopic, so you can't see 3D images. You can't tell if they're 3D images. You can be fooled very easily by flat or concave images.
Wait.
Okay, so now you think? Okay, dude. Now
This
you're
kid
going off
isn't
the deep
learning at
end.
all. This kid's been here for
No.
like a week, and he's just looping the same day one trash arguments about planets. Still, he hasn't learned anything from this.
Wait. Why don't we follow this line of reasoning?
What
If
shape,
those
Sonny? What shape are planets?
They are circular in
He's
the
even
sky.
doing it now.
You
See, he
can't.
just asked that
Whoa.
trash question. He got an answer, and now he's just resetting to asking that.
Oh,
Yeah, you
kindergarten,
can't
take a
can't
breather. Sunny,
my take
what
is you
shape are
can't.
planets?
My take
They are
is you can't
circular in
tell
the
with the
sky.
human eye. You
You
can't tell with
can't
the
you
human eye.
can't tell with the human
No,
eye.
no,
Interesting.
no. You can't.
They are
It's
circular
impossible.
in the sky.
They are circular, right? Do circles have curves?
They look like circle. That
Yeah,
doesn't mean
yeah.
they're spherical.
Okay.
He asked
Okay.
this yesterday, and the day
Okay,
before,
continue.
and the day before
Continue.
that, and the day
Continue
before
with the
that.
point.
What was the conclusion of any of the answers you got, Twonger?
And what's that conclusion?
Okay,
They
so
have
planets are round, right?
okay. How
That
many planets?
You mean
How many?
circular
How
and
many
appearance?
planets? How many planets we
Pizza
have?
is round.
How many planets we have?
What does that matter? Does he know that the Earth is a planet
Because
or not?
he will say everything is round in the sky, but I will tell him that only 8 things it's round in the sky. All other trillion things are not round.
What's not round?
Can you tell me what our planets are?
Never really.
How
heard
many
that.
there are?
Shape of the universe in the global model is flat, not round.
When you
Our stars,
do
our
we live
stars
on
are,
do we live on a planet?
our
Yeah,
stars.
that's for you to prove.
What
That was
shape are
yours.
what shape are planets?
What
Do we
shape
live
are
on a
stars?
wandering star?
What shape are
Because
stars?
No,
because
we do
planet
not
means
live
planet.
on a planet. To answer his question correctly,
Planet means
We
wandering
don't live
star,
on a
man.
planet. That's interesting. Okay.
Hey, Wonga. Planet means wandering star, which means everything you see in the sky, according to you, is
I'm
a
not gonna
wandering
play
star.
semantic games with you, dude.
It's
You
not
don't even
semantic.
you're
The word planet is derived from the word wandering star. It literally means wandering star. Do you
And
live
that
on a
is
wandering
literally
star?
semantics. And that's
I'm
literally
not
It's not
semantics.
I'm not
semantics.
yeah, you need to work on your English.
The word is literally wandering star. It's just replaced with planets.
What shape are planets?
What
Bro,
shape
do you
are
live on a
stars?
wandering star?
What shape are planets?
Do
What
you
shape are
live on a
stars?
wandering star?
Wandering Star has nothing to do with this fucking conversation. Where did this come
Oh,
from?
look it up,
What shape are
dude.
stars?
Stop
What sh-
sidekicking, okay?
they're
What shape
circular.
are
Everyone
stars?
knows that planets are round and the Earth is a
You don't
planet.
live on a
Therefore,
planet.
the Earth
What
is
shape are
round.
stars?
Thank you very much. It's
You
all,
don't
we're
live
done.
on.
What
You
shape are
don't.
stars?
You don't live on a planet. You don't live on a planet. Period.
Sonny, can he
We've been
answer
through
what
this.
shape
You
are
guys are
stars?
late to the party. He just says this shit every day. So
Okay.
Yeah, I'm guilty of
Golly, they
being late
don't.
to the party. I am.
They,
It's I
Okay.
was just listening for a couple minutes.
Okay. If
they don't
Sunny
even
and
understand
Twonga,
where. Sorry.
Sunny and Twonga might want to engage in a conversation about it. Don't know how the others feel about hearing the same spiel again from Twonga, but if Sunny wants to go through it with him, then
Update your
maybe
script,
we
Twonger.
should let.
Yeah, go
Hey,
ahead,
I
son.
don't really care. Hey, look, I don't really care. I prefer the conversation to be like the way you guys were organically bringing it about. Like, I don't really need to intervene at like this time to like go off into a whole new track. But whatever you guys are talking about now, I mean, I'd like to. I'm just kind of playing catch up.
Well,
So.
this Twonger guy just mindlessly chants. He just comes in and says, "What about the
I
planets?"
have to keep it
And then
simple for you because
go
you don't
through
have a
all
big
this stuff.
imagination.
Yeah,
That's
you
why.
keep it simple for yourself because you're a simpleton. So this is what he
No,
does.
because it's because flat Earth is so.
Another thing that he does too is he has verbal diarrhea.
Is interrupting. You got to stop talking.
Twonger, you've gone on
Please,
mute now because you couldn't control yourself while someone else was speaking. So what you do is every single day, it seems you come in here and then you just chant something stupid like, "What about the planets?" And he's gone. And then after he gets the
that
answer, we go through the whole
Wow.
thing like we just did. It just loops right back to the beginning. Okay, so what shape are planets? Over and over again, mindlessly chanting.
The problem
I
is
say they're
planets literally
circles, and then
means.
we go around in circles. I say they're circles, and then we go in circles.
Yeah, but why don't we actually use for what the word actually means and from what it's derived? Because it's derived from the Greek word planetes, and which just means translated wanderer, okay, or wandering stars. But actually, to be more precise, it's wanderer. So when they talk about planets or stuff in the sky, they actually just say, "What are those wanderers in the sky? Do we live on a wanderer?"
Okay.
It's because
and if wanderer explains all the aspects that what a planet is, then it is a wanderer. Call it a wanderer, call it a planet, either way. If it's still explaining the exact same thing, then it doesn't matter. Words, definitions.
It doesn't explain something moving in the sky.
What
Listen,
explain?
you're going to have to equate logically how the sequence of events, how you get from the ground we stand on where trees are growing and people are laughing and talking, to the lights in the sky that you see at night that we can only tell so much about and know really very little about. So it's ridiculous to try to, that would have to be walked through, right? Right, Banker?
I mean, I'm guessing you wouldn't believe
I
that
think
we
so.
can tell what a planet is made of by like the light rays coming off of them, reflected by the atmosphere.
Mark, can I ask you a question? If you take a telescope
Don't
and if you point the telescope to the planets and to the stars, when you see the planets, do you see them circular?
Yeah.
When you point now, okay, planets, Jupiter, Mars, whatever. But when you point now to the stars, do you still see them spherical and circular?
Yeah.
Yeah? Can you show me that?
Okay, so before I
Okay.
give you whatever I give you, you're just
Okay.
going to say bullshit, right? That's what you're going to
No.
say to it?
Can you show me the
fallacy.
same? Can
Logical
you show me
fallacy.
You
the?
find out.
Can you show me Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and then show me stars behaving the same, behaving the Mars, Jupiter, in Saturn, and in the sky. The same thing. That means planets, the stars. It's same thing. We will see when you show the star. It will be one things what is not moving. It will be like a round, like a Mars or Venus or something like that. Is that correct?
Saying that they will both be round?
It will be the same things like when you pointed out, when you point the Mars. You point the Mars and you see the circular thing. You don't see something flashing and changing the colors and changing the shape, something like that. You will show me the
You don't see the
star,
ground.
the same like a Mars. Are you?
Let me get a high definition picture of Mars real quick.
Yeah, I know the picture of the Mars. I want the picture of the star, the same like a Mars, not changing the shape and colors. And
High
because
definition, high definition like Hollywood or high definition like NASA?
because if you look in the sky, we can see the moon, the sun, and that 8 planets. They're circular. Yeah, that's correct. All other stars, that mean all trillions things, they're not circular. They're changing the shape all the time and colors and everything. That means nothing is spherical in the sky.
Changing-
Everything. Yeah.
Changing shape? They
Can you
all
show me
stay the same
I
shape.
told you. Can you show me the star behaving the same like a Mars or Venus in the sky? The same like a look. This is the planet. This star, and you show me the circular thing.
Do you understand what he's asking, Hugmug?
Yeah. I'm gonna have to find a picture.
Oh golly.
Why? What do you mean, golly? That's what you're asking for, right?
Bro,
Invite
every
somebody
picture
that-
you're gonna find is gonna be a composite image.
Just a
So you're not gonna
raw
believe it?
Raw image from a
Well, it's not a picture.
telescope.
It's an image at
Yeah,
that
a
point.
camera telescope. Just a raw image from a camera telescope that hasn't been through any software imaging processing.
So you're asking for a picture that has a process of getting that picture, but I'm not allowed to use the process of getting that picture to get the picture.
I'm allowed to use a
Well,
software
an image and pictures are
imaging
different.
processor. Just a raw telescopic photographic image.
Scott just wants to argue.
A star, right? Star that looks that is showing similarities to something like Mars.
Similarities as in shape.
Right.
Yeah, I'll just send it over to Tweed Woozle. Oh wait, let's see if I can get that image just straight up. Copy image link. That will work. No? Oh, there we go. Anyway, I'm getting bored.
Yeah, you're kind of boring. I'm bored by all this baseless asserting, lack of globe proof. Come on, get to the cowbell.
Maybe I will post for you. I posted video for you. It's my friend making with telescope observations of the stars. He has the channel. You can watch. They are not spherical. They are not the same like a Mars.
I just posted for you, Sasha, what Hugmug sent me, but he's now left the chat.
Yeah, but the people want to use that logic. You know, everything is spherical in the sky. Earth must be spherical. 8 things it's spherical in the sky. All other trillion things are not spherical. That means we are also changing the shape and colors and everything.
I don't know if what he sent me, which I posted in the side chat, I don't know if that qualifies, with the conditions that I specified. But there you go, Sasha. That's what he sent me.
Oh, great. I posted the video. People can watch from the guy using the telescope and recording the sky. You can see what stars are doing.
So in 2024, right, we're going to have a little bit of tolerance for new people, especially people that are very fresh to this topic, have not spoken with any flat earthers before. We'll answer some questions. Maybe some of us will, maybe some of us won't. But when it comes to people that are not new to the topic, very familiar with what's been said over the last 8 years, 9 years, even longer, right? Since even the forever, recorded history. So for those people, there's no obligation to explain or answer their questions. 2024, they've got a claim. If they've got a claim to make, they can put their claim on the table and they can put their evidence or what they think is proof or evidence for that claim on the table. The claim.
I have a question. I'm not sure if that's a claim. Like, I have a question, if that's okay.
Sure. Play it honest, and we'll take it. We'll go by ear. Play it by ear. Go ahead.
I mean, you may have heard this question before. I'm not sure. You probably have, but I'm just curious because to me this seems quite compelling. But I'm just wondering, like, if the North Pole is supposed to be like in the center of the Earth, right, and like the South, as we sort of generally understand it, is like this giant ice wall, right? Then how is it that if you have somebody standing at the bottom of Africa facing south, and you have somebody at the bottom of Australia facing south, and you have somebody at the bottom of South America facing south, that they all see the same stars in the sky when they point to the south, right? That kind of doesn't really work on at least the kinds of models that I've sort of seen that this layout would sort of operate on. That like you would have like the south of Australia would be pointing in one direction, the south of Africa would be pointing in another direction, and the south of South America would be pointing in another direction. So I'm not sure how they would all see the same thing.
Friend, we heard your claim. So that's not our claim. I don't understand. Did you make this up, or?
No, I mean it's not made up. It's true that if you do stand at the bottom of any of these continents and you look south, you will see the Southern Cross, right? You would see the same set of stars, right? But
I
it doesn't
guess what's
seem
your
to
point?
make sense. Well, I'm just
Right,
saying
what
that
is
it doesn't. Right. Well, okay. The point is that like if the Earth is laid out in such a manner as is generally presented by the flat earthers, as the North Pole is in the
Are you creating a straw
North
man?
Pole is in the center.
Not presented.
Why are you still talking? Excuse me. Why are you using a straw man to talk about the azimuthal equidistant map? Is a globe projection splayed out. It's just a projection. It's arbitrary. There's over 100 different projections of the Earth. You can lay it out any way you want to. It's a coordinate system.
Well, I mean, surely, like we do have some kind of mapping system. Like we have like shipping systems, right? We have like global networks of like commerce and travel, right? So we kind of do have a way to navigate the world. So we have a layout at least of how these bits of lands and seas, their locations at the very least in relation to each other, right? We definitely have that, right? You would agree to that, right?
Yeah, it's all on a flat grid. So what's your point?
Right. So the point being is that like if everyone in the northern hemisphere, like when you go like in the northern hemisphere and you look north, and we can all see the North Star.
Earth, or is it the sky?
Sorry, your microphone is a bit bad. Maybe it's me, or I don't know, but you're kind of muffled.
Is the hemisphere the Earth or the sky?
The hemisphere? No, the hemisphere is just a separation of like it's basically splitting the planet in half, and one side is called the northern hemisphere, and one side is called the southern hemisphere. That's all it is.
I'm sorry. What planet? What planet are you talking about?
The planet that we live on.
You don't live on a planet unless you have evidence for Earth curve.
Well, I mean, look, even if the Earth was flat, it would just be a flat planet, right? That's
No, it's a plane, not a planet. Planet means wandering star.
Okay, fair enough.
Is the Earth a wandering star?
Well, no, the Earth isn't a star.
Oh, okay. So, what is the Earth? You think it's a sphere, a ball?
I mean, I do, but I'm just curious. I'm curious to see what your answer is to my question.
How would I answer a question unless we establish first that the Earth is the thing that you're saying that it is? I mean, what happens in the sky is irrelevant as far as the contours of the Earth are concerned. What you observe can all be apparent, right? It could look like something but not have anything to do with the surface of Earth. So we should just go ahead and measure the surface of Earth and see if it actually has any curvature. That way, then we can isolate what's going on in the sky.
This hasn't got anything to do with what I was saying, though, does it? Right?
It has everything to do with what we were talking about, because you want to say in the model that you're strawmanning, where the Earth is splayed out like a flattened out globe projection, this just wouldn't work. So you're using an assumption, you're building a straw man, and you're asking how it'll work. Nobody here is making this claim. Nobody is going to use or make an argument from an azimuthal equidistant map. It's just a projection. What we do need to know is the physical attributes of the thing that you're standing on. So the overall surface would be measured either curved or flat. So since we always navigate, use, chart, build on the Earth as a
You're
flat
going
plane.
way off the grid now. You know that, right? Like you're just monologuing at this point. If you just want to monologue, that's fine. Sure, we'll do but if you want to engage, you're no longer doing that, right?
I'm engaging with you 100%. Why are we asking questions about what goes on in the heavens when we could just go ahead and look at the Earth that we're standing on? It seems silly.
Right. I mean, okay. Are you finished? because it just, like you said, a lot of stuff there that I find to have very little
Right.
relevance to
So is
the
the
things
Earth
that I was
curving or is
saying.
it not curving? Is the Earth curving or is it not curving? We don't have to look at the sky. Look at the Earth.
Is the Earth curving or not curving? I mean, things disappear over the horizon.
Okay. So you're claiming that the horizon is the geometric Earth curve.
Well, no, I'm just saying that things disappear over the
No.
horizon. The Earth being
And
curved
what's
is
your
one
point then?
explanation of
You're
that,
begging
right?
the
And it would
question,
seem as
my
though it's the
friend.
most reasonable
You
explanation
are not
given
allowed to
all of
come
the
in
other
here and
things
just
that we
beg the
understand.
question, all right? So if you're going to beg the question, I'm
I
going
mean,
to
look,
stop you right away.
I
You are
don't know.
begging the
Like,
question, and that is not going to work in here
like
today.
to
I don't know
talk,
how many times
clearly.
I actually have to say this to you.
And you, for someone who likes
Begging
to
you
talk so much, you
to
have a really bad
actually have
microphone.
a real conversation. Do you want to have a real conversation or don't you?
No, I'm just saying that for somebody who likes to talk a lot, you have a really bad microphone. I would fix
Yeah,
that.
that's great. So the horizon is Earth curve, or is it not?
I mean, I don't know why I should answer any of your questions when you just completely ignored me, right? I mean,
Well, your question was stupid. Your question was really stupid. It was
right.
a stupid
Okay, no,
question.
no. That's
Unless you
fine,
can
that's
go
fine.
ahead and think
That's
about all
fine.
the preconceived notions that you have in that particular question, right? Like, let's start with the preconceived notion of the azimuthal equidistant map. Is that our map, or are you straw manning us with that?
You've lost me at this point now. I mean, I genuinely have
You wanted to come in here and you wanted to
no
burn a straw man.
confidence that this is going to
So now
lead
you
to
have
a
to go
productive
on.
conversation.
Let's
So.
wipe my time for you, my friend, because you failed to make the point. You wanted to use a straw man and it didn't work out. Sad day for you. I know.
They got left is straw people.
Yep.
I mean, you didn't answer any of my questions. Let's just be clear
Yeah,
about
your
that.
straw man is based on a poor, presumption in the first place. It's actually a straw man presumption. Why are you doing that? Why would you come in here and use a straw man right off the bat?
Well, I mean, are you just saying that you don't have any map that you use, right? You don't have any idea what the actual
Why did you come
layout
in
of the
and
Earth
use
is?
the straw man? What map? All maps are flat.
It
Why are you
seems as though
using?
that's what you're saying. You're saying there is no map, right? Like we have no map. Aha! You can't get me on a map because I don't have a map. I win.
Just relax.
Oh
Ella,
Jesus, that's even funnier than I thought it would be.
I know you're upset. I know you got crushed today. Now you want to grab your pride back if it's possible. Your
Look, you're
ego's
just
bruised
pissed
up.
because you don't have a map, right? I've got a map. I
Can I see the map?
I can get on a
Show me your
boat
map.
and I can
Whoa.
sail to Africa
Okay,
if I
show me
want
your
to.
map. Show me your
I can
map.
sail
Show
to
it to me.
Australia,
Show
right?
me
I have my map.
Map to sail there.
You've
You
got
don't
a map?
have a map.
Wait, you've got a map. Can I
Show
see
me
your
a
map?
map.
Can I see that map you got?
Yeah, they're all over the internet. Just Google a map.
Wait, I have to go Google your map? You have it, don't you?
Well, no, I'm gonna just Google map, and then I use Google Maps. Right, just Google, just get this app. It's called Google Maps. You might have heard of it.
Brother, I've got bad news for you. Google Maps is a Cartesian coordinate system. It's a flat plane.
Right. Well, it gets me to work every day, so.
Flat Earth map that you want to get you to work every day. Okay, you're good to go.
He
you got your flat Earth
to his work every day.
Thank you, Dad.
Yeah, I don't see the problem. You have exactly what you asked for already. You didn't even need to get it from us. You already had it, so you're good to go.
The funny thing is, though, is you see, if I go on my Google Maps here and I keep going left and I keep swiping left, the funny thing is I end up back where I started. Or if I swipe up and keep swiping up, guess
So you
what?
go-
I
so
end
you
up
go-
back where I started.
So you go in a circle. Wow.
Wow. I mean, it's a two-dimensional representation of a sphere. Yes. Wow. Congratulations. You worked out how a screen works.
Wait, it's a okay, so can you show me the sphere that it's two-dimensionally representing? Could you show me that?
Can I show you, or can I show you the whole Earth? No, I can't. I can't.
No, I didn't say
I mean,
the
I can
whole
show you a picture of the Earth. I can show you a photo of it. I mean, whether or not you accept the photo,
You have a
I mean,
photo
I can't. I don't have a rocket ship to take you out into space to show you the whole of the Earth.
Yeah,
No.
I don't know why you need to go to a two-dimensional representation. Just show me the thing itself.
What, the planet Earth?
There's a planet Earth, a wandering star Earth. Yeah, okay, show me that.
I mean, oh my God. Yeah. Okay. Right. I mean, is this the level we're working with here?
Yeah, this is the level we're working with. There really is level where you say that there's a planet Earth outside. Now
That's
all I need is
unfortunate.
proof, the direct proof of it, not two-dimensional representations of what you imagine the Earth is, but what it
Right.
actually is. Yeah, that's where we're at.
He said it's
I mean,
unfortunate that we're working in reality.
Yeah, because he's not.
By the way, that level is also applicable onto reality because the horizon is level.
I'd like to
yeah,
see Earth in the
sure.
sky. I've never seen it. If you can show me Earth in the sky, that'd be interesting.
Hmm.
Yeah, are we really working within reality here, guys? Really? Are we going to do
I mean,
this?
are you really asking me to show you, like, not like photo show you, like, but to like actually show you with your own eyes the planet Earth? I mean, what is it you're asking of
Yeah,
me?
whatever you
Like,
got.
you can't ask something of me that I clearly can't provide, right? Because none of us here could provide that, right? We
That's
can't
interesting.
leave the Earth and
That's interesting.
become far enough away from the Earth to have the whole Earth in our view, in our
I've heard
perspective,
you.
and
I've
then
heard
show you it,
that
right?
you cannot provide the direct evidence of the thing that you think you live on. It's just a belief that you have in your head. I've heard you. That's fine. No problem.
Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I could be wrong, right? And it's possible. There's a giant lie and a giant conspiracy, and all of this, and it's possible, like that the Earth is flat, and that we've been like.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like it's logically possible,
Just
right?
told me.
I
You
think
just
it's
told
also
me.
It's also logically possible that there's a snowman that lives inside my cupboard, and he's invincible
False
and
equivalent.
invisible, right? I mean, that's
Is
also
it
logically
logically
possible,
possible? Is
right?
it
I can't
logically
prove that
possible that
wrong.
water
False equivalence.
is it logical possible that water is curving?
I mean, the fact that something is logically possible should not be
Is
impressive
it
to
logically
anyone.
possible that water is curving?
Yes.
Okay, can you show that in reality, please?
I mean, that's kind of how, like, physics works, right? That you
Okay.
have,
Yeah, okay. Can you
yeah.
show that in reality?
Well, I mean, we can show you our understanding of physics. You can just deny that this understanding is correct,
No, I
which
will
is
not
fine.
deny anything. I will not deny the sphere if sphere is curving in reality. I will agree if I see.
Ah, yes, you will agree if you see. Very, very,
Not
very,
if I see,
very
if
clever.
he's measuring what should to measure, I will say, okay, it is measured
Have you ever
sphere.
seen an electron? Have you ever seen an electron? But
Electrons has nothing to do.
I'm sure you believe in
Electrons has
electricity,
nothing to
right?
do. Electrons has nothing to do logically in this moment. We are speaking about the surface of the water, and I ask you, is it logically that water is curving? You said yes. I said, can you show me that in reality? You start to speak about electrons. Can you show me the curving water in reality,
Yes,
please?
we can. Yes, we can. We can show you what the Earth looks like, right?
Okay.
You just deny the
Show me.
photos, right? So
Okay.
now you are asking me to take you out of the Earth and show. This is what I said before. You're going to ask me to take you out
Wait,
of the
so
Earth
you've
far
already
enough
said
away
this.
so
You don't
you
need to
can
say
see
it
the
again.
whole
You've
Earth.
already said it, so you don't need to waste
No.
your time.
I'm not asking.
Exactly.
I'm
So,
not
okay,
asking.
since that's your
That's what
standard.
you are asking me to do.
Wait, okay,
No,
so
I'm not asking
that's
you
the
that.
standard. Hold on. Since that's the standard then for showing that the Earth is a ball, I guess you don't have any evidence that the Earth is a ball. All right, go ahead.
I mean, look, you don't need to talk about like the Earth in that massive scale to talk about water curving, right? We can make water curve using the electromagnetic force, right? We can use the electromagnetic force and literally have like water coming out of a tap, and
No,
you
I'm
can
not
watch
telling
it
you about that
curve.
curving water. I'm speaking you about this water, what should to curve to confirm into sphere. I'm speaking about that.
Well, no, you said about water curving, right? So
Yeah, but
water
I'm
can
speaking about
curve. We understand
I'm
water
speaking
can
about
curve,
earth, man.
right?
I'm not speaking about glass of water. I'm speaking about earth.
Right. Okay. So it's okay for water to curve under the electromagnetic
No,
force,
I'm
but
speaking to
water
you.
cannot
Does
curve
water,
under the
does
gravitational
ocean
force,
curving?
no?
Can I change the
Those are
question?
two
Does
different
ocean
things.
curving?
Yeah, I think you might need to change the question a little bit because it kind of
Does
failed.
ocean
If your
curving?
claim is it curves due to the gravitational force, then
Well,
why would you be showing it curving due to something else? It's kind of
Well,
nonsense.
because more than one force can cause action, right? Like
Okay, so
things can
show the
curve
force
because
that
of
you
gravity,
claim.
and things
Show
can
the
curve
force
because
that
of
you claim.
magnetism,
Yeah, I got
right?
it. Stop waffling. Show the force that you claim causing the action.
Oh,
Does that?
I'm waffling. Right, I'm waffling.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, you are. You just go on and on and on. So I get it. All right, more than one force can affect something. So show the force that you claim affecting it the way that you say it does. Go ahead.
Well, I don't understand. I mean, I've already spoken about the clearly demonstrable um, uh, force of electromagnetism curving water, right? I mean,
That's
this is this is a
that's
child
not the claim.
experiment, right?
That's not the claim. Is that
Okay,
the claim that the
right?
globe Earth has electromagnetism curving oceans and
No,
lakes? No, it's not.
no,
So
no.
can
And I also said that gravity can cause a curve in
okay,
a large body of
okay, you
water.
said that. So can now you show it?
Yes.
Okay, go on.
Google photos of Earth.
Photos of Earth. Okay, I did. Now I came up with a bunch of cartoons. Now what?
Well, I mean, I mean, this is where this is serious. This is where we hit an impasse because on one side you're
You
just going to
show me a
say
cartoon.
these are all part of a giant conspiracy and are fake, and on the other
Okay,
side you're going to
all right.
say
I'll give you a
we
chance.
have
I'll give you a
an
chance.
abundance
Okay, all right, all
of
right, all right, all right, all right.
reasons
I'll give you a chance. Okay,
to
yes.
trust the scientific
Okay,
institutions
I'll give you a
because of
chance.
the clearly demonstrable progress that they have made.
You need to just get off the soapbox. All right, I'll give you a chance. So, how did you verify these so-called photographs?
Well, I mean, I can't verify everything that science says, but what you do is you look at the results that science produces, and then you attribute a
Science.
level of confidence based on that.
Science produced those cartoons that I just Googled? What are you talking
Yeah,
about, dude?
yeah, the same scientific institutions that have provided
Oh,
any number of
scientific
different avenues
institutions.
of progress.
Okay, so
Yes,
scientific institutions produce these images. Is that the same thing as the scientific method?
yeah, look, the same institutions that produce the very different wonders that we enjoy in the modern world are the same institutions using the same methodologies, the same
Really?
sort of people to produce these same
Really?
sorts of results.
So
Now,
NASA produced all the wonders that I enjoy in the modern
you
world.
have to,
Therefore, okay,
at
so
some
NASA
point, you have
produced.
to
Okay,
make a
so let me just
decision.
make sure I got it. So NASA produced the modern wonders that I enjoy in this world. Therefore,
Some
when they
of
show me
them,
a cartoon
yeah,
image of what they
some of
say I
them,
live on, it must be
yeah.
credible.
Well, no, I mean, much of the modern wonders that you enjoy, right? Like, I mean, GPS satellite systems, right? I mean, like you would have had any number of space agencies involved in launching these kinds of projects, right? Now, these
Okay, so
space agencies
all right.
are,
So
you know,
where does the
so this is
verification?
like
Where does the
you don't
verification?
understand, like what you're saying, right? Involves a global conspiracy beyond
Okay, so I'm
the
hearing some
likes of which you
incredulity.
could even
Okay, you've already done
comprehend,
this.
right?
Okay, sir, step off the soapbox. I've already heard the same rant, the same spiel, same incredulity. What's the verification for the claimed photographs of Earth?
What's the verification? I mean, like, yeah, I mean, I can't, I can't go, like, it's the same question as like, what's
Can't
the
verify it.
verification of the photographs of atoms, right? Like, do you deny that we have electromagnetic images, the electron microscope images of atoms? Do you
No,
deny
we're not
that?
talking about that. I have no comment
Well,
on
no,
that
we are.
whatsoever.
We're talking about in general. We're talking about like
No,
scientific
we're not.
like
No, we're not. We're
claims,
talking about
right?
a specific
And
claim you made. And
you're
no,
just
we're not.
rejecting
No,
the
we're
ones
not.
that are
No, we're not.
inconvenient for
No, we're
you,
not.
right?
Get off
That's
the
what you're doing.
soapbox. We're talking about a
Yes, you
specific
are. It's
claim that you made.
pathetic.
We're
It is
talking about a
pathetic.
specific claim that you made. So, what's the verification for the so-called photographs?
Look, I'm not going
Talking
to
about
play a
atoms.
game with you
Okay,
where
so
you
let's
just
play your
deny
game. Let's
any
play your
science
game.
that is
Let's play
inconvenient
your
to your
game.
preconceived
Okay, let's play
notions.
your game. So you gave me a cartoon image from Google. I asked you what's the verification, and then you said, "Do you disbelieve images of atoms?" Is that the verification for your cartoon Blue Marble?
Well, no, I already explained that I have no means by which to prove to you that this
Okay, so
thing
we can
is
stop
true.
talking to you.
All I
Okay,
can
all
do
right.
is
Never mind.
oh no,
All right. Okay, good. Thanks.
no,
That's
you
good.
can run away.
Okay,
You can
good,
run away
good.
as though
Okay,
that
step off the
means that you've
soapbox.
won
Good,
something,
good,
right?
good. Let somebody else take the stage. You don't
Oh,
have
right.
to
Okay.
repeat.
No, I
Go ahead.
mean that's anyone can hear. Anyone can see that you're just running away. That's fine. I
Running
don't
away
need to
from
talk to
what?
you anymore.
Okay.
I don't need to
Just
talk to you anymore.
running
That's
away from
fine.
what? Okay,
You
yes,
can run.
I am running away
You
from
can
this
run, and you
conversation
can
with the guy
hide.
who has no
You
proof.
can pry yourself.
Yes, I'm running away from the conversation with the guy who has no globe evidence because I want globe evidence. So yeah, okay, sure, yeah.
No
Running away from the
capacity.
proof
Hey,
that he
London,
can't
you're muted,
provide.
so while you talk through me, nobody's hearing you because you're on server mute. So yeah, I'm running away from the guy who doesn't have globe evidence because I want to talk to somebody who has globe evidence. It's not you.
You're just
So
running away. You're running away from the proof that he doesn't have.
yeah, I'm running away from that. I don't want that. I want the proof. That was tiring.
Why do you guys call yourself flat earthers? Would it not be more fitting to call yourself like agnostic earthers or something like that?
I think Obama called us that, and we just ran with it for some reason.
If you want, you could call me a horizontal level stationary plane earther.
Or above the ground, in the medium, under the heavens, earther. There you go.
Yeah, it looks like a plane, and it measures like it's planar, and you practically use it, reference it, navigate it as that. But it's a ball, right?
But we can't reference it and navigate it as if it were flat. We know that already.
Why not? Why not?
How do we get from how do we get from San Francisco to Australia as if it were flat?
Scott, we've already done this, Scott. What's wrong with you?
I know, and
you chart it using a flat map.
Yeah, okay.
But if you want to show me doing it with the globe, go ahead and show me how they do that.
Do you have a flat map on which we can chart that?
All of them are flat.
Do you have a flat map on which we can chart that?
This is your same argument every time, Scott. Are you going to concede when it's time to concede? If you're not going to, I'm not going to do this with you.
You never
Well,
answered
come on,
the
it's
first time.
2024, right? We have new people in here, as your buddy said, right? I'd like to hear the argument.
Okay, fair. So, Scott, you're claiming that no one's using the Earth as flat when they're going from one place to the other?
No, I did not say one place to the other. I used very specific places, San Francisco to Sydney, Australia.
Oh, so the Earth is cut between San Francisco and Australia?
No, can you answer that question? Not make up the question that you can deal.
No, I'm asking. How is anybody getting from San Francisco to Australia? They're going. I think they're going. Which way is that? According to cardinal directions, which way is that?
Well, we have a cardinal direction from a globe, and we can very easily find. We can very easily create a heading using the globe.
Show me how you did that.
And we can only do it on a globe.
Okay, show me.
Show you what?
Show me how you did that.
Okay, break out Google Earth, map distance from San Francisco to Australia, and it will draw a line for you. That's the line you would take.
Okay, so you want me to get the elevation profile?
What?
Well, I'm figuring you want to see, whether it's curved or flat. So should I get the elevation profile from one place to another?
I don't know if you're intentionally diverting or if you're really, really, really stupid.
Well, you said it was on a globe, so I just want to see it curving on the elevation profile. How much curve is there?
We were talking about the heading.
Oh, so just east then, or west?
No.
Just west?
No, it's not just west. We're talking
No,
about
not
heading.
west. Oh, it's
We want a heading.
okay.
We want a heading.
Okay.
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 What's the heading?
Show it to me.
What's the heading?
I'm asking you. This is your claim.
No, there was a claim made that we navigate as if it were flat.
Okay.
And I want one instance in which we've navigated as if it were flat. Show me one person who's navigated as if it were flat.
Hey, every time someone is navigating, he is navigating as if the Earth is a topographical plane, bro. Do you think all the reference points regarding latitude and longitude lines are references to the ground? They derive from the sky, man. We're navigating by using this perfect sky, dome, firmament, clock, however you want to call it, map above our head in order to navigate this place, bro. It's very simple.
And so the claim was made that we navigate as if it were flat. And
Exactly.
and nobody can point to a single instance in which we've navigated as if it were flat.
Every navigation.
Scott.
Every navigation.
We did this the other day. Do you want to fast forward to the point where you just get out that thing where the horizon is below surface level to correct your height on the sextant?
No, because that's new with this question.
What?
God.
Because it has nothing to do with this question. We were asking, we were trying to figure out if we navigate as if it were flat.
So where is Australia celestially? Scott, I'm talking to you right now. I'm answering your question, but why are you talking through me? That's kind of rude, dude.
Oh, relax. Go ahead.
Scott, can I ask a question?
I'm relaxed. If you don't talk over me, I'm relaxed, right?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Can Scott provide one time where someone has navigated this plane through using a spherical Earth model? I would like to see that.
Well, jump on an airplane.
Bro, that literally, like I already told you, every navigation, I can literally tell you, every navigation that's going to be used today or even in the past is going to take reference to the sky in order to navigate this place, okay? They've mapped out the sky. The sky is the reference point in order to get from A to B. This is where longitude lines come from, that's where latitude comes from, that's where the meridians come from, and so forth. And they made a grid system based on that. So every time you're going to navigate this place, you're going to use Google Maps or whatever projection, you navigate based on the sky.
Well, that's
so
just
first
all
you need to
incorrect.
be okay.
Every bit of that's incorrect.
Yeah, then prove me wrong. Show me where they navigated using a globe toy. Sorry.
Go ask the people who did it, and they'll tell you you're wrong.
Yeah, okay, then show me, bro.
Bring him in here, Scott.
I'm not the people who did it.
Well, then why are you fighting for them? Because they're not making that claim.
But I've listened.
What claim are you making? Really? Where are they?
They told us all this.
They did? Where?
What? I really want
Were
to
they using elevation angles?
I don't know.
Are you guys? Do you guys really want to sit here and claim that the people who made the maps didn't believe the Earth was a globe?
Scott. Don't be incredulous. Just give your evidence.
My evidence is you and I both know that the people who made the maps know the Earth.
No, that's not evidence. That's incredulity, and that's basically
a
baseless assertion. It's a stereotyping fallacy, and it's an ad hom. You and I both know. No, you and I don't both know. You need to provide the evidence.
You're going to sit here and tell me that you think that the people who made the maps think the Earth's flat.
I don't need your incredulity and reversal of burden, buddy. I just want you to provide the evidence. You don't need to laugh. You can just start clicking and pointing and bringing that evidence in here, or you can bring somebody in who's done it.
But I already know the result. If I put that, you'll say no.
No. I don't want to hear about you know the results. I'm asking you to do it. Just do it.
Yeah, I want to see someone navigating without using anything that is going to be in reference point to the sky with modern navigation tools. I mean, the only thing you could maybe use is a compass, which you lay out flat, and then it's going to point in the direction you're going to navigate to. But still, then you need to, the burden is on you to prove that you have navigated over a path that is curved. So again, I don't understand how you're gonna think that navigation is gonna prove to you what the surface is. Simply put, when we navigate, we treat the Earth as being a topographical plane, and we use the sky as our reference point, like a big map above us, in order to get from A to B.
That was never the question. The question was whether we navigate as if it were flat.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes,
it's called
every
plain
day.
sailing.
Correct. We do not
it's called
navigate as if it were flat.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. It's called plain sailing. Okay, so from Merriam-Webster. Navigation or conducting of a ship by neglecting the Earth's curvature and considering the Earth or a part of it as a plane.
And why would they use the word considering?
Because
it's the only way that works.
Well, because they know it's not. The people who wrote that definition. The people who wrote that definition that you read.
Duh.
Well,
yeah, they're gonna tell you the Earth is actually flat, and we have lied to you. That's what they're actually gonna tell you.
But you guys do see that not a one of you has given me a heading from San Francisco to Sydney, Australia, right?
I did. I already gave you a heading. Look, you want to get out our almanac? Scott, you want to get out our almanac? How are we going to do this? You want to use the stars?
I just want a heading. Simple question.
Okay.
Which has a simple answer.
Okay. So we get a heading. Are we going to use the stars? You think we should use those? Since we don't have a map? You don't care? Okay. We'll take an elevation angle. That's fine. No, that's fine, Scott. Relax, Scott. It's okay. I'm going to answer your question. We're going to take an elevation angle using an bro. Why are you talking through me? I'm explaining it. What's the problem? You all right? Is this scaring you? You good?
Yeah, terrified.
I know. We're going to take an elevation angle, right, Scott? To the stars?
Nope. No.
To get a heading? No.
No.
So how are we going to get there?
That's what I want from you. What's the heading?
I just told you. I just told you what we're going to do, and now you're flipping out.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know what you're going to do. I didn't ask you what you're going to do. I just wanted the heading. What is the heading?
Okay. West.
Yeah, it
No,
ends up in Japan.
it's gonna be minus 119.53 degrees. Would start off at roughly southeast direction. Okay, are you happy now?
Southeast? To get to Australia from San Francisco?
Yeah, minus 119.53 degrees. You would start off in roughly southeast direction.
Southeast direction?
Mm-hmm.
That makes no sense.
Is this what you're going to do, Scott? You just going to hand wave, or are you going to explain why it's not right?
The southeast puts you in South America.
From San Francisco?
I think he doesn't understand how heading an airplane works.
Well, are you saying southeast or southwest?
You said southeast. I would think you'd have to go southwest.
Oh, so you do know the heading?
Yeah, no, but I'm wondering, because I get the heading from a globe. I'm wondering if you can get the heading from some other thing. Yes.
How do you do that?
What I would do is, I think I can go to Google Earth or Google Maps.
No.
And draw.
That's not the globe, bro.
That is the globe,
Scott. No, it isn't.
It is.
No, it's a Cartesian coordinate system. You're talking about a polar coordinate system.
Whatever it is, it gives me a heading.
Oh, so the Cartesian coordinate system, which is a flat map?
Whatever it is, it gives me a heading.
Okay, the flat Earth then.
Can you give me a heading?
You just gave it to me.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no? You didn't just give me a southwestern on a flat grid system?
Yes, I know I gave you a heading that you could not provide.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth, buddy. I know, it's on a flat grid. You did it for me. Thank you.
Why do you think you couldn't provide it?
I did. I told you we got to go west.
No, west?
You wanted to get more specific. You said southwest. That's fine, but it's on a flat grid system. It's fine. Welcome to Flat Earth, Scott.
It's not on a flat grid system.
Oh, it's not? So the Cartesian coordinate system is not a XYZ?
No. You show me a flat grid system that gives you the right heading.
No, I mean, I'm asking you. You're saying that Google Maps is not a Cartesian coordinate system.
Show me a flat grid system that gives me the correct.
I'm asking you right now, are you saying that Google Maps is not a Cartesian coordinate system?
As far as I know, it's not.
Oh, well, you should probably look that up.
Well, it gives me the right heading. You can't, so.
Well, no, I mean, you're right. The flat map gives you the correct heading. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, it's not a flat map, though.
Oh, well, support it.
Dude, just go to Google Maps and zoom out. You can see that it's curved from San Francisco to Australia. It's so simple.
Those are reifications, my friend. You know how it transitions from actual Cartesian to then the ball to fool the idiots like you that don't know that they're using a Cartesian coordinate system?
Oh, okay. So the people at Google's main intent is to try to fool people like me for some reason.
No, they're not trying to fool you.
That sounds.
I know you're incredulous. You didn't know you were using a flat map. It's okay, Scott. Relax.
I love how you do that. That's so funny.
I know.
I always telling people to relax.
Isn't it awesome?
No, it's kind
Isn't it awesome? No, this is silly.
Verge is on childish.
Really?
Oh well. You gotta be you, right? you do you.
Scott.
You do you, man.
Okay.
If that's what gets you through the morning.
I'm gonna.
I know.
I'm gonna.
I know you are.
I know you are.
Nothing I can do about it.
There's nothing that you can do here today, Scott. It's going to help your case, right? Like, there's nothing that you can do.
But I think you all understood that you could not give me a heading.
I gave you a heading. I gave you the mathematical heading, which is a negative value. Bro, I gave you the mathematical heading, which is a negative value to confuse you a little bit, but it's the right heading. It's just a mathematical value. It's going to be negative.
Why would you want to
Why
confuse
not?
me? Why? How does that help you?
Because the whole line of questioning is just stupid. Because I just want you to see that even if I give you the right heading, what does it mean? What is going to go further with the conversation? I mean, I gave you the right heading. I just gave it you in a negative value, which is just gonna need to calculate minus 119.53 degrees against 360 degrees, and then you get the right heading.
Okay, what did you achieve by doing that?
Nothing, man. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I wish I could achieve. I wish I could actually get you to understand that every navigation being done nowadays, or even in the past, every day, is over a topographical plane. They just assume the Earth is a topographical plane. No one has a toy globe in their cockpit or in their ship deck or whatnot, and tries to look on that curved toy globe where to go. Everybody is going to use a flat grid system.
No, everybody today uses GPS,
which is also based on a grid system that is flat.
But it's based on satellites orbiting the Earth.
Yeah, but that grid system.
I don't think you want to go there.
Listen, I can go there. Using supposed satellites is based on latitude and longitude lines, which are based on the sky and derived from the sky in the first place. Nothing more, nothing less. It's a grid system derived from the sky, and it's then applied to the ground. And who would have thought it's a grid system that it's actually representing the sky. The sky is the map that you use.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't know how to explain it to you, bro.
I know you don't. That's the problem. Because you don't.
I don't know how you can. I don't know how you can accept it.
That's because you don't have a model that you're working with. That's why you can't explain it. You guys have done everything you can to avoid coming up with a model.
My goodness, is your whole point just to ad hom and just kind of be like incredulous? Is that your shtick ultimately?
No, it's not an ad hom, but it doesn't really matter, right? You guys understand there are people in this world who want to do things like fly from San Francisco to Sydney, right? You get that?
Yeah, I know.
Just want, because they enjoy
Scott.
Scott, right?
Gee whiz, bro, relax.
He's calm. He's calm.
There you go again. All right, go ahead.
You get so hyped.
People enjoy flying. You enjoy flying?
I enjoy getting to other places, and flying is the best way to get to those
Dude,
other places.
you must like torture because I fucking hate going through airports and flying. If I could, I would just drive everywhere as long as it was in the
Okay.
same amount of time.
Ignore what I actually said, so you can make your point. Go ahead, good man. I like getting other places. I like visiting Sydney. Been there 3 times. It's a beautiful place. Been to Europe a few times, going to Japan probably this early summer. I like going places. And in order to get there, we need to know what the world looks like. We need to be able to map this place.
It's already been done.
Yes, I know. And they found it's a globe.
No.
Well,
looking at the sky is the only way to think you can live on a ball, and that doesn't prove you live on a ball.
Well, but do you understand that we couldn't go anywhere if we had to go off your model because you don't have one?
I just look at the sky, then I'll travel by stars.
But how do you know where to go? If I wanted to go to Tokyo, which I'm going to in March or May, how do I get there? Based on your understanding of this.
Guess we'll look in the almanac and get the star that's ground position is over Tokyo, and we'll get a heading for that, and we'll go.
And so you would be comfortable with the pilot in the airplane just taking a sextant or something?
I'll fly it, and I'll navigate. That way we get there.
Why do you guys need to make this place so difficult?
Scott, once again, don't stereotype us. Don't ad hom. And don't be incredulous. Just talk. Just have a conversation. It's cool.
I thought I was.
Relax.
I thought I was.
Okay. So don't make it about us then. Don't ask questions like, I don't know why you guys. You don't have to do that, right?
Nah, bro. Don't gaslight him, bro. He's pretty calm.
Well, but I would think that if you guys also wanted to enjoy these
Once again, you guys. See, it's you guys again, right? Let's not talk about us. Let's talk about the Earth being curved. Where's that curve at?
Everywhere.
Okay. Show me where we measure it at.
We? Who's the we?
Anybody. Where's it been measured at? How can you and I go out and validate this curvature?
I can find a surveyor who says he's been doing it for 30 years who measured it every day of his life.
All right, great. So we don't need you. Just bring him in here. That's fine. Bring him in here. I don't want to talk to you if you don't know.
And I know one that's retired over 35 years of surveying. He said he never used curvature of the Earth formula. So whatever, Scott.
The 35-year-old one wins.
So what do we do then, Apocryphon?
The 35-year-old is older. He wins.
Well, we look at the reality and how they do it, not what they say, not what the manual says. It's what they actually did and how they came to the conclusions. It's all plainer, bro.
When you say why did you? And when you said don't look at the manual, why'd you say that?
Because the manual tells you that it's a globe and you have to account for it. But the guys in the field don't. Let me ask something. If we had a manual,
I wonder why that is.
Just hear me out, Scott.
Okay.
If we had a manual that told you how to operate a blender, okay, and it told you have to hit this switch for the blender to work, yet you never hit that switch, but yet it always worked, wouldn't you think that part of the manual is retarded? It's pointless for that to be in the manual because the blender worked without you ever hitting that switch. It's the same ideology here. It's like the surveyor, my buddy's stepdad, retired over 35 years. He said, yes, it says in the manual that because of Earth curvature, you have to do this and that and this and that. He said, but you never do that because that's not what's required. It has nothing to do with that. So the manual is saying that, Scott, but it's not reality. Just like how TV tells you the Earth is a globe, but that's not reality, Scott.
So Apocryphon, did you hear what Who Says just accused me of?
No, I didn't hear that part.
The part where he said that if I hadn't done this, then I got nothing to offer. You remember? Did you hear him say that?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all, dude. That's a straw man again.
What did you say?
When did
with
I say
regard-
that?
What did you say with regard to the surveyor that I mentioned?
Oh, I want Apocryphon to bring his buddy's dad in here too. Like I want to hear from
cool.
somebody who does it, not
Cool.
somebody who
All
doesn't.
right. All right. At least you're consistent on that then. All right.
Yeah, I don't care about anecdotal stuff. I want to talk to the people that do it.
Fair enough. All right.
Yeah, when the equipment is being used, it's a very simple thing. It's not as difficult as people make it to be. It's run over rise. It's you have angles. You do deal with angles, but mainly it's elevation change because you're measuring things typically over the topography, which in a city or in a town or in the country, it has elevation changes. Yes, up hills, through valleys, and the lows, the basins of the valleys and the highs of the mountains. All you're doing is just transferring benchmarks of these datum points. That's all you're doing. And you're just making sure that they are what they are. Now, if you have this falsehood that, oh, this is representing a curvature, that's why they have this what they call it, spherical axis, because they are literally taking measurements and then conforming it to a ball that doesn't exist, but mathematically they're conforming it. So that's when they have this off. They're off by a less than a degree, but they say, "Oh, it's because of the curvature of the Earth." No, it's not because of the curvature of Earth, and I'll tell you why. Because there's times when you're building up into the side of a hill. How do you get curvature going downward from you if you're building up into a hill? It's all nonsense, Scott. No one's building according to a curve of the Earth. No one is.
Did you ever hear me say people were?
Okay.
I just want to know what the bearing from San Francisco to Sydney, Australia is. That was my only question. And I was hoping a flat earther could come up with one based on a flat earth model that you don't have.
Okay, but you don't. What you're not realizing is that there is a mean sea level. I'm sure that what they're taking it from, which I believe they take it from the Atlantic.
What did you ask for? What you ask for?
The bearing from Australia to San Francisco.
Other way around, but yeah, that would work too. But anyways, how do I? What direction do I take off in to get from San Francisco to Sydney, Australia, based on a flat Earth map?
Up.
You would probably travel north, and then the direction in which the land is. So, if you have Australia there, you're going to be going. I guess that's northeast, right? If I position myself correctly.
Are you serious?
Wait. We don't know where Australia
I'm
is?
trying to position myself correctly. Hold on. If I'm on. Oh, I'm sorry. Northwest.
Oh, bro.
Wait, you think I should take off north to get to Australia? In a northerly direction to get to Australia from San Francisco?
Oh, you'd go south. I'm sorry. I thought you switched it. I thought you said from Australia to San Francisco. Sorry.
No, I said, but how did you determine that? What map did you use? Because you guys don't have one.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. We kind of do, because all they did was just they took the Cartesian. I heard that part earlier. That he was really trying to break it down for you. You have these Cartesian coordinates, and they actually created the map based upon.
It looks like it's a northwest heading from Los Angeles.
This is where Scott goes, show it then.
Wait, northwest from Los Angeles to Sydney?
That's what it looks like.
And then you'll be going south once you pass the point, right?
Wait, you mean southwest?
I think he means north. I think he's going off that flat map that has the North Pole at the center.
That's yeah, hold on. Yeah, that's the military flight map. So that's what they say.
But do you guys see how nothing could get done if we waited for you to come up with a map?
When traveling from point A to point B through flight, we take a straight line. And any way you make that distance and apply it to a flat Earth, it'll always make a curve around. Instead of going straight from point A to point B, for some reason, they go around in a curve.
You've never seen that ever.
You never seen that.
That is completely false. And I'll tell you why you see that in these little diagrams that people make. Not only do they stretch the line out a little farther, you can literally see it do it in that graphic, but also, once again, you're doing exactly what some surveyors do. This is why they have excess, because you're taking the coordinates from one point to another, but then you're making it a ball, which will add to it. Like, you're literally doing what. Dude, it's fucking crazy. You guys don't grasp what's going on right now. Globers, not the flat earthers. Flat earthers understand it perfectly. That's why we are flat earthers.
So anyway, I answered his question, so we can move on to the next one.
Wait, what was the answer? What was the final answer? You changed it a couple times.
It appears to be like west by northwest or something like that.
Okay, so your final answer you're giving us is northern, west by northwest.
By the way, just so you guys know regarding maps, right? I asked ChatGPT, so either way it sounds like it's the same outcome and same problem regarding maps, and it says, indeed you have captured a fundamental aspect of cartography. Whether projecting a spherical Earth onto a flat map or theoretical projection of a flat plane onto a spherical model like a globe, the central issue remains the same. Distortion is inevitable due to the geometric difference between a flat surface and a curved surface. Distortion in all projections, different geometries, trade-offs based on purpose, understanding limitation. And in conclusion, the core problem of distortion and projecting between flat and spherical surfaces is a shared challenge in both hypothetical scenarios. It reflects the complexity and limitation of representing a three-dimensional world in two dimensions, and vice versa, and underscores the importance of choosing the right projection for specific needs and purposes.
So why would there be any distortion on a flat map if the Earth is already flat? And also, second up, why are you trusting ChatGPT when it's based off of models that use data from NASA and sources like NASA?
I never said that I trust ChatGPT. I just use it as an objective opponent in order to have discussions that I could otherwise never have with other people. It's a program that you can use to be more objective.
Anyway, that totally was a derail. Talking about chatbots.
Why was it a derail?
He missed the point anyways, because that's what they do. They just missed the point.
Yeah, I was just wondering how that was a derail. I'm just trying to I was just trying to point out that regardless, there is no map in existence that is 100% accurate.
That's because they have to distort themselves to fit flat when it's actually a sphere.
Oh my god!
I already told you we have the same outcome if it's even the other way around.
He's missing the okay. It can't be a globe. Do you understand why it can't be a globe? First, let's start there. Fuck the maps. Do you understand why it can't be a 25,000 circumference ball? Do you understand that?
Why?
Because the measurements that have been taken it's way beyond the so-called radius that is believed to be. When you can take an observation and see something flat across 30 miles away, it cannot be a 30 miles worth of flat horizontal, because how many flat horizontal lines does it take to make a curved ball? You can't, if you had nothing but straight, you'll never curve down away from itself to come back to meet its other end. If you can't grasp that, you might be a little too far indoctrinated.
What did you just say?
If you can't grasp that, you might be a little too far indoctrinated.
Now that you said your point, could you summarize what you just said?
Okay, 30 miles flat, okay?
30 miles flat? What is 30 miles flat?
Okay, if you can see a line on the surface of the water 30 miles across, flat, horizontal, no curve, then how many miles, how many miles of flatness do you need to make it a ball?
Do I need to draw a 3D showing of tangent of your height to the sphere and why it looks flat like that?
No, again, dude. Why do when we talk, it just goes over your head? You're not getting it, bro. Listen, mathematically, there should be a curve from someone that's standing on the shore of the ocean. Mathematically, you guys think that the boat is disappearing behind the curve away from you. At the maximum, you could have the best, craziest, awesome day of refraction ever. You're still not going to see 30 miles away, and it's still not curving behind the curve. Matter of fact, with those wind farms out in France, those I believe are 11 miles out or 13 miles, I forgot. But that also is more proof that it's how much more flat proof do you need that it's not a globe?
Let's agree to disagree about refraction, and I would say that refraction is capable of doing that.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're the one that believes you can see the backside of a hill because the light bends over the curve and brings it up just so
Okay.
coincidentally perfectly flat. That's
Can
crazy.
you mortar strike the other side of a hill?
Oh my god, bro.
Yeah, can you mortar strike the other side of a hill?
Yeah.
That's false equivalence.
Oh,
Don't
but
do
it's the
that.
same
it's
thing.
okay. It's
The
okay. I'll
light
play
takes
it along.
a
I'll
arc
play along.
trajectory.
I'll play along because I have something for that. Let's actually walk down that path. I'll walk with you. Yes, you could hit the other side of the hill because you're like let's say you and me are on a big hill on a big mountain, okay? And then
At the bottom of the hill, right?
and then
At the
and then look
bottom
at
of the hill.
and then look at I throw a rock, right? And then all I have to listen to is for you to go, ow, and then I'll know I hit you. Okay. Now I can't see you because why? The hill is obstructing you. But if I knew your position, then I could calculate. Okay, I know how far he is. I know how high I have to throw it, and how to create an arc to hit him. Kind of like you sunk my battleship type of shit. So then, if I throw the rock and I hit you, it still doesn't mean that I can hit you. Because guess what? Now, let's say instead of rocks, let's say I have a sniper rifle. Now, I can't shoot something that I can't see. If you're on the other side of the hill and there's an obstruction from that dirt hill that we're behind, that you're hiding behind, I will never be able to spin that bullet over the hill to hit you. That's fucking Hollywood, bro. You've been watching too many movies. You've been watching too many
so
space
how about
movies.
this? The hill is not really that tall, right? So the radius of it is pretty big, I would say. Right? Then you can still shoot the sniper bullet, and it will hit the person on the other side of the hill.
Okay. So now what you're saying is like I'm a sniper and I can see the top of your head and I can get a
Not
headshot.
the top of my head, but you know where I am. You can't see me though, but you
No.
shoot the bullet
Oh my
over there.
god. So now you don't understand what line of sight means. Then snipers need
You
to
can
see their
shoot
target
somebody.
to hit it.
No, you don't.
Really? You can just shoot fucking blindly. Then why have a scope? Just fucking close your eyes and point your gun, you dumbass.
Well, then you won't be accurate. But the bullet can hit. You shoot a bullet in every possible location in front of you, a bunch of them will go over that hill and land behind it. I don't know why
Holy
this is so
fuck.
hard to understand.
Holy fuck. Okay, so you're telling me that a sniper, when there's an enemy that's 2 miles away, okay? And you're telling me that all he has to do is just shoot a bunch of bullets and then hope that one of those bullets curve over that fucking hill and hit him. That's what you believe? You're a fucking
They will all curve, but light
retarded,
does
bro.
that. That's what
You're
light
full-blown
does. It
retarded.
shoots a shit ton of rays off of every single object.
You're full blown retard right now, bro. Name one sniper that does that? Do you know any snipers
No
that just shoot a
snipers
bunch of
do
bullets?
that because it's a false equivalence. It's just I'm using that as an example of curving over a surface.
Fine. Great.
So
where's
so
the
no-
curvature in real life, please?
Yeah, so in
Where's
other
the
words, you want to bring in
curvature?
movies. Got it.
Yeah, where is it?
It depends on
How can we verify it?
I'm still waiting to hear back from my bro that has the math of it, but
No, I didn't ask for math. I asked for the curvature in real life.
what how else am I supposed to tell you this other than math?
Am I asking you for something that you can't provide curvature in real life? Because that's what this discussion is about.
I can provide that curvature. It just I don't have the math.
Okay,
Right
well, then where is it? No, I didn't ask you for math. I asked you for curvature that we can verify in real life, bro. How are you not getting this?
Well, how am I supposed to prove it without math?
There's not one sniper shooting over a fucking curved hill, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Parker, fine. We've moved on. So you don't have any curvature in the real natural world to show me then? Just math.
烧柴头和爱人。
There's not one sniper, but there are a bunch of artillery that does that.
Don't go away from the point. Where's the curvature in real life?
The curvature. Do you want that to have like a?
Do you want that with fries and a Happy Meal?
What was the point of that comment?
Yeah, the curvature. Yeah, now you're gonna stall and ask us, how would you like that, sir? Any which way you can possibly provide it, how about? Because we've been waiting, and every single time we ask, we get more tap dancing and stalling and diverting around the question. So whatever you got, just go ahead,
Okay.
please.
Angle a camera, a laser, maybe, tangent to the curvature of the Earth, right? And then
I'm sorry, you're begging the question. You're begging the question. First, we have to see the curvature first.
Well, tangent should be pretty darn easy to get, seeing as you just need the
Yeah,
measure.
you actually have to prove the globe first, the curvature. You don't have a tangent until you have the sphere. I want to see the sphere bit in real life.
Yeah. But tangent to flat is the same thing, right? Flat's
A
tangent,
tangent
is the
is
same
where
as
a line meets the curvature of a circle or sphere. This pre-assumes a
but-
sphere. I want you to show me the curvature first.
But the tangent can be applied to a flat line and be the same exact thing.
So the Earth is flat now in this scenario?
Okay, you wanted me to start with the Earth being flat, and we're starting with the Earth being flat.
No, I did not want that. You're putting words in my mouth and straw manning me. I want you to show me the curvature in real life.
Okay, so we're gonna put a laser tangent to the surface, right? Directly
You're
perpendicular.
begging the question of a sphere. Oh, perpendicular, flat Earth then. So you're using a flat plane again?
Well, if I'm assuming it's flat, then I can't use this either, right?
Well, you're using the
I'm
flat
assuming
plane
it's
now.
flat to begin with,
Why are you yelling? You're assuming it's flat now.
because you're not allowing me to do anything, right? I set the camera
You're
tangent.
telling me perpendicular. You can't have perpendicular to a sphere.
Do you hear yourself? Okay, so I tell you to put the laser tangent. Oh, that's begging the question that it's a globe. I put it perpendicular.
Yeah,
that's begging
it
the
is.
question that it's flat. What am I supposed to do?
It is. Well, you actually just have to show the curvature in real life. The same thing I've been asking you for from the beginning that you're not telling me about. I need you to go ahead and show me the curvature in real life. Measured
So we
curvature. Where's
put
it
a
at?
laser tangent to the surface.
Tangent. So sphere then. So begging the question of the sphere. When are you going to show me the sphere bit?
With this example.
Where you beg the question of the sphere, like the first?
Well, give me an example of the Earth being flat without begging the question that the Earth is flat.
I don't beg the question. I just do my everyday activities. I see the Earth flat. I use it flat.
But you're seeing the Earth is flat, but that's through a lens that the Earth is flat. You're begging the question because you're assuming the Earth is flat. To begin with.
I just see it that way, bro. I see it that way. Do you see the
it
Earth
that
curved?
way because you're assuming the Earth
No.
is flat. I see everything being on a curve because
Bro,
I'm assuming.
relax. Like, are you? Why would you straw man me with that? I just see it that way. Do you see it differently? I'm telling you how I see it.
You just see it as flat.
Yeah, you go to the ocean, horizon, flat,
preassumed
horizontal,
assumption that
right?
it's flat?
No, I'm sorry. Why are you straw manning me again? When you go to the ocean, do you see it curving left to right, or is it flat?
I guess I could say it looks presumably flat.
Okay, that's all I'm talking about.
But
I
the
see it
problem
that
with
way.
that statement
right?
is that you can't presume that the Earth is flat due to that.
Okay, fair enough. So let's talk to the surveyors that do rise over run. They treat the Earth as flat. Are they begging the question, or are they just taking measurements from a horizontal
Okay.
plane that works?
Let's zoom really very close in on a sphere real quick. The rise over run.
Why are we going back to reification?
Reification.
Parallel
is reification.
zeniths. Oh my gosh! If you don't know what reification is, why are we having this conversation?
Yeah, let's go back to the sphere that we're going to zoom in so far, so close in on that we're not going to be able to tell it's a sphere. That's going to be his next talking point for like the 80th time today.
Yeah, because you just don't believe it, even though it's the truth.
No, it's fine. I'll tell you what. Why don't you get AutoCAD and show me how you get perpendicular to a sphere at all? Any angle to a sphere. Go ahead.
I don't have a license for AutoCAD.
Okay. So I'll just tell you right now, no one can. You don't get an angle or a perpendicular to a sphere. You want to know why?
Well, perpendicular you can do.
Nope. Can't do it. Not to the surface.
The tangent you can.
Nope.
Well, every mathematician in the world would disagree with you, but go right ahead.
Really? Show me an AutoCAD. Go ahead.
Is AutoCAD a mathematician?
I'm sorry, but AutoCAD doesn't do calculus.
Okay, Scott, bring me in the mathematician.
Yeah, this is something you can so easily find for yourself if you actually care.
No, you made the claim. I want you to bring it in. You made the claim. Bring in the mathematician.
Do you know what a derivative of a function gives you?
Thank you very much, Scott, for bringing in the mathematician that you claimed.
Do you know?
Thank you for skirting away from the claim that you made, Scott. I appreciate it.
You're giving him a tall order that he can't accomplish right now, so he's giving you the next best option, which is explaining it
He
himself.
made the claim. He made a claim.
Yeah, but this is not a piece of evidence we can bring in a timely manner to the conversation, so it doesn't matter. We should move on to the next
Until he can provide it, I don't want to hear it from him. So somebody here can show me 90 degrees to the surface of a sphere.
You want me to draw a diagram?
I want you to show me how you can get an angle to a sphere.
Hold up, let me
Not
grab
to
my
the center
iPad.
where
Let
you
me-
can
let me
create a
send this
plane.
over. I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay. I've got my iPad here. Time for me to draw this one out. Real quick. Give you a little diagramsy real quick. Put this right here. Okay. Now we draw a line. Okay. Time to screenshot this and send it over to you. Were you? Says who? And blam. There you go. You're welcome. Oh my god, I'm sneezing, bro.
Where is it?
I DM'd it to you. I don't have access to chat.
You drew a perpendicular to a tangent plane. So you drew a 90 degree to a plane, not a sphere. Then you dingleberried a circle underneath it. Are you serious right now?
I'm gonna say 90 degrees.
You drew a perpendicular to a flat plane, not a sphere surface.
A tangent.
Yeah, no, you didn't do a tangent plane, not the sphere surface, a tangent plane.
Yeah.
Yeah. So still didn't do what I asked you for. Dude, this is weak. Come on, dude. Honestly.
You said you
I
were
know you
looking.
don't.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
No, you go ahead.
You said you're looking for. Yeah, never mind. My point just like. You're not.
Yeah, so I asked you to draw something perpendicular to a sphere, and then you made a tangent plane and did perpendicular to a plane, and then put a circle underneath it. That's what you did.
You just don't agree with math at all. Just. Cosine doesn't exist, right?
I definitely. What does cosine have to do with any of this? You put a tangent to a plane, or actually, you did a 90 to a plane, an angle, a line. You didn't do anything to a sphere.
A zillion times, the mathematical proof of cosine is based in the assumption that
Why do you keep using that like that's a globe proof? Mathematical proof of cosine. What does that do to prove that the ocean's curved?
It's not a proof that the globe is that of a globe. It's just that your proof is inconclusive, and you can't conclude anything from it because it has multiple possible reasons why
the Earth could be a giant beer bottle. It could be a giant, Coke can. It could be a
exactly.
Giant
Your proof doesn't
right.
prove
So your globe
anything.
goes into the category of Earth could be a giant pine cone. So okay, if you want to think, if you want to believe these far-fetched, offlandish possibilities, as you call them,
it's not about believing those possibilities.
Dude. But as far as you can tell, water's still just horizontal and flat, no matter how much you didn't want it to be.
It's not about believing.
All you can do is doubt your axioms, dude, and then just say, "Well, it still could be." Da 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 da. It's just sophistry. It's pie in the sky philosophy, conjecture. That's all you got.
It's not about believing in one of these options. It's the fact that the test you're using to prove that the Earth is flat doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. It could prove that the Earth is a globe, but because that's an option.
Prove it. It's an axiom. It's self-evident.
It's self-evident that the Earth is a globe.
Dude.
It's an axiom.
Wait, how is that self-evident? You've been in here telling us all day that you can't conclude that it's flat from it always seeming flat.
Things fall over the horizon. It's an axiom. The Earth is a globe.
80 times over and over telling us that you can't actually tell it's a globe. Now it's an axiom that it's a globe. Dude, go take your meds. Just step away.
The axiom is that water falls flat. But you can't assume the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
that's going from 0 to 100.
Yeah, it sounds like a globe axiom right there. Water falling flat. Yeah.
It's not an axiom to a globe or axiom to Earth being flat. The fact that when you zoom really close in onto a sphere,
you are all over the place, man.
all over the place.
Together. Yes. Whatever it is you're taking, it's not working for you.
I noticed that whenever I'm speaking or anyone else is speaking, you just stop listening and then say you're all over the place because you're unable to comprehend the words that are being spoken to you.
No, I am able to comprehend. 1 minute you say the globe is an axiom, then the next minute you say water being flat is an axiom, then the next minute you say no, the globe's not an axiom. Yeah, this is what
if
I mean.
you really were comprehending, I was saying the globe is an axiom as a way to show you when you say that the Earth is flat is an axiom, it's bullshit.
I never said that.
But you did.
No, I didn't.
Oh, well what was the axiom then?
Again, you're way off. You're way out to lunch again. All I said.
What is the axiom then? Tell me the axiom.
As in horizontal is the
water goes level, but from that you can infer that the Earth is flat, or it could be really zoomed in on a sphere, right?
I don't know. I wouldn't.
So
really
the
say
axiom doesn't prove anything.
No, it's just that the natural behavior of water precludes this idea that you have that it's a sphere, unless you can show me that this self-evident thing, this axiom, is actually not an axiom, it's false, and the water is not what it self-evidently seems to be to all of us.
The axiom is that water goes flat.
An axiom doesn't require justification, right? It's just a self-evident thing.
Yes, but you're using an axiom to use as evidence of a claim that the Earth is flat.
It's our default position. This is what we're starting from. Okay, you want to argue with what's self-evident already to all of us? Go ahead. Just bring the proof. That's all.
Again, like you said, the Earth being flat is not the axiom. The axiom is that
Oh,
waterfall
yeah.
is flat.
Yeah, like I just said. Yeah, like I just said. So why are you reiterating the thing that I just cleared up for you? Why
Because
do you
you're
think you
making
need
it
to do that?
sound as though Earth being flat is an axiom, when it's not.
Is that what I said? I think I specifically just went through this. See, this is what you do. Every
Okay,
single
so
time
you
you're
need to be able to
impressed by
prove
some
it.
stupid thing you say, you just respawn and say it again. Every single time.
Seeing as we've come to agreement that the Earth being flat is not an axiom, we need to prove it. Axioms are self-evident, but seeing
No,
as the Earth being flat is not an axiom,
Is
you
this an
need to prove
AI?
it.
Is this an AI or something? Because he just says back to me what I said to him, and every single time I give him a rebuttal to what he says, he just resets and says the same thing again. I'm starting to wonder if this thing is an AI.
So are you going to prove the Earth is flat?
I've already done my job with water. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Why
but how
trying
does
to
that
shoehorn
prove
a
that the Earth is
position
flat?
here? What are you talking about? It precludes the sphere. It has to have curved water, not horizontal. What are you talking about?
But if you zoom really close in on the sphere,
Oh,
it is
okay,
looking
yeah. So
flat.
this is the 82nd time today where you're going to give us it doesn't look like a sphere, and that argument for it being a sphere.
It's conclusivity.
It's
The
conclusive.
fact
What's
that
it conclusive of?
the axiom that water falls flat does not.
Oh god, this is just painful.
It is conclusive that the Earth could be a zoomed-in sphere, or it
It's
could be
conclusive that
flat.
it's not conclusive what it is. Okay, great work.
Wait a
Sally.
minute.
You really need to take a break, man. Or maybe this isn't even.
The globe
It's not
is a zoomed in
conclusive because you can
sphere?
conclude from it that it could be a zoomed-in sphere, or it could
Holy
be
crap.
flat.
No, it can't be. It can't be a zoomed in sphere because the distance that are recorded of it being flat negate any spherosity to this fucking thing you think you're explaining.
But
There's
you're missing
nothing
the point
spherical
yet
about it.
again. That if you
There's
zoom in
nothing
very close to a
spherical about it,
sphere,
bro.
it looks flat.
That's
Bro,
not sufficient though for your argument because you have to go beyond that. Not only are we zoomed in, but then you have refraction so that it looks bigger than it actually physically is. You've got all sorts of problems.
Refraction is another pillar of a different part. That's part of the horizon. This is part of this argument that water is flat.
Okay, so you think that the globe is pixelated? You think it's like a pixel? There's a bunch of like little squares or flat places? Do you not understand that a sphere is bending in every direction, everywhere at the smallest level, like by the millimeter?
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Okay, so what pixel of the Earth that you have imagining in your head, the zoomed in sphere, which is insanity, where's that curving at?
Is insanity, again, back to denying cosine.
What the fuck, dude?
I don't even know what this cosine
You're
thing. Like,
you
this
are
is weird.
just- You are on one, dude.
Does
No,
anybody
what happened
here
was
know about the
he watched a
mathematical
YouTube
proof of
video.
cosine?
He watched a
Singularity.
YouTube.
I think
He
you
watched
know,
a
right?
YouTube video of some guy saying, "Look, here's a ball, and here's it zoomed in, and look, it looks flat." And then he just fucking like it. He confirmed his bias, and then he's over here now trying to tell us that the ball is the Earth we're on is zoomed in flat, even though the measurements themselves, there's nothing spherical about it. But he still wants to believe it. It's crazy. He's stuck. He's lost. He's a waste of
He
time.
doesn't
Just
believe
mute
it. He
him.
doesn't believe it. I could tell by his voice. Okay, so what Google says, I'm not Google. We're just going on, was it Quora.com? The Earth is basically a sphere, but it's so big that we can only see a tiny little piece of it at any given time. The tiny piece we can see is a tiny section of a sphere. An orange peel is often used as an example of this. An orange is clearly round, peel off a big hunk of the skin, set it on the table, still clearly round. Now break off a small piece of the orange peel and set it on the table. Is the small section flat or round? Hard to tell.
Yeah,
So you
and
can't
then
tell. Once again, the old globe proof. See if we can't tell it's a globe. That's a really great argument that you guys should keep using. Like maybe
it's a
It's
pretty
an
good
argument
argument.
against your
maybe
evidence.
do it
It's not
another
for
83.
globe.
I think
Kindergarten.
Hugmuggus has already used it about 83 times today. Maybe go for another
Yeah,
80.
but an argument doesn't need to be complex in order to convey a
but
point.
but the point though is that we've measured that big piece. We've measured the big piece that should be curving, and guess what, buddy? There's no curve to it.
And
They've
did I say
measured
it needed to
miles
be
and miles and miles. No,
Yeah.
it's
Did you
all
just not
finicky.
listen to what he said?
No,
How
yeah, he
it's
said it
hard to
doesn't need
tell.
to be complex, but nobody said it did need to be complex. So the both of you seem like you're dumb
Yeah,
and
but you're
dumber.
making it more complex as if you're trying to prove that the Earth isn't round, right? So you're basically making the claim.
We don't have
right?
to. No, we don't have to prove it. It's already been proven. We don't have to prove it again. It's already been proved that it's not a sphere, oblate spheroid. It's already been proven. All we're doing is
Stop it.
relaying that information to you.
Here we are not
I get it, you're
proving.
memeing, but what's the purpose of this? To just go on some power trip? I don't get it.
Okay, you don't get it, so why don't you just take a break while you figure it out? While you sit in the corner and try to get it, because you're lost right now. You just need to spend a little bit more time following along. There's nothing much to get, but just take a
No, I
breather.
understand that this is all a gimmick, right? I understand that, but I just don't get the purpose. It's a bit of a waste of time.
Yet you've been here for how long?
I just
Okay,
got
so
here. I just woke up. I was
you
here
get
last
it,
night,
but
though.
you don't get
I
it.
can hear it. I can confirm he just woke up.
Then why'd you come back if it's a waste of time?
No, because I wanted to see if you guys were still in here, like because we were having a discussion
Oh
yesterday.
well, you saw, and now you can leave. Now you saw it. Now you can leave.
Okay, man, you don't need to be narcissistic. I mean, there's no reason. I'm not saying anything
Okay,
controversial here.
all right. Listen, do you have anything like relevant to the discussion to add, or are you just going to chime in to say, "I don't get it. I'm confused. What's going on?"
No, because you haven't conveyed an actual argument.
Okay, so no, you don't have anything relevant to the discussion to add, so we'll just put you on mute. Anybody
what?
else? Well, he said no. He doesn't have anything relevant to the discussion to add, so that's it.
Yeah, it's
Well,
a wrap.
maybe he will have something relevant to add to the discussion. Doesn't it make sense to mute him? Muting him for no reason. What is the point of that?
There was a reason, and concern trolling is also a mutable offense.
Doing what?
Concern trolling. So shut the fuck up
What is
about
concern
anybody
trolling?
else in the chat being muted. You're not a mod, so don't worry about it. Carry on.
Please relax, man.
It's none of his business.
You're being like passive aggressive.
No, I'm being aggressive.
Chill out.
I'm not being passive about it.
Well, I think it makes sense for me to be worried about it because it means I could be muted for something I'm unaware of.
Yeah, you're so stupid that you didn't pick up on it. I said concern trolling is a mutable offense, and then you just kept doing it, worried about getting muted. Well, you learned, hopefully. I don't think you can, though.
It's right in the server rules. It says listed right there, concern trolling. Being openly dishonest. Making a claim without evidence. All the, like memeing. The flat earth is a, pizza or whatever.
Look how confused these dudes are now. Walsit in the chat. Explain how I was trolling. I said the other guy was concerned trolling. I told you maybe 2 or 3 times that you were muted because you admitted you had nothing relevant to add. Why are you guys all so stupid?
It's like
Maybe
if you can't even get them to read and understand the rules.
It's
amazing. Clear as day.
I will say this though. It is amazing how that meme fits Humongous or whatever his name is like perfectly. He literally was saying way earlier that you can see the curve because the ships go over the curve, and now he's saying, "Oh, but the ball is too big and it's just flat." Like, dude, this guy is like this meme was made for this dude right here.
Wait, kindergarten. So if so you're saying we can't disagree with you then, based off those rules? We have to agree with you.
Right. Yeah, that's totally what I said.
That's what
Yeah,
you said.
another swing, another miss, but maybe one of these days.
How
You
about
said not to.
how about
What he
this?
said?
Explain
He said
what
not
did,
to disagree with.
what did
simple
you
facts.
hear?
Yeah, that's totally what was said. You got it.
That is
What
what
did
was
you
said.
what did you hear where that he said those that you got that takeaway from it? What exactly did you hear that drove you down that pipeline?
Crickets.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Yeah, all I asked was if you had anything relevant to add to the discussion, and you just said no. So, I mean, and then you came up with all this other crap about it.
So when we ask what's your evidence, you don't want to give it, but you can ask us all day.
What are you
what our
talking
evidence
about?
is.
We've
Seems
given
kinda
you lots of
contradictory,
things.
doesn't
I
it?
was over and over it with you yesterday. I showed you the horizon being too far for the geometry of the globe, blah, blah, blah. We showed you all kinds of things. What are you talking about?
No, you showed me one image, is what you did, and then
No.
you.
Okay, yeah,
you're
okay,
going
so
on some
that would be
tangent
okay.
about some
So a minute
equation
ago
that
it was no evidence. Now I've shown you an image, and I gave you an argument to go with it. So that would be some evidence. So which one is it?
You didn't take the sea level into account. You didn't take the waves.
The sea level? What are you talking about? How was that not accounted for? What are you
Because it
talking
shifts,
about?
it's not just completely flat, right?
It shifts. Okay, it shifts to what? From what? What variability? What are you talking about? We were 3.5 feet above sea
If you
level.
want to get
What
specific,
was the
waves
shift in
crashing into
sea
each
level?
other.
Oh, waves crashing into each other. Okay, well, how tall is a wave?
How tall is a wave?
Yeah,
How
we
tall
got
is
a
a rock?
66-foot tall wave out there, extending for what, 9 miles, so that it just looks like a flat horizontal body of water, but it's actually a big, humongous 9-mile wave. Is that it? 66 feet tall.
The height of that wave will be measured from a flat plane, by the way.
Like, I mean, what is this idiot rambling about? Seriously. Yeah, you provided no evidence, except for that evidence you provided, and I didn't like it because of something irrelevant.
Because it disproves your claim. That's why you don't like it.
Oh, there's disproof of it? What was the disproof? Because all I
Oh,
heard
the
was
NASA photos that you called conspiracy theorists? So then you called them conspiracy, so you're making the claim, so you provide the proof.
I claimed conspiracy. Can you give me the quote? All I did was take your cartoon ball and went, hey, water doesn't behave like that in nature, so that can't be a picture of the Earth. Done. I didn't say anything about the rest of what you said.
Then can you explain to us in which nature water actually works?
Us?
Yeah, flat, level, horizontal, when at rest. I don't know. This might be the
It looks
90th
horizontal because it's
time.
on a larger scale, man.
Okay, so back to the old, we can't tell it's a globe, and that's what you're going to go with for a globe argument?
So look at it this way. When you look at a building, you only see one part of the building, right? You would agree? You don't know what's inside of it. You don't know what's on the side. That's why you need to take multiple
So I
perspectives
can
of
only
it to
see
understand it.
one side of a building at a time, or whatever you're trying to say. Therefore, water always seeming flat is an illusion. Yeah, it doesn't
Yes,
wash, and
very
so we're
likely,
gonna have to go
yes.
back to the drawing board. Yeah, yes, he's gonna double down on that. Wow.
Yep.
Wow. Is this what the globe did to you? Or were you just this stupid to begin with?
Yep.
I think this is what narcissism does to somebody.
Yeah. Then they bail. Then they make it about us. Now it's about us because they lose.
Yeah. Narcissism led me to observe the natural
No, it led you to
behavior of
projecting
water.
nonstop.
What was the projection?
Oh.
You do the very thing that you're accusing us of doing.
Which is?
Yeah, I gotta be honest, dude. You're constantly projecting.
Any specific example from you? He didn't have one. No, neither does he. I guess they're just mad.
Well, okay, for example, when you say we're not providing evidence, right? I feel like we've provided sufficient evidence, more
Oh,
than
is that
you've
how you
provided.
feel? You feel that way about it? You
No, it's
feel
not
like you
how I
provided
feel, it's
evidence?
about what actually
Yeah,
transpired.
you're right. It's not about how we feel. So what was the evidence then?
No, it's not we. It's about how it transpired and the perception of it. So
Oh.
we provide you some evidence. You,
said
could say that's
we.
fake evidence, but it's still evidence that we wholeheartedly believe is real.
What is this evidence specifically? What are you even referring to?
Again, we're not going to rehash it.
Oh, okay. So
And
you
then
brought
you
up
provide us
he-
minimal
you tell us what
evidence,
it is.
and we tell you
So
to go more into depth, and then you mute us.
feel that you brought evidence, but when I ask you what that evidence is, we're not going to get into that. So no evidence. It sounds like to me.
Yeah,
Just a
because you're just going to
feeling
get
that there
nitty
was
gritty about it, and because I remember
because
yesterday.
what you've done is you feel like you have evidence, but you don't actually have any evidence.
No, you know we
Well,
have
he
evidence,
also
and you're just trying
mentioned
to
that he
gaslight.
just-
And the thing, if you didn't have a model,
No, I know
guess
you
what, buddy?
don't,
We
because
all
when I
have
just
muted
asked
by
you
now.
for it now,
Exactly.
you just went on an emotionally charged.
Buddy, the only
ramble.
reason you're not muted, we're not taking you seriously. If you didn't have that mod role, you would be muted by everybody in this chat. Nobody would
I am
listen
the
to you.
mod. What are you talking about? I am the mod, and yet, okay, so you would have to mute me, but when the shoe is on the other foot, I'm just going to let you guys speak because you hang yourselves when you do. So yeah, carry on.
What? Didn't make any sense.
Yeah, no, things go over your head pretty easily. But keep talking because it's burying the globe. Basically, is
You
what
mean
I'm
my
saying.
sphere-shaped head?
Wow. Your head's
Yeah.
a
Wall said
Wow.
you're not really understanding much of anything, and then you're taking that lack of understanding to
Well,
draw
there's not
these
much to understand.
This is a perfect example of projecting.
to draw these really weird and cringe.
You're projecting, dude.
To get to these really weird and cringe conclusions. This is the problem here. You don't even know what he's talking about. No one mentioned conspiracy theory. No one mentioned a lot of these things you're talking about, but you keep going down these pipelines and you didn't even have anything to grasp on. And then you say you weren't given any evidence to start with. So even inside your own epistemology, both an internal and external critique, you're not even logically consistent. And the crescendo on top of that is you would mute, but you
Hold on.
continue to talk.
Hold on, I've asked you genuine questions, right? And this I'm talking about yesterday is when I asked how would the seasons work? How would the sun work?
I gave you the answer.
You didn't give me an answer. You said that's not a
Seasons, it's the
valuable
same
question.
answer that you're going to give us for the globe. It's the angle to the sun.
I'm saying where does the sun go, right? When it sets on the horizon, where is it going?
To another spot over the Earth. It's got another ground position.
But that wouldn't work on a flat Earth, would it?
Yeah, that would work.
Of course it would.
The sun having a ground position, it's directly above one position on the Earth. Yeah, that'll work just fine.
All these explanations predate heliocentric by thousands of years. Thousands.
Until we figured out they were wrong.
There isn't any way that you're able to go back and say you weren't given an answer and the answer you're given was a wrong answer.
This is just like the same thing where
Yeah, this is quite bizarre. So, A, you were given no answer. B, the answer you were given was a wrong answer. Which one? Which one is it? It can't be both. You can't say, oh, that's both. Both of those are true. Either A, you were given an answer, or B, you were not given an answer. Which one is it?
I guess I wasn't giving an answer. My apologies.
You were not given an answer, and the answer you were not given was also the wrong answer. And you've got nothing to add to the conversation. And you mishear a bunch of shit that you didn't even ask for that drives you down to some weird pipelines to make kind of these batshit comments. And then the crescendo on top is you would mute if you had the ability to. But yet you continue to talk anyway.
No, what I was saying is that if none of you had a mod roll, we would probably mute you more than likely. We'd hear
Who's
you out
we?
at first, but then we'd realize that you're
Who's we?
What does that
everybody
do?
who doesn't have the mod roll, most likely.
What does
aside
that
from the few
do?
people
What
that are
does that do
pretending.
from your position?
to
You
agree
would
with you.
mute us if you could. Okay, you would stymie your opposition. What is that? What's that supposed to do for you here?
What I'm saying is that you're a police officer with a badge, right? And the only reason why we're respecting you is because you have that badge.
No, this is a
Go
volunteer.
fuck yourself, then.
This is a volunteer interaction. This isn't like a police officer who's just going to approach you and you cannot say no to them. You went to this channel, this guest channel, of your own free will, and you can leave whenever the fuck you want to. No one's keeping you here. There's a very simple server rules to follow, and you just are dead set on not following any of them.
So why is it in other...
Yeah, no one here is a police officer. Do you understand that part? You are here of your own free will. Do you understand?
Yes, master, yes.
Okay. You're just not going to get it. You're just never going to get that you are... Here, how about this? I'll help you out. Just disconnect him and he'll come back later. And he'll realize that he doesn't want to be here.
Yo, Crit, I have a question for you.
I think I know what it is. Let me guess.
Why
What
was he
shape are the
muted?
planets? Oh, wait, you're gonna have to beg the question there, so you'll have to phrase it as other
No,
planets.
no. Actually, my question was why
ask like why was this guy muted, or why is it something like that. He's got to know why. How about this? Now you know why. Okay.
That wasn't my question, but again, you were projecting.
Okay. Use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for. Okay. So now you've got an answer. What are you going to do with it? My take is that your answer in 25 cents will not even get you a cup of coffee. It's basically worthless. Your answer is worthless. So now that you know that you've got no answers, you've only got questions, why do you keep driving down these pipelines with that you've got all these answers? That's what you're supposed to do an internal critique of. You don't need me for that. You don't need Flat Earth for that. This is supposed to be you thinking about your own worldview and trying to come up with a reason why you've got
this
an
is just
answer
me having fun, brother. That's all.
that you can't use.
All this is. This is just me spending time on Discord with a bunch of morons. That's all this is.
Yeah, and welcome to the club. Population you.
So again, stop projecting and tell me what I'm doing. Thanks.
Stop projecting and tell me what I'm doing. If you think he's projecting, then when he tells you what you're doing, he'll just be projecting. Anyway, what's your retard question? Go ahead.
Again, projection, but okay. My question is why is it dark on the other side of the world right now?
Oh, because there's no sun over there right now.
How
There's
could
no
that be on
sunlight
flat
reaching the
Earth?
other part of the world. Well, why not?
How could it
What's
be?
the problem with that? The sun only illuminates so much of the expanse. Okay. Do you think that light travels forever through a medium, through air?
Yes, it does.
Through air, it does. Can you demonstrate that?
I'm cringing so hard, dude.
Yeah, get a flashlight or whatever it is you need to demonstrate light traveling forever through air. I'd like to see it.
Just look at the stars.
Okay. They're what? Infinite distance away? You know that your model claims that there's trillions or whatever more stars that you don't see because the light didn't reach the Earth, right? It was attenuated by the near-perfect vacuum. So even in a near-perfect vacuum, you're not going to see everything.
You sure about that?
According to your own religion. So why would I see the light forever through the dense air on Earth? Oh, okay. So here's
why are the
probably
other
where you got
planets
it
glow?
messed
Why?
up.
Tell me.
So this idea that the sun is this heliocentric giant 93 million miles
I'm not
out.
talking about the sun. I'm talking about Mercury,
Yeah, I'm
Mars,
just trying to help
Venus,
you out really quick.
Jupiter, Saturn. Why are
Really
these
quick.
things
Yeah,
globes? Tell
you're
me.
trying to scatter off. You're trying to scattergun off.
No, answer the question. You're
I'm
dodging.
going to finish up the first question that you had, right? So the sun, it's not this
No,
giant.
well, you're incoherent on that because light travels
So
infinitely.
you're having a meltdown
Yes.
now. Okay, so you
I'm
got
not.
the answer that you didn't want. You
Again,
thought
you're
it was a
projecting, but
gotcha.
keep going.
Okay, so you thought it was a gotcha, and then you started getting an answer, and now you're getting squeamish.
These are not gotchas. These are very simple explanations of why the Earth is round.
Which you don't want, because as soon as you start getting the answer, you go, uh-oh, I guess the gotcha didn't work. Plan B, now I need to scattergun off to something else completely. So if you don't talk through the answers, maybe you'll get
Again,
them.
dude, do you realize that this is projection? Do you realize
I
that?
said if you don't talk through the answers, that wasn't a cue to immediately talk through the answer. This is for your sake. If you listen to the answer, then maybe you'll find out
I
what
did
it is.
listen, and I told you it was bullshit.
No, you're not going to get it. You're not going to get it. Yeah, great argument. It was bullshit. See, that's why your arguments are so bad, because you don't listen to what you're actually supposed to be arguing with. Maybe go pop some Ritalin or whatever it is you need.
Here you go, projecting again.
On the conversation. I don't take Ritalin, but you clearly need to.
Can you spell Ritalin?
Not for you.
Didn't think so.
Yeah, for you, no. I don't dance. I'm not your monkey. You're my monkey. It's the other way
So
around.
explain to me, why are the other planets round?
Other planets. So that was a logical fallacy. You begged the question of the Earth being a planet, which is the very thing in question. Q talking through my answer in 3, 2. Oh, you didn't do it. Amazing program.
Scatterbrain.
Yeah, projection. So, right, you begged the question of the Earth being a planet. Could you reformulate your question?
The Earth is a planet.
That's a bare assertion. Do you have any evidence for it?
What do you think the Earth is?
Okay, so now you're asking me a question. So you don't have any evidence that the Earth is a planet? Nah? Okay, I thought so. So there's a baseless declaration that it's a planet, and then when you get called out on it, then you want to start taking the heat off yourself and asking me questions. Okay, noted. I see how this goes.
Projecting.
What am I projecting exactly? I think this chant is not exactly working for you. What am I projecting?
You still haven't answered my question.
Right, so you can't answer the question about...
You can't answer the question. Projecting again.
Right, so I asked you a question, and then your answer was, you can't answer the question. So the irony there was that you couldn't answer the question.
I said it's a planet. You said no. So tell me what it is then.
You're the one who keeps chanting
You're literally saying Earth is not a planet. Listen to yourself, dude.
You're the one who keeps chanting projection. And then I ask you, okay, what am I projecting on? And then you go, you didn't answer the question. Literally projecting as you fail to answer the question on the table. Dude, you really need help. Yeah, so the reason why I would say it's not a planet is because you just basically asserted that it was one and then provided no evidence, so I see no reason to think it is one. What similarities does the Earth have to the things in the sky called planets? Go on. Twonger. Any similarities that you observe between Earth and the wandering luminaries? The planets.
I'm not your monkey, dude.
You look at the sky, you see a planet, and then you conclude, the Earth is one of these. How? What similarities did you observe? Is the Earth moving? Is it in the sky? What is it? No clue. Okay. So just a mindless chant, basically, is what you have. All right. Well, as long as we get that on the record, then people can draw their own conclusions as to whether they actually want to participate in this globe religion. All we need is you guys to talk so that people can do that, make an informed decision as to whether they want to be a part of your cult. And you're helping us, so thank you. I mean, you know, when I show my kid this Twonger guy, he's going to be like, yikes. I don't want to end up like that, so maybe think twice before
Projecting
you go to
again.
What's the projection? Be specific. Yeah, so like I said last time, that chant, it didn't work for you. It's still not working for you. You should probably drop it, but I mean, you do you. So when it's not working out and you can't prove any of your baseless assertions, you just fall back on this projecting chant. Yeah, it's hollow, dude. Oh my god, so much projection. The projection. How many different ways can you phrase the same mindless chant? Maybe that'll prove a globe. Well, anybody else convinced by this zealot? I'm convinced that there is no wandering star, i.e. planet Earth, just listening to him. You know, that's how I came to this position, right, that I have. It's just by listening to you guys, actually. No flat earthers, so-called, actually sold me on the so-called flat earth. You guys did it. I just had to listen to you and I went, wow, the case for the globe is that dumb? Yikes. So keep talking if you want more flat earthers.
Keep projecting.
What's the projection? Can you be specific? Yeah, so that mindless chant didn't work that time either. I don't know when you're going to figure this out.
You know, as somebody who likes psychology and breaking down these discussions from that rubric, you're really making it look bad by just chanting projection over and over again, bro.
Yeah, I'm trying to help you. You want to win people over to your religion, you know, you got to level up your game. Got to do better than this, right? So I'm trying to help you sharpen up.
I'll be serious as soon as you're serious.
Projection.
Oh, look again, projecting. What a surprise! I mean, you're saying Earth is not a planet. That's all I need to hear from you.
Okay, so why do you think it's a planet?
Why? That has got to be one of the dumbest questions I think I've ever heard.
Well, actually, I think what was even dumber was your answer to it. Didn't address it at all. Why don't we start here? What is a planet? Can you define it? No, doesn't know what a planet is, but it's really dumb if you say the Earth is not a planet.
I'm not going to play semantic games with you, dude.
Oh, so you're not going to define your terms, in other words. You're just going to use words that don't have any meaning to you. And
We all know what a planet is, and we all
What is
know
it?
Earth is a planet. It's
Okay,
simple.
well, maybe we don't. So what is a planet? No, you don't know what a planet is, but you know for sure the Earth is one. Yeah, the mindless.
What
like,
would you? Okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. What do you want to call it? We won't call it a planet.
Well, first of all, what is a planet? Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Saturn, those are planets?
Yeah. What do you call those things?
I call them wandering lights in the sky.
They're not lights, dude.
Oh, so they're not lights. Well, how do you see them?
Stop. Oh my god, you're literally brain dead. I'm out of here. Peace out, guys.
Okay, he bailed. Tapping out.
Easy
Next.
tap out.
I mean, they're apparent light sources. What's wrong with that? I don't know what they're made of. Suffice it to say, lights.
So if the Earth was flat, wouldn't it be infinite?
Why? How does that follow?
Isn't that how it works?
Someone else can take this.
Is a snow globe infinite?
No.
It's not. I'm not saying it's a snow globe or there's a defined limit to the firmament or anything, but we don't know what's at the edge of it, so we can't. We can't empirically tell whether it goes on forever or stops.
Okay.
Have you been to the Antarctica and seen what's past it?
No. Some people told me that there's a hole.
A hole where in the ice wall?
Yeah, they said there's one big ass hole there.
I've heard that theory, but I think I'll save that for speculation Sunday.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
So a table, is that flat?
Yeah.
So a table is therefore infinite?
Well, how small are you?
Finite, infinite isn't relative to size, bro.
Okay.
Listen, I'll make it simple for a guy like you with your form of logic. Are they called airplanes or air planets? Done.
Air planets?
They're called airplanes because they travel across a flat plane, not a planet.
Oh, I was like, what? Air? So wait, airplane.
It was a pun. It was just a joke. Don't take it too seriously.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, listen to this maniac, Kashtian. If you still think the Earth is a globe, just listen to this globe defender, Hugmuggus. Okay, tell us what you got, Hugmuggus.
What do you mean what I got? I just showed up.
What do you got for evidence that the Earth is a globe? We need to demonstrate this insanity to a new guy here.
That thing's full over the horizon.
They fall down what they fall like 9.8 meters per second.
No. By that I mean it's a manner of speaking describing the phenomenon that things disappear from the bottom up when they reach the horizon.
Oh, okay. So what if I show you something disappearing from the bottom up before it even gets to the horizon?
I say, okay, well, there's a couple different things here, such as the camera being obstructed by something else, such as, I don't know, grass, waves, depends on where the camera is. Also, it could be due to the light being warped, because when light refracts, it loses clarity, and sometimes parts of the image can look like it's disappearing.
Okay, so you gave me two reasons there. Okay, so one would be where the optic is, and the other would be refraction. So those are two reasons why something might appear to disappear bottom up, where a curve isn't required.
Yeah, but they clearly look that way, but
Right.
there's a couple of things to.
Right, so what you just told me is you don't need a curve for that effect to occur. Okay, so what's the next conclusive globe argument?
Anyway, I was about to say, you wouldn't see, okay, when it comes to refraction, you wouldn't see it disappear.
Anyway, the whole purpose of this was to try to elucidate this insanity for Cash Team. What do you think? Is it a globe based on what you've heard?
I guess.
Because what he said was, if something disappears bottom up, that means that it's getting blocked by a curve, basically, the horizon being the curve that starts to block it. And then right after that, he gave me two reasons why that would happen that aren't a curve. Just totally defeating his own claim. Thanks for that, Hugmagus. You beat up the notes, so I don't have to.
I was about to say, basically, that even with refraction, if the Earth wasn't curved, it would be hard to get that effect consistently. And a lot of times it looks like it's disappearing over the horizon before it gets to the horizon, because its image clarity dilution looks like it's disappearing beforehand when it's actually going over the horizon.
Oh, wait. So it hasn't gone over the horizon yet, and it's just image clarity.
It is actively going over the horizon. It's just because of image clarity, it's looking like it's not yet.
Okay, so it is, but due to image clarity, it looks like it's not. Okay, so if it looks like it's not, then why does it look like it does when it starts to vanish bottom up, according to you? Make that make sense.
Wait, what did you say?
Well, you say it looks like it's not going over the curve horizon, but what it looks like when it's going over the curve horizon, according to you, is it gets blocked bottom up. So you're saying that happens, so it looks like it's going over the horizon, but it also looks like it's not going over the horizon.
I'm saying it looks like the effect of it disappearing from the bottom up as if it's going over the horizon before it gets to the horizon is because of refraction, making it look closer comparatively to the horizon than it actually is.
Oh, so what you're telling me is it hasn't gotten to the horizon yet, so it doesn't look like it's going over the horizon, but it starts to vanish bottom up, therefore looking like it's going over the horizon that hasn't got to yet.
There's another part to this where refraction levels change based on altitude and then distance and all this different stuff, which makes it so that the some parts of the horizon behind might show up due to refraction.
Okay, so you're seeing the horizon behind it, but it looks like it's going over it, even though it hasn't got to it yet.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's as far as my basic understanding of things appearing to fall over the horizon before them. Everything else I have a pretty good understanding of.
Right, everything else you're an expert in. It's just this one place.
Well, not an expert in. I have a level of expertise, though.
Right, not an expert, but sort of an expert. But on this, you're not really an expert. Okay, well that shows.
Anyway, to explain what happens is they throw in a bunch of black swans by cherry picking data.
Right. I could cherry pick a picture that you like. How about 1 second?
What? What is that?
Okay, I cherry picked a picture that you might like to prove that the Earth is not a globe.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, concerns?
Oh, wait. How is that cherry picking, though?
Well, I cherry picked the one that I thought you would like.
Well, The one I would like is 99.9% of photos of things disappearing over the horizon. So it's not really
That's
cherry
not
picking
one.
though.
That's not one.
That's a
Okay, so you told me that I was going to cherry pick a black swan, so I cherry picked the black swan that I thought you would like. Do you have any questions or comments about that?
But this isn't a black swan. There's clearly something floating over the horizon
Alright,
here, so it's not
oh,
a black
wait a
swan.
minute. Okay, it's not a black swan. So that horizon is okay. You measured it to be 5 miles in front of that rig?
I don't know. I just see the phenomenon of things disappearing
Oh,
from the
no.
bottom up.
Okay, so you don't know if that horizon's 5 miles in front of that rig, but you know
How
that
do
it's
you
not
know?
a black swan.
What? I know it's not a black swan because generally the black swans show things not disappearing over the horizon.
Okay, so the black swan is to do with the distance of the horizon.
No,
So-
a black swan is when it
Oh, okay. You're
it's-
gonna tell me what my argument is. Okay, go ahead.
a black swan is basically where there's one option that seems to go against all the others. So it's like
Right.
the one out of 100,000 pictures.
Yeah, I know it's kind of a misnomer actually because there really are no white swans. But anyway, it's kind of the rhetoric we're stuck.
Yeah,
with.
but white swan is where things are
Let's-
disappearing over the horizon.
Yeah, okay, no, but it's not. That's not what we're saying. We're saying that the black swan would be an observation of the horizon further than the geometric distance for the globe. So,
Oh well, in that case, then every single one would again that would not be the definition of black swan,
I know
but it would go
it's not
against
Karl
that
Popper's
idea.
definition of a black swan. It's just the way that we're using the argument. Maybe it's a misnomer. We can talk about that. That's a different discussion. But whatever. What we're saying is that that horizon is not where it geometrically is on a globe, the one that you say we're on.
Because light curves.
Unless I'm mistaken and it's 5 miles in front of that rig. What do you think?
I think because light curves.
Okay, so is it 5 miles in front of that rig?
I don't know. I don't have measurement tools.
No. Okay, so no measurement tools. So you can't conclude.
How am I
that
supposed to
that's the right
measure from
standard.
the image here? I don't know where you're standing, how far away,
Well,
or
the
how big what
demarcation,
rig is.
the nearest demarcation point would be the rig at 6.2 miles. It looks like the horizon is just about at that rig. So on a day with standard refraction, we can give you 1.3 miles, which this is claimed to be an example of. So it should be a 1.3 mile horizon. But I'm seeing the horizon just about at that rig at 6.2. So I'd say maybe to be generous, I'll give you a 5 mile horizon. That's still a black swan. So what are you going to do?
I think everything looks completely normal in this image.
Okay, so it's normal for it to not look like a globe.
Oh, it looks like a globe because things are disappearing over the horizon.
Oh, but the globe would have the horizon 5 miles in front of that rig. We shouldn't even be seeing it with it zoomed in that far.
I see things disappearing from the bottom up, and I'm concluding that it's probably because we're on a globe.
Yeah, but the thing that they're supposed to disappear bottom up over is supposed to be 5 miles in front of that rig, and we wouldn't even see it.
Well, supposed to be. I don't know where your math is on that, but I know refraction can make it a lot further than it actually is.
Day. So maybe instead of chanting, it's so big it looks flat, maybe you need to chant 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet a bunch of times, and then you'll know where we're getting those numbers from. Because we've given you those pretty much every time you've been here. I don't know how you don't.
Yeah, but that calculation is not correct.
Oh, what's not correct about it?
Oh, because it doesn't count for refraction.
Oh, but this is claimed to be an example of the horizon in standard refraction. So that would be a 1.3 mile distant horizon because that inflates the
Standard
radius
refraction.
slightly.
But
Yeah,
what
that
is standard
gives you-
refraction? How much? How many
Standard
arc?
refraction-
How
standard
many?
refraction- I'll help you. Hold on. Standard refraction is 7/6R. So that's 7/6 times 3959. So that gets the radius to somewhere in the apparent ballpark of 4,700
Wait.
miles. which
Let me
then
write this
gets the
down real quick.
geometric horizon distance to 1.3 for a 1 foot observer. Like we have here.
7/6 radius of the Earth.
Standard refraction 7/6R. That's what Walter Bislin said. He said this is standard refraction conditions right here.
Wow. I don't know what's standard about that. Is that just like the mean average of refraction? Because how many arc seconds is that?
You said it looks normal. I don't know how many arc seconds.
Oh, well, how can you validate the 7/6R if you don't have any math to back it up?
Well, that is the math.
That is the math, 7/6R? What does that mean? Where's the proof of that?
So
what
that
equation?
that's the standard refraction claim. You don't know this? This is your claim, not mine.
Oh, no. I was under the assumption that to account for refraction, the refraction in arc seconds would be 21.5 times the atmospheric density over
Yeah,
270.
We're gonna take that. So what we're going to do is take that and apply that to your radius so we can sort of figure out how much of that ball we should be seeing now in those refractive conditions. So that's what's been done with the 7/6R.
Yeah, could you give me the actual math behind it though to make sure he's not just like
That's
pulling
the
that
math.
number out of his ass?
Okay, what I'll do is I'll give you a citation to Andrew Thomas Young. This is your claim, so you should already know this, but I'll teach it to you.
I don't know anything about Andrew Thomas Young. I just know the equation by George Comstock.
Yeah, that's fine. You haven't learned your claim. I'll help you. 1 sec.
Look, Muggus, I don't know why you're so hostile towards your side's claim. Why are you doing that? Why are you so skeptical?
I'm just making sure that there's validity. What isn't that where you're supposed to be? A skeptic towards everything. That's a good way to go about doing things. Might be inefficient, but
Well, this is the first time I've heard you be, skeptical of anything on your side.
oh no, it's not. You just forgot it because you gaslight yourself into thinking
Oh, really?
that
So,
everything is completely.
I gaslight myself. So what have you, applied some skepticism to as far as the globe is concerned?
Oh well, first the equation that told you the distance to the horizon, which was clearly false. The claim by the PhD of the gas planets not being able to form, who actually, due to my skepticism, I did some research. His PhD was revoked.
Why are you yelling? What are you doing?
Why am I yelling? I don't think I'm yelling. I'll
Well, just
take
calm
one of my
down.
headphones off so I can tell along how loud I'm talking. Yeah. Well,
Anyways,
I don't
what have
think I'm
you?
yelling.
Bro. So you've scrutinized the claim of the 3,959 mile radius.
Of the radius.
That's what you said. You scrutinized the math that you say we're spouting.
No.
Is
The
that what you're
math
scrutinizing?
behind the distance to the horizon.
What is that math?
I don't remember the formula because I don't trust it.
Oh, okay. So 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's no good.
Yep.
Okay, so which one do you have that's correct?
My friend has this, and it accounts for atmospheric refraction.
What is the atmospheric refraction formula?
Okay. Atmospheric refraction in arc seconds, R, is equal to 21.5 B, B being the density of the atmosphere, which would be in millimeters of mercury, I'm pretty sure. I don't really remember exactly what it's in, but that should be along the lines. Divided by 273 plus T. T is in Celsius. This is temperature. They add 273 to get it to Runken, I'm pretty sure. Wait, no, not Runken. That's for Fahrenheit, getting it to Fahrenheit.
Yeah, this is really pertinent.
That's for
useful
Kelvin.
information. Thank you, Hugmagus.
So you're basically turning Celsius into Kelvin.
Yeah, next you can tell us how cosine is derived too, and somehow that'll prove.
And
that
then they have times that by the cotangent of the zenith
this is
of the
good
horizon.
stuff. Cotangent of the zenith. The world's definitely a ball.
Yep. So what observation did you apply all this to?
My friend applied this mathematical formula to the image, the black swan image of the oil rigs. Yeah, oil rigs. And found that it was definitely more than possible on that day to see them both flat in the horizon behind them.
You should bring that guy in here since he knows more about it than you. What do you think?
Oh, he's been in here before, but he's not online right now. He's like got shit to do.
Yeah. So you applied math to a photograph. Does this sound like post hoc? Does he know the conditions of the day, or was he just making up math to make the horizon hologram itself all over the place?
I can actually give you some of the statistics you can get. So the video was taken in 2016. Nope. It was posted October 25th, 2016. So that video had to be taken before 2016, October 25th. And if you go back onto WeatherSpark, you can actually see the temperature of those days. So let's see here. Specifically, if we look on the 20th, it reached a high of 97 degrees Fahrenheit and a low of 63 degrees Fahrenheit. But we can also look at other days that he could have possibly measured it on. Because if this is the one black swan, then we can pick the black swan of data that would match what he got, right?
They're all black swans.
No, that's the thing you don't get. You don't understand the Karl Popper analogy. Why don't you look at the one that Heretic gave you, the one where the horizon appears to be in front of, the oil rig. Did you pick that day? What was the temperature that day?
Oh, well, I don't know which day that was taken. Can you tell me what day that's from?
I don't know. If that's the one that you guys like to show us, I figure you knew something about it, like the temperature and the time of day and
try to disprove
humidity.
That is the black swan that you love to post absolutely everywhere.
What is there to disprove? I don't know. It's just an observation. What are you talking about?
Okay, so you claim that because the horizon is behind the Earth is flat because you can't get a consistent metric
No,
of
that's
where
not
the horizon is.
I don't think you understand the black swan. Do you know what Modus Tollens is?
Black swan?
Do you know what Modus Tollens is? No,
Modus
my gosh,
Tollens?
dude.
Okay, if you claim that all
my
swans
gosh.
are white, then a single
Why are you
black
yelling,
swan would disprove
bro?
that.
Chill. Why are you yelling again? This
on my
isn't-
voice, like white right there, it makes my mic louder because my mic is
It's
weird.
okay. Relax. We're just having a nice, friendly conversation. You don't need to get triggered. So,
Triggered?
it's fine.
I think that's what the
Relax.
R guy would say would be projection. Right.
No, chill
Say
out.
about
It's
everything.
fine.
Don't be like him.
Don't be like him.
So-
I'm not being like him, but you don't want me to be like him, so don't
Oh
try
my
and
gosh,
make
shut the
me like
fuck
him.
up for once.
Don't-
Jesus Christ, man.
Okay. So,
Sick of tiring of
Hugmugus.
you.
Yeah.
Did you
What?
mute him? So anyway, can you tell me what Modus Tollens or the black swan argument actually is? Because we don't make any claims.
If you claim that
Understand?
all swans are white, then a single black swan can disprove it, which is
Man, that's
a
the
false
first time I'm hearing
equivalence.
this. Thank you.
Which is a false equivalence.
False equivalence.
False
Yes.
equivalence.
What's-
To what?
False equivalence to the Earth
We-
being flat.
Well,
Is that what we're doing in Modus Tollens? He tried. Yeah, I know.
Okay, what are you doing?
So, well, just read it. Certainly, you've seen it. Maybe you've got a screensaver of it. You guys have debunked this thing. I'm sure you've looked at it a lot.
I really haven't.
Okay, so
I'm aware
I'll
of it
walk you
only
through
because
it.
I've been told of it previously.
Okay, so Modus Tollens is a logical syllogism. Doesn't have anything to do with us, right? So if the Earth is a radius, or if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, so I'm just going to ask you right off the top: is the Earth a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles? Yes or no?
I don't know the radius of the Earth, but that sounds like a good number.
Okay, it's not my figure,
I'm guessing you're pulling it
Um,
off of a web page, so it's probably correct.
A web page. Okay, yeah. Then every distance to horizon can be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You got any problem with that geometry since it doesn't belong to us?
Wait, where the horizon should be?
Yeah,
That's
every
where the
distance to
horizon should be?
horizon. Well, according to your math.
Well, that's not my math because I disagree with it.
Oh, so the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
No. It is, but that's not the math to determine that. That's the math to determine what the horizon is, and that math is
Well,
only
this
useful for a planet with no atmosphere. So it doesn't apply here, seeing as our planet does have atmosphere.
Oh, okay. So the horizon is just an apparent position then, right? Not a solid hill of water or land in the way.
It is definitely a solid hill, but it's light
Oh,
bending.
so then every distance to horizon must be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It's a physical Earth curve, correct?
No, I don't think you understand that. The light curves.
No, I'm asking you about the water or the Earth that is the horizon. You said it was physical Earth curve.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's every distance to horizon must be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
No, but that's
physical
wrong
Earth curve.
because it's based on perception, right?
Oh, perspective. Oh, so then welcome to flat Earth. That's our argument. Thank you.
So
I appreciate
you
it.
have a fish eye lens, right?
Yep. Right. Right. So
I'm using one of
no,
your
it's
arguments.
curve.
Just
That's
because something
fine.
looks curved doesn't mean it's actually curved, right?
Thank you. I appreciate that. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah. So here, the light is actually curving, but instead it's helping the globe claim because it's curving over what you would what the horizon would be using that equation. It's actually curving over that because the light curves due to refraction.
Okay. So show me the data that you have and the observation of the light curving, so you can go ahead and prove that claim that you just made. Not a post hoc mathematical equation. Yeah, I need you to give me the data. I'll accept about every meter that you took a reading on the observation that we're talking about. Every meter I'll accept.
Oh, okay. So you want me to just send you a picture of a prism? Okay.
No, I'm not asking you to send me. Is that what I asked for? Is that what I asked for?
Proof
what did
of
I ask
light
for
curving.
specifically? No, I asked for something very specific.
Oh, okay. Could you explain it to me because I didn't catch it?
Okay, in the observation where you're saying that the light is curving, which observation are you talking about? Like the black swan, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, I need you to give me the data, the temperature, the humidity between the observer and the horizon on that day, every meter, so that we can get an accurate reading, so we don't have this post hoc mathematical equation that gives us whatever we want. I want to take the actual the readings so we can know that the light is bending the way that you say it is. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, we can go to the temperature on that day. Let's see.
No, I'm not asking for the temperature in that particular county. I'm asking you to take a reading every meter between the observer and the observation. Every meter.
The map here says that the temperature was the same within basically all of Los Angeles that day. Right?
Bro, that's not what I asked you for.
Oh, but you're giving me an impossibly tall task.
Well, then you're giving me an impossible assertion that you don't have any evidence for. You just said temperature, therefore the light's bending, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you also need another humidity of that day, too?
Yeah, you need the air density.
Can I please interject?
Go ahead.
Interject for a moment. What did he say the light's bending over again? The thing that he doesn't agree with.
It's bending over where the horizon would be if there was no atmosphere.
But it's
Which is
not
what
there.
you said you don't agree with. You said to Heretic,
Yeah.
you don't agree with that. You
Which
don't
is
agree
why
with that
you see
math.
the horizon behind
you
where
said
it...
you don't agree with that math.
Yeah.
Did you or did you not?
Yes.
Right. So why are you saying light's bending over something that you don't agree with?
No. You're saying that's where the horizon is always, but that's not true because light curves. It curves over where that would be.
You said you don't agree with it.
Yep.
Does that thing exist or not?
Huh? Where
Does
the
the
horizon
thing
would
that you're
be if there
saying the
was no
light-
atmosphere?
Yeah, does that exist?
Yes.
So you do agree with it.
No. It doesn't show the actual horizon. It's just a mathematical perfect scenario interpretation
It's there.
of the world.
Is the math correct? Is the math correct in its representation of something that exists in reality?
Is it correct in showing what exactly?
Is the math correct in representing something that exists in reality?
It represents numbers.
Does it represent something that exists in reality? Is it describing something that exists in reality in your mind, in your opinion?
It
your
doesn't
view?
describe the horizon, no.
Does it exist in reality?
No.
It doesn't exist in reality. So light is bending over something that doesn't exist in reality.
Yeah. It's existing where it would be if there was no atmosphere. And because we have
Over
atmosphere,
to you
that
guys.
doesn't exist.
I've made my point. Over to you guys.
What was your point?
That equation doesn't exist in reality. The light is bending over where it would be if that equation existed in reality.
Are you saying that math isn't reality?
Oh no, that's what you guys say.
I'm just asking you. You said that math isn't, existing in reality here.
Well, when the math doesn't actually describe something that exists, it doesn't exist in reality. But if it does describe something that exists, it does exist in reality. You see how that
So
works?
it's selective. So it's selective. So when it does agree with your religion, it's real. Math is real.
No. When it agrees with reality, it's real.
Oh, so since the black swan observation in reality doesn't represent the Earth curve that you say should be there, I guess. Welcome to
When
flat
did I
Earth.
say it should be there? I literally just spent 10 minutes talking to this guy saying how it doesn't actually exist, and then you just didn't listen to any of that. You didn't listen to a
Earth
single
curve
word of that.
horizon, bro, relax. Why do you get so triggered when I talk to you? Calm
Rigger,
down.
you love the word triggered, don't you?
No, I mean I'm just noticing this about you, right?
Oh yeah, but that's only because we were talking about how much you.
Once again, you're shouting again. You're shouting again, and it's not
I'm talking
necessary.
in a very monotone voice. You want me to just make a voice memo of how I sound when I'm not talking
just
into
chill.
this mic? Okay, how about
You
this?
could just be
I can
chill.
point
Oh,
the
boy.
mic away
Wow.
from me, and it will make it a lot quieter. Is this quieter for you?
You're very excited. We're having a conversation. You just gotta chill, right?
Yeah. But when you're talking to a person that's just saying a bunch of bullshit, it's like,
Bro. Honestly.
bro, honestly, what?
So anyway, the Earth curve, the horizon, the physical Earth curve does exist in the place geometrically prescribed by the globe. Yes. Any argument about that, or it doesn't?
So what do you say?
So please try and listen this time. The Earth curve does exist in the place mathematically prescribed
Prescribed by what?
by the geometry that the globe side puts forth.
Oh yeah, but that's multiple different things because clearly one of those things that was put forth was very incorrect, and one of them was correct.
What one was correct?
Oh, the one that makes sure to account for atmospheric refraction.
Okay, and what is atmospheric refraction again?
It's the bending of the light caused by the atmosphere.
Bending of light caused by atmosphere.
Yes.
Okay, and can you show that to me?
Show that to you? You want me to show light refraction?
Yeah, due to Earth curve and atmosphere, because that's curved.
It's not
that's
due
air
to
that is
Earth
curved.
curve. It's not due to
It
Earth curve. It's due to the atmosphere.
He said it's
But
due to Earth
atmosphere
curve.
is-
That's funny.
It's sphere-shaped air, right?
Yeah, but that's just the atmosphere.
So the air is sphere-shaped.
Yeah, but that's just the atmosphere.
You just have to clarify it one time. That's just the atmosphere, sphere-shaped air, right? Okay. So the air is curving like a ball. At what rate?
Depends on the temperature and the air density and the height of the zenith of the horizon.
Height of the zenith of the horizon. What do you mean by that?
So basically, the equation for zenith horizon is like 90 minus the altitude of the observed. Let's see. Let me pull up exactly what it is. Okay. So the zenith is basically you have the horizon at 0 degrees, right? And the zenith is how many degrees up the object you're looking at is.
What object?
Zenith is a point marking the top of the sky directly overhead, and then the zenith of an object, such as an oil rig in the distance, would be 90 minus however many degrees that thing is above the ground.
According to what?
That's just the mathematical formula of the zenith.
So the horizon is 90?
No.
No. So the horizon is 0.
Basically.
So we're using a flat plane here to measure this angle to the object or the oil rig in this scenario?
Well, it's tangent, so it is a flat plane.
Tangent, no. Tangents are lines that connect to a sphere. We talked about this earlier. Are you rinse and repeating? Did you reset and come back in?
Do you not know what I'm talking about? It's based on the horizon. The viewer's eyes to the horizon. And what's the horizon?
Okay, so 0.
Yep.
No, that's if you're pre-assuming a sphere. We don't have a sphere yet. You're saying the horizon is 0 degrees.
I don't know what to say then, because it's based on that tangent.
Well, then I guess welcome to flat Earth, because that's a flat plane that you just described.
Tangent.
You heard it here. Tangent means flat Earth.
That's not
no, you don't know what you're describing.
That's not what I heard. Maybe that's what came out of your screwball head, but that's not what I heard. Why do you have to straw man like that if the globe is such a done deal? Why do you?
Oh no, I'm just showing you what your logic is like.
That's not what the logic was. I listened. Nobody said that. So that would be you showing us what your illogic is like.
Oh no, I've shown you plenty what my logic is like. You just don't listen to it.
Yes, you have shown us plenty what your logic is.
Here's your logic. Here's a picture of the Earth being a globe. Oh no, that's doctored. That's your logic.
Really? Can you show me an example of where I did that?
Yeah, when I sent the Dude Perfect video.
Oh, well, that was because when we compared it to the horizontal surface properties of water at rest, it was shown that that could not be a physical curve. So perhaps it wasn't doctored per se. Maybe they're using some sort of a wide-angle lens.
Oh, wait. How does water being flat make it so that that doesn't work?
Wait. I'm not actually done saying what I was going to say, so hold your...
but you made a claim halfway through.
Hold your verbal diarrhea, right? So perhaps in the Dude Perfect video, there's a wide-angle lens or some other effect being applied, or maybe it's doctored. I wouldn't necessarily argue that it is. All I'm saying is that what you're purporting that video shows doesn't comport with what we can demonstrate with the natural behavior of water. So
what you just said was a bunch of word jumble that just basically says, it's doctored.
Just because it went over your head and you're trying really hard to assert this straw man doesn't mean that what I said was word jumble.
So what you just said there, if I want to break it down, is this doesn't exactly mean it's doctored, but everything that this video says doesn't seem to apply to real life.
That's what you're claiming,
so it must be doctored.
Video shows, not comporting with the physics of water, therefore the video can't be showing what you claim it shows. That's all.
Oh, yeah, so it's doctored then.
No, I didn't say that necessarily. I was specific about that.
Oh, yeah, but what else could it be besides being doctored?
I already told you. Maybe it's just a wide-angle lens, just an effect of a lens. I don't know.
Oh, so you didn't watch the video, how everything except for the Earth was completely...
Maybe it's not any kind of willful manipulation. Maybe it's just a lens effect or something. I don't know. Could be lots of different things.
Could be lots of different things. Well, let's start ruling them out. It's clearly not a lens effect because everything else in the spacecraft was completely normal.
Okay, so let's rule out the one that you say it is. You say it's physical curvature of oceans and stuff.
Yep.
Okay, so that means a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles times the square of the observer height in feet.
Oh, no. That's completely false. That math doesn't work.
No. Well, that's the same curve that you're saying that you showed from your Dude Perfect video. So I mean, you either got to take both or not.
Oh wait a second. No, that actually is, for the first time ever, 100% correct because they're in space and there is no atmosphere.
Oh, okay. So when we check for it on the surface, we don't find it, but that's because of the air. It makes it look like it's not this thing which you claim Dude Perfect showed from space.
Yeah, exactly. Because the air causes what you see to be warped.
So how do you then verify your claim?
How do I verify my claim?
Yeah,
because the video isn't doctored.
When we test it on the surface, right? When we go for surface observations to see if we can try to corroborate what you say we're looking at, it all fails, and you have to give us all these excuses about refraction. So how can you verify that?
Excuses about refraction, but refraction is a science that can be tested, and it would fall true.
That's irrelevant because what you need to show is that there's something in that picture that we didn't see being refracted. Refraction isn't in contention. The thing you say is refracted is. I hope you would have figured that out by now.
Yeah, but there's a distinct disconnect. It's not that where the horizon would normally be is just being moved. It's just a particle from light is hitting a different spot on the planet and bouncing to your eye.
Because I never said that the geographic location was being moved, so you don't need to continue with that misconception.
Oh, well, anyway, I'll just explain that the way the horizon seemingly not being where it mathematically should be, based on your math, which is incorrect because it doesn't account for the atmosphere.
Okay.
It's incorrect.
For the atmosphere, then.
Huh?
Give us the correct math that accounts for the atmosphere.
R is equal to 21.5 B over 273 plus T times cotangent of HA.
Can you break that down?
Okay, so R, that means no, it's not.
Oh, really?
Okay, I want you to think this through real quickly. We're trying to find how much the light is refracting, and R is equal to the equation, right? F of X is equal to the equation. What possibly could R be?
Sounds like it's radius to me, but you said it's not, so I guess you're just waffling off topic again.
Do you not know how algebra works?
Okay, so that's a non sequitur.
Yeah, but you clearly have no clue what you're talking
so you
about.
got variables. What's that? Is that supposed to be the radius?
That R is refraction in arc seconds.
Okay, refraction of what? Is this just a formula
of
for
light in arc seconds?
Okay, so just a formula for refraction. So we're not even talking about the globe or horizons or any of that stuff.
Yeah. You combine this later with the globe to find where it would land.
Okay, so you completely missed the point then, because what I said before you started this tangent is that all we need is proof of the thing that you say is being refracted, not proof of refraction, because we don't dispute refraction. So start over.
Well, clearly you disagree with refraction because you say that it can't move where the perceived horizon is.
Sorry, I missed that. What was that?
Seeing as you claim that the horizon can't move based on refraction, then you clearly disagree with refraction.
Well, I never said that. I didn't say that at all. I said we need proof of the thing that you say is refracting.
Oh, well, welcome to the globe, man. Clearly you understand that refraction has this effect on light, and that's where the horizon is.
You're still just talking about refraction and light, but I still don't have any proof of the thing that you said was refracted.
Besides refraction existing, and that's how it works.
Refraction existing, therefore 1.2 mile horizon where I saw one further than 9.4 is a non sequitur.
Non sequitur, it does apply. I'm pretty sure refraction applies to basically absolutely everything you see, just to make sure that you don't completely mess up your calculations.
So when I'm looking out at the ocean and I don't see leprechauns, let's say, that's because refraction. Leprechauns surfing and riding, catching waves and shit. That's because of refraction. So basically, I could just take any observation and say it's actually something else, not what it appeared to be due to refraction.
Well, the thing about what I meant to say there is that refraction affects everything you see.
Yeah, so therefore you can point to anything that we see and tell us it's actually not that, it's a refracted image of this other thing. So I could even say the Earth is like a pineapple, it just didn't look like it due to refraction.
That is completely straw manning my argument. That's a straw man.
I didn't say you said that. I just gave that as an example, as an analogy to what you're doing.
Yeah, but you got to think about it this way. Refraction affects all light, correct?
Yeah. Light will refract
So,
if it passes
and
through
everything you
the
see
mediums.
is light, correct?
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it's
So
refracted.
everything. So you don't agree with the previous statement that all light is refracted.
Therefore, when I see something, it's actually not what I'm seeing because the light is refracted.
No,
Nope,
all light
basically.
is not refracted.
It's a warped
No,
version.
I don't
of the
agree.
X's.
Yeah.
All light
Okay.
is not
don't-
refracted.
Well,
Okay,
it has
how
to
is
go
it not
through medium-
refracted?
It has to go through medium technical. Go ahead, Steven.
How is the light not
He's just
refracted?
trying to say that all light, everywhere, it's just all being refracted constantly.
All light
everywhere.
that you
No,
perceive
I don't
for
agree
your
with that.
purposes is refracted.
No, I don't agree with that.
So when it enters the lens of your eye and refracts off your eye, that's not refracted light as it enters into your neurons?
Yes, it is.
Sure. Yeah, it will be refracted. But you're saying that all light
All
is
light you
being
perceive.
refracted.
All light you
All
perceive.
light I perceive. Right. Okay. Well, yeah. Especially since I wear spectacles. Yeah.
So I can
Exactly.
just use this then to claim that anything we see is not actually what we're seeing.
No. I'm just saying that it moves what you see.
Right. So we didn't see what is actually there, according to you.
No. It moved the horizon. It refracted. It moved
Okay,
things.
yeah. So according to you, all light is refracted. Therefore, when we see something, it's not actually what we're seeing.
Okay. What you're seeing is the correct object. It's just warped.
It's a distortion of that
It's
object.
a distorted version.
Well, how do
Yes.
I know that the horizon isn't actually at 3 miles? How do I know it's not actually at half a mile? How do I know it's not actually at 6.2 miles? I
You'll
could
know
just
the
say
distance of the
any
horizon by
number.
shooting a laser at it,
No.
a laser rangefinder.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Can you show that?
Well,
You
I
can
don't have a
show
laser
it?
rangefinder.
Okay, so you can use a laser rangefinder. Let's say, hypothetically, we go out to Santa Barbara where those oil rigs are and shoot a laser rangefinder, and we're going to find that horizon that looks like it's further than that rig is actually at 1.2.
What? No, the point is that the light is going further because it's warped. Why does this not come through? I lead you up
The
to
answer
the
is no.
fucking water,
The answer is
and
no. Then we'll just discard that claim.
I lead you straight to the water, and you don't drink.
Yeah, this is what they constantly do.
Yeah. What did we do, Twanger? Can you tell us?
I made it as simple as possible. I gave you every piece of logic leading up to it. I built the whole fucking tower, and all you need to do is just place the last brick on top of the wall, and it'll be complete, and you just don't get that.
Did anybody else?
You told us that all light refracts.
Yeah.
So the laser refracts?
Yes.
Doesn't even doesn't
Okay.
even have a foundation. And he's
Laser-
talking about a fucking tower.
So you don't have a straight line tangent then with your laser because that's light too, and it's all refracted too. So now what?
But you're getting the distance of the refracted light. It gives you the distance.
Yeah, but it's all refracted, so we can't actually tell where the geometric position of the horizon is, even according to you, because the laser's all refracted. All light is refracted, remember? So that's not going to be a straight line tangent. We still can't measure the fucker.
No. All you have to do is remove the rate of refraction, and you'll be able to tell.
Oh, now we got to remove the rate of refraction that affects all light. Okay, how do we do that?
By finding out what
conceded.
the rate of refraction is, and then just dividing by that.
Oh, it's just
Basically.
do some math on paper, and then I remove the refraction from all light. Okay, all right.
He already conceded that the thing he thinks light is arcing over doesn't exist in reality. How does that make any sense?
I'm just saying your math is bullshit.
It's not mine. I didn't come up with any of that.
Well, why are you using it then? Why are you using it? Don't use it to explain it.
Because you do. Because you fucking use it.
I don't. My point? Okay, I actually screamed there. That was the one
you
time I
do.
actually screamed. I don't. When have I ever used
Yeah,
that
you do.
equation?
You have to use it.
No, I don't.
You do because you think light is arcing over it.
No, but I don't need to know where that is. I just need to know how far the light is arcing.
Okay. You don't have to know where the geometric horizon actually is. The one that you're arguing is there, but we don't see. Yeah, that makes sense. Cool.
I don't understand how you can comprehend that the geometric horizon described by the math equation.
I
is
don't
not the
understand how
actual
you
geometric
fucking
horizon.
brush your hair or tie your shoelaces.
Yeah, this
I
guy's
don't.
a-
I don't
he's a
understand
paradox.
how I can give you all the logic in the world and then you just don't.
This is all
somehow.
the logic there is in the world? Fuck, we're screwed.
Yeah, that well, manner of speech yet again. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, if this is all the logic there is in the world, we're doomed. Uh-oh.
Here he goes again.
With what? Damn it, he gave us all the logic that existed, and still nothing made sense.
Yeah, seems like a you kind of problem at that point, right?
Yeah, it does.
Sounds like a everybody kind of problem.
Everybody kind of problem. I'm pretty sure 99.99% of the American populace, you know, the populace of all the terrorists in the world, the populace of the Americans, the populace of Russia, the populace of China,
Oh, the
all
platitudes.
colluded
Yes.
together
Yes.
under this one umbrella.
This is such
The
a good
Earth
soapbox
is-
moment for you, bro.
Soapbox moment?
So all the logic in the world is an appeal to majority fallacy? Fuck, we're screwed.
No. It's one piece of evidence, and also, I'm pretty sure it's
An
not
appeal to
exactly.
majority fallacy is a piece of evidence?
Okay. I'm gonna look up appeal to majority real quick and make sure everything's good.
Well, you should have done that before you claimed what all the logic in the world was, but I mean, I guess you're getting there.
Look up ad populum. That's what you're looking for. That's what you
Okay.
committed.
It's not that everybody believes it, therefore it's true. It's the fact that
You're incredulous?
But that's what you just said. Everybody believes it, so that's
it's
what's
not
true.
specifically that, but everybody agrees under that umbrella, even though they hold completely different beliefs.
Yeah, it's ad populum. Thank you.
Yeah, and you're saying this because there's a logical fallacy there, it's completely void?
Yeah, it's a void argument. That's how it works.
So do you know what the fallacy is?
Yeah, recite it for us. Go look that up and tell us what it is.
Okay. The fallacy, otherwise known as the argument for fallacy, is a logical fallacy that occurs when someone assumes that if an argument contains a logical fallacy, then the conclusion must be false.
Didn't do that. It's not necessarily false because it contained a fallacy. It's just that the logic in your argument doesn't follow. It doesn't get you to that conclusion. The conclusion could still be true. You just didn't have a valid argument for it. That's all.
Yeah, but like, you say fallacy all the fucking time to all this shit.
So
doesn't
what?
really make sense.
Yeah, that's because you keep using fallacies. I will never say that word so long as you don't use one. How about that? Stop using them and I won't bring it up. After you say all the logic in the world, then proceed to use none. Good day at kindergarten.
Yeah, you would only qualify as a kindergartner teacher because you could not pass 3rd grade.
I don't think they would hire somebody who couldn't pass 3rd grade for a kindergarten teacher, but good try at an insult.
I'm pretty sure it's lower school, which you have to pass.
Oh, I have to pass school even lower than 3rd grade to become a kindergarten teacher. Okay. That makes sense. Can't argue. So if I show you a picture of a unicorn, are you going to deny it, Hugmuggus?
Most likely.
So you're in denial.
Well, what evidence do you have that it's real?
Pictures.
Yeah, but can I check these to make sure they're not doctored or CGI?
Oh my gosh. Oh my
They come from
gosh.
credible institutions and sources. You don't need to check them. They're credible. Dude, trust me.
How do you explain a lunar eclipse?
I don't.
Good.
Don't need to. How about you?
You can literally see the shape of the Earth on the moon when it happens.
So how come I can't measure that shape?
Measure that shape, bro. Give me a break.
Wait, so shape of the Earth, so you're saying that it's a shadow of the Earth?
Indeed it is.
How'd you verify it's a shadow? All I saw was the moon getting dimmer.
This is how science works, bro. Again, you don't understand that.
This is how science works. You just assert things without any basis and then reverse the burden of proof. That's how it works? Huh.
No.
Oh, wow,
But
I
you
saw something,
have
but-
evidence and you don't deny all the evidence, basically.
What evidence?
Things fall over the horizon.
What, 9.8 meters per second squared?
Oh, 9.8 meters per second squared? What the fuck?
You said they fall over the horizon. Like, you mean like they fall down at 9.8 meters per second squared over the horizon?
You know what? They actually do fall at that rate, but the refraction causes it to fall even faster than that.
Oh shit, it's another optical illusion.
Everything is
You call
conspiracies and
optical
illusions.
illusion, even though I don't know exactly what the definition of optical illusion is, but this might fit it.
Okay, so you don't know exactly what it is, but you have a problem with the way I used the term. Okay.
Something that plays tricks on your vision. Very obtuse way of thinking about it. But it would be a trick on your vision, I guess. But you are seeing reality, so it wouldn't be. Never mind. It's not an optical illusion. There's nothing about it that's an optical illusion. What you're seeing is reality. It just warped reality. There's no
just like
tricks
a
being played.
misrepresentation of what's actually there.
Not exactly. It's a warped representation.
Okay, so when I look at a boat, it looks like it's falling at 9.8 meters per second squared over the horizon, but it's
Oh,
really
no, wait,
falling
that's
faster
definitely
than
not
that.
how it works.
It's not an optical illusion. It's just a trick of the light. Okay, did I get it all right?
Well, anyway, I'm gonna be back.
Yeah. Maybe we should just put a pin in it there. I mean, things are falling faster than 9.8 meters per second squared over the horizon. Maybe it's time to just take a break.
Why do things fall
Swanger, you
down?
said there's a conspiracy? Swanger, I'm asking you about the conspiracy theory you said exists. What
I'm
conspiracy
asking-
theory?
Well, there's plenty of them. Why do things fall down?
Which one?
I'll answer this question really quick, and then Sezu can go ahead. Because the world's a giant pine cone, and it bends and warps the space-time around it, so things fall inward, actually, not down. Go ahead, Sezu.
I like that
Oh,
answer.
wow, so you're not a flat earther. Great.
No, pine cone earther.
Pine coner.
That's all
So
I
what's
need
this
to hear.
conspiracy?
Go ahead, says who?
What's the conspiracy?
What do you mean? There's plenty of conspiracies.
Well, you mentioned the one about, everybody on Earth and all the governments. I'm just, which conspiracy are you talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you brought it up earlier. You don't remember?
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
Oh. So what conspiracies do you believe in?
Depends. Nothing to do with flat Earth. That's for sure.
I didn't ask that. I don't know why you brought that up. So it depends. Just give me one.
Well, that's a conspiracy theory, buddy.
It is? Tell me about it.
Welcome to the globe Earth.
No, I mean, tell me about this flat Earth conspiracy theory. I don't know what it is. What is it?
Well, a couple of morons think that the Earth is somehow flat.
No kidding. But without any evidence?
Right, everything ends up being a conspiracy or an illusion to them.
What's the
Who
conspiracy?
are they?
They conspired. A couple of people conspired. A couple morons conspired to think the Earth is flat.
No, they think everything is a conspiracy to cope for the fact that it is actually round.
Oh, it's actually round.
Like the
So in
pictures you were mentioning-
actuality-
No, I don't know. They were using a fisheye lens, dude. Just come
Dude,
back
relax.
to reality.
Jeez. Boy.
Come
Why are you
back to
yelling?
reality.
Globe comedy show.
Come
24/7.
back to reality. Thank
You're
you.
chanting. You don't chant. Very simple. So reality. In reality, does the Earth curve somewhere?
Sure does.
Okay, show it to me.
Just look at other planets.
No, I said the Earth, not other
Earth is a-
planets.
Earth
That's
is a
begging the question. Okay, and it has a curvature rate, does it not?
Yes, just as all other
Okay.
planets do. Yes.
Show it to me before you beg the question of Earth being a planet.
Like
Can
I
you
said,
show me the
just look
curvature
at
of the
other
Earth?
planets.
Bro, if you're just going to chant, we can't have a conversation. I need you to show me the Earth curvature on Earth.
You'd have to leave Earth to see it.
So nobody ever measured Earth curve from Earth?
I don't know about that. I don't know. I can't answer that.
But you just made an assertion. You said you have to leave the Earth to see it.
When I said, well, no, you're trying to pigeonhole me now because I said you can look at it. Okay, you're talking over me now. Oh, you're trying to pigeonhole me, and now that seems
No,
fucking
you're
nervous.
just stuttering.
That
I don't know
seems
why you're
just fucking nervous,
stuttering. It's a
buddy.
really relax, bro.
You're trying to
Just
talk over
chill.
me. That's why I'm stuttering because you're trying
Relax.
to talk over
It's
me.
okay.
All
No,
right.
I didn't talk over you when you
I
stuttered.
forgot that it's you, and I don't like you, so I'm not talking to you.
You gotta calm down, bro. I know you don't like me. I don't let you beg the question or obfuscate. It's really hard for you to peddle your nonsense in here when I'm here, right?
No, you're just trying to pigeonhole me, and all you have to do is look at other planets. I'm done with you.
But that's begging the question again.
What's the question?
Okay, if, 1 second. So if I wanna, 1 second, if I wanna build
I
a
already
house,
asked what a planet is, and he doesn't even know. But go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, sorry, but I'm just gonna say, by this logic, if I wanna build myself a house for me and my family, for example, and I wanna get the measurements right, I just should look at the neighbor's house. Just look at it. That's how I'm gonna build a house. I'm just gonna look at the neighbor's house, and then from there on, I'm gonna build my house. That's a cool story, bro.